Chapter 321. Do you know a predator named Yondu? Li Chuan asked directly. After thinking about it for half a year in Naruto, he decided to achieve the intermediate completion as quickly as possible, and no longer seek the advanced completion. Because in comparison, time in the main world is more precious, and with his current physical fitness, even if he gets the reserve status of the Greek sanctuary bronze cloth, it seems that it is not too difficult to become a regular. The condition for the intermediate completion is to recruit Star-Lord Peter Quill, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, Treeman Groot, Drax the Destroyer, Nebula, and Mantis. Among them, Gamora and Nebula are already in the team, and the easiest one to find is Star-Lord. Because according to the current timeline, Star-Lord should not have left Yondu's plunder team. As long as Yondu can be found, Star-Lord can be found. And if Yondu is found, clues about Mantis can also be found. Mantis is Star-Lord's half-sister alien. After being brought back to Ego's planet, she was not killed by Ego because of her ability to soothe the soul, and stayed by his side. To find Mantis, he had to find Ego, and only Yondu knew the location of Ego, because he had accepted a high-priced mission from Ego and helped Ego collect children from many planets and send them to Ego. So since he had come into contact with the Predators, he must first find Yondu. Yondu, the guy who was expelled by Boss Starka for violating the Predator Code, of course I know him. Hearing Li Chuan's question, Kakara nodded immediately. There are more than 100 Predator factions in the Milky Way, led by the famous Star Eagle Starka. Yondu was a slave rescued by Starker from the Creep prison, and later joined the Predators to establish his own team. In order to gain a foothold in the Predators team, and have enough money to build a spaceship, he took on Ego's mission, and went to various planets in the universe to find Ego's children. However, he later discovered that Ego killed all the children he sent. So when he took Star-Lord Peter Quill away from Earth, he did not give him to Ego, but raised him as his own child. But his behavior has violated one of the most important principles of the Predators, which is not to trade children. The leader of the Predators, Starka, was furious and expelled him from the Predators team. It's good to know him. Can you contact him now, or do you know where he is now? Hearing that Kakara knew Yondu, Li Chuan's tone suddenly improved. Kakara shook his head quickly. Since he was expelled, we have no contact, but he occasionally takes his team to Contrasha to rest and recruit new members to join. If you want to cause trouble for him, you can go to Contraxia. He thought that Yondu must have offended Li Chuan, so Li Chuan wanted to seek revenge on Yondu. Of course, he also had his own little thoughts. Contraxia was the favorite planet of predators and cosmic bounty hunters. Most predator teams would go to Contraxia to sell stolen goods and relax after the robbery. As long as Li Chuan went there, he could ask other predator teams for help. Although it was a bit embarrassing, at least he could get the spaceship back and save his life. I see, it seems that we have to go to Contrasha to find clues about Yondu. Contrasha is the lair of the plunderers. We might get into trouble if we go there. Gamora was afraid that Li Chuan didn't know the situation on Contrasha, so she quickly reminded him. But after listening to him, Li Chuan smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, it won't be a problem. How long does it take to get to Contrasha from here? It's not that he can't see Kakara's little thoughts, but he doesn't care. With his current strength, he may not be a match for the gods Ego, Odin, and Ancient One, but he is still confident that he can deal with the strong ones in the Predators. He feels that even if he encounters Thanos, as long as it is Thanos without the Infinity Stones, he may not be defeated. Besides, there is Wanda by his side. If Wanda, who is inspired by the Mind Stone and has learned magic, exerts her full power in anger, Li Chuan feels that she may not be able to withstand it now. Of course, Thanos has never been alone. He also has his own 5 black generals, and a huge fleet that is powerful enough to sweep most of the forces in the universe. The Predator spacecraft has always been famous for its speed. According to the speed of this medium-sized Predator spacecraft, it will take us only 5 days to reach Contraxia. Nebula's half-mechanical brain calculated and quickly came up with the answer. Then turned to Contraxia. Li Chuan stood up and looked at Kakara and others. As for you, go to your respective positions and start the spacecraft first. He took out the Mind Scepter from the small cloth bag and gave it to all the Predator aliens. Although the ability of the Mind Staff to control people is not perfect, once it is attacked or strongly stimulated, there is a high probability that it will be automatically released, but for these people, he only needs to control them to control the spacecraft for a short time. It is very troublesome to rely on Gamora and Nebula to control such a large spacecraft, so it is better to leave it to these predators to save trouble. After finishing these, Li Chuan began to take Wanda to walk around in the Predator spacecraft. Although it is only a medium-sized spacecraft, Its size is actually much larger than the aerospace carrier that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been developing for so many years. So there are many advanced alien technologies and equipment in the spacecraft, which are actually quite interesting. Just like this, 5 days later, after passing through 2 space wormholes in succession, a dim planet appeared in Li Chuan's eyes. Unlike the blue and vitality of the Earth, this planet seems to be covered with ice and snow, and it looks unusually dim. The sun of Contraxia has entered an aging period, and it may completely lose its energy in a few hundred years, so this planet is winter all year round. The natives here had long since moved to other planets. In the end, this place became a carnival place for predators and bounty hunters, and also their gold-spending vault. Looking at the planet in front, Gamora introduced it to Li Chuan and Wanda. As Thanos' top intelligence officer and assassin, Gamora has a very detailed understanding of most of the planets in the galaxy. This is one of the reasons why she was able to find out the location of the Soul Gem. Then this should also be a good check-in point in our cosmic travel, a very distinctive planet. Li Chuan hugged Wanda and smiled. Although we didn't go to the prosperous Xander, it seems good to come to the unique Predator's nest and see a planet that is about to disappear in its twilight years. And since it is a planet where predators revel and spend money, it means that there must be many fun places here. Chapter 322. The spaceship slowly landed on a glacier with various spaceships parked. Wow, it's snowing! Walking out of the door of the spaceship, Wanda exclaimed at the heavy snow. If it weren't for the spaceships around, and the small town with dim lights in the distance, she would have thought she had arrived in the Arctic. It seems we need to change into suitable clothes. Li Chuan silently chanted the spell, and the clothes on his body instantly turned into a leather jacket similar to the Predator style. This little bit of coldness was naturally nothing to him. But the Earth-style casual clothes he wore were really too inconsistent with the clothes worn by the predators and bounty hunters who came and went here. It looks quite conspicuous in the crowd. Then I changed too. Wanda pointed at her dress, and it instantly turned into a red predator women's leather jacket. Really, I envy this ability. Gamora and Nebula behind them murmured to each other. They didn't need to change clothes because they were wearing the leather jackets they wore when they invaded the Earth, which were very similar in style to the predator's clothes. Kakara leads the way, the others stay on the spaceship. After giving the order, Li Chuan led Wanda, Gamora and Nebula, and walked towards the town ahead under the guidance of Kakara, the temporary tour guide. As soon as they reached the entrance of the town, they heard all kinds of carnival sounds coming from the entrance of a building on the left. There were hundreds of looters gathered there, all hugging the bright yellow-skinned female aliens, drinking and chatting loudly, bragging about which planet's bank they had robbed and which company's spaceship they had robbed. Obviously, this is a place similar to Earth where people are more lively. Why do those people look the same? Are they the same race? Wanda pointed at the female aliens with bright yellow skin and uniform appearance and dress, and asked curiously. Through this period of time with Gamora and Nebula, she knew that there are many planets in the universe, and there are also many races with different skin colors and appearances. For example, the green-skinned Gamora is a Zehoberian, and the blue-skinned Nebula is a Rufinmon. They are not living beings, but functional intelligent female robots, produced by the most advanced biological company in the universe, AOG Group. Their bodies completely simulate human bodies, and their brains are composed of intelligent chips. Their figures, appearances, hairstyles, and even their personalities and hobbies can all be customized. If the switch is not turned off, they are no different from real people. When they were produced, they were promoted as the most perfect partners. However, their appearance violated the Milky Way's law prohibiting the production of intelligent robots, and they were jointly closed by major countries and planets. As a result, the products produced at the beginning all flowed to the black market and illegal places where major laws could not control them. Gamora explained to Wanda. Wanda suddenly understood after hearing this. So this is not a bar, but that kind of place. Gamora nodded. At this time, Kakara, who was walking in front, also introduced to Li Chuan. Boss, every time Yongdu comes back, he will bring his team here to relax. So if you want to know if he is on this planet, just ask the boss here. Then go ask. Li Chuan nodded. But just when they arrived in front of the store, Wanda grabbed Li Chuan and was reluctant to let him in. No woman likes her husband to go to that kind of place. Li Chuan understood immediately after seeing this, and then said to Kakala, "You go in and ask, we wait for you outside." He naturally had no interest in the female robots inside. With his strength and status, if he really wanted to find a woman, he could customize any woman, and she must be a living person, not a robot. Besides, he didn't have such a strong taste for novelty. Not to mention robots, He couldn't appreciate the alien races whose skin and appearance were obviously different from those of Earthlings. However, just as the three of them were standing outside waiting for Kakara to inquire about the news, a red-skinned predator with a big face that looked like it had been chopped twice by a meat grinder and was nearly 2 meters tall came over drunk. "Hey, 3 pretty girls, do you want to come in and have a drink with me? I treat you." After saying that, a lecherous smile appeared on his face. Gamora glanced coldly. "I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you will die miserably." Not to mention the terrifying Li Chuan and Wanda. Even if she and Nebula wanted to kill the predator in front of them, it would be easy. The scarred predator laughed loudly upon hearing this. He died miserably. "You mean your leader, the Kakara who only dared to rob private spaceships? There is no future for you to follow him. It is better to follow our boss, the ruthless Yondu. The most brutal team in the galaxy. As long as I am happy with your company, I will introduce you to the team." Shinra Tensei. The pupil power of Li Chuan's left eye was activated, and a powerful repulsive force instantly hit the scarred predator, causing him to shoot straight into the store like a cannonball, and then embed into the wall. Judging from the look of it, it is estimated that he is dead. "She is not referring to Kakara, but me," Li Chuan said coldly. "Are the Predators a good organization? Of course not. Although they have a bottom line of not trading children, and many of them are also loyal, have their own beliefs, and are very united. But in fact, what they do is not a good thing. Most of them are people who have violated the law on various planets, and can't make it. They rob the Milky Way, rob spaceships, killed innocent people, and use the stolen things to exchange for money for pleasure. Most of them are murderers without blinking an eye. Especially in Yondu's team, more than half of them are like this. Why did Star-Lord betray Yondu, and leave the Predator team after getting the Cosmic Orb? Because although Star-Lord has been growing up in the Predator team, he is actually kind-hearted. He wants to be a famous interstellar thief in the universe, not just kill everyone in the spaceship after robbing it. He doesn't like the cruel things done by the Predators led by Yondu. We can't put a filter on the Predators just because of Yondu's touching fatherly love for Star-Lord. The Guardians of the Galaxy and the Plunderers are two teams with completely different styles of doing things. So Li Chuan actually doesn't have a good impression of them. If he were on Earth and met such people, he would at most use magic to teach them a lesson, and he wouldn't use such heavy hands. Of course, he is not the Cosmic Police. As long as he is not provoked, he will not specifically target these guys, and their existence is indeed worth being used. Chapter 323. Seeing the Scarface Predator embedded in the wall, most of the Predators laughed. Fighting and dying here is normal. As long as it is not from your own team, everyone is just watching the fun. Some people have even opened a bet on how many of Li Chuan's 4 people will die today. And a small number of Predators changed their faces, took out their weapons, and walked towards Li Chuan and his team aggressively. They were members of the same team as the Scarface Predator. It wasn't that they had a good relationship with the Scarface Predator, but as a member of a team, if they were indifferent to the Scarface Predator's death, then they would have no chance of staying in the team. Magic tree binding kill. Li Chuan's right eye turned, and the aggressive Predator screamed in surprise, struggling and screaming while being fixed in place. How could this happen? Where did the tree come from? I'm entangled. At this time, the Predators who were watching the fun stopped laughing and took several steps back with a look of horror on their faces. They didn't pay much attention just now, and thought that the scarred Predator was kicked away by Li Chuan, so they didn't take it seriously. After all, strong people are still very common in the universe. But being strong is not a special ability. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand a blow from my energy gun? But now the situation has become weird. Before the two sides met, they didn't see any action from Li Chuan, and dozens of Predators with weapons became the weird appearance they are now. Obviously, Li Chuan is a very difficult person with special abilities. This kind of person is generally the one that everyone least wants to mess with, because you don't know what his abilities are, and you might lose your life if you're not careful. Boss, Yondu came back here yesterday and is now resting in the private room on the 2nd floor. At this time, Kakara also ran over and told him the news he had heard in the store. I know. Li Chuan nodded. He already knew the news from Scarface's words. And he believed that Yondu would come down to find him soon, because those guys who were now frozen by his illusion were probably members of Yondu's plundering team. Sure enough, within 2 minutes Yondu, wearing a long leather jacket, walked down the stairs from the 2nd floor. But he was obviously very angry. Kakara, you dared to touch my people. As his whistle sounded, a whistle arrow with a red glow flew out from his waist, circled in the air, and in the blink of an eye it had hovered at the center of Kakara's eyebrows. Kakara was so scared that his legs went limp, Yondu, let's talk it over, let's talk it over. The person controlled by the Mind Scepter only has his will changed, but his character and ability cannot be changed. Even though Yondu was nominally expelled from the Plunderer team, his strength and influence are still among the top few among the more than 100 Plunderers. Except for a few people such as the leader Star Eagle Starka, other Plunderers are still very afraid of him. Your men are a little rude, so I gave them a little lesson. I was a little heavy-handed, and I hope Mr. Yondu can forgive me. Li Chuan temporarily lifted the illusion and reached out to grab the whistle arrow hanging on Kakala's forehead. How could Yondu let anyone grab his weapon? He blew a whistle, and the whistle arrow dodged at a speed visible to the naked eye and meowed towards Li Chuan's forehead. However, what Yondu didn't expect was that his whistle arrow was fast, but Li Chuan's hand was even faster. As soon as the whistle arrow stopped, it was actually firmly grasped in Li Chuan's hand. And when he tried his best to push the whistle arrow to get out of Li Chuan's palm, the whistle arrow that could carry more than a dozen people was actually flashing red light crazily in Li Chuan's hand, and it didn't move at all. This situation also shocked the raiders and Yondu's men who were watching the fun. You should know that Yondu's whistle arrow is a well-known killing weapon among the raiders. He once killed hundreds of elite soldiers of the Kree Empire with a whistle arrow. Those were soldiers of the Kree Empire, and each of them was well equipped. It was precisely because of the terrible strength of the whistle arrow and his ruthless character that even though he was expelled from the raider team, many people still wanted to join him. However, today, his whistle arrow was caught by a stranger with his bare hands, and this stranger just stared at him and instantly froze dozens of the most brutal raiders with guns and live ammunition. This thing looks very valuable. It would be bad if it was damaged. Li Chuan held the whistle arrow very gracefully and inserted it back into the equipment on Yondu's waist. Yondu looked at Li Chuan with a serious expression. Who are you? You don't look like someone from Kakara's team. He knew Kakara very well. Although he was also an old member of the Plunderer team, he was timid and afraid of death. He only did small business every time, so the team's strength was never strong. He was one of the bottom few in the Plunderer team. How could such a team recruit a powerful person like Li Chuan? And he carefully discovered that although Li Chuan wore a windbreaker similar to the Predator's, there was no flame logo unique to the Predator printed on his chest. The question of Yondu is also a question in the minds of the Predators who are watching now. Who is this powerful guy? Li Chuan smiled and blurted out. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy to prevent the universe from being destroyed, to maintain the peace of the universe, and to implement love and justice. This was the first appearance of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Just saying the name didn't sound impressive. We had to add some slogans, and this was the slogan that came to his mind the first time. I couldn't remember where it came from, but it felt very familiar, so I blurted it out. I'm Li Chuan. After saying that, he looked at Wanda next to him. Although Wanda was a little confused, she quickly replied, Wanda. Then she subconsciously looked at Gamora and Nebula. The two sisters could only helplessly reply, Gamora. Nebula. To be honest, for some reason, the two sisters felt that the team name and slogan that Li Chuan came up with sounded very unimpressive. And when they reported their names at this time, they felt a little ashamed. The Guardians of the Galaxy that implement love and justice? Old Yondu didn't know what to say at this time. Maintaining the peace of the universe was a scary tone, and this name was the first time he heard it today. In view of the strength shown by the other party, he did not act rashly, but called a subordinate, Kraglin, what happened just now? A thin predator trotted forward and told him what had just happened. Chapter 324. Kraglin. Looking at the skinny predator, Li Chuan immediately remembered that this was one of the members he needed to recruit to complete the advanced completion. But now that he has decided to choose the intermediate completion, he naturally doesn't need to recruit this guy. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and have a drink and make friends? Hearing Kraglin's description of the whole thing, Yondu narrowed his eyes, and his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. It was his subordinates who had provoked the other party without reason, and that subordinate was also a thorn in his side, often challenging his authority, so he died. And the other party obviously gave him a way out. He immediately released his subordinates as soon as he appeared, and spoke politely, without any intention of escalating the conflict. Of course, the most important thing is that the other party is strong, and it is difficult to figure out the details. Predators have always respected the strong, and Li Chuan is strong enough, so this matter just passed, and everyone can accept it. No one wants to let the whole team risk destruction because of the mistake of one member. If Li Chuan is not strong, then even if they are at fault first, they will not let Li Chuan pay with his life, but they will make him pay a big enough price, such as breaking his arms and legs, or spending money to save his life. Haha, I have heard that Mr. Yongdu is reasonable, and today I see that his reputation is well deserved. So, I will treat you, and I also have a business to discuss with Mr. Yongdu. Let's find a quieter place to have a drink. Seeing Yongdu's change of attitude, Li Chuan also smiled. Since Yongdu was willing to accept the toast, he would not punish him with a drink. After all, if there were peaceful means to solve the problem, he would try to solve it peacefully. Solving it with force was the last choice. This was not the Earth. Although he was powerful, there were many beings in the universe who were stronger than him, so he could not be too arrogant. Those who were too arrogant would not have a good end in the end. So the two sides walked into the town with laughter after the tension just now. Mr. Li Chuan, what business are you talking about? In a rare quiet shop in the town, Yongdu asked Li Chuan. And Li Chuan didn't waste any words. I want to hire you to help me find a few people. Finding people, you can directly post a reward on the dark web. As long as you can afford the price, all predators and bounty hunters will be willing to help you find them. Yongdu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Li Chuan smiled and said, Of course I know this, but you need photos to post a reward on the dark web. I don't have photos of these people, I only know some general features. There are organizations similar to the dark web in the universe. In the movie, Star-Lord betrayed Yondu and took the cosmic spirit ball to find a black market merchant alone, and was put on the dark web by Yondu for a reward. That's why Rocket Raccoon and Groot, the bounty hunters, captured Star-Lord. It would be a bit troublesome if there are no photos. The universe is so big, you need to have enough connections and channels to find out. Yondu made a universal gesture that symbolizes money. Li Chuan was also very generous. There are 3 people in total. If you find one person, you will get 10 million. You don't need to capture them. Just tell me their specific location. He had learned a lot about the universe from Gamora and Nebula. The universe has a universal currency. The 30 million universal currency he offered was not a small amount in the universe. Even for the plunderers, it would take several big deals to get the reward. You should know that the reward for Yondu's wanted Star-Lord was only 40,000 yuan. Deal, I will use all my connections, and go out to help you find them. It will take no more than a month. I will definitely help you find them. When Yongdu heard 30 million, he immediately slapped the table and laughed loudly and promised. 30 million, even if he mobilized all the information dealers he knew and shared some of the profits, he could still get at least 20 million in the end, which was simply a pie in the sky. The key is that this mission is not dangerous at all. Very good, this is URU metal produced in Nidweiler, which should be enough for the deposit. Li Chuan took out a fist-sized URU metal from the small cloth bag and placed it in front of Yongdu. He asked Gamora, and URU metal is a well-known existence even in the universe, and it is very valuable. Just this fist-sized piece is worth at least 10 million, and it is still in short supply. URU metal. Yondu showed a surprised look on his face, and then immediately turned his head to signal an older predator behind him. The predator took out a scanning device and scanned the URU metal for a while, and finally nodded. I didn't expect Mr. Li Chuan to have a relationship with Asgard, the Divine Realm. Asgard, the Divine Realm, is a legendary existence in the entire universe. Under the hard work of the gods day after day, countless planets and civilizations were born in the universe, and many planets also have their own indigenous gods. Some of these indigenous gods are strong and some are weak. And Asgard, the Divine Realm, is obviously one of the most powerful ones. If Odin had not suddenly stopped expanding after conquering the 9 realms and sealed and suppressed his strongest daughter Hela, the current pattern of the universe might be very different. Therefore, even the Kree Empire, the most powerful and powerful civilization in the universe, dares not to provoke Asgard. And URU metal, a rare metal produced in the Nidbiller dwarf world, is said to be forged only by the dwarf king. It is extremely precious even in Asgard, and naturally priceless in the universe. Even if it cannot be forged and applied, it is worth 10 million on the black market just for its collection value. If you are willing to spend time and experience to find a suitable buyer, it is not impossible to sell it for double the price. I am a good friend of their eldest prince Thor. Li Chuan smiled. Whether it is URU metal or vibranium, even life number 1 that can regenerate limbs, it is very valuable in the universe. If you sell it on the black market, you will never have to worry about not having money. And because of Wanda and his own company, these are piled up in his small bag. Sometimes he has to sigh that marrying Wanda is really a treasure. It also shows one thing. Shisong's power of chaos is really powerful. But think about it, a multiverse-level existence like Scython, or even a higher-level existence, strengthens itself by devouring an entire single universe, so mere URU metal and vibranium don't seem to be enough. By the way, I have another thing to ask Mr. Yondu. As long as Mr. Yondu can answer this question honestly, I am willing to add another 10 million. Chapter 325. As long as I know, Mr. Li Chuan, you can ask. Through Li Chuan's words and the deposit he took out, Yondu was basically sure that this was a real rich man, definitely very rich. If he was not a very rich guy, he would not spend so much money. I heard that Mr. Yondu once took a business to help a man named Ego find his child, and what I want to know now is the interstellar coordinates of the planet where Ego is. I have some conflicts with this person, and I want to go to him to resolve them. Li Chuan took out another fist-sized piece of URU metal and placed it in front of Yondu. Yondu frowned when he heard this, but after seeing the piece of URU metal, he smiled and replied, "That was a mission that I really don't want to recall, because I lost a lot of things in that mission. But since Mr. Li Chuan is sincere enough, I will tell you. He was kicked out of the plunderer group because of Ego's mission, and the death of those children also made him feel very guilty, but as long as the money is in place, it is still acceptable to recall it. Have you determined the location?" Listening to Yondu reporting a series of coordinates, Li Chuan asked Xingyun next to him. Xingyun's eyes flashed with data, and then she nodded. Her half-mechanical brain stored the most detailed map of the entire universe, and with the coordinates, she could naturally determine the specific location. Very good, then it's a happy cooperation, Mr. Yondu. Li Chuan stood up and shook hands with Yondu with satisfaction. As long as Yondu can find the location of Rocket Raccoon, Groot the Treeman and Drax the Destroyer, he will find a way to take Mantis away from Ego. Then the intermediate completion of the main task is achieved. And in 1 month, I can take Wanda to Xander for a good stroll, and get some advanced cosmic technology by the way, and go back to help my research team to research the aura converter more quickly. After negotiating the terms with Yondu, and leaving contact information, they separated. However, when they separated, Li Chuan separated a shadow clone and followed Yondu quietly with the phantom spell. Just now in Yondu's team, he didn't see Star-Lord Peter Quill, so he sent a shadow clone to follow him, just to find out the specific location of Peter Quill. As for why he asked Yondu directly, he had just consulted the coordinates of Ego, and it was hard not to be suspicious when he mentioned Star-Lord, who was still unknown. Now he still needed Yondu to help him find the location of Rocket Raccoon and the other two, so he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Besides, he was looking for Star-Lord to poach people and bring him to the Guardians of the Galaxy, so he couldn't do it too blatantly. Let's go, let's find a place to exchange some money first, and then take a good look at this paradise of predators. After separating from Yondu, Li Chuan asked Kakara to lead the way to the largest black market exchange in the town. He certainly didn't have much money, and the lowest level predators, like Kakara, basically didn't have much spare money, because they didn't have the habit of saving money at all. They didn't know when they might die after the mission, so every time they earned money, except for upgrading weapons and spacecraft first, they basically spent all of it on enjoying the town. He couldn't just use URU metal to pay for something. In front of Yondu, he wanted to show his strength and the relationship behind him, so that he would complete the task for him and not play tricks, so he generously took the URU metal as a deposit. In fact, if a large amount of URU metal and vibranium flowed out of his hands, it would not be a good thing for him. Not only would it attract too much attention, it might also cause trouble. Especially if someone used the URU metal and vibranium bought from him to make weapons to deal with him. It would really be shooting himself in the foot. Therefore, when he took Wanda to the black market later, he did not exchange URU metal and vibranium for money. He just asked Wanda to find those valuable metals and precious rare items from the black market, transform them with transfiguration, and then sell them to the black market for money. The main point is to get something for nothing. At night, after sending Wanda back to the spaceship after a day of excitement, Li Chuan came to the town alone. To be honest, Contrashaw, a town that looks a bit shabby on the surface, has a lot of messy things. After a day of walking around, I did see a lot of new things that I haven't seen on Earth. Like some strange-looking aliens, not just with different skin colors, but really strange-looking. For example, can you believe that someone's head is actually a carrot? There are also various unique foods and various very happy places. Of course, some places are not suitable for taking Wanda there. Beauty, did you drop this precious Madeira star necklace? In a bar-like entertainment venue in the town, Star-Lord took out a necklace with a strange stone from his arms, and smiled at a graceful red-skinned alien beauty in front of him. The red-skinned beauty turned around and pointed at her neck with a sneer on her face after seeing Star-Lord. Oh, the Madeira star necklace, the only necklace in the universe that symbolizes love. I don't know why, but I have one on my neck too. Are you Kalia? Star-Lord hesitated for a moment after seeing the red-skinned beauty's face. Then he was slapped hard. I am Pavla, who passed by your spaceship a year ago, scumbag. Seeing the red-skinned beauty leave angrily, Star-Lord touched his face and shrugged helplessly. You all look the same. How can I tell the difference? Looks like you broke a girl's heart? Just when Star-Lord was about to find a new target to flirt with, a very magnetic voice suddenly sounded beside him. Turning his head to take a look, it was not someone he knew. Everyone gets what they need, there is no need to be sad. Taken into the spaceship by the Predators, since he was a child, he has never believed in love despite his wide experience. He has always played with one-night stands to satisfy physical desires and curiosity. Li Chuan smiled when he heard this. You must be the famous Star-Lord. Sit down and have a drink, I treat you. During the day, the Shadow Clone followed Yongdu, and found the sleeping Star-Lord in the spaceship. It turned out that Star-Lord did not like robots, so he used his charm and sweet talk to hook a woman in the town last night. Star-Lord's face suddenly showed a proud look when he heard Li Chuan's words. I didn't expect that so many people know my name now. Star-Lord is the nickname Peter gave himself. He dreams of becoming a famous interstellar thief in the universe, but he is still in an unknown role. No one knows his name, or no one cares about his name. He is just a small thief in the law enforcement system of major planets. Chapter 326. I want to invite you to join my team. Sitting at the bar, Li Chuan ordered a glass of wine for Star-Lord and stated his purpose very directly. And Star-Lord refused without hesitation. Your team, sorry, excellent Star-Lord, is now part of Yondu's Predator team, and does not plan to jump to other Predator teams. The man in front of him looks good, but he will not jump ship. If he wants to jump, he will leave the Predator group directly, and form his own team in the future. Li Chuan shook his head when he saw this. It seems that you have misunderstood. I am not a Predator. My team is called the Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a team dedicated to maintaining the peace of the universe. I think you have great potential, so I want to recruit you. Guardians of the Galaxy, are you the employer who is taken advantage of, and is very rich? Star-Lord showed a surprised look on his face. When Yongdu came back and picked him up for a meeting in the morning, he mentioned Li Chuan, the employer who was taken advantage of, and his mission. Yes, my name is Li Chuan. Our Galaxy Guardians are very rich. If you are willing to join, we can give you a top-level spaceship and appoint you as the deputy captain. Li Chuan's promise was so big. Fleet, you mean a ship? You have a fleet? Star-Lord's eyes widened. Fleet and ship are different. In the universe, ships are divided into small ships, medium-sized ships, and large ships. Li Chuan's octopus ship, and the ships that the Predators usually drive are small ships. The ship like Kakara, that can accommodate more than a dozen small ships, is a medium-sized ship. Large spaceships can at least accommodate hundreds of small spaceships, such as the one owned by Yondu. However, the value of a spaceship is not only determined by its size, but also by the equipment inside. The technological gap between ancient large ships and modern aircraft carriers is also huge. As for warships, they are completely different in level. Small forces generally cannot own them. Some planets that are not so developed do not even have a warship. Only the Nova Empire, the Kree Empire, and Thanos have warship-level spaceships. A cosmic-level warship can accommodate at least thousands of small spaceships, or even tens of thousands. That's why Star-Lord was so surprised when Li Chuan offered him the position of vice captain. Not yet, but it should be available soon, Li Chuan replied confidently. Star-Lord drank the wine in his glass in one breath, then stood up from his chair. Thank you for your invitation, but forget it, I think your vice captain may be more suitable for someone else. He didn't believe what Li Chuan said at all. He did plan to leave Yondu's plunderer team, and he had thought about it a long time ago, but now is not the right time. He doesn't have enough capital, and needs to accumulate for a few more years. Li Chuan was not too surprised by this, and just said to Star-Lord's back, if you refuse now, you won't have the position of deputy captain next time you come in, and you can only start as an ordinary member. Star-Lord waved his hand with his back to Li Chuan, without any intention of changing his mind, and soon disappeared. The next day, Li Chuan brought Wanda, Gamora, and Nebula to the large spaceship of Yondu. Compared with Yondu's spaceship, Gamora's spaceship was like a second-hand product that had been eliminated for 20 years, and was not at the same level at all. Oh, Mr. Li Chuan, my big employer, I didn't expect you to come here, otherwise I would have arranged the spaceship in advance to welcome you. Yondu was also a little surprised by Li Chuan's sudden visit. However, given Li Chuan's money ability, he still showed great enthusiasm. I just want to say goodbye to Mr. Yongdu. We will leave here for Xander this afternoon. If there is any news, you can contact Gamera's communicator directly in the future. Li Chuan glanced at the crowd behind Yongdu, saw Star-Lord, who was chatting last night, and pointed at Gamera next to him. And Star-Lord behind Yongdu was stunned the moment he saw Gamera standing there following Li Chuan's finger. That figure, that appearance, that unique, mysterious, and cold temperament instantly struck his heart. He is 31 years old this year, and he has seen and experienced at least 80 women, from all planets and races, but no woman would give him such a strange feeling today. Just one glance, and his long-standing view of love has changed. Sure enough, Li Chuan, who always pays attention to Star-Lord, immediately judged from Star-Lord's expression and emotions that he had fallen in love with Gamera at first sight. That's why he didn't try to keep Star-Lord yesterday. He knew that as long as Gamera was here, Star-Lord would definitely not be able to escape. Maybe he inherited some characteristics of his father ego. Star-Lord has had relationships with women of all races in the universe. He can be said to be a real veteran in the field of love, and his skills in deceiving young girls are all in a set. But when facing Gamera, he became a clumsy boy who seemed to be in his first love. Because Thanos killed Gamera, this guy punched out the Avengers 4, which shows that his love for Gamera is absolutely incomparable. Okay, I hope to hear from you soon. After saying goodbye to Yongdu, Li Chuan took Wanda and the other two back to Kakala's spaceship. Although there are many small towns on Contraxia, many of them are not suitable for him and Wanda to enter, so they almost finished their day yesterday. If you want to travel well, you should go to the capital of the Nova Empire, the most prosperous Xander in the Milky Way. Why don't we set off now, but wait until the afternoon? In Kakara's spaceship, Gamera asked with some confusion. Since there is nothing to do, why do you have to stay on this planet for half a day? Because we are waiting for a new member. Li Chuan opened his mouth and took the alien food that Wanda had just bought in the town, chewing and laughing. New member? Gamera and Nebula looked at each other in bewilderment. Boss, there's a guy who calls himself Star-Lord outside the spaceship, and he wants to see you. At this moment, Kakara ran over to report. Look, he's here. Li Chuan stood up and said, let's meet the new member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter Quill. A moment later, Li Chuan saw Peter Quill, the Star-Lord, who was fully armed with a bag on his back and baring his teeth at the door of the spaceship. I thought about it last night, and felt that joining your Guardians of the Galaxy to protect the peace and security of the universe is a very meaningful and noble thing, so I decided to leave the evil predators and join you. If you join now, there will be no position of deputy captain, Li Chuan said with a smile. Star-Lord looked righteous and awe-inspiring. It doesn't matter, it's not important. Very good, let's get on board and set off. Li Chuan waved his hand, signaling Kakara to prepare to start the spaceship. Chapter 327. Quill, what are you doing? 5 days later, Li Chuan and Wanda had just finished their training and came to the main control hall of the spacecraft, and saw Star-Lord squatting there with his hands covering his vital parts and looking painful. Star-Lord gritted his teeth and raised his head and replied, It's okay, I just wanted to listen to music with Gamera, but I didn't expect her reaction to be a little beyond my expectations. Humph, I'm not one of those ignorant girls who will fall for your spell. Gamera next to him crossed her arms, and her eyes were a little dazed while she spoke. For her who has never been in a relationship, Star-Lord's persistence in this period of time has actually played a considerable role in her. And Nebula, who was standing on the second floor holding the fence, shook her head secretly. Sister's taste is really bad. Okay, we should be arriving at Xander soon, right? Li Chuan casually threw a healing spell to Star-Lord to help him relieve the pain, and asked Kakara. Kakara nodded respectfully. Boss, we expect to arrive at Xander in 30 minutes, but our Predator spacecraft is on the blacklist of Xander and cannot enter, so we need to change to a small spacecraft. In that case, let's continue to use our own spaceship. Li Chuan took out the Mind Scepter, released the control over Kakara and others, and then took Wanda and the other 4 to their octopus spaceship. Slaving Kakara and others for a period of time was also a punishment for them robbing him. As for Kakara's spaceship, to be honest, after going to Contraxia, Li Chuan felt that it was too rubbish and there was no need to rob it. Anyway, he had plenty of money, so he might as well customize a top-notch spaceship after arriving at Xander. Oh my god, this is your spaceship. I miss my Milan a little bit. I will steal it back when I see Yondu next time. Star-Lord couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Li Chuan's octopus spaceship. In order not to be discovered by Yondu, he even temporarily gave up his own car, the Milan, when he left. I thought Li Chuan was so rich that even if he didn't have a ship-class spaceship, It would at least not be worse than the Milan, until I saw the current octopus spaceship. Don't worry, there will be bread and milk. Li Chuan patted Star-Lord on the shoulder, pulled Wanda, and walked into the octopus spaceship with a smile. Star-Lord looked at Gamora, who followed Li Chuan into the spaceship, shrugged and quickly followed. Anyway, his target was actually Gamora, and what Li Chuan said was not important. The octopus spaceship started again, popped out of the Predator spaceship like a pinball, and flew straight to Xander. Because the speed of the octopus was far less than that of the Predator spaceship, it was 3 hours later when Li Chuan and his team saw Xander. What a beautiful planet! Wanda exclaimed as she looked at the Xander planet outside the glass of the spaceship. Unlike the great Contrashaw planet before, perhaps because of the highly developed technology, the overall color of Xander planet is bright silver with a metallic texture, and it looks extremely bright under the illumination of the stars. As the spaceship approached, a huge city shaped like a star gradually appeared in front of them. Is there no inspection before entering the planet? When the spaceship gradually landed on a special parking area for spaceships under the control of Nebula, Li Chuan looked at the various strange aliens coming and going outside and asked in surprise. It was a bit unexpected for him that a strange spaceship entering a planet with such advanced technology did not need to be checked or registered. You should know that on Earth, even if you enter another country, you have to go through a lot of complicated procedures. Xander is the capital of the Nova Empire. It advocates peace and freedom, and is guarded by the most powerful Nova Corps. As long as it does not violate the laws here, except for those medium and large spaceships that may be equipped with large destructive weapons, small spaceships, like ours, that pose no threat do not need to be registered or checked. Gamora quickly gave an explanation. Star-Lord followed suit and said, "That's right. I used to drive the Milan to this planet to find the intermediary who issued the task to collect the bounty. It seems that you are very familiar with Xander. Then you can be our tour guide during this period and take us to visit this planet. Don't worry, money is not a problem." Li Chuan immediately issued a new task to Star-Lord. Gamora is familiar with various planets because she has memorized the information of many planets, but Star-Lord is familiar with Xander because he often comes to this planet. He was even arrested several times for stealing, and some of the Nova Corps police officers who maintain public order here know him. This kind of thing is too easy for me. We will take a public aircraft to the best interstellar hotel, and then we will go to. Star-Lord, who is pursuing Gamora, naturally would not refuse this opportunity. He began to talk about his understanding of this planet, like a peacock spreading its tail. However, he was interrupted by Li Chuan halfway through his words. "Quill, we don't need to stay in a hotel. We want to buy a house here. The location is in the most prosperous location, and the area must be large enough to temporarily serve as the base of our Guardians of the Galaxy. The Nova Empire is the most powerful empire in the Milky Way except for the Kree Empire, and Xander is the capital of the Nova Empire, where the most advanced space technology and various items are located. So it is very suitable to establish a long-term base for him to send the company's researchers here to learn in the future, so as to improve their abilities and better serve him. He is not a scientist, and at most he can only pack up the advanced scientific knowledge here and take it back, but it is definitely not that easy for scientists on Earth to crack these advanced alien technologies by themselves. So it would be more efficient to let them come directly, and then spend money to find people here to help guide their studies. It's a pity that neither the apparition, nor the Portkey and the Flying Thunder God technique can achieve such a long-distance teleportation from Earth to Xander. Otherwise it would be much more convenient. There is no way. Unlike the mages of Kamartaj, the mages of Kamartaj use the power of the dimensional demon to cast spells, so their space gate can achieve cross-universe teleportation. He relied on his own strength to cast spells. If he wanted to move so far in space, he would have to be as strong as the dimensional demon god, which means at least the father level. Or he had learned some new abilities. Chuan, are you sure? This is Xander. To buy a big enough house in a prosperous area here, it would be an astronomical figure. It's enough to buy a large spaceship. Star-Lord was shocked when he heard Li Chuan's words. Chapter 328. It's okay, I'm not short of money. Li Chuan waved his hand indifferently. There are many commonalities in the evolution of life. As long as there is wisdom, various desires will follow. Like humans on Earth, intelligent life on major planets in the universe will also pursue some rare, beautiful and precious items, such as diamonds, gold, and gems. Although the names are different, there is no difference in essence. And these items that do not involve energy are precisely the easiest to be transformed by magic. At least it's much easier than URU metal and vibranium. In the black market of Contrashaw, Li Chuan found many of these extremely expensive items because of their rarity, and one that can convert them at will with a transfiguration spell. So he really doesn't lack money. Okay then. Hearing this, Star-Lord could only sigh inwardly. Why is there such a big gap between humans who were born on Earth? In his impression, Earth has always been a very backward planet, and human technology and civilization are backward compared to all the planets he has encountered. In the species danger rating of the major planets in the Milky Way, the human beings on Earth have the honor of being close to zero danger. But when it comes to Li Chuan, everything seems to be different. Not only is he so powerful that even Yondu has to be wary of him, but he is also super rich. Just like that, after leaving the spaceship, under the guidance of Star-Lord who is familiar with the place, they took the free public aircraft of Xander and went to the sales office in the capital city of Xander. All public transportation on Xander is free to ride, there is no driver, and all are controlled by intelligent systems. Of course, this intelligent system is not an intelligent life form with real emotions and wisdom, that is, a normal and advanced program, similar to Tony's Jarvis. Real intelligent life forms are not allowed to exist in the laws of the Milky Way. You must know that the cosmic technology has reached a very high level. If intelligent life is really developed, it is not impossible to develop it. The robots made by the AOG group before are already very close. But if something goes wrong, it will be a devastating blow. There have been many cases in the universe where intelligent life led to the destruction of planets. However, it is not completely non-existent. For example, the Supreme Intelligence, the Supreme Leader of the Kree Empire, is an intelligent life created by the Kree, integrating the wisdom of all the Kree. It is said that the memory of every dead Kree will be integrated into the Supreme Intelligence. It's just that the Kree Empire is too powerful, and the laws of the Milky Way cannot control them. The law also stipulates that the civilizations of the Milky Way live in peace, and cannot invade other planets. The Kree Empire should expand and invade as it should. 16 years ago, the powerful Kree Empire even destroyed the Skrull Empire, the second empire in the galaxy after them. Now they are still engaged in interstellar wars with the Nova Empire all year round. It is also the existence of the Supreme Intelligence that has made the civilizations in the galaxy, led by the Nova Empire, more determined to prevent the development of intelligent life forms. In the eyes of the top leaders of their civilization, the Kree Empire is controlled by the Supreme Intelligence, an intelligent life form. Interstellar Frontier, the latest news, in the XZ352 area, the Nova Empire fleet severely damaged the main fleet of the Kree Empire, and the Supreme Intelligence of the Kree Empire intends to suspend the invasion war against the Nova Empire. According to Dr. Brazil's analysis, the Kree Empire won the long-term war with the Skrull Empire, but its internal military strength is seriously insufficient. And the Nova Empire is unwilling to continue the interstellar war and destroy the peace of the universe. So if the Supreme Wisdom asks for peace this time, the Nova Supreme will most likely agree to sign a peace agreement. In the public aircraft, the virtual projection of the red-skinned female alien is introducing the latest news about the war between the Nova Empire and the Kree Empire. Li Chuan, who was sitting in a comfortable recliner, murmured after hearing the report. So, Ronan should be about to defect. He had learned from Gamora before that Thanos had hooked up with Ronan of the Kree Empire before the two sisters were sent to Earth to retrieve the Space Stone. Ronan, the Supreme Accuser, is the purest Kree noble in the Kree Empire. He owns the Dark Star, one of the best ship-class spaceships in the Kree Empire, and countless ghost spaceships. Because he was dissatisfied with the rule of the Supreme Wisdom and the peace treaty signed with the Nova Empire, he defected directly with his loyal subordinates. Later, he helped Thanos find the Power Stone on the condition that he would help destroy Xander, but in reality, he wanted to unify the entire galaxy with the power of the Power Stone after obtaining it. However, Star-Lord distracted him by dancing in a weird way, took away the Power Stone, and killed him with the power of the Power Stone. So although Star-Lord is unreliable, he can always create miracles sometimes. If he is thrown into a situation where he is bound to lose, he may be able to reverse it, but if it is a situation where he is bound to win, he may also mess it up. The reason why Li Chuan thought of Ronan was because he was now eyeing Ronan's ship-class spaceship, the Dark Star. As long as Ronan defected to the Kree Empire, he would be a criminal of the Kree Empire. If he killed Ronan and took the Dark Star away, the Kree Empire would not be able to pursue anything. As long as the Nova Empire operated well, they would only regard him as a hero. With a ship-class spaceship, he also had a foothold in the universe, and many things would be more convenient to do. The speed of the public aircraft was very fast, and they arrived at their destination in less than 10 minutes. After getting off the public aircraft, a beautiful future city appeared before everyone's eyes. If New York looks like an advanced modern city, full of high-rise buildings and people busy with work, then this is a more advanced paradise where technology and environment are perfectly integrated. Because the means of transportation are free aircraft that can be summoned in the air, there are no ground vehicles at all, so there is no need for too complicated road design. In addition to various buildings full of technology, there are beautiful green trees and plants and clear and transparent artificial streams and fountains everywhere. Aliens of different skin colors and looks walked on the street as if they were taking a walk, talking and laughing, looking very happy and leisurely. Even the overpasses in the distance that Li Chuan looked up at were not designed to facilitate pedestrians to cross the road, but instead became places for viewing, and there were many tables for drinking tea and eating desserts. What is that for? At this time, Wanda pointed to a huge cylindrical landmark building almost entirely made of metal not far away, revealing a curious look. That is the headquarters building of the Nova Corps. It is said that their leader, Nova Supreme, has been working on the highest floor. Star-Lord glanced at the building, curled his lips and explained. Chapter 329. Do you work on the top floor every day? Li Chuan looked at the top floor of the metal building in the distance, and had some plans in mind. It's easy to buy a house on Xander. No matter which planet you are from, as long as you are rich enough and not on the wanted list of the Nova Empire, you can buy a house. For example, my adoptive father Yondu, and all the members of his team. Of course, I am qualified to buy a house here because I don't kill people like them. But who would be so stupid as to buy a house here if they have money? Oh! Captain, I'm not talking about you. I mean, if I had that much money, I would definitely go back and upgrade my Milan. Living in one place is so boring. Traveling the universe, adventuring on various planets, and pursuing treasures and wealth are my dreams. Now I have one more thing, maintaining peace in the universe. Star-Lord led Li Chuan and the other four to the sales office, and began to talk non-stop. Quill, get to the point. Listening to Star-Lord's chatter, Li Chuan's eyes twitched. Quill was fine in other aspects, but he was too talkative. Every time I asked him a question, he would go off topic. The key is to just stand there. Star-Lord pointed to the sales office, where there was a row of independent white small rooms similar to telephone booths. Li Chuan found an empty one and walked in. Humans on Earth, no information record, no criminal record, no wanted record, allowed to purchase housing. Please fill in basic identity information, and you can freely choose the housing you like after filling in. A burst of blue light swept across his body, and a sweet virtual electronic sound suddenly rang out in the room. Li Chuan, Captain of the Guardians of the Galaxy. He simply filled in the basic information with voice, clicked to confirm, and then a large virtual three-dimensional urban housing model appeared in front of him. A closer look showed that the entire capital city was miniaturized from a god's perspective. The red ones indicated that someone had already bought and lived in them, while the green ones indicated that they were vacant and could be purchased. If you want to see a house in a certain location, you can directly zoom in on that area. You can watch it in 360 degrees without blind spots according to your operation. It is like being there in person, and it is more detailed than visiting the house in person. And in each house, there is a detailed introduction of the house, and the advantages and disadvantages of the house are analyzed very objectively. The price is also clearly marked. There is no complicated procedure for purchasing. You can just pay for the house you like. However, there is no loan service here. You can only pay the full amount at one time. Wanda, come in and see which house you want. After roughly understanding the process of buying a house, Li Chuan waved and called Wanda in. The main purpose of buying a house is to take Wanda to visit Xander, so naturally Wanda's wishes must be given priority. He himself doesn't really care where the house is bought. After a selection, the two bought a super luxurious villa in the most prosperous area of the capital, near the headquarters of the Nova Corps. The introduction said that it embodied the most advanced technology in the current galaxy. You have paid 100 million and can move in at any time. As Li Chuan took out an anonymous metal card and swiped it successfully, a sweet virtual electronic sound came from the room again. Anonymous metal cards are very popular in the Milky Way. They are similar to bank cards on Earth. They do not require any identity registration and can be used as soon as they are in hand. They are highly praised by predators and bounty hunters. 100 million, so rich. Star-Lord, who was outside, heard the payment reminder sound from inside and his eyes widened. He knew that Li Chuan was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. 100 million could buy several nice large spaceships. After leaving the sales office, the five people waved to summon a flying vehicle, and sent them to the door of the newly purchased villa. No key was needed. Li Chuan, the owner of the villa, stood at the door, and the recognition system on the door head automatically recognized and opened the door. Okay, everyone, take a look. The rooms on the 3rd floor belong to me and Wanda. You can choose the rooms on the 2 floors below. The villa has 4 floors plus the basement, with many rooms and complete facilities. After a visit, Li Chuan also realized what a real smart home is. Compared to the smart home on Earth that automatically turns on the lights and curtains, the smart home in this villa is much more advanced. For example, the full virtual simulation system in the room can change your bedroom environment with one click, with the beach, the ocean, the starry sky, and the famous beautiful planets, full of fun. The whole set of washing and dressing system can help you brush your teeth, wash your face, wash your hair, take a bath, dress, etc. while lying on the bed. The fully automatic cooking system in the kitchen can make more than 13,000 kinds of food in the Milky Way. As long as you order the meal, the table in the living room will be filled with the food you ordered in less than 10 minutes. The taste is not particularly delicious, but it is also above the standard. In addition, there are various other intelligent systems such as massage, fitness, medical care, etc. Basically, you can enjoy all the services at home without doing anything, and truly achieve a fully intelligent home. I can only say that this 100 million is worth spending. This also made Li Chuan sigh again, that when technology develops to a certain level, it is actually no different from magic. What magic can do, technology can also do. 25 days after living on Xander, Li Chuan was downloading some advanced theories and knowledge of the Milky Way in his room when Gamora knocked on the door. Boss, there's news from Yondu. It seems that this old guy is really good. Did he find out about a few people? Li Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Gamora pressed the virtual button on her arm, and a projection appeared in front of Li Chuan. All found. Rocket, Subject 89P13, a low-level creature that is the product of an illegal gene simulation experiment, with a record of 20 crimes and jailbreaks, and is now imprisoned in the Malad prison of the Nova Empire. Groot, the Tree Man, comes from the extinct Flora Colossus of Planet X. He is also imprisoned in Malad prison for illegally destroying public facilities. Drax, the first warrior of Planet TS-214, his wife Violet, and his daughter Camille. Well done, it seems that we can almost leave Xander. Li Chuan smiled with satisfaction when he saw the projected information, which clearly showed the current photos and locations of the 3 people. It won't be long before he can complete the new main task. But before that, let's go meet Nova Supreme and call everyone to gather in the living room. Chapter 330. In the living room of the big villa. Finally, we can leave here and go on adventures. When Star-Lord heard Li Chuan say that he was about to leave Xander, he jumped up excitedly. Although he had a good time these days, he didn't have to spend the little money he saved on food and drink, and Gamora's attitude towards him had improved, but according to his personality, staying in one place all the time was too boring. But we haven't bought a new spaceship yet. In the past 25 days, he ate and drank all over Xander, bought a lot of random things, but didn't buy a spaceship. The performance of the spaceships sold on the market is average. I plan to find someone to get a top-notch spaceship from the Nova Empire. Li Chuan smiled slightly. Who? Star-Lord showed a curious look on his face. According to his understanding of Li Chuan during this period, the other party was indeed visiting Xander for the first time and should not know the military of the Nova Empire. Li Chuan walked to the living room window with his hands behind his back and pointed to the huge building towering into the sky outside the window. Nova Supreme. Star-Lord didn't know what to do next for a moment. Hey, Captain, the Nova Supreme is not visible to ordinary people. I know you are very powerful, but if you force your way in, I don't think you have much chance of success. The building where the Nova Supreme is located is not only the headquarters of the Nova Corps, but also the largest defensive fortress on Xander. Not to mention the few of them, even if more than 100 factions of the plunderers come together, they may not be able to break through. I know, so we can sneak in secretly. I have a lot of things to cooperate with her, and I must meet her before leaving. Li Chuan spread his hands and explained. Of course, he knew that the defense of the Nova Corps base was strong. Ronan's Dark Star was so powerful, why did he make a deal with Thanos and ask Thanos to help destroy Xander? It was because Xander was the capital of the Nova Empire and had strong defense. If the Dark Star was at full firepower, it would definitely not be able to withstand it. Later, he got the Power Stone and dared to launch a large-scale and blatant attack. In the original plot, if Ronan had not used the power of the Power Stone to destroy the energy defense network built by the Nova Corps spacecraft, it would not have been so easy to break through. Moreover, the order of the Nova Supreme at that time was to delay time, let the residents of the city evacuate to a safe area before counterattacking, and stay in a defensive state. Otherwise, if the capital of the Nova Empire was so easily captured, Ronan would have come with the Dark Star. Only a top-level powerhouse like Thanos, with his most powerful fleet in the universe, could truly break through Xander and forcibly take away the Power Stone. Ride the clouds and mist. At the door of the villa, Li Chuan pinched the Tao formula with his hands, and a white cloud suddenly rose under the feet of the 5 people, carrying them to the top floor of the Nova Corps headquarters building. Oh, this is crazy! I always thought that magic didn't exist. Star-Lord, who has been in the universe for more than 20 years, and has seen a lot, couldn't help but exclaim at the white clouds rising rapidly under his feet. Although there are many aliens and alien races in the Milky Way, some of them have all kinds of incredible abilities. But that is not magic, it is just a special ability given by genes. But after getting along with Li Chuan for a long time, you will find that he is not the kind of supernatural power brought by innate genes, but really knows magic, a lot of magic. That's because you don't have much experience. The people of Asgard in the Divine Realm also know magic. Gamora couldn't help but retort after hearing this. I cast an invisibility spell on you. Don't rush to talk after you go in. They came to a position parallel to the top floor of the building, used their supervision to find the position of Nova Supreme, cast the disillusionment spell on everyone, and Li Chuan and Wanda immediately took Gamora, Nebula, and Star-Lord to apparate and disappeared on the spot. Commander-in-Chief, according to the report from the front line, Ronan once again attacked one of our subordinate planets, and all the garrisons and residents inside were killed, including the elderly and children. At the top of the Nova Empire headquarters, a general held the latest war report sent by the army and reported angrily. After listening to the report, the Nova Supreme in front of him slammed the table and stood up. Damn Ronan, this is already the 3rd planet. He is simply crazy. Half a month ago, considering the peace and prosperity of the entire galaxy, she agreed to the peace agreement submitted by the supreme wisdom of the Kree Empire and officially ceased war with the Kree Empire. However, less than 5 days after the signing of the agreement, one of their subordinate planets was attacked by a fleet led by the Kree Empire's military leader, the accuser Ronan, and brutally massacred everyone on the planet. The response from the Kree Empire was that Ronan had defected because he was dissatisfied with the peace treaty signed between the Supreme Wisdom and the Nova Empire, and they had no choice. Roman, can't we mobilize the fleet from the border to destroy him? Commander-in-Chief, General Richards said that the fleet on the border of the Kree Empire has not been evacuated, so I suggest that the fleet on the border should not move. Roman shook his head. Ronan's Dark Star is famous for its fast speed, and its combat effectiveness ranks first in the Kree Empire fleet. Even if we mobilize the fleet on the border to round him up, it will be difficult to catch him if he is determined to escape. And if you want to ensure that you can defeat Ronan's army with absolute advantage, the border must call on 3 fleets, so that once the Kree violate the peace treaty and attack, the border will be undefendable. Perhaps this is exactly what the Supreme Wisdom wants to see. Then let Ronan attack our planet. The Nova Supreme was even more angry when he heard this. Roman smiled bitterly and suggested, for now, we can only let the garrisons of the major planets be vigilant. Once Ronan is spotted, sound the alarm as soon as possible, and then let the garrisons of nearby planets rush to support. Or you can be patient, and wait until the Kree Empire is really sincere about the peace agreement before sending a fleet to encircle Ronan. That's the only way. The Nova Supreme thought about it, and finally sighed and nodded. This is the only way in the current situation. But thinking of the stars destroyed by Ronan, and the countless lives in the stars, there may be more people killed by Ronan because of this decision. She felt really guilty. But as the supreme leader of the Empire, she must learn to sacrifice the small for the big, and make decisions that are in the interests of the majority. Captain, you see, just like what I said, the top leaders of any planet all behave like this. Just as Roman was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded in the office of Nova Supreme. Who? As the commander-in-chief of the capital, Roman immediately pressed the alarm device on his waist and drew out the energy gun to protect Nova Supreme. Quill, this is a question of position. In fact, standing in her position, it can't be considered wrong. Li Chuan lifted the illusion spell on everyone and appeared at the window of the office. Chapter 331. Prince of Stars? Roman was surprised when he saw Star-Lord. He was no stranger to Peter Quill, the Earthling adopted by the Plunderer, because he had caught him several times while on patrol. But at first, seeing that he was young and the amount of money he stole was not large, he was let go after a little education. It's not Prince of Stars, it's Star-Lord, Star-Lord, don't keep calling me the wrong name, this is my nickname for walking in the universe, and it will surely be famous throughout the galaxy in the future. Hearing Roman calling him the Prince of Stars, Star-Lord immediately jumped up. Okay, Star-Lord, you are here. Oh! Shit, it's Gamora and Nebula, the adopted daughters of the Mad Titan Sarnos. Roman, who was about to put down his energy gun, immediately got his hair up when he saw Gamora and Nebula, and ordered the guards, who had just rushed into the office to point their guns at Lichuan and others. Don't be so nervous, they have betrayed Sarnos now, and have turned over a new leaf. They won't hurt you, Lichuan explained. Roman looked at Lichuan and Wanda beside him with a puzzled look on his face. Who are you? My name is Lichuan, we are. Being pointed at by more than a dozen energy guns, Lichuan showed no fear on his face. He was about to reveal his identity and explain his purpose, but was suddenly interrupted by Wanda next to him. Yes, we are here to prevent the universe from being destroyed. Wanda took a step forward, came to the right side of Lichuan, half squatted, and moved her right hand to the upper right corner. To maintain the peace of the universe. Star-Lord immediately took a step forward, came to the left of Lichuan, half crouched, and moved his left hand to the upper left corner, and locked his eyes on Nebula. Wanda also locked her eyes on Nebula. Nebula looked at Star-Lord, then at Wanda, paused for 3 seconds, walked behind Wanda, stood expressionlessly and posed the same pose as Wanda, to implement love and justice. After that, the three of them looked at Gamora at the same time. Gamora raised her eyebrows, walked behind Star-Lord, stood and posed the same pose as Star-Lord, Almighty. Finally, the four of them looked at Lichuan at the same time. Lichuan stood in the middle, with a confused look on his face. What are you doing? Quill said this morning that our slogan is not powerful if we just shout it out, and it is better to match it with the corresponding posture, so that people can remember it the next time we appear. This is the posture we thought of together, and felt the best. You just need to stand in the middle, and shout the name. Wanda turned her head, and explained to Lichuan seriously. Lichuan couldn't help but cover his face after hearing this. No wonder, it turned out that it was Star-Lord, this unreliable guy, who came up with it. It was also his fault. He shouldn't have said the slogan so hastily. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing to be like this now. Guardians of the Galaxy. But in the end, he still finished the last part of the slogan with a solemn face. After all, not speaking would only make the atmosphere more awkward. You know, as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Guardians of the Galaxy, what do you want to talk to me about? Nova Supreme walked around Roman and stepped forward, looking at the 5 people in front of him with an interested look. These people were able to break through the building's guards silently and hide in the office without being noticed, which really aroused her interest. And they didn't look like they were going to assassinate her just now. I want to discuss cooperation with you. I can help you solve Ronan's problem, but you have to agree to my 3 conditions. Lichuan didn't waste any words, and directly stated his purpose. However, when Nova Supreme heard this, he smiled and shook his head. Ronan is not a problem you can solve. She thought that these people risked their lives to sneak into the building, and they really had something important to tell her, but she didn't expect it to be so whimsical, and the little interest in her heart disappeared immediately. Breaking into the Legion building, Roman, detain them for 10 days as a warning. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Roman waved his hand, and the soldiers of the Nova Corps immediately surrounded Lichuan and the other 5. What should we do now? Should we fight back? Seeing this, Star-Lord hurriedly stood up and put his hands on the 2 elemental guns at his waist. Gamora behind him whispered, No, the captain will take care of it. Sure enough, Lichuan raised his hand and released it, and the dozen or so Nova Corps soldiers immediately bounced up on the spot as if they were controlled by someone, and then fell hard to the ground. The powerful energy guns in their hands were instantly sucked to Lichuan's feet. Nova Supreme, you know nothing about the power of our Guardians of the Galaxy. Believe me, Ronan is not our opponent. As long as you agree to my conditions, Ronan will disappear from this universe in no time. As Lichuan casually dealt with a dozen Nova Corps soldiers in the room, a shrill alarm sounded in the entire Nova Corps headquarters building, and countless soldiers swarmed to the top floor. Please stop your attack immediately. Roman raised the energy gun in his hand, and shot Lichuan. He thought Lichuan was a race born with telekinesis control, and planned to take the initiative. However, facing the energy gun, Lichuan just raised his hand and waved it, and then used his body to deflect it. Then he cast a disarming spell on Roman, and knocked the energy gun out of his hand. With his current strength, the only threat to his body was the super-powerful energy weapons loaded on some large spacecraft, and the attack energy intensity of this energy gun could not break his defense at all. It seems that only by showing my strength can I make you believe it, but if something breaks, you can't blame me. Seeing the Nova Corps soldiers swarming outside the door, Li Chuan was not surprised, but clasped his hands together, water style, great waterfall technique. The powerful water gushed out, turning into a huge wave that swept back all the soldiers who came to support outside. In fact, it was more convenient to use the Sharingan illusion just now, but the Sharingan illusion needs to be seen, and those soldiers are wearing helmets, so the illusion may not work. And other ninjutsu are afraid of too much damage, so they chose the ninjutsu of the Great Waterfall, which is a group attack and has low damage. Mr. Li Chuan, I think we can talk. What conditions do you want to help us deal with Ronin? At this time, the Nova Supreme was not surprised but delighted after seeing Li Chuan's ability. He pushed Ronin aside, and came to Li Chuan. Maybe the opponent can't beat Ronin's powerful fleet, but according to the current stealth, invisibility and powerful single combat capabilities, it is still possible to sneak into the Dark Star and assassinate Ronin. As long as Ronin dies, the Dark Star will be leaderless and basically no big threat. Chapter 332. Xander, Nova Corps Building, Nova Supreme's office. Li Chuan sat opposite Nova Supreme and set 3 conditions for killing Ronin. First, I need you to release the 2 people in Malik prison. The Nebula mechanical eye next to him flashed, and the virtual images of Rocket and Groot were projected on the table. Nova Supreme turned his head and glanced at Roman. Roman used the instrument on his wrist to scan the virtual images of Rocket and Groot, and soon the records about the 2 were retrieved. Rocket, 89P13 test subject, a low-level creature that is the product of an illegal gene simulation experiment. Okay, no problem, I give the order there, you just go and get the people. After listening to Roman's report on the fire and Groot's information, the Nova Venerable agreed without hesitation. Neither of them is a heinous person, so just let them go, and the harm caused by Ronin is incomparable. Second, I want a ship with the fastest speed and the best performance of your Nova Corps. Ronin's Dark Star is very fast, and ordinary ships can't keep up. Of course, it's not free, I can pay for it if you give me an estimate. Li Chuan continued. Nova Supreme did not refuse this offer, and was very generous. You don't have to pay, as long as you can kill Ronin, not to mention 10 spaceships can be given to you directly. Very good, then the last one, if I get Ronin's Dark Star, I hope you can help me to make some modifications to facilitate our Galaxy Guardians to use in the future. Similarly, I will pay for the modification. Li Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed the leader of the Nova Empire. He was not petty at all. The ship-class spacecraft was very large, so it naturally required a large number of professional pilots to perfectly control it. He did not have so many talents who could drive the ship-class spacecraft. So if he wanted to control the Dark Star well, he had to ask the Nova Empire to help with a certain degree of transformation and install an intelligent control program to control the entire spacecraft. In this way, as long as he gave an order, the spacecraft could act according to his wishes. However, there is also a big disadvantage, that is, the spacecraft is completely controlled by intelligent programs, and it is not as flexible as professional personnel in attack and defense. If a battle really occurs, it is basically difficult to win when encountering a spacecraft of the same level. But this is nothing for Li Chuan, because if he wants to fight a ship-level spacecraft, he will go on it himself, and he does not need the Dark Star. The Dark Star is just an auxiliary. Another thing is that the Dark Star belongs to the Kree Empire spacecraft, which contains a lot of Kree civilization technology. Without modification, it is difficult to use in many aspects. He also considered whether to use the Mind Scepter to control those Kree soldiers to serve him. Finally, he thought about it, and decided that the risk was too great, and it was not worth it. With so many Kree soldiers, who can guarantee that 1 or 2 of them will not accidentally release the control of the Mind Stone in the future? He would not be able to detect it at that time, which would be a big hidden danger. When Nova Supreme heard Li Chuan's last condition, he was stunned for 3 seconds, and then smiled and said, If you are lucky enough to seize Ronin's Dark Star, we will help you transform the Dark Star for free, and you will also be our Nova Empire's eternal ally. This kind of thing is impossible in her opinion. Maybe Li Chuan and his men can sneak into the Dark Star to assassinate Ronin, but if they want to seize the Dark Star, they must deal with the tens of thousands of elite Kree soldiers in the Dark Star. But if they really succeed, that would be even better. While helping to change the Dark Star, they can also take the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the technology in the Kree spacecraft, which will be helpful for future wars after the peace agreement ends. At the end of this conversation, Nova Supreme also smiled and said a cruel word. Mr. Li Chuan, I now believe in your Galaxy Guardians, but I also hope that you don't play tricks on me, otherwise the 5 of you will be wanted by our Nova Empire forever and imprisoned for life. She didn't care about the spaceship and releasing the two criminals, but there must be a price for deceiving her. Li Chuan also smiled in response. Don't worry, I believe you should be able to locate the spaceship at any time and contact the spaceship. As long as you have news about Ronan, send me the location directly, and I will rush over to kill him as quickly as possible. This is the spaceship you want, and according to your requirements, I have made certain modifications to the appearance, making it the same as the Predator spaceship. At the Nova Corps spaceship manufacturing base, Roman pointed to a brand new spaceship on the platform in front and introduced it. Li Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Thank the Supreme for me, and notify me if there is any news about Ronan. After greeting Roman, Li Chuan waved to Wanda and the other four behind him. Let's go target Malik. As soon as the 5 people boarded the spaceship, Star-Lord began to shout excitedly there. It is worthy of being the most advanced spaceship built by the Nova Corps. Look at the seats and the control panel. Oh, it is even equipped with a warp engine. It's great. Since you like it so much, I give you this spaceship. Seeing this, Li Chuan patted Star-Lord's shoulder. Star-Lord's eyes widened immediately. What? Give it to me. I can't fly a spaceship, and didn't you lose a Milan when you joined our Guardians of the Galaxy? Then this one will be called the Milan. Li Chuan smiled. To be honest, Captain, I am a little touched by your behavior. Star-Lord touched the seat on the driver's seat, with a look of gain on his face. His original Milan was just a general-purpose ship for the Marauders. The value of 100 ships combined was probably not as expensive as this ship carefully built by the Nova Corps. At this moment, he suddenly felt that maybe even if it wasn't for Gamora, joining the Guardians of the Galaxy would still be a good choice. Okay, don't be moved, let's get going, Captain Quill. Waving to Star-Lord, Li Chuan pulled Wanda and turned to the best room in the spaceship. Captain Quill, this title sounds great. Star-Lord sat in the main driving seat. After some skilled operation, the Milan spacecraft turned into a stream of light and rushed out of Xander. After Li Chuan and the other 4 drove the spacecraft away, Roman returned to the top floor of the Nova Corps building again. Commander-in-Chief, do you really think they can kill Ronan? It's hard to say. Don't underestimate the Earthlings. Have you forgotten that the reason why the Kree Empire is willing to take the initiative to conclude a peace treaty with us is largely because of the Earthling named Captain Marvel? The Nova Supreme looked at the information of Li Chuan in his hand and said slowly. In recent years, there has always been a powerful Earthling named Captain Marvel in the Kree Empire, fighting for the planets enslaved by the Kree, which has caused him to be unable to concentrate all his efforts when fighting the Nova Empire. Chapter 333. 1 week later, Malik Star Prison. Sir, I think the Supreme has informed you in advance. Li Chuan said to the warden in front of him, who was wearing the uniform of the Nova Corps. The warden scanned Li Chuan and the other 5 with an instrument and nodded with a smile. Yes, please follow me. It's time for exercise now. They should all be resting in the public area. Under the leadership of the warden, Li Chuan and the other 5 quickly walked through a long corridor and came behind a thick metal door. 89P13 and Treeman are both freaks in prison, so I arranged to lock them up in the same cell. I didn't expect that they would get along quite well in the end. However, according to 89P13's current 11 thefts, 20 jailbreaks, 5 mercenary activities, and 12 arson charges, he will be locked up for at least 25 years. Treeman is better, he is only guilty of vandalism, and he can be released after 2 years. The warden chattered about Rocket and Treeman Groot, took out a metal door card and stuck it on the smart lock next to him. Hey, why is there no movement? The warden looked confused when he found that the metal door did not open as usual. With his status and level, he had the authority to open any door in the prison, but now it was invalid. Be careful. At this moment, Li Chuan seemed to have noticed something, and grabbed the warden's collar with his right hand and pulled him behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, the metal door was like being hit by a bomb, and the whole thing deformed and ricocheted towards Li Chuan and the other 6. Seeing the metal door ejected, Star-Lord and his companions were so frightened that their faces changed, and they quickly retreated. However, they stopped again just after starting, because they saw Li Chuan easily block the metal door with one hand and threw it to the side. How could this happen? The warden looked at the scene inside the metal door and was stunned by fear. The public rest area, which was originally used for prisoners' entertainment, was completely in chaos. The prisoners were excitedly fighting with the prison guards, and the most conspicuous ones were Rocket and Groot standing in front of them. Hey, get out of my way, or I give you another big pineapple. Rocket stood on Groot's shoulder, carrying a heavy energy cannon similar to a bazooka, and roared arrogantly at Li Chuan and the other 6 people who were blocking the door. It was also obvious that the failed alarm, the rebellion in the public area, and the metal door that had just been blasted open were all done by Rocket, the prison escape genius. Fortunately, I came early, otherwise I would have missed it again. Looking at Rocket and the tree man Groot in front of him, Li Chuan secretly felt lucky. If they came later, Rocket and Groot would have succeeded in escaping the prison. It would take a long time to find them in the vast universe. Did you hear me? I told you all to get out of here. Seeing that Li Chuan and the other four were motionless, Rocket immediately aimed the heavy energy cannon at Li Chuan. I'm Groot. Groot also pretended to roar fiercely. This is what Rocket taught him. As long as your expression is fierce enough, others will be afraid of you and dare not bully you anymore. Raccoon, I advise you to put down that thing in your hand and get down from the tree. Star-Lord also took out his two elemental guns and pointed them at Rocket and Groot's heads respectively. Wait a minute, what is a raccoon? Rocket looked puzzled. Star-Lord shouted, What is a raccoon? You are a raccoon, idiot. Put down your weapon quickly. I'm not a raccoon, I'm me, Rocket. You should put down your weapon. Believe it or not, I can blow you into pieces with one shot. Rocket immediately turned the energy cannon toward Star-Lord. Disarm you. Li Chuan waved his hand, and the energy cannon on Rocket's shoulder flew out directly under the power of magic. Now you know who put down the weapon. Seeing Rocket's energy cannon being bounced away, Star-Lord was immediately proud. Keep an eye on them, I helped the warden restore order here. Li Chuan smiled and shook his head, walked into the public rest area and slapped his hands on the ground. Thunder escape, ground walk. A large amount of lightning spread from him to the public rest area, and all the troublemakers and prison guards were knocked unconscious. Warden, the rest is up to you. Who are you and where are you taking us? In the Milan spaceship, Rocket looked at Li Chuan in front of him and asked. I thought this jailbreak would fail, but I didn't expect that he was not put in prison in the end, but was taken to this spaceship. During the period, he wanted to cooperate with the tree man Groot to escape, but every time he was glared at by the man in front of him with red eyes. The two were fixed in place and couldn't move. Our team is called the Guardians of the Galaxy. I am their captain, Li Chuan. The reason I want to find you is because I want to invite you to join my team. Li Chuan directly stated the purpose. Rocket was obviously surprised. Join your team? Why, we don't seem to know each other at all. And what does your team do? Rocket, although we have never met, I know you are a genius, a super genius, and very capable. As for our team, it is currently mainly responsible for maintaining peace in the universe. The main reason for inviting Rocket and Groot to join is of course to complete the main mission. But it is undeniable that Rocket is indeed a super genius even better than Tony. He was originally just an ordinary raccoon in North America, with the experimental number 89P13. After countless crazy experiments and transformations by the leader of the AOG group, the Supreme Evolution, he has a mechanical automatic skeleton, the ability to learn language and the ability to walk upright. He has evolved a very strong intelligence, even surpassing the Supreme Evolution himself, and can point out some mistakes in the Supreme Evolution's experiments. His dream was to leave half-world like Rocket, taking his three best friends, Otter Lyra, Walrus Tooth, and Rabbit Banban, to see the beautiful universe. As a result, all three friends were killed by the Supreme Evolution, and only he escaped from half-world. Ha ha, you are definitely joking with me. Maintaining the peace of the universe is none of my business. If you hadn't appeared, Groot and I would have successfully escaped from prison. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Rocket couldn't help laughing. Li Chuan was not angry when he saw this, but smiled and said, Rocket, as long as you join the Guardians of the Galaxy, I will help you kill the Supreme Evolution so that you can avenge your three friends. How about that? How do you know about me? Rocket, who was holding his stomach and laughing, stopped abruptly, and his facial expression became unusually rich. Chapter 334. After escaping from the half-world, every time Rocket thought of the death of his three friends, he wanted to go back and seek revenge on the Supreme Evolution. However, the power of the Supreme Evolution in the universe was so huge that he could not shake it alone. He was lucky to escape that year. I said, I know a lot about you. Li Chuan smiled mysteriously. Rocket was silent for a moment, and then replied, Since you know the Supreme Evolution, you should understand how powerful he is, and how powerful his power is. Even if you have some special abilities, you can't be his opponent. Going there is just to die. That's not necessarily true. If you don't believe me, you can join me first. Before I get rid of the Supreme Evolution and help you get revenge, I will pay you a salary every month, 20,000 a month. Li Chuan launched a money attack. I'm Groot. At this time, the tree man Groot stretched his head over. Rocket raised his forefingers. Groot and I are two people, so 40,000 a month. Deal? Li Chuan nodded without hesitation. 40,000 a month is a drizzle for him. New side quest. Please check the panel taskbar. At this time, a new task prompt sounded in Li Chuan's ears. He quickly opened the panel and turned to the side quest bar. Side quest. Kill the Supreme Evolution, help Rocket Raccoon to take revenge, and reward 1 year of small world time. The task is really triggered. Seeing the newly added side quest, Li Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Why did he propose to help Rocket Raccoon take revenge and kill the Supreme Evolution? It was not to get Rocket Raccoon to join the Guardians of the Galaxy. To get Rocket Raccoon to join the Guardians of the Galaxy, he just needed to pay money. I deliberately proposed this to see if I could use it to actively trigger the side quest. Sure enough, this type of event really triggered the side quest, and also gave a year of small world time as a reward. I hope that when I meet Ronan, I can trigger a new side quest, so I won't be afraid of not having enough small world time. There is such a sucker. 40,000 a month, Groot, we are going to make a fortune this time. When Rocket heard that Li Chuan was actually willing to pay them 40,000 a month, his mouth suddenly opened wide. 40,000 interstellar coins is a lot of money for bounty hunters like them, not to mention that they get 40,000 interstellar coins every month. This is like you used to earn 3,000 yuan a month to barely make ends meet, but suddenly someone is willing to hire you for 1 million yuan a month. Only a fool would not do it. I am Groot. Tree Groot nodded in agreement. Rocket is smarter than him, so it is absolutely right to follow Rocket, which has been well confirmed in prison. Captain, we can set off. Target, Planet TS-214. After dealing with Rocket and Groot, Li Chuan turned around and gave an order to Star-Lord, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Star-Lord pulled the lever to the bottom, and the spacecraft flew at full speed to the planet where Drax was. 5 days later, in front of Planet TS-214. Captain, we are at Planet TS-214, but something has happened. Waking up from his training when Gamora knocked on the door, Li Chuan and Wanda quickly came to the driver's cabin. At this time, a blue-green planet appeared in front of the spaceship. However, this planet was obviously not right now, because a huge ship-class spaceship, comparable to a city, was launching a fierce attack below. And below this huge spaceship, countless small spaceships were also shuttling back and forth to assist in the attack. This is Ronan's Dark Star. I didn't expect to encounter it here. Captain, I think it may not be so easy to kill Ronan. Star-Lord, sitting in the driver's seat, looked at the huge Dark Star in front of him and the terrifyingly powerful firepower coverage, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The size of the Milan and the Dark Star is like that of an ant and an elephant. As long as the Dark Star slightly covers this side with firepower, the Milan may be destroyed and everyone on board will die. What, are you crazy? You want to kill Ronan, just us? Rocket, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, jumped up from his seat when he heard this. It's not us, it's just me. Li Chuan touched his chin, and then said to Xingyun, send a message to Nova Supreme, saying that we found Ronan, and let them prepare to send someone to take over the Dark Star. It has been almost half a month since leaving Xander, and they didn't wait for the Nova Empire to send any news about Ronan, but instead, they bumped into him. But this is also good, it saves trouble. Not only can we solve Ronan, but also take Drax away. There is a new side quest, please check the quest panel. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in his ears again. Open the panel and turn to the side quest column. Side quest. Kill Ronan and his subordinates, solve the TS-214 planetary extinction crisis, and reward 1 year of small world time. Perfect. Seeing the quest reward, Li Chuan smiled again. After a moment, Nebula replied, the new Legion replied that they have mobilized the garrisons of all nearby planets to come to support. Okay, as long as someone can drive the Dark Star back. Li Chuan knew that the new Star Supreme did not believe that they could take down the Dark Star, and did not ask Nebula to explain, but said to Wanda, protect their safety, I will be back soon. Don't worry, Captain. I will never let them get hurt. My driving skills are the best in the universe. Before Wanda could answer, Star-Lord, who was driving the spaceship in front, raised his hand to reply. He probably thought that Li Chuan was talking to him. Gamora and Nebula rolled their eyes. Only they knew that Li Chuan's wife Wanda was not just a vase, but also a master with very strong magic power. On the previous Kakara spaceship, she knocked down dozens of fully armed predators in an instant. Be sure to pay attention to safety, that spaceship doesn't look that easy to deal with. Wanda looked at the giant Dark Star in front of her, and a worried look appeared on her face. Although she believed in Li Chuan's strength, the enemy was an unknown alien and a huge alien spaceship after all. If Li Chuan hadn't asked her to follow, she would definitely have accompanied him to fight. Don't worry, if I can't beat them, I can apparate back, there won't be any danger. Li Chuan quickly comforted Wanda. He didn't want Wanda to go berserk because of his injury, otherwise the entire Dark Star would be destroyed. He still wanted to keep the Dark Star as a base. Today, I show you all my strength as the captain. After comforting Wanda and instructing Star-Lord to drive the spaceship to a safe area, Li Chuan did not wear any protective clothing and directly apparat out of the spaceship. Susanoo. Chapter 335. The kaleidoscope in the right eye quickly opened, and the complete version of Susanoo with orange-red wings magically appeared in front of Star-Lord and everyone else. The 150-meter-tall Susanoo was much larger than the Milan spacecraft. Oh shit, what is this? Is there such magic? Star-Lord sat in the main driver's seat, looking at Li Chuan in front of him, who was wrapped in Susanoo. His eyes almost popped out. The co-pilot Rocket had a similar expression. You know, he reminds me of the Kree Empire's super war weapon, the Kree Sentinel, a big guy that is hundreds of meters tall. Even Gamora and Nebula, who had always known Li Chuan well, looked at each other in bewilderment. Only Wanda's expression did not change much, because she had seen this in the space opened up in the spaceship before. With a flap of wings, Li Chuan controlled Susanoo and rushed towards the Dark Star at high speed. He did not open the strongest three-headed and six-armed Dharma mode directly at the beginning, because he had the nine-tailed chakra in his body as a converter, so he could open Susanoo for a long time, but the energy of the golden elixir was limited, and he had to use it at a critical moment. What is that? The ghost ships surrounding the Dark Star looked confused when they saw the Susanoo approaching at high speed. But soon they controlled the ships to rush towards Li Chuan, and fired high-speed energy shots at him. As long as it doesn't belong to the Dark Star, it's the enemy, so kill him. Yada Mirror. Li Chuan raised the Yada Mirror in his left hand, input a large amount of chakra, turned it into a large shield to block most of the attacks, and the remaining bits and pieces were also taken up by the outer Susanoo. This is the advantage of the complete version of Susanoo. As long as the energy intensity is not too high and the chakra is sufficient, it can completely defend against attacks from any angle. This is something that a pure body cannot do. Even with his current physical strength, if he were to withstand the energy attacks of so many spacecraft, he would not be able to hold on for long, not to mention that the body would be exposed to the universe and would be damaged. Chrysanthemums, eyes, ears, these are also weaknesses that are difficult to cover up. This is not the Earth. Don't underestimate the destructive power of the weapons of the advanced technological civilization of the universe. Some super powerful energy cannons can even directly destroy an entire planet. Cut! 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 After blocking the initial attack, Li Chuan also successfully rushed to the vicinity of those ghost ships. He waved the huge tin-fist sword in his right hand repeatedly, and in a flash, he chopped and exploded more than a dozen ships on the spot. The tin-fist sword is a seal sword, but it is also a sword. In addition to sealing, it can also chop things fiercely. In this way, Li Chuan drove Susanoo like a god of war, slashing all the ghost ships that blocked the way, and quickly approached the ghost. In fact, he could directly phantom his body to the vicinity of the Dark Star, and then sneak into the ship to assassinate Ronan, and eliminate the soldiers in the ship one by one. But he did not choose to do so, because he wanted to establish his prestige in this battle today, so that all the major forces in the universe would know him and his name as the Guardians of the Galaxy, and pave the way for what he would do later. Only when others see your strength will they not dare to provoke you easily. He was able to fight the Dark Star alone and win. For such a strong man, even if the Kree Empire knew that he killed Ronan, they would not easily retaliate, and the loss would outweigh the gain. It could also prevent the Nova Empire from regretting and swallowing his Dark Star afterwards. Including going to other planets in the future, all the major forces will be wary of him when they hear his name, which will save a lot of trouble. In the main control room of the Dark Star spacecraft, Ronan was holding his Kree hammer, sitting on the throne and admiring his men crushing the TS-214 planetary Nova Corps garrison. Suddenly, a Centurion shouted loudly, "Sir, an unknown high-polymer energy body appeared on the right side of the spacecraft and is rushing towards this side. The ghost spacecraft cannot resist it. Turn the image over." Ronan frowned upon hearing this. Soon, a virtual image of Li Chuan flying towards this side at high speed, driving Susanoo, slashing the ghost spaceship like cutting melons and vegetables, appeared above the hull. What is this thing? Is it also the god of this planet? Most planets with intelligent life will give birth to corresponding gods. These gods have all kinds of strange appearances and various abilities. But basically, most of them are just SOSO, and cannot withstand the attack of the Dark Star's main gun. The capital of the Kree Empire, Hara, also has its own gods, but that god is just a decoration. The Kree people truly believe in the supreme wisdom they created themselves. Planet TS-214 also has its own gods, who are four-winged giant birds, with a body size of nearly 100 meters. They helped the Nova Empire garrison fight at the beginning of the war. They killed many ghost ships, but were finally destroyed by the main gun of the Dark Star, leaving nothing behind. How long will it take for the main gun to cool down? Ronan asked in a cold voice. Sir, the main gun has finished cooling down, and can attack again. What are you waiting for? Kill him! It is rare to have two gods on a planet, but it is not uncommon, so Ronan did not hesitate and directly ordered the main gun that had finished cooling down to launch a destructive attack. Suddenly, a circular black barrel with a diameter of 100 meters stretched out from the right side of the Dark Star, aiming at Li Chuan, who was driving Susanoo, and began to gather a large amount of energy. Seeing this, Li Chuanjin flapped his wings and quickly adjusted his position to avoid the attack of the energy cannon. However, the muzzle of the energy cannon was not fixed, but could slide on the Dark Star as Li Chuan moved, always accurately locking his position. Well, let me try to see if I can withstand this attack. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of it by normal movement, Li Chuan simply hovered in place and tried to take the attack head-on. Since he was trying to establish his prestige, he naturally had to crush the opponent in all directions to highlight his strength. Of course, he was not blindly confident, but was confident in his heart. People with powerful souls have strong induction and foreknowledge of danger, and he is no exception. The main gun that was charging gave him a very dangerous feeling, but this kind of danger was not the kind of fatal danger that would make him run away immediately, but the kind of danger that could be dealt with. 3 heads and 6 arms. The golden elixir essence merged with chakra, and the sage mode was activated. The eternal kaleidoscope in his right eye rotated at high speed, and the 150-meter orange-red Susanoo transformed into a 300-meter 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma image, and his left eye Samsara eye also turned into a golden Samsara eye. Sword control technique, sword wheel defense. The flying sword wings appeared behind Li Chuan's body at the center of his eyebrows, and flew out and turned into a huge circular sword wheel to block him. Boom! A hot and powerful energy that seemed to be able to destroy the world gushed out from the black muzzle of the Dark Star with a diameter of 100 meters, and shot straight towards the direction where Li Chuan was. Chapter 336. Rain of Pear Blossoms. The side holding the spear in the 3-headed 6-armed creature turned to the main gun, attacking instead of defending, and thousands of spear points hit the terrifying energy attack head-on. The golden energy met the white energy, and after 3 seconds, the intensity of the white energy was forcibly offset by half, and the side holding the spear in the 3-headed 6-armed creature was also severely damaged and disappeared. Super Shinra Tensei. The golden Samsara eye then released its pupil power at full power, and a powerful repulsive force once again weakened the remaining white energy attack by half. At this time, the energy attacking Li Chuan's body was less than a quarter of the initial strength. Sword wheel turn. He pinched the Tao formula with his hands, and the conical sword wheel composed of 10,000 flying swords rotated at high speed. The flying swords, with the unique sharp sword light of the sword cultivators, frantically cut the remaining white energy. After a while, the last bit of white energy was also completely eliminated by the sword wheel. Return. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 flying swords flew back to his back at the same time and turned into flying sword wings again, hiding in the Dantian. The main gun attack of the ship-class spacecraft is indeed powerful enough. A large amount of immortal chakra was output to repair the damaged side, and Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Susanoo in immortal mode, coupled with the Super Shinra Tensei performed by the golden Samsara eye, that was definitely better than Nagato, and the 10,000 magic flying swords made of URU metal and vibranium barely withstood the attack of the Dark Star's main gun. Apart from magic and physical body, this was already his strongest means of defense. Little did he know that while Li Chuan was sighing at the powerful power of the Dark Star's main gun, Ronan and his men, who were controlled by the Dark Star, were almost shocked to see that Li Chuan could withstand the attack of the main gun without any damage to his body. Who is this guy? A small planet like TS-214 can't possibly breed such a powerful god. The last time he saw such a powerful guy was when he led a team to planet C-53 16 years ago, and the Earth woman who still gives the Empire a headache. But at that time, he led 5 large Kree Empire spaceships, which were as powerful as his current Dark Star. Shoot him again! Ronan stood up angrily. It takes 5 minutes for the main gun to cool down, and it can't be fired now. The Centurion wiped the sweat from his forehead. Does my spaceship only have the main gun? Ronan looked at the Centurion with cold eyes. Launch all the secondary guns on the spaceship to attack, and let all the ghost ships attacking the Nova Empire garrison return to defense. Kill this guy first. Yes, sir. The Centurion immediately commanded all the crew members to operate the secondary guns to lock on Lichuan and attack, and issued a return defense order to the ghost ship. At this time, the Nova Empire garrison base on the TS-214 planet saw that all the resisting Nova ships were shot down, and the base's air defense weapons had been lost by more than half. The huge dark star in the sky actually stopped attacking, and soon all the ghost ships retreated. The remaining soldiers of the Nova Corps at the base were also confused. Only the commander in the command room, who was observing the battlefield through the advanced technology equipment at the base, could see clearly what had just happened. We are saved. When Ronan's dark star appeared above the planet, he immediately sent a distress signal to the surrounding planets and headquarters in accordance with the order issued by the capital. However, Ronan seemed to have been prepared for this, using a more advanced shielding device to intercept all signals, leaving them trapped. And with the garrison forces on their affiliated planet, how could they be a match for the famous accuser Ronan? Even the guardian of this planet was killed. Originally, he was completely desperate, but he didn't expect that such a mysterious savior would appear in the end, and Ronan had to take back all the spacecraft to deal with it. It is impolite not to return the favor. From the end, holding the gun to the end, holding the bow, under Lichuan's control, the huge Dharma image instantly pulled the golden bow to its full length, and then a large amount of fairy chakra flowed from Lichuan's body into the golden bow. A moment later, a 50-meter-long sharp arrow with golden flames was automatically generated. You will also take my blow. Release the fully drawn bowstring, and a golden light burst out, heading straight for the huge dark star. Any ghost spaceship that was touched by the golden arrow on the way immediately turned into air with the people and the ship. Defense, defense, full power defense immediately. When Ronan saw Lichuan pulling the bow to the full, he had a bad feeling and immediately ordered his men to open the defense energy shield of the dark star to the maximum protection level. However, when the golden arrow met the energy shield, it only lasted less than 3 seconds before it was completely broken. The golden arrow with residual power shot at the dark star, directly blasting a huge hole of 100 meters in size. This power really did not disappoint me. Seeing the effect of the golden arrow, Lichuan nodded secretly, and rushed towards the dark star again on the auspicious cloud. As for the ghost ships that intercepted, they were either exploded one by the golden spears, or entangled by the golden ropes, and thrown away more than 100,000 meters. The rest of the attack weapons of the dark star could not break the defense of the three-headed and six-armed Dharma image. It was not until he flew to the huge hole of the dark star that Lichuan put away the three-headed and six-armed Dharma image and walked in. The three-headed and six-armed Dharma image was too big to move inside the dark star. He did not want to cause too much damage to the dark star. After all, it would be a ship in a short time. So it is more convenient to restore the body. Of course, the powerful golden arrow just released did consume a lot of fairy chakra, especially the most important golden elixir essence that constitutes the fairy chakra. It seems that I have to come up with an aura collection device as soon as possible. Not long after entering the spaceship, a team of Kree soldiers wearing helmets and fully armed with energy guns immediately attacked him. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. Because the order of the side quest was to kill Ronan and his men, Lichuan showed no mercy, and all of them were fatal curses. Until the last Kree soldier was left, he stretched out his hand to activate the ability of the human way of the Samsara Eye, extracted his soul, and explored the intelligence information about Ronan's location. In the main control room in the middle, crushing the soul of the Kree soldier in his hand, Lichuan walked straight to the main control room of the spacecraft. When the strength reaches a certain level, the number has no meaning. The physical strength of the Kree soldiers is several times stronger than that of the Earth humans, and they also have advanced technological weapons. But for Lichuan, it is actually the same. It is all a matter of the killing curse. So he walked leisurely all the way, and soon he stepped on the corpses of the Kree soldiers, and came to the main control room of the Dark Star spacecraft. Here Ronan has been waiting with all the remaining men. Who are you? Chapter 337. I am a kind-hearted person who cannot bear to see you killing people, so I came here to dissuade you a little. Lichuan smiled and shrugged. For a dying person, he felt that there was no need to explain so much, and he was even too lazy to report his name. Ronan had an angry expression on his face, as if to say, "Are you kidding me? Kindness, look at the pile of Kree soldiers' bodies behind you. Is this something a kind person can do? You still want to dissuade me? Did you do it? He knew Li Chuan was just teasing him. Kill him! Ronan waved the Kree hammer in his hand, and all the remaining Kree soldiers pointed their guns at Li Chuan. High-energy beams shot towards Li Chuan. When you rely on advanced technology and strength to slaughter the lives of planets, you should have thought that one day, there will be someone stronger than you who can crush you like an ant. Li Chuan raised his right hand and said to Ronan and his men, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force directly bounced all the beam energy attacks and the Kree soldiers away, but Ronan blocked them with the shield activated by the Kree hammer in his hand. In his opinion, although Thanos is a villain, his ultimate goal is still good. In order to prevent the exhaustion of cosmic resources and to stop the Celestials, he collected the Infinity Stones and wiped out half of the population of the universe. Even this approach is actually a temporary solution and is very extreme. Look at Ronan again. He was dissatisfied with signing a peace agreement and betrayed his country. He relied on his own strength to wantonly slaughter the lives of the entire planet, whether it was soldiers or civilians, whether old or young, and whether there was no threat, he killed them all. Killing for the sake of killing for the sake of venting anger, killing for the twisted and morbid psychology in their hearts, this kind of people are actually the most deserving of death. I am Ronan the Accuser, the most powerful and pure Kree, the proud Kree noble. How can you, an unknown person, defeat me? Seeing his subordinates being defeated in one move, Ronan roared, holding the Kree hammer and leaping towards Li Chuan. Bang! Li Chuan took the hammer with one hand, but his body was slightly bent by the powerful force, and he took a step back. This power is really strong. The power of Ronan's hammer was almost the same as his physical strength when he didn't use the 8 gates, which surprised him a little. But it's normal to think about it. In the original plot, Ronan was killed by Star-Lord directly with the power gem, which seemed very lame, but from some details, it can be seen that Ronan is actually very strong. First of all, in a one-on-one battle, Ronan was basically overwhelming Drax the Destroyer with his bare hands, and it didn't take much time to beat Drax half to death. How strong is Drax's body? When he was hit by a bullet, he felt like he was being tickled. He was dragged by a spaceship and flew in the universe without any problem. He could break open the stomach of a monster and escape. He could tear apart steel machinery with his bare hands. Secondly, Ronan is one of the few people in the universe who can hold the power gem with his bare hands without being torn apart by its terrifying energy. In addition to Thanos, the only person who can do this is Star-Lord, who has the blood of a god. However, Star-Lord had a hard time lifting it, and he could only do it with the help of Gamora and others. Finally, according to the information he got from Gamora and Nebula about Ronan, the Kree hammer in his hand is not an ordinary Kree hammer, but the most powerful technological crystallization of the Kree Empire. It is also called the Universal Weapon. It can not only emit energy, absorb energy, manipulate energy, and create shields, but also give the user the ability to fly. And the Kree suit on Ronan is also not an ordinary one. It can emit thermal vision, locate, be invisible, and provide Ronan with super physical protection. Therefore, although Ronan's overall comprehensive strength is not as good as Thanos, he is also a first-class existence in the universe. At such a close distance, let me use you to test the power of my right eye. Before Ronan continued to attack, Li Chuan's right eye's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had already met Ronan's eyes, and began to rotate rapidly. Senjutsu Tsukuyomi. In an instant, Ronan's figure disappeared out of thin air. Where is this? How could this happen? The moment he saw Li Chuan's Mangekyo, Ronan's mind was in a trance. When he woke up again, he found that he was no longer in the main control room of the Dark Star, but appeared in a strange space with a red moon in the sky. What surprised him even more was that he was tied to a big cross, and couldn't move at all. This is the world I created. Everything is decided by me, including your life and death. Li Chuan appeared in front of Ronan out of thin air, and then he stabbed Ronan's chest with a long knife, like stabbing tofu. Ah! Ronan's body was not injured, but the pain of being pierced by a knife was real in his body. This was not the worst. The worst thing was that the number of Li Chuans was increasing, and each of them was holding a knife and stabbing him. He almost collapsed. I will let you endure this pain for 3 days, and then I will kill you at the end, so that you can feel the pain of those innocent lives you slaughtered. You are the one who will die. After gritting his teeth to endure the pain of being pierced continuously, Ronan also stimulated all his potential as a Kree strongman. He actually exerted force, relying on his natural strong mental power, and forcibly broke the rope that trapped him, and then used the Kree hammer to launch a blue energy beam, shooting at many Li Chuans. As a pure-blooded Kree, And the noble with the strongest blood among the Kree, he is not only physically strong, but also mentally strong, which is much better than ordinary people. Since you want to die so early, let's end it. Seeing Ronan break free from the mental shackles of the Tsukuyomi world, Li Chuan showed a surprised look on his face, and then stretched out his hand, and tens of thousands of flying swords appeared out of thin air, turning into sword lights, and shooting towards Ronan. Sword Control Technique 10,000 Swords. The fairy technique Tsukuyomi is different from the ordinary Tsukuyomi. It directly pulls the body into the Tsukuyomi space. If Ronan is killed here, he will really die. Energy. Ah! Seeing this, Ronan raised the hammer in his hand, and was about to activate the high-intensity energy shield defense that came with the hammer. However, when he raised the hammer halfway, the feeling of being pierced appeared again. It turned out that 5 Li Chuans appeared out of thin air behind Ronan, and stabbed his waist with long knives at the same time. Although Ronan broke free from the mental restraints of Tsukuyomi with his powerful mental power, in the Tsukuyomi world, Li Chuan is an omnipresent and unkillable existence. This is equivalent to his domain space. Chapter 338. I won't give up. Because of the pain from the knife in his body, Ronan didn't open the shield of his warhammer in time, and all 10,000 flying swords hit his body. At first, his Kree battle suit blocked some of the swords, but because there were too many flying swords, his battle suit was soon torn, followed by his body. Finally, with an unwilling roar, Ronan, holding the Kree warhammer, fell to the ground and lost his life. He, the accuser Ronan, was actually killed by an unknown person here. His ambition and his aspirations were gone just like that. How could he be willing? Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, it is useless to be unwilling. After all, he is not a Bronze 5 strongman. Too arrogant, but he will not live long. Seeing that Ronan was completely out of breath, Li Chuan released the fairy art of moon reading and returned to normal space. In the world of Marvel, unless you are as strong as Dormammu and Scython, there is no future for being too arrogant to do bad things. Because even if there is no interest relationship, if you are unlucky and meet a superhero, you will be killed as a villain. The key is that many superheroes have the belief that they will save the world even if they sacrifice themselves. If you kill one, 2 will appear. If you kill 2, 3 will appear. Even a group of them will come together to kill you. This is one of the reasons why Li Chuan has always maintained his positive image. In the main control room of the Dark Star, the Kree soldiers who had just stood up after being beaten away by the Shinra Tensei were all stunned when they saw their leader Ronan suddenly disappear. However, in just 1 second, they saw their leader again, but this time, they were horrified to find that the leader was already a corpse. I send you to see your leader? In order to ensure the integrity of the Dark Star, and to be more efficient, Li Chuan sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and concentrated all his energy to control the magic weapon Flying Sword Wings. Let it turn into thousands of flying swords, and start to disperse, and slaughter the Kree soldiers on the entire Dark Star. Shushan sword cultivators can take people's heads thousands of miles away with a thought. It doesn't mean that the eyes of sword cultivators can see thousands of miles away, but when sword cultivators control the sword, their mind is given to the flying sword, so they can control the flying sword to kill the enemy thousands of miles away. At this time, Li Chuan dispersed his mind on the thousands of flying swords, controlling all the flying swords to clear the entire spaceship. This long-distance control of the sword is definitely not as lethal as close range, but it is more than enough to deal with those Kree soldiers. About 5 minutes later, all the Kree soldiers in the entire Dark Star spaceship had been eliminated. Dear, are you okay? When Li Chuan opened his eyes and stood up again, Wanda, Star-Lord and others had already rushed to the main control room. It's okay. They are no match for your husband. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait in the spaceship? He opened his arms and hugged Wanda, who rushed over, rubbing her head helplessly. He didn't want Wanda to come over, not because he was worried about Wanda's safety. He might not be able to beat Wanda with all her strength, but he didn't want Wanda to see so many bloody corpses. If you don't come over, I'm afraid our spaceship will be scrapped, Gamora explained with a helpless tone. It turned out that just now on the spaceship, Wanda went berserk on the spot when she saw Li Chuan being hit by the main gun of the Dark Star. The powerful chaotic energy almost disintegrated the newest spaceship of the Nova Empire. Star-Lord and his companions were also terrified. They didn't expect that Wanda, who usually had a good temper and liked to make all kinds of desserts for them, would be so terrible when she got angry. Fortunately, Li Chuan was not injured in the end, and everyone worked together to comfort her, so that Wanda returned to normal. In the few days they have been together, they have never been so tacitly in doing something so attentive. However, After seeing Li Chuan enter the Dark Star and not show up, Wanda became worried again and insisted on going in to take a look. Star-Lord and the others were worried that Wanda would explode again, and they were also carefree and adventurous, so they drove the spaceship into the big hole that Li Chuan had blasted open and boarded the Dark Star. However, the corpses of the Kree soldiers along the way also made everyone a little frightened. This couple, one is gentle and kind, and the other is cheerful all day long, and it seems that they both have good tempers, but now it seems that one is more cruel than the other. It's Ronan. At this time, Xingyun saw Ronan's body behind Li Chuan, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. And his cry also attracted the attention of others. Star-Lord and Rocket looked at Ronan's body lying on the ground with his abdomen completely pierced, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Their captain was so fierce that he really killed Ronan and all his men alone. That was Ronan the Accuser, a famous existence in the universe. Ronan, your spaceship has been surrounded. Please put down all weapons immediately, and wait for the judgment of the Nova Empire. The big screen in the main control room of the spacecraft flashed, and a general in the uniform of the Nova Corps appeared, warning, with a serious face. However, he stopped talking halfway, and his eyes widened slowly. The Supreme sent you here, right? It just so happens that I have dealt with Ronan and his men. You can take the Dark Star back for transformation. I will go to Xander to get it after the transformation is completed. Li Chuan waved his hand, and the body of Ronan, who was dead with a hole in his chest, floated in front of the big screen. After hearing what Li Chuan said, the general paused for a while before replying, You must be Mr. Li Chuan, right? The Supreme mentioned you to me. Thank you for helping us solve Ronan. We will send someone to receive the Dark Star immediately. Please wait a moment. The Supreme did mention Li Chuan to him, but the situation he mentioned was completely different from the current one. He originally thought there would be a life-and-death cosmic battle, but he didn't expect that he would just come here to deal with the aftermath. Then you come in from the right. I opened a big hole there. Li Chuan nodded. Soon, the general who was in charge of the rescue personally took his men on a small spaceship and walked in from the terrifying big round hole that Li Chuan had blasted out of the Dark Star, and completed a simple docking with Li Chuan. Along the way, they also saw countless corpses of Kree soldiers, and lamented Li Chuan's terror and power. After explaining that they were going to find a man named Drax in TS-214, the rescue general personally led Li Chuan and others into the planet to find the resident commander of the planet. The commander witnessed how Li Chuan single-handedly killed through the Dark Star, and was both in awe and grateful to Li Chuan. After understanding who Li Chuan was looking for, he immediately sent someone to find Drax, the first warrior on the planet, and took him to the base. Chapter 339. 3 days later. I have already discussed the matter with his tribe leader, who said he is willing to join you in return for you saving his planet and his family. But you should be careful when communicating, because people of this race are generally simple-minded, and the more muscular they are, the simpler their minds are. Drax is their #1 warrior, so this is particularly obvious. But I assure you, they are just a little simple-minded, and they are all very kind-hearted, which is why we accept and help them. The commander of the Nova Corps garrison on planet TS-214 brought Li Chuan and the other 4 to the door of a room in the base and explained carefully. With the destruction of the Skrull Empire, the 2 largest empires in the Milky Way are now the Kree Empire and the Nova Empire. However, these 2 empires have completely different styles when exploring external areas. Once the Kree Empire's exploration team discovers a new valuable planet, it will immediately send a fleet to capture it. If you surrender, you will be forced to join the Kree Empire and become an inferior person. If you don't surrender, you will be killed or captured alive as a slave. Once the exploration team of the Nova Empire discovers a new planet with life, they will first send a stealth spacecraft to explore the situation on the planet. If the civilization of the planet has reached a certain level, they will send envoys to communicate and invite it to join the big family of the Nova Empire. This invitation is different from the occupation of the Kree Empire. After joining the Nova Empire, the original sovereignty of the planet will not be affected. It can trade with the Empire, and apply for garrison protection from the invasion of the Kree Empire. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. The Nova Empire will never force any planet to join them. If the civilization is not developed to a high level, for example, it is still in the dinosaur era like the Earth, and there is no intelligent life, then do not interfere, leave the coordinates, and observe every once in a while. Planet TS-214 is one of the planets that is willing to accept the invitation after being discovered and applied for the protection of the Nova Empire garrison. Why doesn't the Earth have this treatment? Because the Earth is one of the 9 realms. Nominally it belongs to the Asgard forces. Commander, thank you for your help. Li Chuan shook hands with the commander, pushed open the door and walked in. Drax is not like Star-Lord and Rocket, who all have weaknesses that can be exploited. It is precisely because his mind is too simple, and his intestines are too straight, that he is not easy to recruit. Drax joined the Guardians of the Galaxy in order to find Ronan to avenge his wife and children. Now because of his intervention, Drax's wife and children are intact. Is he still willing to leave his wife and children and join the Guardians of the Galaxy to adventure in the universe? Obviously impossible. He is neither greedy for money nor lustful, and is actually very difficult to deal with. So Li Chuan directly asked the commander, who was familiar with the place, to find the local chieftain, and asked the commander and the chieftain to help recruit him. Sure enough, the result satisfied him. Drax, welcome to join the Guardians of the Galaxy. In the room, Li Chuan shook hands with the muscular big man Drax. Drax pulled out 2 daggers from his waist and said seriously, "The chieftain and his wife have told me that I must listen to you. You saved our planet and all our people. I will kill anyone you tell me to kill. Don't be so murderous. Our Guardians of the Galaxy are mainly responsible for maintaining peace in the universe, so most of the time we win people over with virtue and value peace." Li Chuan patted Drax on the shoulder, signaling him to put away the dagger. When Star-Lord and his men heard Li Chuan's words, their mouths twitched in unison. After seeing the bodies of Kree soldiers filling the spaceship, you will know what Li Chuan meant by winning people over with virtue and value peace. By the way, have you said goodbye to your wife properly? This time she left with us, and it may take several months for her to come back. I had been with her for 2 hours before I came here. We did this first, and then that. Drax began to recount the details of the battle with his wife just now, but was interrupted by Star-Lord halfway through. Hey, man, there are 3 ladies here. It's not appropriate to talk about this topic. Why? Do you have emotional disorders, like those Xander people? Drax asked seriously. Star-Lord was speechless. We don't have any emotional barriers. This is a private matter, and it's not suitable to be said in public. Private? For us, this is a very beautiful thing. Every winter my father will tell us in detail about these beautiful things between him and his mother. Drax's face was full of questions. In order to leave a good impression on everyone, he specifically told these beautiful things about himself and his wife. Seeing Star-Lord and Drax arguing there, Gamora and Nebula couldn't help but cover their foreheads. In fact, the 2 sisters have never understood why Li Chuan recruited so many weirdos and spent time looking for them on various planets. You said that you found Star-Lord because you needed a guide on Xander and the spacecraft needed a pilot, and you found Rocket because he is indeed a very powerful mechanical engineer. Then why did you find Drax? You value the strength of Drax, the first hero on the planet? Impossible. Li Chuan alone can destroy Ronan and the Dark Star, so there is no need for a guy like Drax who is pure brute force and has no brains. However, the 2 sisters did not dare to ask more about this matter. Li Chuan's behavior was always unpredictable. Okay, you guys can discuss this kind of question slowly on the spaceship. We are going to set off to the next location. Seeing that Rocket also joined the argument, and the argument was getting more and more intense, Li Chuan interrupted it directly, and took everyone back to the spaceship. Each planet has its own customs. As long as it is not a very evil custom, it is fine to respect it. He took Wanda around this planet for 3 days, and got some understanding of the character of the people here. Just like the commander said, most people here are simple-minded and naive. It's just that Drax is particularly representative. Nebula, how long will it take to reach Ego? After the spaceship started, Li Chuan sat on the sofa in the cabin's living room and asked. A burst of data flashed in Nebula's eyes. According to the speed of the Milan, it will take about 10 days. Okay, switch the Milan to automatic driving mode, and let everyone gather in the cabin for a meeting. Li Chuan nodded and ordered. A moment later, Gamora, who was holding a little doll in her room, Drax, Star-Lord and Rocket, who were still discussing emotional disorders, and Groot, who was standing behind Rocket like a potted plant, were all called by Nebula to Li Chuan and Wanda. Seeing that everyone was there, Li Chuan slowly asked, "Do you know why I have to go to various planets to find you to join the Guardians of the Galaxy?" Chapter 340. Why? Except for Groot and Drax, who looked confused, Star-Lord, Rocket, Gamora and Nebula all showed curious expressions. This question has always been in their minds, especially after they fully understood Li Chuan's true strength, but no one took the initiative to ask. Li Chuan coughed and his expression began to become serious. You should all know that I can do many kinds of magic. What is magic? Drax looked confused. It's something like this. Li Chuan pointed at the cup in front of Drax, and the cup immediately turned into an inflatable clown monkey. Oh, this clown is so cute, I like it. Drax's eyes lit up when he saw the inflatable clown monkey in front of him, and he hugged it in his arms, like a child who got his favorite toy. Star-Lord and others were also stunned when they saw this. They thought Drax was a tough guy with muscles filling his brain, but they didn't expect that he had such a naive side. Among the magics I learned, there is a kind of prophetic magic that can see some fragments of the future. After dealing with Drax who liked to interrupt, Li Chuan continued, and you guys are the ones I saw in some fragments of the future, who can save the galaxy from crisis many times. That's why I gathered you in advance and established this Guardians of the Galaxy. Of course Li Chuan doesn't know prophetic magic. In the wizard world, prophetic magic can only be used by prophets, who are born with clairvoyance, and it cannot be learned later. Moreover, this kind of prophecy can only be seen occasionally. It doesn't mean that you can see it if you want to. Most of the time, you can only see some fragments and hear some words. Grindelwald is a prophet. He also successfully predicted the outbreak of World War II, and saw the power of nuclear bombs made by humans, so he was so determined to destroy most of the human race. The wizard that Li Chuan inherited did not have the third eye, and no prophetic ability. But what he said was not wrong, because in the original plot, it was indeed the Guardians of the Galaxy composed of Star-Lord and others, who saved the Milky Way many times. We saved the galaxy? After hearing what Li Chuan said, most people felt a little bit unbelievable. Gamora and Nebula were the killing weapons trained by Thanos since childhood. Now they have betrayed Thanos, but they also feel that they have nothing to do with saving the galaxy. It's good enough if they don't kill people randomly. Rocket just wants to make more money, and live a carefree life with Groot, and avenge his former friends. He thinks he won't do such a noble thing as saving the galaxy. Drax, well, he is holding his clown monkey now, and didn't hear what Li Chuan said at all. Only Star-Lord's eyes lit up, and he stood up confidently and said, I know that I will become a well-known figure in the future and save the galaxy. This is indeed what I should do. This is true. Although Star-Lord is unreliable, it is precisely because of him as a bond that the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy are brought together. So although Star-Lord does not have the corresponding qualities that a normal leader should have, he is still recognized as the captain by everyone. Yes, you may not believe it, but this is the result of my prediction. Otherwise, to be honest, you can think about it. How can I, a human being who left the Earth for the first time, know your names? Li Chuan nodded firmly, and then said with a serious face, and now, where we are going is the last member, and this operation is also a real way to save the safety of the entire galaxy. After hearing what Li Chuan said, everyone's spirits were focused at once, including Drax, who was holding the clown monkey. They all wanted to know what kind of terrible crisis was that could make Li Chuan, a strong man who could easily defeat Ronan, feel so difficult to deal with, and threaten the safety of the entire galaxy. But at this time, Li Chuan stopped and looked at Drax. Drax, do you feel sleepy now? Sleepy? No, I feel very energetic now. Drax replied with his eyes wide open, while holding his clown monkey. No, you are sleepy, you want to sleep now. Li Chuan pointed at Drax, and a stunned spell shot over. Drax immediately leaned back on the sofa and snored. The next words are not suitable for him to hear. Seeing everyone's confused eyes, Li Chuan explained with a smile and continued. A long time ago, a super brain with self-awareness appeared in the universe. After millions of years, he developed his own consciousness and learned the ability to control molecules and energy. Later, he built layers of protection on his outer layer, and eventually evolved into a living planet, which is the destination we are going to now, Ego. A living planet with its own consciousness, this is really incredible. Star-Lord stared. Even though he had been in the universe for so long, he had never heard of such an outrageous thing. Li Chuan just smiled. What's even more incredible is that he has ambitions. He wants to turn all the planets in the universe into his clones, and let all the life in the universe become his nutrients to strengthen his strength. But how can he turn all the planets into his clones? The Nova Empire, the Kree Empire, and the Sovereign Empire will not allow him to do this. Sarnos may not object. Gamora analyzed very rationally. No matter how powerful Ego is, he can't compete with all the forces in the universe. Li Chuan raised his hand. Don't worry, listen to me. After a pause, he continued to explain. In order to devour all the planets in the universe silently, Ego created a human clone for himself, and then went to various planets to plant seeds. As long as the seeds germinate, they can devour the entire planet, and all the life on the planet, and transform them into his clones. However, with his power, he naturally couldn't make so many seeds germinate at the same time, so he began to combine with women from various planets, hoping to give birth to a child with the same energy as himself, and work together to germinate the seeds. At this point, he looked at Star-Lord. When all the races in the universe had his children, he found a predator named Yondu, and paid him to bring his children back from various planets. Unfortunately, those children failed to inherit his energy, so he killed them all and buried them on his own planet. Similarly, on Earth where I am, there is also a child of Ego, who was taken away from Earth by Yondu 23 years ago. Hearing this, Star-Lord was stunned. Combining his own experience, he realized that the child that Ego gave birth to on Earth that Li Chuan mentioned might be him. Chapter 341. What's going on? Why are you all looking at Quill? Rocket noticed that when Li Chuan said this, Wanda, Gamora, and Nebula also looked at Star-Lord at the same time. Because I was taken away from Earth by Yondu 23 years ago, and if I remember correctly, Yondu took me away alone at that time. And I really didn't see my father when I was a child. Star-Lord frowned and said, but why didn't Yondu send me to Ego? Because he accidentally discovered that all the children he sent to Ego were dead, he concealed your existence from Ego, and kept you in his spaceship to raise you slowly. Li Chuan explained truthfully. Well, I always thought he needed a skinny child to help him steal things, so he caught me. Star-Lord recalled the bits and pieces of his life with Yondu for more than 20 years, and his eyes couldn't help but have some relief. But then he curled his lips again. I didn't expect that the perfect man in my mother's mouth, my biological father, was actually a planet, and he never loved my mother, all for the so-called power. I really feel sorry for my mother. She loved him so much. You are wrong. When Ego was with your mother, he really fell in love with her. He even wanted to give up his original goal and stay on Earth to live with your mother. But later he chose his own goal. In order to no longer be affected by your mother, he planted a tumor in your mother's brain and made her die of illness. Li Chuan told the final truth. Quail, your father is really not a human being. Oh, he was not a human being. Rocket was furious when he heard this. When Star-Lord heard that his mother was killed by Ego, he almost exploded. He actually dared to kill my mother. I must kill him with my own hands, kill him. Seeing this, Gamora stood up and walked to the side of Star-Lord, patted his shoulder to comfort him, and then asked Li Chuan, according to what you said, Ego's strength should be very strong. Can you beat him? To be honest, with my strength, I can't beat Ego now, even with Wanda. Li Chuan shook his head. His overall strength is indeed very strong. Wanda may be stronger than him when she bursts out with all her strength, but overall it still has not reached the level of the Father God, that is, the level of Odin and Ancient One. And Ego, as a planet that has lived for millions of years, although it is not a regular member of the Celestial God group and is a reborn defective product, its strength is definitely at the same level as Odin and Ancient One. Its small clone can blow up the entire fleet of the Sovereign Empire, which is famous for its advanced technology, with a wave of its hand. The power of the main planet is even more powerful and terrifying. However, Li Chuan knew that compared to the real Celestials, Ego, a defective product, had a very fatal weakness. That was Ego's brain hidden inside the planet. His brain had very weak defense, and even a more powerful bomb could blow it up. As long as Ego's brain could be found, Ego could be killed. If we can't even beat you, what's the point of us going there? Everyone was stunned when they heard Li Chuan say that neither he nor Wanda was Ego's opponent. Wanda aside, they saw with their own eyes how strong Li Chuan was. He resisted the main gun of the ship-class Dark Star without any damage, and killed the entire fleet led by Ronan alone. With such terrifying strength, they are no match for Ego. What's the point of these little shrimps going there? Isn't that courting death? Li Chuan seemed very calm about this. This depends on your acting skills. As long as your acting skills are good, we can easily kill Ego and save the entire galaxy. Acting skills? Hearing this answer, Gamora and others were all confused. How does this have to do with acting again? Can good acting skills easily kill Ego? These sound like two completely unrelated things. Yes, it's acting, because Quill is the only child who inherited the power of Ego. When you arrive at Ego, he will definitely open the power of God for you and invite you to complete the great cause of assimilating the Milky Way with him. You just need to agree to delay time on the surface and wait for us to deal with the other one, who is the only child who survived except you in these years, your half-sister Mantis. She knows where Ego's weakness is, and she also has the ability to put Ego to sleep for a short time. At that time, with your divine power, Mantis' hypnotic ability, and the combined efforts of all of us, we can naturally get rid of Ego and save the entire galaxy. So the most important thing at that time is acting, and we can't let Ego discover our true purpose in advance. Li Chuan looked at Star-Lord and revealed all the details of his plan. In the original plot, Ego was killed. In fact, it was mainly due to the abilities of Star-Lord and Mantis. Otherwise, with Ego's strength, Little Groot would not be able to place the bomb. Although the time has been advanced by several years, there may be various butterfly effects, but with him and Wanda working together, and Star-Lord and Mantis cooperating, basically there will be no problem. If they really can't handle it, the worst that can happen is to escape. He and Wanda may not be able to defeat Ego together, but they can still take Star-Lord and others away. Ego's original planet can't catch up with them, and if he dares to send a clone to chase, he will be directly blown up. Okay, let's do it this way. I must make this guy pay for my mother's death. Star-Lord nodded in agreement immediately. Gamora and Nebula had no objections. Rocket and Groot also expressed their support. He still needed Li Chuan to help him find the Supreme Evolution for revenge, so he naturally wanted to help. There is a new side quest. Please check the quest bar. Just after everyone agreed to Li Chuan's plan, he heard the side quest reminder again. Open the panel and quickly flip to the side quest column. Side quest: defeat Ego and prevent him from completing the plan to assimilate the Milky Way planets. The reward is 3 years of small world time. 3 years, this seems to be the most they've given. Seeing the generous mission rewards, Li Chuan was immediately delighted. Why didn't he go to Ego by himself and use space magic to forcibly take Mantis away, but had to take Star-Lord and others with him, just to trigger the side missions to get rewards, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now he has gradually figured out some of the rules for triggering the panel tasks. By the way, don't tell Drax about this after he wakes up. With his personality, he will definitely not be able to hide it, and Ego will see the flaws. At the end of the meeting, Li Chuan specifically reminded everyone. Drax's brain, expecting him to act according to the plan and not reveal anything, that's basically impossible. In fact, Star-Lord is not reliable, but the plan is also very troublesome without him. Chapter 342. 10 days later, a red planet slightly smaller than the moon appeared in front of the Milan. Captain, the coordinates match, this should be Ego. Nebula, who was sitting on the co-pilot, reported. Rocket, who was sitting on the co-pilot, sighed. Quill, your father is really big. I don't have such a father. Don't say it's my father, otherwise I will smash your triangular face with the elemental gun. Star-Lord in the main driver's seat pointed at Rocket, and warned him loudly. Rocket raised his hand. But he is your father, Starshit, you can't deny that. Not Starshit, it's Star-Lord, you little panda. Star-Lord raised his middle finger. After 10 days of getting along, their relationship became more harmonious. Okay, we're about to land. Remember our previous plan. Quill, pay attention to your attitude, don't let Ego see it. Gamora, follow Quill and remind him at any time. If he can't control his temper, you are allowed to stab him twice with a knife. Seeing this, Li Chuan had no choice but to remind him again. Star-Lord is notoriously unreliable, especially easily affected by emotions. I'm worried if I don't ask Gamora to watch him. When the time comes, don't shoot Ego as soon as you see him. Don't worry, I'm happy to stab him twice. Gamora pulled out her alloy knife from her waist, her expression very serious. Star-Lord looked aggrieved. Captain, how can you not trust me? I'm not Drax. Besides, I grew up among the Predators, so lying is my strong point. What, are you talking about me? At this time, Drax, who was stuffing a bag of Zack fruit into his mouth, just walked into the spacecraft control room. Star-Lord immediately reacted. Yes, we say you are extremely smart. I am indeed very smart, but it's not because I have no hair. People on our planet don't have hair on their bodies. Drax threw a Zack fruit into his mouth, with a slightly dissatisfied expression. Star-Lord quickly explained, this is just a metaphor, which means that you are very smart. I don't mean to laugh at your bald head. It's like what goes in one ear and out the other. It's a metaphor for not taking other people's words to heart. Nothing can enter my ears, because I react quickly, and can catch it. Drax crushed the Zack fruit in his hand, and raised his head, looking serious. Everyone was silent when they heard it. Shaking his head, Li Chuan turned and came to the cabin living room, where Wanda was giving Groot a taste of the new dessert she created based on the inspiration from this space trip. Wanda, we are almost at Ego. When the spaceship lands, if anything goes wrong, you must protect yourself first. Wanda has not yet learned the chaos magic in the Dark Book. Although her strength is not weak, she is still in danger if she is not angry and bursts out with all her strength. So his order to Wanda is that if a fight occurs, she must protect herself first, and then assist him in attacking Ego. Don't worry, I feel that my body has become much stronger after practicing with you for so long. I also spend time practicing throwing knives. If that Ego dares to attack, I will tear his planet in half. Wanda said viciously. Ego Star, inside the temple. Ego, who had transformed into a human, was asking his daughter Mantis to use her mind control ability to help him sleep. He had been looking for countless descendants for so many years, but none of them inherited his divine power. This also made his grand plan unable to be implemented, and his mind was difficult to calm down. Only Mantis's mind control could make him forget these troubles and get a little peace. This was also the reason why he did not kill Mantis. How is it possible? Suddenly, Ego seemed to sense something, and immediately opened his eyes, and sat up from the bed. Master, what's wrong with you? Mantis put away his hand in fear, and took a step back. Ego laughed. That's great, there is finally someone who inherited my power, Mantis, go meet my real child. He waved his hand, and a beautiful white round platform immediately appeared under his feet, carrying him and Mantis to fly out of the temple at high speed. A moment later, a spaceship appeared not far from his eyes. It's a predator ship. It looks like it's Yondu. He's the only one who knows my location. After seeing the shape of the ship, Ego immediately had a guess in his mind. Back then, most of his children were found and sent by Yondu, so he naturally knew the predator-shaped ship. But later, Yondu broke the contract for no reason and never showed up again, causing him to collect the remaining children by himself. But in the end, he didn't succeed in collecting any of them. Now it seems that Yondu found the only child who inherited his power, but didn't send him over. The spaceship landed, the hatch opened, and 8 figures came out of the hatch one after another. Among them was a human male in his 30s, who was the source of the homologous power he sensed, and the only descendant who inherited his power. He was about to step forward to recognize him, but the man ran over with a warm face after seeing him and hugged him. Father, father, you must be my father. Star-Lord hugged Ego tightly, pretending to be excited, but the hand that patted Ego's back almost used up all his strength, wishing to slap Ego to death on the spot. Gamora, who still couldn't bear to watch, twisted his waist hard, and then he restrained some of his strength. Yes, I am your father. I can sense the power in your body that comes from the same source as mine. How did you find this place? Star-Lord's little strength naturally did not cause any harm to Ego, so he didn't doubt anything, just wanted to verify his guess. Father, this is a long story. 23 years ago, I was kidnapped from Earth by Yondu. He made me suffer a lot, made me fight every day, and help him steal things. In order to make me obedient, he kept threatening to eat me. Star-Lord grabbed Ego's hand and began to complain. It was not until a while ago that I accidentally learned the truth. It turned out that my father hired them to find me, but they shamelessly betrayed the contract and did not send me to you. So my friends and I, yes, the 7 of them, fought with Yondu together, made him tell you where you are, and then came to find you. Yondu, you bastard. Ego cursed when he heard it, and then waved his hand to make the circular platform below longer, so that everyone could step on it, and flew towards the temple with everyone. Come on, sit in my temple with your friends. Let's have a good chat. Chapter 343. In Ego's temple, Star-Lord roughly talked about his experiences from childhood to adulthood. Except for the things that happened during this period after he met Lichuan, the rest were basically all true experiences. 9 truths and 1 lie are the most difficult to detect. So Ego did not have any doubts after listening. The main reason is that Ego does not care about the truth of those stories. As long as Star-Lord comes to this planet, he has the final say. It would be best if Star-Lord agrees to complete the great cause with him. If he does not agree, then he will forcibly extract Star-Lord's power and make him a big battery that converts the power of the gods forever. Actually, we are the Celestial Clan, millions of years ago. After Star-Lord finished speaking, Ego began to introduce his own growth and development history to everyone, which was the same as what Lichuan said, except that he did not mention his ambition and plan to assimilate all the planets. Mantis, take the guests to rest first. Peter and I have some private things to talk about. After saying this, he turned around and gave an order to Mantis. Mantis nodded respectfully, and led Lichuan and the other 7 people to the side hall next to him. After arriving at the guest room in the side hall, Lichuan suddenly said, Ms. Mantis, can you take us around here? It doesn't matter, but there is no other creature on this planet except me. Mantis hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Ego did not say that he would restrict the freedom of these people. Why is this so? Rocket asked curiously. Mantis explained, you know, this planet is Ego, it is his body. Ego said that he didn't like any creature staying on his body, just like people don't like lice on their bodies. What about you? Lichuan raised his eyebrows. A trace of sadness flashed in Mantis's eyes. I am also a louse, but maybe I am a valuable louse that can help him fall asleep, so I was left behind. You are more than valuable, you are very valuable. You can control people of Thanos and Ego's level for a few seconds with mind control. You are definitely a top assistant in this world. Professor X, who is famous for his mind control, may not be able to do it even with a brainwave enhancer. You have to know that a few seconds can do too many things for a strong person of the same level. Let's go. I just saw that it's beautiful outside. Let's go for a walk. Li Chuan waved to everyone and took Wanda outside. Ego has been to all the planets with intelligent life in the Milky Way and witnessed the beauty of countless civilizations. Therefore, although there are no other creatures on the entire Ego planet, it is very, very beautiful. Because Ego used his divine power to create many unique landscapes that only other planets have. Perhaps in terms of scenery alone, Ego can definitely be regarded as the most beautiful planet in the Milky Way. Are those two things on your head used to prevent you from bumping into the door? On a large area of land covered with colorful flowers and plants outside the temple, Drax, who had been observing Mantis's forehead, finally couldn't help but ask after walking for a while. Of course not, it's mainly related to my perception ability. Mantis didn't mind Drax's question at all, and started to explain it to him. Not long after they walked, Drax, who was straightforward but very innocent, started chatting with the kind and gentle Mantis, and they became happier and happier. Li Chuan just watched and didn't interfere much, just occasionally cooperating with everyone and saying a few words. Drax was the only one who didn't know the whole plan, and he was the one who got along best with Mantis, so Drax was crucial to let Mantis let down his guard and become friends with them in a short time. After walking around outside, the sky gradually darkened. When everyone returned to the entrance of the side hall of the temple, seeing that the time was almost ripe, Li Chuan directly said to Mantis, "Mantis, you said that you have been living here since you were picked up by Ego when you were born, so have you ever thought about going out to take a look?" "Go out and take a look." Mantis' eyes showed a yearning look. Why didn't she want to go out and take a look? From childhood to adulthood, except for helping Ego fall asleep, she has always been alone. Today was the day she had seen the most people, and it was also the first time she experienced the joy of making friends. But could she get out? If she wasn't valuable, she would have turned into a skeleton like the piles of brothers and sisters in the cave. Not to mention her, even these people in front of her would probably never get out. They would all be killed by Ego and turned into nutrients for the planet. Thinking of this, she began to hesitate. She was considering whether to tell everyone the truth. She didn't want these new friends to die, especially Drax, but she was afraid of Ego. "If you want to go out and have a look, as the captain of the Galaxy Guard, I invite you to join us, and then we will go on adventures in the universe together in the future to maintain the peace of the universe." Seeing that Mantis was hesitating, Li Chuan added fuel to the fire again. "Although you are shockingly ugly, you are good inside, as innocent as my daughter. I will take you to my planet to have a look when I have time. I believe my wife and daughter will like you." Thinking of this, I remembered the morning I left. I took Violet and Melly to play by the lake. At this time, Drax put his hands on his waist, his face full of happiness. Mantis subconsciously put her hands on Drax's shoulders. The two tentacles on his head began to shine, and her face also showed a very happy look. Letting go of her hands, she had already made a decision in her heart. "I am willing to join you, and I have something important to tell you, Ego." Then, she began to talk about Ego's plan to collect his children in the universe, how to kill them, and attempt to turn all the planets in the universe into his clones. At the moment when Mantis sincerely said he would join, Li Chuan also opened his own panel. When he saw the sign that the intermediate completion of the main task had been achieved, he decisively pressed the confirmation button to enter the world of Saint Seiya. Because the new small world itself gave him a year, he did not add extra time. Now he can freely choose how much time to use in the small world. If it is not enough, he can add more time after returning according to the situation. His current small world only has 1 year's worth of reserves, so he must maximize the efficiency of use to improve his strength and deal with Ego in the strongest state. The scene changed, and the scene in front of him was no longer at the entrance of the side hall of Ego Star, but in a house built entirely of stone, and a new memory also flooded into his mind. Chapter 344. Carrot, 20 years old, one of the thousands of bronze saints in the Greek sanctuary, mediocre, and has not yet realized his own little universe. His master is the silver saint of Canis Major, Serenus, but because of his poor qualifications, he is not valued by his master, and is a marginal figure among marginal figures. In the competition for the Pegasus Bronze Cloth 5 days ago, he was severely injured by other competitors, and lost his qualification to compete. He gradually lost his life during the days he was bedridden due to the serious injuries. Li Chuan opened his eyes again, and he had a clear understanding of the experience of his new identity. Although Carrot is not a Saint Seiya now, and does not have a saint cloth, he has been adopted and raised in the sanctuary since he was a child. He has systematically learned all the basic knowledge about Saint Seiya in the sanctuary, which is still very useful for him. According to what Carrot has learned, this world was formed after the Big Bang 15 billion years ago. And in this world, whether it is God or Saint Seiya, the fundamental purpose of their cultivation is to simulate the Big Bang, so as to build a new small universe in the body, or more precisely, in the spiritual world in the body. Using the microcosm model of the spiritual world to attract the power of the external universe to strengthen one's body, thus bursting out a terrifying power far beyond that of ordinary people. It is similar to using chakra and true energy to strengthen the body, but chakra is mainly used to perform ninjutsu, and true energy is mainly used to perform Taoism and true energy. The strengthening effect on the body is not particularly obvious except in special circumstances. The cosmic energy attracted by the microcosm to the body has an extremely terrifying effect on the strengthening of the body, which is almost a geometric increase. Therefore, the strength of the Saint Seiya is not judged by the body, but by the strength of their microcosm. The stronger the microcosm, the stronger the cosmic power it attracts, and the stronger the strength of the body. The holy clothes play a supporting role. On the one hand, they protect the body of the Saint Seiya. On the other hand, the holy clothes are similar to the wizard's magic wand, which can amplify the Saint Seiya's microcosm to burst out more powerful power. I thought the Saint Seiya's strength was due to the body, but I didn't expect it to come from the spirit. After learning about the origin and cultivation principle of the microcosm, Li Chuan sat up from the stone bed and sighed in his heart. Because this animation was too old in his memory, he didn't remember many details so clearly. He always thought that since the Saint Seiya could punch at the speed of sound and light, he must have polished his body to a very high level, just like his martial arts training. But now thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem reasonable. With his current powerful body, without using any other power, his punch can barely exceed the speed of sound. So how terrifying would a body that reaches the speed of light be? Moreover, the story repeatedly highlights the microcosm, which is always exploded, infinitely improved, and through this method, the enemy is defeated across realms. Obviously, the strength of the Saint Seiya does not lie in the physical body, but in the microcosm. The reason why the 5 bronze saints can always defeat the strong with the weak is that they rely on their strong will and spirit to continuously improve their microcosm, and Athena is infinitely helping them behind the scenes. As for the power of the microcosm, it actually lies in the spirit, including the 7th sense that must be comprehended to advance to the gold saint, and the 8th sense, the 9th sense, etc., all refer to the spiritual level. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the microcosm, and the more cosmic energy can be attracted from the outside world, thereby strengthening the body and making it stronger. The most important thing now is to build your own microcosm in the spiritual world first, so that you can gradually improve. Li Chuan was actually very happy that the Saint Seiya cultivated the spirit rather than the body, because his body was not weak, and whether it was various genetic drugs or the true essence of immortal cultivation, they all had the effect of strengthening the body. If he survived the heavenly tribulation and advanced to the earthly immortal in the later stage, his physical strength would be greatly improved. But in terms of spirit, the improvement is not very obvious. Apart from the additional improvement of cultivating immortals, there is no other way to greatly improve the spirit. Now build a small universe in the spiritual world. When the small universe becomes stronger, the spirit will also become stronger. There is a small universe in the spiritual realm, a golden elixir in the dantian of the body, wizard blood in the blood, and the body can synthesize chakra. Basically, he has no shortcomings. Moreover, these abilities can be superimposed, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 being far greater than 2, improving his overall strength. Just like the development of the microcosm, the spiritual power has achieved a qualitative change, and perhaps his magic and the ability of the Sharingan will also be greatly improved. However, just as he was about to try to condense his own microcosm in his mind according to the method of condensing the microcosm in his memory, his ears suddenly moved, and he heard a deep voice coming from outside the stone house. So far, you have each defeated 9 opponents and stood out among the 1,024 reserve warriors. Now there are only 2 of you left. Go fight, the winner will get this, the Pegasus bronze cloth that symbolizes Athena's saint. Fight, fight, fight! Countless shouts followed. It seems that today is the final for the protagonist Seiya to obtain the Pegasus bronze cloth, otherwise, go and watch it first. He thinks that watching the Saint Seiya fight and sensing the power of the microcosm may be more conducive to building the microcosm. After all, Carrot's original body only has the method of building the microcosm in his memory, but because his mental strength is too low, he has never really sensed the power of the microcosm. Having made the decision, Li Chuan immediately opened the door of the stone house and walked out. The Greek sanctuary, as the headquarters of the global Athena saints, is located in the mountains more than 10 kilometers outside the city of Athens, Greece. The place where Li Chuan lives is a stone house at the foot of the sanctuary mountain, which is specially for the bronze saints to live in. To be honest, the conditions are extremely simple. It's not that the sanctuary has no money, but it is to sharpen the will of the saints to enhance their spiritual strength and help build a small universe. Following the source of the sound, he took a few big leaps and took a shortcut to the large square below the sanctuary. This was a large square similar to the Colosseum in Rome, with a circular open space made of marble in the middle and stairs leading up all around. At this time, the stairs were full of muscular reserve warriors, and occasionally some silver saints wearing silver armor could be seen, including Carrot's master, Cyrenius of Canis Major. Chapter 345. Just above the square stood a man wearing a golden helmet and a white robe. He was the current pope of the sanctuary. Of course, if you remember correctly, the current pope should be the fake Saga in disguise. The real pope, Ares Cheyenne, had been killed by Saga's sneak attack 13 years ago. Combining Carrots and his own memories, Li Chuan recalled the general plot of this world. The most supreme existence in this world is the god King Zeus, and under Zeus, there are various gods. Among these gods, Athena, who represents justice, reincarnates into the human world every once in a while to help humans resist Hades, the god of the underworld, who wants to invade the human world. Because Athena is not good at fighting, she made 88 sets of holy clothes corresponding to 88 constellations with divine copper, gamma or N-star sand. And she selected 88 most talented humans, and taught them the cultivation method of gods, which is the cultivation method of the small universe created by Zeus imitating the Big Bang. Athena led 88 saints to fight Hades, the god of the underworld, which is called the Holy War. Because even if the Holy War is won, Athena's divine power can only seal Hades for 250 years, so the time interval between Athena's reincarnation to the human world is also about 250 years. The last Holy War took place in 1743. Although Hades was successfully sealed, only 2 saints survived in the end, namely Cheyenne of Aries and Doko of Libra. Cheyenne took over the position of Pope, managed the sanctuary, and cultivated new generations of saints to prepare for the advent of Athena and the next Holy War. Doko went to Willow Peak to monitor the demon star that sealed the souls of 108 Hades warriors in the underworld. In 1973, sensing that Hades was about to break the seal, the goddess of wisdom Athena was born in the Greek sanctuary, and a new holy war was imminent. In order to welcome the new holy war, Pope Cheyenne summoned all the gold saints to gather in the sanctuary, and appointed Sagittarius Aiolos, who was the strongest, oldest, and both kind, willful and brave, as the next pope, with Gemini Saga as his assistant. He prepared to concentrate on cultivating Athena's awakening power. However, Saga's evil side prevailed. He was jealous of Aiolos becoming the next pope. He climbed up the astrology mountain at night, and killed the former Pope Cheyenne by surprise. He also wanted to take the opportunity to kill Athena, who was still a baby. Fortunately, Aiolos arrived in time and saved Athena. But at this time, Saga pretended to be the Pope and slandered Aiolos for killing Athena and defecting, and set other gold saints to chase him. Aiolos fled from the sanctuary to northern Europe with a fatal injury, and entrusted Athena and the Sagittarius gold cloth to the world's richest man, Mitsume Sakido, who was traveling in northern Europe, and died. In order to defeat Hades, the god of the underworld, who was about to awaken, Mitsume Sakido adopted Athena and changed her name to Saori Kido. He also adopted more than 100 orphans, and after some training, he forcibly sent them to various parts of the world to compete for the Saint Cloth, hoping to cultivate a group of loyal saints to protect Athena. The protagonist Saya is one of them. He was sent to the Greek sanctuary to seize the Pegasus bronze cloth. In September 1986, that is, now, the sanctuary held a 5-day competition to elect the Pegasus bronze cloth. The 2 people standing on the field now, Saya and Cassio, are the 2 candidates for the bronze saints who have made it to the final in 5 days, and Carrot, who was replaced by Li Chuan, was seriously injured and defeated on the first day. Hey, is this the power of the microcosm? Just as Li Chuan recalled the background setting of the original plot, the game on the field officially began. At the beginning, Cassio took advantage of Saya being attracted by the Pegasus cloth to attack, and used his tall and strong body advantage to hold Saya in his hand, trying to directly break his neck. However, Saya easily broke free, and cut off one of his ears with his bare hands. Cassio stood up and hit Saya, who then began to use the power of his microcosm. At this time, Li Chuan clearly sensed a strong special force from the outside world, which was sucked into Seiya's body. 60 punches in 1 second, the increase in microcosm is so great. Seeing Seiya throw 60 punches in 1 second and send Casio flying, Li Chuan showed a surprised look on his face. According to Carrot's memory, in the previous training, everyone's strength was generally 11 or 12 punches per second, which was close to the human limit of punching speed. Even the strongest Casio can only throw 15 or 16 punches per second, but Casio's body is different from that of an ordinary person, so his punching power is particularly strong. He can punch a big hole in the marble floor with one punch. Even if Seiya is stronger than Casio, he can only throw about 20 punches per second at most. But after the microcosm exploded, Seiya can actually do 60 punches per second, which means that it has increased by at least 3 times. His own pure physical strength is already more than 100 punches per second at supersonic speed. If he builds a microcosm, can he directly throw more than 300 punches per second, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Even if it is not tripled, it can be doubled, which means the basic strength is doubled. With the addition of Sage Mode and 8 gates, it seems that the Gold Saint can be touched. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Casio's body is strong. After being hit by Seiya's 60 punches in 1 second, he spit out blood and continued to rush forward. And this time Seiya also used the Pegasus Meteor Fist, which he modified based on the Meteor Fist of his master, Silver Saint Seiya Kilamarin, and completely defeated Casio in one fell swoop. 85 punches per second. Li Chuan's eyes clearly saw the number of punches thrown by Seiya, which was 25 punches higher than before. 20 punches per second with pure physical body, 60 punches per second with small universe, 85 punches per second with special moves. Then wearing bronze armor, it is estimated that more than 100 punches per second, exceeding the speed of sound. It seems that this is the basic strength of bronze saints. Seeing Seiya step forward to receive the Pegasus armor, Li Chuan touched his chin and had a rough idea in his mind. He was not interested in Seiya's Pegasus bronze armor. Although Seiya's armor was finally upgraded to the level of divine armor, it was essentially an ordinary bronze armor now. To upgrade to the divine cloth, one must first bathe in the blood of the gold saints to upgrade to the gold cloth, and then bathe in the blood of Athena, and only when the Cosmo is raised to the extreme can it be taken off to become the divine cloth. So if possible, of course, go directly to get the gold cloth. Isn't this Carrot? I thought you couldn't get out of bed after the kick I gave you, but I didn't expect you to be alive, and kicking here to watch the finals. Li Chuan just turned around and prepared to go to his stone house to try to construct the Cosmo, when a figure suddenly blocked his way. He was a bald strong man who was nearly 2 meters tall. He was a disciple of the same Canis Major as Carrot, and was considered his senior brother. He was also the guy who severely injured Carrot in the first game. Saint Seiya is mainly based on the anime setting, so here Mitsume Sakido adopted 100 orphans, not 100 illegitimate children. Chapter 346. There are always such guys everywhere. Seeing the bald man blocking the road, Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. In fact, in Carrot's memory, he and the eldest brother had no conflict of interest, and he had never angered the eldest brother, but he was always bullied by the eldest brother. He himself didn't understand why. Li Chuan knew very well that there was a kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and liked to find a sense of existence and pitiful dignity by bullying those who were weaker than themselves. It doesn't matter whether you have offended him or not, you just need to be weak enough to resist. Among the Saint Seiya candidates in the entire sanctuary, the strongest person is Casio, the eldest disciple of Afiyukasharna, and the bald man can't even be ranked in the top 10. Only among the weakest disciples, like Carrot, can he find his dignity. Just now, seeing that Seiya, who he always looked down upon, actually defeated Casio and got the Pegasus cloth he dreamed of, the jealousy in the bald man's heart reached its peak. But he didn't dare to cause trouble for Seiya, so when he saw Carrot, who was now replacing Li Chuan, he rushed over in an impossible hurry. Forget it, just take it as revenge for the original body. Li Chuan didn't reply, and with a move of his feet, he quickly crossed the bald man, and then left without looking back. When his figure completely disappeared in the square, the bald man suddenly bent his legs, knelt on the ground, and began to spit out blood. At the moment of crossing the body just now, he did not do nothing, but used a special dark power technique to give the bald man a palm on the chest. On the surface, the bald man seemed fine, but in fact, his bones and internal organs were seriously injured. Even if he had strong vitality, he would probably die in less than 2 days. The sanctuary stipulates that saints cannot fight each other privately, but this only applies to true saints who have obtained the holy clothes. As for the reserve forces below, it doesn't matter. When Cheyenne was the Pope, it was better. Basically, there were few bullying and death incidents, but the training was more difficult. Because Cheyenne believes that saints must not only have strength, but also have character, so that they can help Athena defeat evil. But since Saga pretended to be Cheyenne and became the Pope, the atmosphere of the entire sanctuary has changed a lot. In order to realize his ambition, the selection of saints in the sanctuary has become more cruel. Including the battle for the Pegasus cloth, there are hundreds of reservists who die directly or indirectly. So if another reservist is found dead in 2 days, then he is dead. No one will come to trouble Lichuan specifically. Besides, no one probably saw clearly that it was his punch just now. The key is that he may not be in the sanctuary in 2 days. As long as he comprehends the microcosm, there is basically no point in staying in the Holy Land. There are no spare gold armors here, and to be honest, he is not sure that he can beat those gold saints who can punch at the speed of light. After returning to the stone house and setting up a simple warning formation, Lichuan closed his eyes and tried to build his own microcosm in his mind for the first time. The essence of the microcosm cultivation method is to compress one's spirit to the maximum extent, compress the spirit to a point, an extreme point, and then detonate it with a special method. In this way, you can imitate the Big Bang and form the initial microcosm in the spiritual sea. So the premise of building a microcosm is that your mental power must be strong enough, otherwise it cannot be compressed to an extreme point, let alone make it explode. The original body carrot's mental power was too weak and could not be compressed at all. In fact, this is also normal. How can a person who is often bullied and dare not resist have a strong mental power? Similarly, Cassio, who is the strongest and most powerful in the Saint Seiya Reserve, cannot awaken the microcosm. Because his body is too strong, ordinary training can't inspire his spirit and will. He bullies the weak every day by relying on his strong body, and has never experienced any setbacks. It's like a healthy person who runs 100 meters easily. His body is not exercised at all, and his willpower is not improved. And a person who is extremely weak and has difficulty walking, he is exhausted after running 100 meters, but still grits his teeth and persists, and his willpower and body will naturally be greatly improved. Therefore, the body is important in the selection of Saint Seiya, but it is not the most important. The most important thing is spirit and willpower. This is why Seiya can awaken the microcosm. Seiya and his sister were orphans, who depended on each other since childhood. After being adopted by Kido Mitsumasa, they were trained by devils every day. Later, they were forcibly separated from their sister. Only by going to the sanctuary to get the holy clothes could they exchange for their sister. After arriving in the sanctuary, because he was a foreigner, he was bullied and beaten every day but never begged for mercy. Although his body was much worse than Cassio, the painful experience since childhood tempered his spirit and willpower, allowing him to successfully awaken the microcosm. Of course, not all saints need such training. There are also many geniuses, who are born with spiritual power far beyond ordinary people. Most of the gold saints in the 12 golden palaces are like this. The gold saints who can wear the gold cloth are not promoted step by step from the bronze saints, but they are gold saints in reserve from the beginning. Aiolos of Sagittarius was chosen by Cheyenne as the next pope because of his oldest age, strongest character, and strongest strength. But in fact, Aiolos was only 14 years old at that time. As for the other gold saints, the younger ones like Leo Iolia, Taurus Aldebaran, Aries Mu, Virgo Shaka, and Aquarius Camus were only 7 years old. The older ones, like Pisces Aphrodite was 9 years old, Scorpio Shura, and Cancer Damask were 10 years old. The only one who was the same age as Aiolos was Gemini Saga, who was also 14 years old. That is to say, when these gold saints were 7 or 8 years old, their mental power could already build a small universe, because only geniuses were qualified to be selected as gold saints. The same is true for Lichuan. His mental power is also not weak because of the wizard bloodline and the blessing of cultivation. At least it has reached the basic standard of building a small universe. So when he compressed his spirit, the process was very smooth. Basically, in less than a minute, all the mental power was compressed into an extreme small dot. Then he followed the method of small universe explosion guided by the Holy Land and began to guide the mental power dot that was compressed to the extreme. Boom! There was a loud noise in the spiritual sea, and the mental power dot exploded. Lichuan only felt that at this moment, his consciousness was completely out of control. He seemed to see countless galaxies gushing out from his mental power dots, countless black holes swallowing planets, and countless stars shining. Chapter 347. It's done! After recovering from that moment of enlightenment, Li Chuan found that his spiritual sea had changed a lot. The originally empty spiritual sea had now become a miniature model of the universe. However, this model is still very scattered and not systematic, unlike the universe he saw in the main world, where galaxies and planets all seem to conform to the principles of the universe. Let's try the improvement of the body by the explosion of the small universe first. Without dwelling on this, Li Chuan directly activated his small universe with his spirit to absorb the external cosmic energy, and began to detect the changes in various aspects of his body's abilities after the small universe was activated. After 4 or 5 hours of research, he finally figured it out roughly. First of all, in terms of physical strength, perhaps because his foundation was too high, it was not as exaggerated as the threefold increase of Saya during the day, but it was more than doubled. In other words, if he did not open the second form normally, did not use the 8 gates and the multiplication technique, his original punching speed could reach 100 punches per second, and after the small universe was activated, he could directly punch 200 punches per second. It has reached the basic standard of a silver saint after putting on the holy clothes. Secondly, because the spiritual sea has become a small universe, his spiritual essence has changed, which has greatly improved the power of magic when casting magic. The same killing curse can obviously feel much more powerful. Finally, regarding ninjutsu, there are not many changes for most ninjutsu. At most, the spirit is improved, and the ability to control the fineness of ninjutsu has been greatly improved. However, the illusion effect of the right eye's Mangekyo seems to have improved a bit. After all, the pupil power of the Sharingan mainly comes from spiritual power. This is not important. The most important thing is that he feels that the small universe in his spiritual sea seems to have established some kind of connection with the moon reading ability of the right eye's Mangekyo, but he has not figured it out yet. Oh, there is also a trivial point. The spiritual essence has improved, and the amount of chakra has also increased significantly, and the shadow clones can be divided into more. At this time, Saya should be preparing to take the holy clothes back. Pushing open the stone door and looking at the dark sky outside, Li Chuan's heart moved, and he flew directly to the direction of Athens. Since Saya got the Pegasus holy clothes today, it means that Saori, the reincarnation of Athena, should have been holding the Galaxy Tournament broadcast live worldwide. After Saori knew that she was the reincarnation of Athena, she held the Galaxy Tournament according to Kido Mitsumesa's plan, so that the orphans who got the holy clothes would come back to compete as saints. She hopes to use this event to show her goddess identity to the saints all over the world, let all the saints know that she is not dead, and thus win the support of some saints to reveal the truth of that year. The final prize of the Galaxy Tournament is the Sagittarius Gold Cloth of the Sagittarius Gold Saint Iolos. It is also Li Chuan's current goal. Before entering this world, he already had a rough plan, which was to join Athena's Saint Seiya team. Because according to the rules of this world, Athena and her saints are the protagonists. As long as Athena is there, unless it is a god of the same level, the bronze 5 little strongmen can basically not be killed. No matter how strong you are, they will get up after you knock them down, and they will revive after you kill them. Anyway, they will become stronger the more you fight them. Rather than going against them, it is better to join them. Anyway, the final holy war will definitely win without him, and he can also take the opportunity to get a set of gold armor, and refine and improve his microcosm. Maybe in the later stage, Athena can use her divine blood to help him upgrade the gold armor to the divine armor. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Thunder Snake Claw. Flying over the only way from the sanctuary to Athens, Li Chuan soon found Saya. Because his disciple Cassio was defeated by Saya during the day and his Pegasus cloth was taken away, Sharna of Ophiuchus, with her other dozen disciples, ambushed on the road to Athens early in the night. As a silver saint, even if Sharna did not wear the cloth, Saya was not his opponent. After a fight, even if Saya had put on the Pegasus cloth, he was still knocked to the ground. When Sharna's disciples saw Saya being knocked down, they immediately stepped forward and punched and kicked him. It's time to act. If you don't act now, Saya will explode. Seeing this, Li Chuan, who was in the sky, landed not far away, lifted the illusion spell, and said to Sharna's disciples, "What are you doing? Let go of that boy. If he doesn't show up again, Saya's small universe will explode. Not only can he kill these people in an instant, but also Sharna and break her mask." In this world, women who want to become saints must wear masks, and once their faces are seen, they must either kill the other party or marry him. Saya broke Sharna's mask and saw her appearance. Sharna would fall in love with Saya unilaterally, while Saya loved Saori, who was the incarnation of Athena. This would lead to an additional bad relationship. Preventing Seiya from breaking the mask could also prevent this unrequited love and this bad relationship. Moreover, Seiya was 13 years old and Sharna was 16 years old. In Li Chuan's opinion, even if they were together, it would be premature love. Premature love, of course, is not recommended. Of course, this is not his main purpose. He took action now mainly to get closer to Seiya, and then join Athena's team naturally. Although Carrot and Seiya are both Bronze Saint Seiya reserves, they are not from the same master. In the more than 1,000 reserve soldiers, they actually have no intersection. You are? What's your name? I advise you to mind your own business, or I will beat you up too. When Sharna's tall and strong disciples saw Li Chuan, they immediately started to curse. Hearing this, Li Chuan pretended to be indignant. I hate bullying the weak with the majority the most in my life. Let's see who beats who. Deliberately letting the microcosm burn, slightly suppressing the power of the physical body, his body turned into a residual image and rushed toward Sharna's group of disciples. 80 punches in 1 second, Sharna's group of disciples instantly fell to the ground. The power of the microcosm. At the same time, Seiya's master Marin and Sharna, who was sitting over there, were stunned at the same time. They felt the power of the microcosm from Li Chuan, that is, the guy in front of them wearing the Bronze Saint Reserve armor, actually awakened the microcosm like Seiya, and was qualified to become a Bronze Saint. But what made the two of them wonder was that since the microcosm had been awakened, why didn't they see Li Chuan in the competition in the past few days? What they didn't know was that Li Chuan's original body Carrot had been eliminated in the first game. At that time, there were more than 1,000 people competing in the first game, and they could pay attention to it everywhere. Chapter 348. Are you okay, Seiya? After knocking down Sharna's disciples in an instant, Li Chuan stepped forward and extended his right hand to Seiya. Seiya, who was about to explode his inner Cosmo to fight back, froze for a moment, put away his Cosmo, took Li Chuan's hand and stood up to thank him. Thank you for your help, but who are you? I'm Li Chuan, a reserve like you, but I was eliminated in the competition very early. I'm not as good as you, and I finally got the Pegasus cloth. Li Chuan smiled with envy. Since no one knows him, he just changed his name back to his own. Even if he is recognized in the future, he can say that he wants to forget the past and change his name. Ha ha ha, I am also lucky. Hearing Li Chuan praising him, Seiya immediately touched the back of his head embarrassedly. And Sharna over there couldn't stand it anymore. Humph, two little guys who just awakened their microcosms, then let's get rid of you together. Her hands were in the starting position of her moves, encouraging the microcosm, and a purple venomous snake faintly appeared behind her. Lightning Snake Claw. The faint lightning flashed between Sharna's 10 fingers, and she rushed towards Li Chuan and Seiya at a very fast speed. Seeing Sharna rushing towards him, Seiya felt a headache. It was really difficult for him to raise the desire to fight against women, and it was difficult to ignite his little universe. But Li Chuan didn't care about that. He entered the Sage mode and clasped his hands together. Sage Technique Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A giant water dragon hit Sharna head-on and directly lifted her up. Senjutsu, Water Dragon Bite. Then the second water dragon soared into the sky, biting Sharna and throwing her to the ground. When Sharna landed, she had fainted. With the ninjutsu that Li Chuan used after the blessing of the Senjutsu, it might be difficult to deal with the Gold Saints, but it would not be a big problem to deal with most of the Silver Saints. Especially since Sharna had not put on the holy clothes, her defense power was greatly reduced. This move is so powerful. Seeing that Li Chuan actually killed Sharna in an instant, Seiya's eyes widened. The Saints strengthened their bodies by absorbing cosmic energy, and cosmic energy contains everything in the world. So when they create their own moves, they are not all physical attack types. Many of them have special energy attacks. Seiya's Pegasus Meteor Fist uses cosmic energy to strengthen the punching speed, allowing him to punch more and more powerfully than people of the same level. For example, the basic punching speed of the Bronze Saints has reached supersonic speed. For example, among the 100 punches per second of Shiryu, only one punch may have the power of a real supersonic punch. Seiya's Pegasus Meteor Fist can reach the power of supersonic punches in 5 or 6 punches. The same is true for the famous Plasma Light Speed Punch of Gold Saints Iolos and Iolia. Being able to punch at the speed of light is a basic standard for Gold Saints, but the brothers' special move Plasma Light Speed Punch is to punch hundreds of millions of light speed punches at once, forming a net to completely disintegrate the enemy. Different from Seiya and Iolia's moves that strengthen physical attacks, there are also moves, like Hyoga's with freezing attacks, Shiryu's dragon-shaped energy, and Ikki's mental attacks. There are also top geniuses like Shaka who have developed a variety of moves such as telekinesis, space ability, fire ability, and psychic ability. Because they use cosmic energy and spiritual power, the moves developed by Saint Seiya are all possible. So it seems reasonable for him to put his hands together and attack with a water dragon. In fact, I lost the first game in the competition for the Pegasus cloth, but because of this blow, I awakened my small universe and then realized this move. Now that the Pegasus cloth has been taken away by you, Seiya, I feel that there is no point in staying in the sanctuary. I am planning to travel around the world to continue to improve my strength. I believe that even without the holy clothes, if you improve your microcosm, you can still become a strong person. After defeating Sharna, Li Chuan immediately told the story he had prepared in advance. Li Chuan, your microcosm is so powerful, you will definitely get your own holy clothes in the future. Seiya encouraged him with blood boiling. And Marin also stood up. Let's go quickly, not only Sharna, many people in the sanctuary don't want the Pegasus holy clothes to be taken away from the sanctuary. If it's too late, someone may come to stop it. Although she was surprised by the strength of Li Chuan's moves, it was obviously not the time to chat. The sanctuary has been in turmoil for many years. After sending Seiya away early, she did not plan to stay in the sanctuary for long. Li Chuan, since you want to travel around the world, why don't you go to country or with me first? In front of Athens, Seiya, who had just finished talking to his master Marin, invited Li Chuan. From the initial help to the casual chat along the way, he found that Li Chuan was a person full of justice, and he was also very easy to talk to. I'm just worried about where to go first, so let's go to country R. Hearing Seiya's invitation, Li Chuan agreed decisively. He had been laying the groundwork for so long, wasn't it just for this moment? So the two of them hit it off, and quickly came to the Athens airport together, and took a flight to country R that night. The battle for the gold cloth, the first game of the Galaxy Tournament, Unicorn Xiaowu vs Leo Man, has come to an end today, and the winner is Unicorn Xiaowu. Let's review their battle scenes. At the airport, while waiting for the flight, the big screen was broadcasting news about the Galaxy Tournament. As the world's largest consortium, the Keto Group spent a lot of money on publicity, so that saints all over the world could see the information about the Galaxy Tournament. Not only in their own country, but also in most places around the world, there are basically related news and reports. The prize of this Galaxy Tournament is actually the gold cloth? Looking at the news at the airport, Li Chuan pretended to be surprised. The gold cloth is the cloth that only the strongest Saint Seiya is qualified to wear. There are only 12 sets in total. For a normal sanctuary reserve, seeing this news would definitely make his eyes pop out. It is also because the sanctuary is hidden in the mountains, and rarely comes to Athens, otherwise the news would have reached Saga's ears long ago. In fact, my return to our country is also related to this Galaxy Tournament, but I am not going for the gold cloth, but for my sister. Looking at those strange yet familiar people on TV, who he has not seen for 6 years, Seiya couldn't help but sigh and slowly told Li Chuan about his experience. After listening to this, Li Chuan patted Seiya on the shoulder and said, "You will definitely be able to see your sister." If he remembered correctly, after Seiya was forcibly sent to the sanctuary for training, his sister Xinghua secretly escaped from the orphanage, and went to Greece alone to find Seiya. As a result, she fell off a cliff on the way from Athens to the sanctuary and lost her memory. She was adopted by a local elder. After getting the golden cloth, he can tell Seiya this information. Chapter 349. The next morning, the plane landed, and Li Chuan and Seiya arrived at the city where the Galaxy Tournament was held. I'm back, and I must take back everything that belongs to me this time. Sister, I'm no longer the child who is at the mercy of others. Seiya stood on the busy street, looking at the promotional advertisements of the Galaxy Tournament posted everywhere, holding his hands tightly, and couldn't help but shouting loudly. 6 years ago, he and his sister were forcibly separated and sent to Greece. At the age of 7, he could not resist Kido Mitsumasa, the powerful world's richest man. However, now, he is already a powerful saint who can punch at supersonic speed. The secular forces can no longer compete with him. He is fully capable of taking his sister away from the Keto Group. As for the Galaxy Tournament, he is not obliged to participate. Look carefully, this person is called Xiuya. 6 years ago, he came to save his sister. Bah, do you think he is returning home for revenge? Li Chuan looked at Xingya, who was shouting there with high spirits, and couldn't help shaking his head. All generations of Pegasus have been loyal lickers of Athena, and this generation is no exception. Even though Seiya looks like he is extremely angry with the Keto Group and said on the plane that he would not participate in the Galaxy Tournament, he will probably be discouraged after a few words when he sees Keto's salary. Taxi. He waited to stop a taxi, and Li Chuan grabbed Saya and stuffed him into the car. Okay, let's get down to business. Hey, Brother Chuan, be gentle. Why do I feel that you are much stronger than Casio? Saya sat in the back seat speechless. Without exploding his little universe, Li Chuan just carried him into the taxi, and he had no resistance at all. I am 7 years older than you, so it is not normal that I am stronger than you. Li Chuan sat in the front passenger seat, and then continued, tell the driver the destination. Go to the family villa of the Keto Consortium. Saya instinctively felt that something was wrong, and was about to refute, but when Li Chuan asked this, his attention was quickly diverted. After all, Saya was only 13 years old, and the first 6 years were in the orphanage, and the next 7 years were in the sanctuary. Except for fighting, other aspects were basically blank. Maybe his fighting wisdom and talent are first class, but his experience, IQ and EQ are not the same as Li Chuan, who has lived 2 lives and visited several worlds. So when Saya gets along with Li Chuan, he feels comfortable with everything and thinks that Li Chuan is just too good. He soon regards him as his best friend. This is because Li Chuan has completely grasped Saya's character. You go in, I wait for you outside. The taxi stopped in front of an extremely luxurious villa. Li Chuan did not follow Saya in, but stayed in the taxi and waited. He didn't want to meet Athena in this way. This kind of appearance was too uncool. His goal was the Sagittarius gold cloth. If he wanted to really get the Sagittarius cloth, he would definitely need Athena's approval. All 88 cloths were made with the participation of Athena. They were like the magic weapons of monks. They were not completely dead objects, but also had a certain spirituality. Either the cloth was approved, or Athena was approved, or the previous owner of the cloth was approved. Otherwise, even if it was worn, it would only be a calm golden armor, and it would not have any effect in increasing strength. In the original plot, Phoenix Iki was kicked apart by Saya, who was not wearing the Sagittarius gold cloth. Also, Cancer Death Mask and Gemini Saga were abandoned by their own gold cloths because of their inner evil and blasphemy against Athena. So it is not that you can get the gold cloth by force. The owner of the Sagittarius gold cloth is dead, and Li Chuan does not think that his soul is noble enough to be recognized by the Sagittarius gold cloth, so he can only choose to get the recognition of Athena. In this case, his appearance must make Athena's eyes light up. At least it must have a certain impact. He can't just appear as a supporting role of Saya. Half an hour later, Saya walked out of the villa and got into the car again. But the box of Pegasus cloth behind him was gone. Saya, your cloth? I left it in the villa. I plan to participate in the Galaxy tournament. Just now. Saya scratched his head embarrassedly, and then told what happened inside. Originally, he planned to take his sister Xinghua away in a carefree manner, but Xinghua actually jumped out of the orphanage after he was sent to Greece, and has not returned since then. The world is so big, he has no idea where to find his sister, who has disappeared for 6 years. And Keto Saori promised that as long as he won the first place in the Galaxy tournament, she would use all the power of the Keto Foundation to help him find Xinghua in various countries around the world. So he handed over the holy clothes and agreed to participate in the competition. You will find it, and you participated in the Galaxy tournament, which was broadcast live around the world. Maybe your sister can see it too. Maybe after the game, your sister will come to find you. Li Chuan encouraged with a smile. Saya's eyes lit up. Brother Chuan, you are right. As long as I keep playing, my sister will definitely see it. After sorting out his mood, Saya took Li Chuan to stroll around the city, and also went to the orphanage where he used to live, and met Mei Wei, his best friend in the orphanage. The gentle and kind Mei Wei is now a staff member of the orphanage. The next day, Li Chuan, Saya, Mei Wei and some children from the orphanage took a car to the venue of the Galaxy competition. A super large indoor competition venue built by the Keto Group at a huge cost and in 5 years, covering an area as large as 5 football fields. After entering the venue, Saya went to the competition area first, while Li Chuan brought Mei Wei and others to the audience. That must be the Sagittarius gold cloth. Sitting in the audience, Li Chuan was immediately attracted by the golden box placed high in front of the venue, because he knew that it should be Iolo's Sagittarius gold cloth. He chose the Sagittarius gold cloth, not only because it is the easiest to obtain the ownerless cloth, but also because the Sagittarius gold cloth is the most powerful cloth among all the cloths. Maybe the Sagittarius saint is not the strongest saint, but the weapon of Sagittarius is definitely the strongest weapon, because his weapon is called God-killing arrow. As long as the Sagittarius saint's microcosm is strong enough, the arrow he shoots can even kill God. Because his arrow not only destroys the enemy's body, but also the soul and spirit, the destructive power is extremely strong. Chapter 350. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Today's match is between Seiya of Pegasus and she of Ursa Major. Before we start, let me tell you the rules of the match. The entire arena lit up suddenly under the lights, and the commentator in charge of the match began to introduce the match items and rules. Afterwards, Seiya, wearing the Pegasus cloth, and she, wearing the Ursa Major cloth, came to the ring in the center of the arena amid the cheers of the crowd. At first, Seiya was at a disadvantage, and was strangled by the tall she. Later, he exploded with his small universe, and kicked she dozens of times in the air in 1 second, kicking she's bronze cloth to pieces. The Saint Seiya's cloth has extremely powerful defensive capabilities, but the prerequisite is that the Saint Seiya who uses it must be strong enough. Otherwise, if the user's microcosm is completely suppressed, the cloth will be broken when facing the attack of enemies with too many microcosms that exceed the user's own. However, most cloths can basically be repaired automatically as long as they are not severely damaged. If the damage is too severe, and can no longer be automatically repaired, you must find the Aries Gold Saint Mu who specializes in repairing cloths. If even the basic spirituality of the holy clothes has been wiped out, Mu cannot repair it. The only way to repair it is for the Saint Seiya to integrate half of his blood into the holy clothes, and reshape the spirituality of the holy clothes. But in this way, the Saint Seiya himself is likely to die. Although the bodies of most Saint Seiya exceed the limits of humans, they are still humans. If half of their blood is lost or their vital parts are injured, they will die. Li Chuan should never worry about this. With his body, it is not a big problem to lose half of his blood. Even if all of it is lost, it will recover in a few seconds. Even if it is lost, it may not be as fast as recovery. So he doesn't have to worry about the problem of the armor being damaged in the future, and he can even use his own blood to water it. In this way, Seiya won the final victory, and today's game ended. In order to make the grand occasion of the Galaxy Tournament resound throughout the world, Kido Saori set the rule that only one game is played per day, and the winner enters the next round, and strives to play for more days. The next day, White Bird Hyuga, who rushed back from East and West Siberia, defeated Hydra City, who used poisonous fangs to paralyze, with the Diamond Star Fist with cold air. On the fourth day, Seiya went to battle again, against Shiryu who had returned from the Five Elders Peak. As one of the 5 Bronze Saints, Shiryu was naturally not comparable to the normal Bronze Saints like she, and he was also the only disciple taught by a Gold Saint. You should know that Libra's Doko was the strongest saint who survived the last Holy War. Most of the Gold Saints today have been taught by Doko, and they have to call him teacher when they meet. So at the beginning, Seiya was abused by Shiryu, who was known as the strongest fist and the strongest shield. Later, at the cost of serious injury, he induced Shiryu to use his fist to hit his shield, which was the principle of contradiction, and then broke Shiryu's holy clothes. Even so, his strongest Pegasus Meteor Fist was easily seen through by Shiryu and dodged, and he was abused again. But in the end, Seiya won because he burst out his small universe in desperation and hit a stronger Pegasus Meteor Fist, and found the flaw of Shiryu's punch, and hit Shiryu's heart in one fell swoop. Quick, the doctor from the emergency team. After Shiryu fell to the ground, Seiya, who had been gritting his teeth and holding on, could no longer hold on and fell to the ground as well. A group of doctors and nurses who had prepared in advance quickly rushed up. After a while, Seiya was diagnosed as seriously injured and carried away, and Shiryu was diagnosed as dead. Seiya, please save Shiryu. The teacher said that if Shiryu is hit by a Saint Seiya, as long as the same Saint Seiya hits him in the opposite direction with the same force, his heartbeat will recover within 4 minutes. When Seiya was about to be carried out of the ring, a girl in red stopped the medical staff and cried to Seiya. Her name is Chunli, a girl adopted by Wolfing Tonghu, and she and Shiryu are childhood sweethearts. Today, she came here to find Shiryu to go back to Wolfing to visit the sick teacher Tonghu. Look at him like this, how can he still punch? Give up. The doctor pointed at the seriously injured and unconscious Seiya and advised. In his opinion, Seiya had more than 20 broken bones and bruises all over his body. It was uncertain whether he could recover to be a normal person, let alone stand up and punch again. Chunli squatted on the ground and cried in despair. However, at this moment, Seiya, who was originally unconscious, slowly opened his eyes, and said with difficulty, "Put me down." The doctors and nurses carrying the stretcher wanted to persuade him, but to no avail, so they had to put down the stretcher. At this time, all the other participating saints also came here from the viewing platform. Although everyone was very ruthless and said irritating words in the ring, as orphans who trained together in the past, they still had a special feeling for each other in their hearts. So after seeing that Shiryu was in danger of life, they subconsciously gathered around him, Even the most arrogant Hyuga was no exception. The most gentle and kind Shun picked up Shiryu, turned his back to Seiya, who was trembling and coming down from the stretcher, and reminded him, "Seiya, you only have one chance. You must aim before you shoot. The distance here is too close. You will hit his heart, then take 3 steps back and punch." When Seiya was about to punch, Hyuga walked over to remind him. Seiya took 3 steps back, trying to concentrate his Cosmo to punch, but his eyes were blurry, and he fell to the ground again due to exhaustion. "Seiya, wake up quickly, cheer up." Other saints came over and supported Seiya, who fell. "This won't work, his body is too badly injured. He can't punch at all, let me treat him." When everyone looked anxious and the blue dragon behind the purple dragon, which symbolized life, became fainter and fainter, a person had walked in front of Seiya without knowing when. The saints were shocked when they heard this, looked up at the unfamiliar Lichuan and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Seiya's friend when he was training in the sanctuary, and I have some healing abilities," Lichuan replied with a smile. "Brother Chuan?" Hearing Lichuan's voice, Seiya reluctantly opened his eyes. Seeing that Seiya really knew Lichuan, everyone also made way. "Heal quickly, palm immortal technique." Lichuan came to Seiya, and while simply encouraging the power of the microcosm to disguise, he skillfully performed the double superposition of healing magic and healing ninjutsu. In less than 10 seconds, Seiya's eyes widened, and he jumped up from the ground. "I feel completely fine now, as if my body is not injured at all, but I'm very hungry." "Brother Chuan, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Hurry up and help Shiryu recover his heartbeat. There's less than a minute left." Lichuan didn't explain too much, just smiled and reminded him. Seiya was originally a carefree person, so he didn't delve into it, and immediately showed Shiryu the starting posture of the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Chapter 351. Pegasus Meteor Fist. As Seiya used his ultimate move to hit Shiryu's back, Shiryu's heart beat again, and he gradually woke up. The audience, who had been watching the game, nervously breathed a sigh of relief and burst into earth-shaking cheers. Unlike the audience in the audience, the saints were also happy, but they would intentionally or unintentionally glance at Lichuan, who was standing there smiling. Seiya's Pegasus Meteor Fist was indeed powerful and admirable, but Lichuan's ability to completely restore a seriously injured person seemed to be more surprising. Among them, Bing had glanced at Lichuan the most. Among the saints who just surrounded Seiya, he was the strongest. The others might just be amazed at Lichuan's magical healing ability, but he was also concerned about Lichuan's strength. Although Lichuan did not burst out a very powerful microcosm, he did not sense or notice Lichuan's appearance behind him just now, which was the most terrifying. If Lichuan had just attacked with malicious intent, he might not even have a chance to fight back. So he had guessed in his heart that Lichuan might still be a powerful Saint Seiya. At the same time, Shiroto Saori, who had been watching the game in the high-platform private room, naturally paid attention to Lichuan. Being able to heal such a serious injury in such a short time, this powerful healing ability is extremely useful for future holy wars. "Tatsumi, who is that person?" "Miss, his name is Lichuan, he is Seiya's friend, and he came here with Seiya from the sanctuary, but he doesn't seem to have a holy cloth, so he shouldn't be a formal Saint Seiya," the tall butler Chini replied. Feeling the sight coming from the glass of the private room above his head, Lichuan, who was treating Zilong, raised his mouth slightly. He knew that he had been noticed by Athena. In fact, in all the holy wars, there have always been saints with healing abilities, and this role is mostly Ares' gold saint. For example, Ares Mu, who now lives in seclusion in Jiami, has many auxiliary abilities such as healing the body, repairing the holy clothes, space teleportation, and telekinesis. "Thank you, Seiya. Thank you, Lichuan." After waking up, Shiryu learned from Chunli what happened after he fell into a coma. He stood up and sincerely thanked Seiya and Lichuan. If Seiya hadn't saved him regardless of the past, he would have died. If Lichuan hadn't treated Seiya, Seiya wouldn't have been able to save himself, including now that Lichuan had cured his injuries. So his two thanks were also very sincere. "It's a pity that our holy clothes are all broken." After the joy, Seiya picked up his broken holy clothes from the ground, with a little regret on his face. Just now, the battle between him and Shiryu was too intense, and both of their armors were damaged, and the damage was large, and could not be automatically repaired. After 6 years in the sanctuary, he defeated so many competitors, and finally got the armor, but it was scrapped after just a few days of wearing. He must be reluctant to give it up. However, he was open-minded by nature, and his mood recovered in just a few minutes. Shiryu put his damaged armor into a box, and came over to take the box that Seiya had put the damaged Pegasus armor in from Seiya's hand. Under his surprised eyes, he said firmly, "Seiya, Don't worry, I know a place where the armor can be repaired. When I go back to visit the teacher, I will take my armor and yours there. You wait here, I will repair the armor as soon as possible so that you can continue the game. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. This is the truth he learned from his teacher. Seiya saved his life, so he naturally has to help Seiya repair the armor so that he can continue the game, even if his life may be in danger. Really, that's great. Seiya was overjoyed when he heard this. No matter how confident he is in his own strength, it will be difficult for him to face Hyuga, Shun, and Iki, who have not returned without the blessing of the armor. Li Chuan, who was standing next to him, just smiled and didn't interrupt. With his current level of repair spell, and the blood of the Saint Seiya, it is likely that he can repair the 2 bronze-level Saint clothes. But he didn't stand up to try. Because his goal is very clear, one is to attract Athena's attention, become a person Athena relies on, and thus perfectly inherit the Sagittarius Gold Saint cloth. The second is to try not to change the direction of the original plot to a large extent, to prevent accidents and cause a huge crisis. According to the original plot, although the 5 bronze warriors fought each time in a thrilling way, the Holy War still won in the end. If he changed the plot drastically, and the Holy War was lost, Hades ruled the earth, and the earth became a dead star, it would be troublesome. He helped Seiya treat his injuries, and Seiya revived Shiryu, which basically did not change the direction of the plot. But if he repaired 2 holy clothes at once, Shiryu did not go to Jamil to find Mu, and the holy clothes were not strengthened by Mu, then there might be changes when he broke into the 12 zodiacs later. After the match, Shiryu and Chun-Li returned to Wulao Peak with 2 sets of damaged holy clothes on their backs, and the others also returned to their respective residences. However, before leaving the venue, Li Chuan sensed a flash of fierce murderous aura in the audience. In addition to him, Shun, who was most sensitive to hostility, also sensed it. The next day, the match began as usual. Today's match was between Shun of Andromeda and Xiaowu of Unicorn, who had previously defeated Leo. This is the flesh chosen by Hades in the human world. Looking at Shun, who easily crushed Xiaowu, Li Chuan, who was sitting in the audience, sighed secretly. The 5 bronze warriors, Iki, Shun, Hyuga, Shiryu and Seiya. In the later period, everyone knew that Seiya was definitely the strongest, but in the early period, Seiya was usually the weakest among the 5, and he almost lost to the Ursa Major. In the early period, the strongest one on the surface was naturally Iki, but in fact, the strongest one was Shun. Before Shun left Fairy Island to participate in the Galaxy Tournament, he broke the arm helmet on his master's holy clothes when he burst into full force. His master, Albione, the Silver Saint of the Seafuse, is known as the strongest Silver Saint who can rival the Gold Saint. That is to say, if Shun were to burst out with all his strength now, his true strength should be at the peak of silver. It's just that because he is too gentle and kind, he hates fighting and doesn't want to hurt others, so he instinctively suppresses his own little universe. And because of his super talent, he was chosen as the flesh of Hades, the king of the underworld, to come to the world since he was a child. Ah! With a scream, Xiaowu, who wanted to break through Shun's chain defense from above, was killed instantly by the chain's instinctive counterattack. After killing Xiaowu, Shun's chain seemed to sense something and began to frantically warn. This abnormality also alerted all the saints and Kido Saori, who was standing in the private room. Chapter 352. It seems that the Dark Saints led by Iki are about to appear. Li Chuan, who was sitting in the audience, quietly stood up, walked to an empty corner, and disappeared in an instant. 6 years ago, because he was worried about his younger brother, who was drawn to go to the Death Queen Island to get the holy clothes, Iki took the initiative to replace Shun, and came to the Death Queen Island where no one had ever come out alive. In the painful torture and training of death, Iki, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, could never comprehend the power of Phoenix's hatred. Finally, after his respected master killed his favorite girl, Ai Shuemon, he finally comprehended the power of the Phoenix in anger, killed his master with his own hands, and fell into darkness. This time he is leading the unique Dark Saints of the Death Queen Island to come back for revenge, cut off all ties, seize the Gold Saint cloth, and unify the world. Dark Saints generally refer to the evil saints, who betrayed Athena for selfish desires after learning the small universe cultivation method. They were Dark Saint cloths that imitate Athena's saints. As for strength, in Li Chuan's impression, it should not reach the level of silver. It may be stronger than Seiya and others now, but it is not a concern for him. In fact, except for a few Silver Saints and Gold Saints, he didn't take the other Bronze and Silver Saints of the Athena series seriously. Because the punching speed of most Silver Saints was only about Mach 2 or 3, which was not even close to the standard light speed punch of the Gold Saints. It's the Phoenix Saint. The lights of the stadium dimmed, and when they came on again, Iki, wearing the Phoenix cloth, was already standing high on the box containing the Sagittarius cloth. Sensing the powerful and resentful microcosm in Iki's body, Shun's Nebula chain launched an uncontrolled attack, but was easily taken by the powerful Iki. The unicorn Xiaowu who had just fought with Shun came forward, but was also knocked to the ground by Iki's casual punch when he came to the ring. I'm not here to participate in this boring competition, I'm here for revenge, Kido Mitsumasa, Kido Saori, and you, old dog Tatsumi, you who sent me to hell, now it's time for me to send you there. The gold armor belongs to me, and if you, Shiryu and Seiya, dare to stop me, I will kill you all. I have seen your strength in the past 2 days. Even if you put them together, you are still not my opponent. Iki first shouted to the hide box, and then looked at Seiya and others arrogantly. Li Chuan, who had teleported and floated above the Sagittarius gold armor, shook his head when he looked at Iki below. He could understand Iki. If he had the experience of Iki, he would probably become more ruthless than Iki. In fact, what he couldn't understand the most was Kido Mitsumasa. You said you were so rich, it wouldn't be difficult to find some people who were willing to go to the major holy places, but you had to force the orphans in the orphanage. Who wouldn't be surprised if you did that? To be honest, if Kido Saori wasn't so charming and so good at winning people's hearts, I guess few people would be willing to obey after returning. Phoenix Iki, don't be so presumptuous. Which of our training places is not hell? Your opponent is me. At this time, Wolf Nachi, who was supposed to fight with Iki tomorrow according to the schedule, put on his holy clothes and came to the ring. Obviously, he wanted to resolve tomorrow's battle and advance to the next round. Unfortunately, his strength was too different from Iki's. Hell, the place you are going to is also called Hell. Let me show you what real hell is. Iki raised his hand and punched Nachi. Phoenix Magic Fist. The fist did not hit Nachi, but Nachi's body was shaken, and then his expression became extremely terrified. After a few seconds, he fell to the ground in pain, covering his head. What a powerful mental attack. Li Chuan touched his chin, with a look of surprise on his face. The punch Iki threw just now was a pure mental attack, which made Nachi see a horrible scene like hell, and his nerves broke, and he collapsed. Master Iki, leave those unknown people to us. Just when everyone was surprised at Iki's strength, a dozen saints wearing black armor suddenly jumped out of the arena and surrounded Seiya and others. The 4 leading ones wore the same armor as Shiryu, Seiya, Hyoga and Shun, but the color was pure black. The other soldiers were all wearing the black phoenix cloth. Who are you? Seiya, Hyoga and the others immediately took a defensive posture and asked loudly. And the Dark Saints did not hide it. We are the Dark 4 Heavenly Kings and the Dark Phoenix Army under Master Iki. Forget it, Seiya without the cloth, the weak Shun and the insignificant Hyoga, it would be a waste to kill you guys. Take the gold cloth back to the Death Queen Island first, and kill them together next time. Iki made a gesture, and immediately 4 Dark Saints jumped onto the platform, where the Sagittarius gold cloth was placed. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, but due to the number of opponents and the strength Iki had just shown, they did not dare to easily intercept them, fearing that they would be exposed and killed by a single blow. However, just as the 4 Dark Saints were about to open the box to take the gold cloth, a huge water dragon appeared out of thin air and rushed the 4 Dark Saints off the platform in one fell swoop. It was agreed that only the first place can get the gold cloth. Isn't your behavior of robbing people too disrespectful? The water dragon dissipated, and Li Chuan, smiling, calmly appeared next to the box of the gold armor. Brother Chuan. Seiya, who was below, saw Li Chuan protecting the gold armor, and his face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Although he did not like Kido Saori and the Kido group, as a true Saint Seiya, he would not allow such a sacred thing as the gold armor to fall into the hands of evil people. And Hyoga over there showed an expression of as expected. He knew that Li Chuan was not weak. I advise you to mind your own business, otherwise there may be one more corpse here today. After seeing Li Chuan, Iki's expression became a little more serious. Yesterday, when he was hiding in the audience, he saw Li Chuan treating Seiya and Shiryu, and he felt that he was not simple, so he specially summoned the 4 Dark Lords last night. Sure enough, he solved the 4 Dark Saints in one move. This is a hidden saint with strong strength. Then I can only advise you to turn back from the boundless sea of suffering, put down the butcher knife, and become a Buddha on the spot. Li Chuan shrugged indifferently. Knowing that Li Chuan was not going to give up, Iki's eyes turned cold. So I wanted to let you live a little longer. In this case, let's deal with them all at once. Turning to the Dark Four Heavenly Kings and the Dark Phoenix Army, Dark Swan will deal with Hyuga, Dark Pegasus will deal with Seiya, Dark Fairy will deal with Shun, Dark Dragon will lead the others to deal with Li Chuan and seize the gold cloth, and I will personally deal with the young lady and the old dog. Chapter 353. Miss Saori. Seeing Ikki smash the glass of the box with one punch, revealing the panicked Saori Kido inside, Seiya and the others were shocked and were about to step forward to stop him. They did have resentment towards Mitsumasa Kido in their hearts, but that was only towards Mitsumasa Kido. When Mitsumasa Kido sent them away, Saori Kido was just a 7-year-old girl like them. Although she was a little willful, she had no decision-making power. And after coming back this time and learning about Mitsumasa Kido's death, most of the resentment in her heart had gone, and in addition, Saori Kido was actually very tolerant of them these days, and did a good job in all aspects. So when they saw Ikki going to kill Kido's Saori, out of their inner kindness and justice, they instinctively wanted to protect her. Of course, there is another point, which Li Chuan thinks accounts for a large part of the reason, that is, the dual influence of Kido Saori's beauty and the Athena microcosm hidden in her body. Your opponents are us. Dark Pegasus, Dark White Bird and Dark Fairy attacked at the same time, stopping Seiya, Hyuga and Shun respectively. As for the remaining 5 weak unicorn Xiaowu, Ursa Major Shi, Liu Youngman, Wolf Nachi and Hydra Ichi, Xiaowu and Nachi had just been solved by Ikki and were still lying on the ground. The other 3 faced 3 Dark Shadow Phoenix soldiers. It's time to send you off. Ikki jumped into the private room on the platform and looked at Kido Saori and Shin-Yi with murderous intent on their faces. Ikki, you dare to hurt the lady. Although Shin-Yi's legs were shaking with fear from Ikki's murderous aura, he still stood in front of Kido Saori. I think everyone can sit down and talk slowly if they have something to say. Fighting and killing is not good. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to Kido Saori. It was Li Chuan who teleported over. He looked at Shin-Yi with a little surprise, and then greeted Shiroto Saori very gentlemanly. Hello, Miss Saori, my name is Li Chuan, and I am a friend of Seiya. Shin-Yi is not a good person, and can even be said to be a bit bad. It was because Ikki contradicted him that he beat Ikki on the way to the Queen of Death Island. But he is indeed very loyal to the Shiroto family, and is even willing to sacrifice his life to protect Shiroto Saori. I can only say that human nature is sometimes hard to explain. Hello, Mr. Li Chuan, thank you for your help. Saori suppressed her fear, stood up, and politely saluted Li Chuan. At this time, Shiroto Saori had not yet fully awakened. She was just a 13-year-old girl. The Galaxy competition and a series of plans were arranged by her grandfather Shiroto Mitsumasa before his death, so she would be very scared when facing Ikki. When she saw Li Chuan appear in front of her, she couldn't help but have a better impression of him. It seems that between protecting the gold armor and saving people, you chose to save people, so I won't be polite. After seeing Li Chuan appear, Ikki stopped. He came to kill Kido Saori. In fact, the most important thing is to lure Li Chuan, a guy whose strength he is not sure yet, here, and then get the Sagittarius gold armor first. The main purpose of coming back this time is to get the gold armor, and revenge is second. However, Li Chuan shook his head. That's not the case. Upon hearing this, Ikki turned his head and looked towards the direction of the gold cloth below, but his eyes widened. This is impossible. What did he see? He saw that Li Chuan was still standing in front of the box containing the gold cloth, without moving at all. He looked at Li Chuan standing next to Shiroto Saori, then looked at Li Chuan below, and then looked at Li Chuan next to Shiroto Saori. Finally, Ikki relaxed his brows. It turns out to be twins. His powerful spirit could sense that the 2 Li Chuans were real entities, not phantoms. So, only the twins could explain it. Well, that's not the case. Li Chuan spread his hands and gave the same answer again. It's definitely not twins, because the one below is the shadow clone of Li Chuan. Although the shadow clone does not have the Sharingan and Samsara Eye, and does not have a strong body, it has half of his chakra and half of his magic power, so it should not be a problem to deal with the Dark Dragon and those Dark Shadow Phoenixes. Humph, you haven't put on your holy clothes yet, do you look down on us? Coming in front of Li Chuan, the arrogant Dark Dragon saw that Li Chuan hadn't put on his holy clothes yet, and he immediately became angry. He felt that the other party was insulting him. It's not that I don't respect you, it's that I really don't have a holy clothes to wear. Li Chuan smiled and replied. He deliberately said this in a louder voice, so that Shiroto Saori, who was sitting above, could hear it clearly. A person who doesn't have a holy clothes, even a holy clothes, is not worthy of fighting with me. You go and deal with him. Dark Dragon paused for a moment after hearing this, then stood there with his arms folded across his chest, signaling the 8 dark saints behind him to take action. He didn't want his men to test Li Chuan's strength. He was really proud, and didn't want to fight someone without a holy cloth. Li Chuan grinned when he saw this. All the villains in this world have a very similar characteristic, that is, they all think they are very strong, and they have to fight one by one when they can destroy their opponents in one fell swoop by attacking together. If Saga had brought all the gold and silver saints, who were loyal to him to kill Athena from the beginning, the 5 little strong men would not have won even if they cheated. Poseidon and Hades were the same. If they just went all out and concentrated their strength to kill Athena in one fell swoop, they would definitely win. But they had to let their subordinates practice with the 5 little strong men one by one, and they were defeated one by one. Anyway, they were all very arrogant. Every time my skills were the strongest, no one could break them, no one could stop them, and then they were slapped in the face. Since you don't want to fight me, then fight your own people. Seeing the 8 dark saints rushing towards him, Li Chuan clasped his hands together. Fairy technique, shadow imitation technique. 8 thin shadow lines instantly shot out from under him, connecting with the shadows of the 8 dark saints, who were unaware of the situation. His body was a shadow clone, and it would disappear if hit in close combat, but if he used some powerful ninjutsu, he was afraid that the venue would be too severely damaged and too bloody. At present, the field was full of spectators, and it was also being broadcast live around the world, so it was not good to make it too bloody. So he used the ninjutsu of the Nara family. The shadow imitation technique strengthened by the fairy method was more effective, and the saints, who did not understand the situation, would not guard against this ninjutsu at all. During the battle, everyone's attention was on the other person, so who would care about any changes in the shadow? Besides, the speed of Li Chuan's shadow strengthened by the fairy method was indeed amazingly fast, and these dark saints might not be able to dodge even if they wanted to. Chapter 354. What's wrong with my body? The 8 dark saints were half a meter away from Li Chuan, and were about to punch and attack, but at the same time, they found that their bodies were suddenly unable to move. However, this alone was not enough, and then they all turned around and raised their fists, and rushed towards the dark dragon. The effect of the shadow imitation technique is to use the shadow as a medium to force the enemy to do the same action as oneself. The shadow imitation technique strengthened by the other immortal arts can not only control multiple enemies at the same time, but also directly use the shadow to make the enemy act according to their own thoughts, without having to do the same action themselves, just like a puppet with strings. So as long as Li Chuan's shadow clone stands there, he can control the body of the dark saint to help him fight. What are you doing? You dare to attack me? When Dark Dragon saw the 8 dark saints suddenly stop and turn to attack him, his expression suddenly changed. And the 8 dark saints were also very aggrieved. Lord Dark Dragon, our bodies seem to be controlled by him. A bunch of trash. Dark Dragon cursed while dodging the attack. In that case, let's try this move. Seeing that the siege of the 8 people was all avoided by Dark Dragon, Li Chuan controlled the 8 dark saints to spread out and surround Dark Dragon, and then put his hands in the starting position of Seiya's special move, Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless fists rained down on Dark Dragon from all directions, forcing Dark Dragon to immediately use the shield on his arm to resist. How could this happen? How can you use Pegasus Meteor Fist? It's not that they can, but I can. Li Chuan's shadow clone laughed. And it's not just Pegasus Meteor Fist. After using Pegasus Meteor Fist, the 8 dark saints did not stop at all, and took the starting position of Shiryu's special move, Lushan Shenglongba. The 8 dragons instantly broke through the defense of the Dark Sky Dragon, and then knocked him out. How could Li Chuan know Seiya and Shiryu's special moves? This of course starts with his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You have to know why the Sharingan became famous in the ninja world in the first place. Naturally, it was not Susanoo and Amaterasu, but the super motion capture and copying ability. Uchiha ninjas, as long as they open their eyes, are basically good at both ninjutsu and taijutsu, because they can copy others' taijutsu and ninjutsu through the motion capture ability of the Sharingan. That's how Kakashi got his reputation as a copying ninja. It's just that Kakashi can copy most ninjutsu with 5 attributes, while Uchiha ninjas can only copy 1 or 2 attributes, not as exaggerated as him. And Sasuke also copied the Lotus after fighting with Rock Lee once because of the Sharingan, and transformed it into his own line combo. Li Chuan's Sharingan is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the highest level of Sharingan, and with the Jin Danjin Yuan enhancement, the dynamic capture and copying abilities will only be stronger. Maybe it's a bit troublesome to copy special attack effects like Diamond Star Fist and Phoenix Magic Fist, but attack moves like Seiya and Shiryu that rely purely on skills are accurate. So please call him, copy Saint Seiya, Li Chuan. Ha ha ha, your moves are indeed powerful, but there is a huge flaw, that is, you can only control their bodies, but not their microcosms, so even if they can use Pegasus and Draco's moves, they can't hurt me. The dark dragon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly stood up from the ground, burned his own small universe, and a black dragon shadow appeared behind him. Dark Dragon Fist. He punched out, and the 8 Dark Saints' holy clothes suddenly had more fist marks, and they were all knocked out. As the boss of the 4 Dark Lords, Dark Dragon has the strength close to that of the Silver Saint. Oh, I didn't realize this until you said it, you are such a good person. Seeing the 8 Dark Saints groaning on the ground, Li Chuan's shadow clone touched his chin, revealing a hint of enlightenment, and then used his shadow to forcibly control the 8 Dark Saints to stand up and return to him. Soul out of the body. He stretched out his hand, and lightly touched the eyebrows of the 8 Dark Saints. He added a soul-stealing spell to each of them, ordering them to burst out their microcosms with all their strength, and then he controlled the 8 people again to rush towards the Dark Dragon. Pegasus Meteor Fist, Lushan Xinglongba. Dark Dragon was stunned when he saw 8 Dark Saints with their cosmos fully activated attacking him. Under normal circumstances, even if the 8 Dark Saints joined forces and unleashed their cosmos, they would not be his opponent. But now it was obviously abnormal. The 8 Dark Saints not only burned their cosmos to the peak and performed beyond their level, but also used the special moves of Pegasus and Dragon. That's not all. The tacit understanding of the 8 people was also terrifying. Some of the techniques in the attack were also different from usual ones. Many of them were suicidal and fierce moves, which made him unable to fight back for a while. In fact, it was normal. The ones fighting him at this time were not the 8 Dark Saints, but Li Chuan. So the 8 Dark Saints used not only the moves of Seiya and Shiryu, but also some Konoha Taijutsu, Shingi, and level 8 attack techniques. Then I deal with you first, and then deal with your brothers. Ikki in the private room saw that the strongest Dark Dragon below was in a difficult battle, and he no longer hesitated and attacked Li Chuan directly. Phoenix Phantom Fist. He raised his hand and punched in the direction of Li Chuan unexpectedly. Did you punch me? I don't seem to be injured. Li Chuan looked at his body and smiled. Ihue sneered. That's just what you think. You have been hit by my Phoenix Magic Fist. Your nerves have been damaged by me. Next, you will see the real hell and die in fear. Really? I think you may be the one who sees hell. Li Chuan smiled strangely when he heard this. At this time, when Ihue looked at Li Chuan again, he found that Li Chuan's right eye had turned a strange red for some reason. Ah! Then the scene in front of him changed. He was no longer in the box, but in a hell surrounded by magma. Countless corpses emerged from the magma, screaming and pulling his body under the magma. Give me back my life. It's all because of you that I was killed. It's all your fault. You actually killed Master cruelly. You are a man who betrays his master and destroys his ancestors. Most of these corpses were people who died at his hands, including his former favorite AI Shuemon and the most respected master. Illusion, you are not the only one who can do it. Looking at the howling Ikki, Li Chuan smiled while turning his Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 355. What Ikki didn't know was that the first time he saw Li Chuan had already cast an illusion on him with his Sharingan. So the Phoenix Magic Fist he just cast didn't hit Li Chuan at all, but only hit the air. Ikki's Phoenix Magic Fist can work on Gold Saints. Li Chuan boasts that his spirit and soul are strong, but he doesn't want to test whether he can withstand it. I have already been in hell, so why should I fear hell? I am the immortal Phoenix Ikki. Before Li Chuan was ready to attack Ikki, who was under the illusion, Ikki suddenly roared. The small universe in his body burned wildly, and the shadow of a fire phoenix appeared faintly behind him. You actually broke free from my Sharingan illusion by force. Li Chuan was surprised when he saw this. The illusion cast by the enhanced Eternal Mangekyo was still very effective, but Ikki broke free so quickly. But it is understandable, Ikki's spirit and will are strong, and he did not use Takuyami, just a normal illusion. Miss Saori, I think you'd better leave here and hide in a safe place, and evacuate the audience to prevent accidental injuries. Miss, let's leave here. Seeing this, Chinny also hurried forward to persuade. Mr. Li Chuan, you must pay attention to safety. Kairoto Saori nodded, picked up her skirt and left with Chinny. At this time, Ikki also regained his normal consciousness. A guy without a constellation and a holy cloth can actually have such an attack. It is indeed worth my full effort. After a while of probing, he felt that he had roughly figured out the foundation of Lichuan and his brother below. Neither of them showed a strong little universe, but they had more unexpected abilities. For such an enemy, just use absolute strength to crush him and defeat him when he has strong ability to launch. Feng Tian. Just as he was about to use his strongest trick, Lichuan suddenly left a word and disappeared. Sorry to interrupt, I have to go save people first. It turned out that in such a short time, the battle below had already been decided. Hyoga killed Dark White Bird with his own strongest secret Golden Flame Whirlwind Punch, and Shan narrowly defeated Dark Fairy with Nebula Chain. Because Seiya did not have the Pegasus Cloth, he could only fight Dark Pegasus with his physical body. At the beginning, he was abused and had almost no power to fight back, but he stood up again and again with his strong will, and finally his Cosmo exceeded the usual limit and defeated Dark Pegasus. But he was also hit by Dark Pegasus's ultimate move Black Death Fist, and his life was in danger. Lichuan is going to save Seiya now. Shiryu has gone back to repair the holy clothes, and has not returned yet. If he does not take action, Seiya, the strongest pillar of the future, may die. Although Seiya seems to have the talent of Bloodlock immortality, that thing is just a joke. If he really dies, it will be troublesome. Seiya, hold on. Instantly, Hyoga and the other 3 Bronze Saints, who have defeated their opponents, surrounded Seiya, whose body has turned black. They are anxious but have no way to deal with it. At this time, seeing Lichuan appear, they were greatly relieved. Leave it to me. Lichuan leaned down and began to treat Seiya's injuries. However, Ikki would not let it go. He had just been tricked by Lichuan's illusion. He was furious and ready to fight back, but Lichuan disappeared. So when he found Lichuan appeared next to Seiya, he jumped over here without paying attention to the golden armor over there. It's not that easy to run. Lichuan, you save Seiya, and I take care of this guy. Hyoga took the initiative to step forward, followed by Shi and the other 3, while Shan was tangled up. He really couldn't do anything to his brother. Humph, you bunch of trash, dare to block the way. Ikki was full of disdain, and used his ultimate move, Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring. The super strong punching pressure brought by countless fists turned into a hurricane in the shape of a phoenix. With just one move, it actually knocked out Hyoga, Shun and Shi. Ikki killed 5 people in one move, including Hyoga and Shun. The strength he showed at this time was far beyond any other Bronze Saint under normal circumstances. So strong. Seiya, who was rescued by Lichuan, showed a look of surprise when he saw the Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring performed by Ikki. He knew that even if he wore the Pegasus Cloth, the result would be no different from that of Hyoga and the others. Lichuan die, Phoenix Wings Soar. After defeating the Hyoga and the others who blocked his way, Ikki did not stop and continued to attack Lichuan and Seiya. Seiya, who was not protected by the cloth, was about to be hit by the strong wind pressure, but was pulled behind by Lichuan. Let's see whether your Phoenix is stronger or my Peacock is stronger. Raising the small universe in his body to the limit and turning on the Sage mode, he did not open the 8 gates of ninjutsu and directly shot Peacock at Ikki. Countless powerful punches, accompanied by fireballs formed by the friction of the chakra energy of the immortal technique, directly confronted the hurricane that Ikki was attacking. How could this happen? Such a weak microcosm can actually launch such a powerful attack. Peacock versus Phoenix. It is obvious that Lichuan's attack power is more powerful. The hurricane dissipated, and countless flames with punches broke Ikki's holy clothes, and he flew out with blood. Lichuan's body can deliver supersonic punches without opening the second form, reaching the basic standard of Mach 1, after the Bronze Saint puts on the holy clothes and burns the microcosm. When he fully exploded his microcosm, absorbing cosmic energy to bless his body, he could reach Mach 2, which is the minimum standard for a Silver Saint. Finally, when he strengthened his body again, with the Sage Chakra, his punching speed directly reached Mach 10. With such a physical fitness, even without opening the 8 gates, it would be very easy to use Chao Kong K. Except for some extremely abnormal Silver Saints, such as Lyra's Silver Saint Orpheus, who comprehended the 8th sense and entered the underworld alive, and Sifu's Silver Saint Albio, who comprehended the 7th sense and could fight with the Gold Saint. Normally, the punching speed of a Silver Saint is between 2 and 5 Mach. Ikki's punching speed has reached Mach 3 when he burst out with all his strength. With the powerful trick Feng Tian Xiang, he can naturally kill Hyoga and Shun 5 people in 1 second. But facing Lichuan's Mach 10 Chao Kong K, the difference is huge. Not to mention which trick is stronger, Feng Tian Xiang or Chao Kong K, the basic punching speed is more than 3 times different. Brother. Seeing Ikki's holy clothes broken and covered in blood on the ground, Shun, who woke up, immediately rushed over and hugged Iki. In the gentle and kind eyes of Shun, no matter what Iki did to him, no matter how bad he became, he was still the brother who had always protected him since he was a child, and the one he loved most in his heart. Chapter 356. Brother Chuan, how strong are you? Seiya's jaw almost dropped when he saw Li Chuan knock out the terrifyingly powerful Iki with one punch. The key point is that Li Chuan didn't even wear the holy clothes yet, but he relied on his own strength to deliver such a terrifying blow. Is this really the strength that got him eliminated in the first round of the competition for the Pegasus Holy Clothes a few days ago? Or is this really the strength that has awakened the small universe for a few days, and he has become so strong? Ha ha ha, I don't know why. Since I awakened the small universe, I always feel a lot of abilities and moves in my mind every day, and I didn't expect that the power I use would be so powerful. Li Chuan looked like he didn't know. In the end, Seiya could only attribute it to Li Chuan's genius, otherwise there was no way to explain it. Iki! At this time, Hyoga and others also recovered their ability to move and came to Iki. For them, although Iki fell into darkness, they still showed a look of pity when they saw that he was seriously injured and only had a few breaths left. Back then, they were gathered together as orphans and had a very happy time for several years. They trained together, played together, and had fun together. It was the happiest time in their lives. They didn't have to worry about having enough food like before. So everyone hated Kido Mitsumasa, but they were also grateful. They competed with each other, but they also cared about each other. I didn't expect that I would lose in the end. Brother, what happened? Why did you become like this? Shun hugged Iki with tears in his eyes. Feeling Shun's tears dripping on his face, Iki's eyes finally regained clarity. He raised his hand with difficulty to wipe Shun's tears. Shun, Death Queen Island, that is hell, a living hell. Then, Iki told everyone everything he had experienced in the 6 years on Death Queen Island. Just like that, Master killed Ai Shuemon, I also killed Master, put on the Phoenix Cloth, defeated all the Dark Saints, became their leader, and became a person dominated by hatred. Then why did you want to seize the gold cloth? Feeling that Iki's breath was about to end, Li Chuan hurriedly went up to guide him to tell the truth. Knowing that he was going to die, Iki did not hide it anymore. It was the chief of staff of the sanctuary, Gigas, who found me and said that as long as I could seize the gold cloth, the restrictions on the Dark Saints would be lifted, and we could leave the Death Queen Island. The Dark Saints betrayed Athena because of their selfish desires, but the merciful Athena did not execute them, but imprisoned them all on the Death Queen Island and sent a Silver Saint to monitor them all year round. If they dare to leave the island and do evil, they will all be executed. The person in charge of surveillance in this generation is Iki's master, and Iki killed his master and subdued the Dark Saint. After the sanctuary noticed it, they naturally sent people over. In fact, Iki did not take the sanctuary seriously at first, but after realizing the strength of several Silver Saints in the sanctuary, he had to surrender. The task given to him by Gigas, the chief of staff of the sanctuary, is to take back the Sagittarius gold cloth, and the condition is to lift the restrictions that Athena imposed on the Dark Saint. So Iki's revenge was secondary this time, and seizing the Sagittarius gold cloth was the main thing. And he had no intention of giving the gold cloth to Gigas, but to wear it himself, become the strongest saint, and lead the Dark Saints to rule the world. At this time, he didn't know that there were 12 gold cloths in the sanctuary, and thought that this one gold cloth was the most powerful one, and wearing it would make him the most powerful saint. It's the sanctuary. Hearing that it was the Greek sanctuary, the birthplace of the saints, who ordered Iki and other Dark Saints to snatch the gold cloth, all the saints showed a look of shock on their faces. Because although they were sent to various parts of the world to obtain the holy clothes, the saints in each place nominally obeyed the orders of the sanctuary. Brother Chuan, can you save my brother? Seeing that Iki's eyes slowly closed after saying all this, Shun quickly turned his head and begged Li Chuan. Li Chuan shook his head with regret. I'm sorry, Shun, I didn't control my attack just now, and Iki's bones, including his internal organs, have been broken. It is only by the small universe in his body that he has been able to support it until now. I can't save him, at least not with my current ability. Of course he could save Iki, but then Iki's strength would not improve, which would have a significant impact on the subsequent holy war. But don't worry, I've heard in the sanctuary that the Phoenix cloth is the only special cloth that no Saint Seiya can wear since it was made. And it also has a special ability, which is Nirvana. If the will of the Saint Seiya wearing the Phoenix cloth is strong enough, even if he is killed, he can be resurrected by himself. As soon as Li Chuan finished speaking, Iki's breath completely disappeared and his heartbeat stopped. Brother, I hope you can really be like the legendary phoenix and be reborn from the ashes. Looking at Iki's body in his hand, Shun prayed in tears. At this time, Li Chuan was also scanning Iki's body with his spiritual sense. He wanted to know what the secret of Iki's phoenix cloth's infinite resurrection was. The soul did not leave the body, and it seemed to be imprisoned in the microcosm by a special force. Hey, the body is also slowly recovering. Soon he discovered that even though the phoenix cloth had been completely shattered, its unique power still existed in Iki's microcosm, helping him lock his soul in his body and prevent it from being sucked away by the underworld. At the same time, the power of the phoenix cloth was still stimulating Iki's microcosm to absorb the cosmic energy from the outside world, transforming it into a special power, slowly repairing his body. If I use the power of the samsara eye to extract Iki's soul at this time, or directly use the death curse to destroy his soul, or shatter and seal his body, I guess the phoenix's ability to revive infinitely will disappear. After a moment, he had understood something in his heart. In this world, even the reincarnated bodies of gods can be killed. How can a mere bronze holy garment achieve infinite resurrection and infinite strength? It turned out that he was not completely dead. And the so-called stronger after resurrection should be because the battle that can kill him must be a battle beyond the limit. After experiencing such a battle, even if he was not killed, he would definitely become stronger afterwards. Just dying once will stimulate the microcosm more and improve the degree by a higher level. Otherwise, as long as he keeps committing suicide, wouldn't he be able to become infinitely stronger and soon even crush the gods? Chapter 357. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from the gold saint's treasure chest. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was the strongest dark dragon, who was finally knocked to the ground by the siege of the 8 dark saints controlled by Li Chuan's shadow clone. But the 8 dark saints controlled by Li Chuan were almost no longer human. I didn't expect that even the powerful Iki died in the end. The dark dragon fell to the ground. Looking at Iki's body over there, his eyes dimmed. Tianlong, let's go back to the Death Queen Island and don't come out again. The dark fairy over there walked to the dark dragon in fear, picked him up, and jumped out of the arena. Hyoga was merciless and directly killed the dark white bird, who was much weaker than him. Seiya couldn't hold back because the difference in strength was not big, and killed Dark Pegasus with a serious injury. The kind-hearted Shun showed mercy when defeating the Dark Fairy, and only let him get a little injured. But when he saw that the powerful Iki and the strongest Dark Dragon were defeated, he was also discouraged and didn't want to fight, so he took the Dark Dragon back to the Death Queen Island. No one tried to stop him. These Dark Saints were just pawns who followed orders, and they couldn't do any harm. Brother Chuan, when did you have twins? After everything was settled, everyone saw Li Chuaning's clone standing next to the golden armor, and they were surprised. They were exactly the same, height, appearance, even the clothes and hairstyle were exactly the same. It was amazing. Even if they were twins, they looked too much alike. Oh, that's not twins, it's also one of my abilities. Li Chuan untied the shadow clone, and Li Chuan next to the golden armor immediately turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. You have too many abilities, don't you? Everyone couldn't help but snort when they saw this. From the initial treatment, to the water dragon, space movement, illusion, peacock and clone, especially this clone, if you just split it out to confuse the enemy, it's still acceptable. But that clone also has the ability to control the body and mind, and defeated the dark dragon, who was no weaker than them. Your ability alone is almost as good as all of us combined. The key is that you still don't have a saint cloth, which is really outrageous. Is everyone okay? After ordering his subordinates to evacuate all the spectators, Kido Saori also came to the ring with the butler Chin. Li Chuan smiled and replied, everyone is fine, but the Galaxy tournament is probably not going to continue. The Sanctuary sent Iki and the Dark Saint to snatch the gold cloth. Since they failed, they will definitely not give up so easily. The Sanctuary may send other saints later. And they also need to find out why the Sanctuary sent people to snatch the gold armor. I have announced the suspension of the competition. There are some things I want to talk to you about. Although she was not at the stadium just now, she also heard what Iki said through the high-tech equipment at the stadium. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. They also wanted to know something from Kido Saori, why Kido Mitsumasa sent them to various parts of the world to compete for the armor, and why he held the Galaxy tournament. Brother Chuan, I'm sorry, this is none of your business, but I dragged you into it. On the way from the arena to the Kido family villa, Seiya touched the back of his head and apologized. Originally, Li Chuan was going to travel around the world, but because of the fight here, he seemed to be involved in a huge conspiracy, which made him feel very guilty. Li Chuan smiled and patted Seiya on the shoulder, Don't be like this, we are friends. Besides, the purpose of the Saint Seiya is to uphold justice, wipe out darkness, and protect the weak. Although I don't have my own holy clothes, I am not a real Saint Seiya. In fact, I also gained a lot. I feel that my microcosm seems to be stronger after this battle, which can be regarded as a kind of training. What he said was not entirely false. His microcosm did grow after this battle. There are only two ways for saints to improve their microcosm. One is that they are naturally gifted. As long as they sit and comprehend, they can improve their microcosm until they comprehend the seven sins and reach the level of a gold saint. The other is the method commonly used by everyone: fighting, getting hurt, comprehending, fighting, getting hurt, comprehending in an endless cycle. Especially when facing a microcosm that is stronger than oneself, the effect will be better. Of course, facing a stronger microcosm than oneself, it is easy to die directly in battle. Not everyone has the willpower and luck of the Bronze 5. In addition, there are some tricks, such as being deprived of the five senses, the assistance of the goddess Athena, and the burst of one's own will beyond the limit, etc., which can also greatly improve strength. But it is not as stable as the above two. It may be raised to a level close to gold at once, and then fall back after the end. But even if it falls back again, it can still be a big improvement. Li Chuan was able to kill Iki in seconds, not because his microcosm was stronger than Iki's, but mainly because he relied on the power he obtained from other worlds. So he also fought across levels, and his microcosm naturally improved. It's just that he didn't have any mental pressure, so the improvement was not as obvious as Seiya and the others. There was no way around it. Even if he deliberately didn't use other abilities, only used his microcosm to fight, and then was beaten up by the enemy like Seiya and the others, he still couldn't quickly improve his microcosm. Because Seiya and the others really felt that they were in danger, and when they were in a desperate situation, they would only die if they didn't explode their microcosm. And he knew very clearly in his heart that he would not be in any danger at all, nor would he die. Without the oppressive feeling of despair, his microcosm would not exceed the limit. He could not directly challenge a gold saint, which would make him face despair, but it was unnecessary. If he really died, wouldn't it be too stupid? He had so many worlds and so many ways to improve his strength step by step. Why should he choose the most radical one? To put it bluntly, even if the holy war failed in this world and the earth was ruled by Hades and turned into a dead star, he would not come again. So unless there are special circumstances, he will definitely choose to steadily improve his microcosm. Anyway, he has plenty of time and life to slowly endure. Hearing Li Chuan's words, the simple-minded Seiya immediately showed a touching look on his face. Why don't you wait until the matter is over, and let Kido Saori give you the golden saint cloth? Anyway, you don't have a saint cloth, and if it weren't for you today, her saint cloth would have been snatched away by Iki long ago. He really thinks that the powerful, righteous, and kindly Chuan and the legendary golden saint cloth are a perfect match. And it just so happens that Li Chuan has never worn a saint cloth. Chapter 358. Second floor of the Kido family villa. In fact, the purpose of the Galaxy Tournament is not to let you decide the winner and then obtain the gold armor, but a trap to lure out the devil. Kido Saori saw that everyone had come to the room, and slowly told her what Kido Mitsumasa had told her before. Trap? Devil? Kido Saori's words confused Seiya and others. Yes, Grandpa once said that the gold armor has great power. Once it is taken away by the devil, the whole world will fall into disaster. This time, the Galaxy Tournament is to lure out this devil. He sent you to various parts of the world to seize the holy clothes, hoping that you could help me deal with the devil, who coveted the golden holy clothes. At this time, Kido Saori didn't know that she was Athena, nor did she know her true life experience. She was talking about Kido Mitsumasa's last words. According to you, the sanctuary is the devil? Seiya frowned. He has been in the sanctuary for 6 years. Although he faced a lot of discrimination during these 6 years, it didn't seem to be to the point of being a devil. Moreover, the Greek sanctuary is the birthplace of the saints, and it is guarded by the Pope and Athena, so how could it be a demon? Maybe it was just the chief of staff named Gigas, who made the decision because of his selfish desires. At this time, Li Chuan pretended to speak and guessed. He knew that the real mastermind behind the scenes was Gemini Saga, and the chief of staff was just a dog of Saga. 13 years ago, Saga assassinated Pope Xian and Xian's brother Alex. In recent years, Saga pretended to be Xian on the surface, and on the surface, he was still a gentle and kind pope. In secret, he had already cultivated the Silver Saints, who were loyal to him, and even won over several Gold Saints. Now that he has discovered the Sagittarius gold cloth and Athena's true form through the Galaxy Tournament, He naturally can't sit still. But he certainly can't say these directly, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to those gold saints. After all, how could he, a saint say reserve in the sanctuary, know such a secret message? At present, the only people in the world who know the truth are Saga himself, and the 3 gold saints he has recruited, namely Liberdoko, who guards the demon star at Wu Lao Peak, and Mu, Xian's direct disciple who inherited the Aries gold cloth. Oh, there is another one, the butler Chen Yi, who is now standing next to Kido Saori. However, they don't know all the truth like Li Chuan. They just know that the Pope is no longer Xian, and they don't know if he has been replaced by Gemini Saga. Next, I will use all the power of the Kido Consortium to investigate the sanctuary. The gold cloth is related to the safety of the world. I ask everyone to help me protect it together. Saori stood up and stood in front of the box of the Sagittarius gold cloth, looking at everyone seriously. If this is really the case, we are willing to help you stop the evil people from taking the holy clothes, but I also have a suggestion. Seiya was the first to step forward and said. Tingy on the other side was unhappy when he heard it. The master sent you out at that time. For now, you just need to obey the lady's instructions, and you are not allowed to make any comments. And Seiya didn't even glance at Shinji, just looked at Kido Saori. Kido Saori naturally understood what Seiya meant, and directly ordered Shinji, Shinji, from now on you are not allowed to talk, otherwise pack up your things and leave here. Shinji was so scared when he heard this that he covered his mouth. Seiya, what do you suggest? After dealing with Shinji, Kido Saori looked at Seiya again. Seiya was not polite. If the enemy is really the sanctuary, then the enemies behind must be very powerful. Instead of letting the golden armor be there as a decoration, it is better to let Brother Chuan wear it. Brother Chuan is the strongest among us. He will be even stronger when he wears the golden armor, so that we can have a better chance of winning. Good job, Seiya. I will take you to find your sister in a few days. Li Chuan's expression remained unchanged, but he was already very happy in his heart. Someone had to bring up this matter, but it couldn't be him. It was good enough for Seiya to bring it up. I have no objection. Binghe, leaning against the door with his arms folded, nodded directly. If Li Chuan hadn't taken action today, they might have all died in Iki's hands, so Li Chuan could be considered to have saved his life. As proud as he was, he didn't like to owe favors to others. And he didn't care about the gold armor at all. The gold armor was indeed powerful, but his white bird armor was also the armor he got after he had practiced hard for so many years and gained recognition. As for Shun, he had no objection, because he had come back just to see his brother. Kairoto Saori hesitated when she heard this. The truth was indeed correct, but in her heart, her trust in Li Chuan was far less than her trust in Seiya and others. No matter how unpleasant Seiya and others said, they had known each other since childhood, knew each other well, and understood each other's temper. It was her grandfather who specially arranged for her to protect her. Although Li Chuan saved her this time, she didn't know him well. Don't worry, Miss Saori. I don't have a saint cloth yet. I am also very interested in this set of gold saint cloth, but I don't like to force others to do things, nor do I like to get the saint cloth in this way. But Miss Saori can rest assured that Seiya is my friend. If the gold saint cloth is really related to the safety of the world, I will stay and fight against evil to the end. When Miss Saori thinks that I am truly worthy of this gold saint cloth, I will accept it with peace of mind. Li Chuan saw that Shiroto Saori was in a dilemma, so he stepped forward and smiled to help her out. What he needed was for Shiroto Saori to sincerely hand over the golden armor to him, so that he could become a new generation of Sagittarius Saint, instead of being forced to do so like now. In that case, he would only get a heavy set of armor with good defense, which would not have any effect on increasing his strength. Now the main thing is to give Shiroto Saori a psychological hint, that is, if Li Chuan is really willing to protect her like Seiya and others, and is an upright and kind person, he can hand over the golden armor to him. Mr. Li Chuan, thank you for your understanding. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Shiroto Saori was slightly relieved, and at the same time, her impression of Li Chuan became better. Li Chuan smiled. Don't be so polite, just call me Li Chuan or Chuan. Then everyone will rest here for a few days. If there is any information from the Holy Land, I will inform you. Seeing that no one objected, Shiroto Saori turned to Chinyi and said, there will be guests these days, go and tell the kitchen to make more food. Chapter 359. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. These 3 days were calm and nothing happened, but Li Chuan knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Saga knew that after Iki and other dark saints failed, he would definitely send more powerful saints to seize the gold armor and kill Kido Saori, the incarnation of Athena. So Seiya and his friends sometimes went out these days, but he stayed in the villa every day to cultivate his microcosm. The big plot did not change, but because of his existence, many details changed. Kitosari is not awakened yet. If she is killed due to negligence, it will be GG. Although gods cannot be truly killed, if their reincarnated bodies are killed, the holy war will have already ended when they are reincarnated again in the human world. Without the blessing of Athena's microcosm, the human saints alone cannot fight against the gods such as Poseidon and Hades. But to be honest, he really has no impression of which saints the sanctuary will send. If you want to talk about the 12 gold saints, he remembers each one very clearly, but the silver saints, except for a few powerful ones, are very vague. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, for silver, whoever comes will be the one to give it. It doesn't make any difference. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, two figures, one big and one small, appeared out of thin air at the door of Kito's villa. Shiryu, the teacher said that your blood has not recovered because of the repair of the holy clothes, so you should be careful when fighting. In fact, you can come back after you have rested. Anyway, I am here, you don't need to take a plane, you can get here in a moment. Takaki, on the way from Wulafeng to Jiami, I saw the news about the attack on the Galaxy tournament. Seiya must be in need of the Pegasus holy clothes now. Sherlong said seriously. Okay, I go back first. Takagi stuck out his tongue, and the figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Sherlong carried his dragon cloth and Seiya's Pegasus cloth and strode into the villa. Sherlong, it seems that your return should be smooth this time, but Seiya went out to find Miho in the morning and hasn't come back yet. Sensing the appearance of Sherlong's microcosm, Li Chuan walked out of the room. Seiya is a person who can't stay still. Basically, he will go to Miho and the orphans in the orphanage to play when he has nothing to do. Bingha is like Li Chuan, and spends most of his time every day cultivating his microcosm and exercising his body. As for Shun, he almost always stayed by Iki's body in the basement of the villa, praying that Iki could really be reborn like a phoenix. Chuan, what happened that day? Shiryu asked, putting down the holy clothes. Li Chuan did not hide anything, and told Shiryu everything that happened on the day of Iki's attack, and the conversation and speculation during the meeting afterwards. Oh no, someone attacked! At this moment, several screams suddenly came from outside the villa, followed by a huge roar. Hand over all your gold armors, or I will raze you to the ground today. Sure enough, they are here, and they are really fast. Hearing the roar outside, Li Chuan knew that it must be the people from the Holy Land. In the open space outside the villa, the bodyguards of the Kito family, who were armed with live ammunition, fell to the ground. Human thermal weapons cannot cause any damage to the supersonic saints. At this time, the one standing at the gate and shouting was a giant wearing a red armor. He was 5 meters tall and had strong muscles all over his body. Behind him were 6 other soldiers from the Holy Land wearing standard armor. Opposite him stood Li Chuan and others, led by Shiroto Saori. Are you from the Holy Land? Who ordered you to come and rob the gold armor? Shiroto Saori asked the giant wearing the red armor loudly. The giant Saint Seiya wearing the red armor laughed. I am the largest and most powerful Hydra in the Holy Land, Drades, and I am here to retrieve the gold armor stolen by the thief under the order of the new Pope Alex. At the same time, I will kill you bronze saints who dare to betray the sanctuary. New Pope Alex? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They had never heard from their master that there was a new pope in the sanctuary. Humph, you are just a big fool. Let me deal with you. Hyoga stepped forward and used his ultimate move, Diamond Star Fist. Countless fists with icy cold air hit Durades. Durades grinned when he saw this, and stretched his hands forward, instantly blocking all the attacks. With this little power, you can't hurt me at all. That's not necessarily true. Can you block my power and my coldness? Looking at Durades' arms frozen by his cold air, Bingha looked confident. But the next second, his face changed. Because Durades exerted force violently, the ice on his arm shattered. Lushan Xinglongba. At this time, Zilong took the opportunity to come under Durades and punched him in the chin. Bang! Durades was knocked to the ground, but in less than a second, he stood up as if nothing had happened. What? He was hit by a Lushan Xinglongba, but he was not hurt at all. Shiryu, Shun and Hyoga's faces suddenly changed. Shiryu's Lushan Xinglongba was not as powerful as Seiya's Pegasus Meteor Shower, and it was only one punch, but this punch was particularly powerful, and it could even reverse a waterfall, but it did not break the defense of the man in front of him. Do you think you can hurt me? This level of attack has no effect on me, go to hell. After being hit on the chin, Durades also became angry, and his fists collided, and the small universe in his body began to burn. Whirlwind punch. His huge fists threw out 2 extremely powerful punches, and attacked this side with 2 hurricanes. Before the punches reached the front, everyone was already a little scared, and it felt more powerful than Iki's phoenix wing sky flying at that time. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Li Chuan grabbed Saori's arm and teleported to the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa. After Li Chuan's reminder, Binghe, Shiryu and Shan also jumped away to avoid it. Boom! Boom! 2 loud noises, 2 huge pits with a diameter of almost 10 meters appeared where they were standing just now, which made the 3 Binghe sweat coldly. If it weren't for Li Chuan's reminder, they would have been half dead if they had taken the punch. I deal with these traitors, you go in and find the gold armor for me. Durati's frowned when he saw that his attack was dodged, and ordered the 6 men behind him. Li Chuan also said to the 3 Binghe below, I deal with Duratis, you stop the others, and don't let them take the gold armor. Chapter 360. Just now, Li Chuan has been observing the battle between the 2 sides. Duratis' microcosm is actually not much stronger than Binghe, Zilong and others. The main reason for his strength is that his body is too strong. He is more than 5 meters tall, which has exceeded the limit of normal humans. To be honest, Li Chuan even doubts whether this guy has any special bloodline from his ancestors. After all, since there are gods in this world, some creatures in mythology must have existed before. The body beyond human limits combined with the bronze-level microcosm makes this Hydra Bronze Saint possess more terrible destructive power and defensive capabilities than ordinary Silver Saints. However, this is also useless to Li Chuan. Because in terms of physical fitness, no matter how strong the opponent is, can he be stronger than him? Miss Saori, please stand on this balcony and be safe. I will go down and have a friendly chat with this great friend from the sanctuary. After calmly greeting Kido Saori, Li Chuan jumped in front of Duratis. Hello, friend. I'm Li Chuan. I think we don't need to be so hostile. We can sit down and have a good chat first. Fighting is not good. Li Chuan, so it was you who defeated Phoenix. You are quite capable, but Lord Duratis is not comparable to Phoenix. Durati showed a serious look on his face after seeing Li Chuan, and then he used his ultimate move. Whirlwind Punch. Being able to defeat Phoenix, who unified the Death Queen Island without the blessing of the Holy Clothes, the strength of this guy in front of him should not be underestimated. You are quite big, but can you be as big as me? Li Chuan's figure flashed behind Durati's, and clasped his hands together, the art of multiplication. His body expanded rapidly, and in less than a second, he had grown to 50 meters tall, turning into a real giant. Take my palm. How is that possible? His attack missed, and Duratis had not had time to confirm Li Chuan's position. Suddenly, he felt the light dim, and subconsciously looked up, and saw a huge giant slapping him with a palm. Ah! He put his hands on his head, and tried to resist, but he only lasted half a second. He was slapped into the ground like a fly and fainted. Li Chuan's huge figure, like a god, also frightened Binghe and others, who had just dealt with the soldiers, and were about to help. Oh, this is a useless move I developed in the room these days. It can greatly increase strength, but it is also easy to become a live target. After regaining his body shape, Li Chuan explained to Binghe and others casually. The 3 of Binghe looked at each other, speechless for a while. It took only 3 days to create a new move, and it was still so powerful. If it was useless to kill the powerful Duratis with one move, then what was their move? In fact, for those who were far less powerful than him, the huge body and greatly enhanced strength were definitely not a disadvantage, but against those who were fast and had similar strength to him, this move would not be useful. For example, if he fought against the Gold Saint, he could indeed hurt the opponent with a punch relying on his huge body and strength, but he had to hit the target. Once the opponent counterattacks, he can hit all the vital parts of his body without aiming. So this multiplication technique can only be used occasionally to show off, or when you need to move something very heavy, or attack those dead objects that will not counterattack. For example, moving mountains, or using absolute power to blast open some kind of defense shield, seal, etc. Above the multiplication technique, there is also the super multiplication technique, and with the addition of the Sage Mode Chakra, he has tested that under extreme conditions, his body can grow to a full 500 meters tall. At that time, the pure power is indeed very fierce. Of course, if it comes to actual combat, the second form brought by the Halt gene is more practical, with the superposition of the 8 gates and the Immortal Chakra, and now the microcosm can be added. The second form is a pure physical change that stimulates the Halt gene, that is, a change in body cells, without the addition of chakra, true essence, etc., which improves the foundation. The higher the foundation, the better the effect of his various skills after superposition. At the same time, on the beach at the edge of the city. What's going on? Durati's microcosm is so weak that it is almost gone. Sharna looked at Saya, who was knocked to the ground by her sister Esther, and her body suddenly froze. Esther, don't kill him, take him away. After thinking for a while, she stopped her sister from killing Saya, and then said coldly to Miho, who was being held by the three ghost saint brothers, sea serpent, dolphin and jellyfish. Go back and tell the lady named Kido Saori to bring the gold saint cloth here to exchange Saya at night. Otherwise I will kill Saya, and then go to the villa to kill her. After that, she winked at her sister and the three ghost saint brothers, and then left quickly. On the way, Esther carried the unconscious Saya and looked puzzled. Sister, what's going on? Why did you suddenly change the plan? I just sensed that the brainless guy Durati's, his small universe suddenly weakened a lot. It is very likely that he did not follow the plan and failed to lead people to recover the gold saint cloth. This time it is related to whether you can lift the punishment and return to the sanctuary. So for the sake of insurance, we have to change the original plan, which is safer. Sharna replied solemnly. 2 days ago, she was summoned by Chief of Staff Gigas, who sent her and her disciple Cassio's brother, Hydra Durati's, to lead people to our country to recover the gold armor and kill several bronze saints who betrayed the sanctuary. He also promised that if the mission was successful, her sister's permanent imprisonment in the Demon World Island would be lifted. To be on the safe side, she asked Durati's to take his men to our country to wait, while she went to the Demon World Island to find her sister and her sister's 3 men whose strength was not hers. When the time comes, they will work together to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop, take out the gold armor, and complete the mission. Today, they just arrived in our country by boat from the Demon World Island, and happened to meet their old enemy, who was walking on the beach with Miho. It was also the must-kill target of this mission, Pegasus Bronze Saint Saya. Based on the principle of killing one less, they planned to kill Saya first, and then reunite with Durati's. However, as soon as her sister Esther defeated Saya without the armor, she felt that Durati's microcosm suddenly weakened significantly. Based on Durati's usual arrogant personality, she roughly guessed the reason. Being able to defeat Durati's, a saint whose strength is no worse than that of a normal silver saint, means that there is definitely a master in the other camp, who might be the guy who defeated Phoenix as Chief of Staff Gigas mentioned. To be cautious, she planned to use Saya as a bargaining chip and complete this mission at the seaside, which is the most suitable place for ghost saints to fight. Chapter 361. In the shabby courtyard of the Kido family villa, a group of family bodyguards, led by the butler Chin-Yi, had just taken off the holy clothes of the seriously injured Durati's and others, and then tied them all up with the strongest steel cables. At this time, the door of the villa was pushed open again. But it was no longer the attacking Saint Saya, but a girl with an anxious face. Brother Kawa, Saya has been captured, please go and save him. It turned out that Miho rushed over from the beach in a taxi. Li Chuan, who was talking to Shiroto Saori and others, was surprised when he heard this, but he walked over quickly to comfort her. Miho, don't worry, calm down first and tell me what happened slowly. It's like this, today Saya and I were walking on the beach and suddenly. Miho then held back the tears in her eyes, and told the whole story. As soon as she finished speaking, the butler Chin-Yi jumped up. How can you use the precious gold armor to exchange for Saya? This is absolutely not possible. Tatsuya, shut up. Shiroto Saori immediately frowned her beautiful eyebrows, then came to Miho and whispered to comfort her. Miho, don't worry, we can definitely rescue Saya. Although the gold armor is important, Saya's life is equally important. Shiroto Saori's words immediately made Hyoga and others nod. They protected Kido Saori and the gold armor out of their justice and kindness as Saint Saya, and it represented what they owed Kido Saori. And Kido Saori's answer that she was willing to exchange the gold armor for Saya still made them look at her differently and satisfied. You don't need to exchange the gold armor for Saya. Leave it to me. I can find Saya's location and come back soon. Li Chuan smiled and left a sentence, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. Flying Thunder God Technique. Long before, Li Chuan had left the Flying Thunder God Technique on Saya and others in advance. As long as he sensed the coordinate position, he could teleport to Saya's side immediately. The Flying Thunder God Technique seal is actually a special spatial coordinate location that he can sense. Because it does not involve energy, it will automatically hide after being successfully performed, so it is difficult to be discovered. Especially for people from different systems, it is even harder to detect. With a flash of his figure, Li Chuan has appeared in a forest by the sea. Who is it? Seeing a figure suddenly appear next to the unconscious Saya, the sister Sharna, and the 3 ghost fighters, who were resting also stood up instantly and took a fighting stance. "Long time no see, Sharna." Seeing Sharna wearing a mask, Li Chuan smiled and greeted her. After Sharna saw that it was Li Chuan, her tone immediately became cold. "It's you, Carrot, just in time to avenge your sneak attack on me last time." Ever since she was knocked unconscious by Li Chuan's water dragon in the Holy Land last time, she regarded it as a great humiliation, especially after she found out that Li Chuan was just a disciple of the giant dog Xylinus, who was about the same strength as her, and was still a reserve. Now when she saw Li Chuan appear, she immediately launched her ultimate move, Lightning Snake Claw. "Carrot, that was my old name, now I'm Li Chuan." Seeing that Sharna had used all her strength when she came up, Li Chuan smiled and turned on the fairy mode to easily avoid the attack, then raised his hand and shot a thunder escape at Sharna's chest, fairy technique being Lightning Needle. Powerful lightning wrapped around Li Chuan's hands, under the blessing of the magic. When it touched Sharna's body, it instantly went berserk and stunned her. "Sister." Seeing Sharna being knocked down by a blow, her sister Esther was shocked and immediately came to support with 3 men. Dazzling Shadow Fist. Illusion ability, then try this. Sensing the surrounding scenery was instantly distorted, Li Chuan knew that Esther was using a fist that could produce illusions, and immediately opened the magic kaleidoscope to directly break the illusion, and then looked at the 4 people who were already close. With just one glance, the 4 people froze in place, their faces turning horrified. Li Chuan walked forward and slapped the lightning chakra in his hands on the 4 people one by one, making them follow in Sharna's footsteps. After dealing with the 5 people, he came to Saya and used healing magic to completely recover his injuries. "Brother Chuan, why are you here?" Saya opened his eyes dazedly, and when he saw Li Chuan, he showed a look of surprise on his face. The last second in his memory was Esther's fist gradually enlarging. "It was Miho who came to the villa to ask for help, and we knew you were attacked. Go back first, Miho is worried about you." Li Chuan smiled and explained briefly, gathered the unconscious Sharna and the other 5 together, and returned to the villa with Saya using apparition. As long as the saints sit by the sanctuary are not gold saints, he will take them all. "Tell me, what's the matter with the new Pope Alex of the sanctuary, and besides you, has the sanctuary sent other saints?" Looking at Sharna and the others who were tied up tightly, Shiroto Saori stepped forward and asked in a serious tone. However, Durades, who was seriously injured by Li Chuan's palm, looked disdainful. "Humph, you traitors and thieves of the Holy Land, don't even think about getting any useful information from me. I am a Saint Seiya loyal to Athena and the Pope. Even if I die, I will not succumb to any evil." Although Sharna and the others did not speak, they looked the same as Durades. Li Chuan, who was standing behind Kido Saori, almost couldn't help laughing out loud. These people didn't know that the Miss Saori in front of them was actually the most sacred god Athena in their hearts, and the object of their lifelong loyalty. In fact, although many saints in the sanctuary now have poor character, they can't achieve the good qualities of saints such as kindness, justice, and bravery. Durades is notorious for being domineering in the sanctuary, and so is his brother Cassio. When Saya first went to the sanctuary, he was beaten by Cassio. Sharna is ruthless and merciless, and she often causes trouble for Marin. When Saya took away the Pegasus cloth, he directly attacked at night. As for Sharna's sister Esther, she is even more powerful. 10 years ago, when she was training with 3 subordinates on the sea, she directly eliminated them by force just because they were disturbed by a passing cargo ship. In the end, she was exiled to the Devil's World Island in the Caribbean by the Pope and received a lifetime island punishment. But more than 90% of them are still loyal to Athena in their hearts. It's just that Saga impersonated Pope Xian and sentenced Aiolos to betrayal and assassination of Athena. It's impossible for people to believe Aiolos instead of the Pope, who has been in office for more than 200 years. Even Aiolos' brother Aeolia, although he didn't want to believe that his brother was a traitor, didn't think the Pope lied. Chapter 362. Libra Doko and Ares Mu were able to discover something strange because Doko and Xian had been friends for 200 years. How could they not be suspicious when they suddenly felt that their friend's microcosm had disappeared and his behavior had become abnormal? Mu was even more direct. He was Xian's direct disciple. When he found that his master's microcosm had disappeared, he directly used telepathy to try to contact him, but there was no response. However, although the two knew that there was something wrong with the Pope, they did not dare to make it too public, because other gold saints would not believe them instead of the old Pope who had governed the sanctuary for more than 200 years. Once the Golden Civil War is triggered, both sides will suffer losses, and there will be no need to fight the Holy War anymore. Hades will just sit back and reap the benefits. Besides, Tonghu has to guard the seal of the demon star, and cannot leave at all. Mu alone cannot do it. So now in the entire sanctuary, although some golden saints are suspicious of the Pope's behavior, most still trust the Pope and believe that Athena is in the sanctuary, but no one else is qualified to see her except the Pope. You are talking nonsense. The master and the lady are not thieves. The golden cloth should belong to the lady, and the lady is elegant. Chitty heard Dorades calling his most respected master and lady thieves, and immediately stepped forward and cursed, but when he got to the key point, he seemed to think of something and suddenly stopped. Li Chuan's eyes turned, and he immediately stepped forward and asked, Mr. Chitty, do you know something? Or did Mr. Shiroto Mitsumasa tell you something? I don't know. Chin Yi's tone suddenly stuttered. Shiroto Saori, who knew Chin Yi very well, also found something wrong and said sternly, Chin Yi, if you know anything, tell me quickly. Well, originally the master told me to wait until all the boys come back and confirm their loyalty to the young lady before telling her. In that case, I tell you, you are actually Athena. Chin Yi saw that he couldn't hide it from Kido Saori, so he had to tell the truth. 13 years ago, the master went on a trip and met someone. Just like that, the master took over the young lady and the gold armor from the hands of Iolos. After returning, he began to select the boys who could help the young lady save the world in the future. Is this true? If that baby girl is the incarnation of Athena, who was born hundreds of years ago, doesn't that mean Miss Saori is Athena? Seiya, Shiryu, Shun, and Hyoga, including Kido Saori herself, were dumbfounded when they heard the news. Dorades and others over there were even more disdainful. He didn't believe Chin Yi's words at all. By the way, there is one more thing. The master said that when you know the truth, he will give it to you. After Chin Yi finished speaking, he ran into the villa, and about 5 minutes later, he came out with a unique golden scepter in his hands. Saori Kido subconsciously picked up the scepter, and suddenly, a warm and powerful microcosm burst out from her body, and she gradually closed her eyes. This amazing microcosm. Faintly, everyone present seemed to see a huge phantom of the statue of Athena appear behind Saori Kido. It seems that she is about to awaken. Li Chuan squinted his eyes, and felt the huge microcosm in Saori Kido's body. He knew that from today on, Saori Kido had basically awakened. Boom! At this moment, the projection room on the top floor of the villa suddenly shone with golden light, and the Sagittarius gold cloth seemed to sense Athena's microcosm, and broke out of the box and flew to Kido Saori's side. As if it was also affected by Athena's microcosm, a flame appeared out of thin air next to Shun, and Iki, wearing a brand new phoenix cloth, walked out of the flame. Pegasus, celestial dragon, white bird, fairy, phoenix, long snake, Ophiuchus, conger eel, sea serpent, dolphin, jellyfish, except for Li Chuan, the shadows of constellations lit up behind each Saint Seiya. This scene made Sharna and the others confused for a moment. In their hearts, they felt that the little universe of the girl in front of them seemed to be Athena, but reason told them that it was impossible. Because Athena must be in the temple of Athena and protected by the Pope, and how could the Pope send them to kill Athena? However, the next scene completely shook them. Shiroto Saori slowly opened her eyes, with the golden scepter in her hand. Her expression was solemn, and her eyes were full of wisdom like Athena. I am one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena, and you are the saints chosen by God. Your real battle has just begun. Li Chuan, I will give you the Sagittarius gold cloth. From today on, you are the new Sagittarius gold saint. As soon as Kido Saori waved the golden scepter in her hand, the Sagittarius cloth automatically decomposed and was put on Li Chuan. At the same time, the shadow of the Sagittarius constellation appeared behind Li Chuan. After wearing the gold cloth, Li Chuan immediately felt that his small universe was instantly magnified by the special energy of the cloth. Perhaps for the gold saints, who have already comprehended the seventh sense, the blessing effect of the gold cloth is not particularly obvious. Even if they take off the cloth, their strength will not decrease too much. But for Li Chuan, whose microcosm is still at the bronze stage, the blessing effect of the gold armor is simply too strong. No wonder Seiya, who did not comprehend the seventh sense in the original plot and only had a silver microcosm at most, could barely block 2 moves from the gold saint after wearing the Sagittarius gold armor. It was just that after Kido Saori awakened, she actually gave him the Sagittarius gold armor so quickly, which really surprised him. He thought he would have to wait until he broke into the Golden 12 Palaces. And just now, he was actually a little worried whether Kido Saori, who was in the awakened state, would notice the difference in his body. Athena is one of the 12 main gods. Now it seems that the worry is unnecessary. Maybe she didn't notice it, Or maybe she noticed it but didn't care. As long as he is willing to be loyal to Athena, and win the holy war, that little difference doesn't matter to Athena. Miss Saori is really Athena. Athena and the Saint Seiya who protects her, the legend has become reality, it's great. After confirming that Kido Saori is really the incarnation of Athena, Seiya is very excited. The enemy is the Pope, in the sanctuary. This is impossible, this is not possible. Is it really the Pope who betrayed Athena? Is she really the noble Athena? The scales in the hearts of Sharna and others completely fell to Kido Saori and her side. After giving the Sagittarius gold cloth to Li Chuan, the small universe in Kido Saori's body disappeared, and her expression returned to her normal expression. Chapter 363. So, I am really Athena, and what my grandfather said when I was a child was not a joke. No wonder he always told me to lead everyone to defeat evil and protect humanity. At this time, Kido Saori had only awakened initially, and had not completely turned into Athena. After the awakening, she became the powerless young lady again. However, as she gradually adapted, she was able to gradually master Athena's power, and eventually become the real Athena. There was no way. If she had grown up in the sanctuary, she would have mastered Athena's microcosm under the guidance of the old Pope. Unfortunately, she had just awakened today. Sharna, Durates, as saints, you dare to be the enemy of Athena, you know your crime. Li Chuan, wearing the golden armor, turned to look at Sharna and others, and reprimanded them in a stern tone. Sharna and others knelt on one knee in a hurry. We are ignorant and deceived by the Pope. We don't want to betray Athena. Please forgive us for our crimes, and let us make meritorious contributions. At this moment, they were convinced that the Saori Kido in front of them was the reincarnation of Athena. Athena stepped forward and said in a gentle tone, as long as you can sincerely repent, you will still be my most loyal saints. Very good, if you keep going like this, it will be easy to break through the 12 zodiacs. Li Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Before, he only hurt the enemy but not killed them, just to be able to transfer all these saints here and expand his advantage. Why the sanctuary always wins in previous holy wars, and defeats all forces. It's not because of how powerful Athena is, but because the saints under her are strong, and combined with her assistance, treatment, strengthening and other bonuses. Why was this holy war so difficult? Every time something went wrong, it was a life or death struggle. The strength gap was huge. The main reason was that after the Saga Rebellion, a large number of saints died in the internal fighting in the powerful sanctuary, and their strength was greatly weakened. Most of the Silver Saints were not strong, but some of them had outstanding abilities. For example, he remembered that a Silver Saint had the ability to petrify like Medusa. And if these saints were alive, their strength might be further improved by the time of the Holy War. It was not impossible for some of them to comprehend the seventh sense in the battle because of Athena's blessing. Just like the Bronze Saints like Seiya. As long as they are not killed by their own people in advance, with the god-level assistance of Athena, everything is possible. Li Chuan felt that since he had become a Sagittarius Saint now, he must expand the strength of the Athena group, so that he could safely obtain enough benefits. So his idea was to collect all the saints sent by the sanctuary, and convert them all to Athena's camp. If he encountered those stubborn ones, he would imprison them first, and then release them for punishment after the Saga Rebellion was over and Athena's identity was completely recognized. But they must not be killed, as they are all good at dealing with other forces in the future. Go ahead, tell us all the information you know. After the dust settled, Li Chuan stepped forward to treat the injuries of Durates and others, and began to ask for relevant information. And this time, Sharna, Durates, and others no longer concealed and told all the information they knew. Seiya, Li Chuan, the day after you left the sanctuary, Pope Xian of the sanctuary suddenly passed away, and before he died, he passed the position of Pope to his younger brother Alex. From that day on, the sanctuary began to become different. Sharna said slowly, the originally harmonious sanctuary has become extremely cruel under the rule of Alex. Many reservists die every day due to cruel training. Under the order of Chief of Staff Gigas, many saints were sent to perform some judgment tasks, judging those small countries that did not obey the orders of the sanctuary, and transporting a large amount of gold back to the sanctuary. But didn't the Pope betray 13 years ago? Why is it happening now? Seiya raised his doubts. Li Chuan replied directly, the Pope has been managing the sanctuary for more than 200 years, and is highly respected by everyone. It is unreasonable to suddenly assassinate Miss Saori 13 years ago, so it is still uncertain whether the Pope 13 years ago was Pope Xian. If Pope Xian was impersonated by someone else 13 years ago, then in order not to be discovered, he might continue Pope Xian's style of doing things in public, and cultivate his own power in secret. Now he may have felt that he had mastered the sanctuary, and he knew that Athena was still alive through the galaxy competition, so he suddenly did this. Sharna, have you ever seen what the Pope looks like? Through reasonable reasoning and speculation, he told the truth. Sharna and Durates looked at each other and replied at the same time. No, I saw Pope Shine a few times when I was a child. He was a very kind old man, but after Aiolos rebelled 13 years ago, he has been wearing a Pope mask. It is said that no one has seen his appearance since then. Oh, by the way, I heard that some of his personal attendants were often executed for various crimes. After hearing what the two said, everyone suddenly felt that Li Chuan's guess became more reasonable. Apparently, those personal attendants were killed because they accidentally saw the Pope's true face. Who could have killed Pope Xian? Hyoga frowned. Could it be related to the Holy War? Shunhui, who had just hugged his resurrected brother Iki, said, I heard from my master that every few hundred years, when evil comes to the world, Athena will reincarnate into the world and lead the righteous saints to launch a holy war to drive out evil. But the targets of the holy war are from the underworld. Even if they have the power to kill Pope Xian, how could they pretend to be the Pope so perfectly for so many years without being discovered? Iki shook his head and rejected his brother Shun's guess. So could it be Alex? He is Pope Xian's younger brother. He knows all the habits of the Pope, and the Pope is not on guard against him. After killing the Pope, he replaced the Pope for 13 years. Now he pretends to pass the throne to himself and officially obtains the power of the Pope. Shiri irrationally gave his own guess. As soon as this guess came out, it was immediately recognized by everyone, because only this explanation was the most reasonable. Only Li Chuan knew that this was not the case. The one who really assassinated Xian was Gemini Saga, not Alex, who was also killed by Saga 13 years ago. In fact, the root cause was not Saga, but similar to what Shun said, it was on Pluto's side. Geminis are generally two-sided, but it does not mean that one person has two personalities, but that only twins can inherit this set of gold armor. So Saga also has a younger brother, Canon, who looks exactly like him and has similar strength. Chapter 364. When Pope Xian decided to pass the throne to Sagittarius Aiolos, Saga had no objection, but Canon felt sorry for his brother. Because he felt that his brother was the strongest among the Gold Saints, and his age was no worse than Aiolos, plus he had a younger brother. So he instigated his brother Saga to kill Athena and Pope Xian, who had just been born in the sanctuary, with a golden sword that could kill gods, and replace them, thus ruling the sanctuary. Saga, who was kind and full of justice, refused on the spot and imprisoned his brother Canon in the rock prison of the Snaiwan Strait, asking him to reflect on the evil in his heart. However, that night, Saga's personality suddenly changed. He really killed the Pope and Athena according to Canon's suggestion. The reason was that when the twins were just born, the sister of the twin gods of death and sleep, who served Hades in the underworld, the goddess of fate, Kyr, secretly created an evil spirit and put it into Saga's body, forming a new soul, Haisha. 13 years ago, it was Haisha who seized the control of the body, which led to the series of tragedies that followed. And because of the blessing of Kyr's divine power, Haisha is stronger than the kind-hearted original Lanza. In the end, even the 5 bronze warriors, who were temporarily raised to the gold level by the blessing of Athena's microcosm, could not defeat him. It was Lanza who forcibly seized the control of the body for a few seconds and ended it by suicide. As for why Kyr did this, of course, it was to let the sanctuary kill each other. If he could kill Athena directly to control the sanctuary, it would be better. If not, it would also cause great damage to the sanctuary. And she did it. After the Saga rebellion, Pope Xian died, and only Libra, Taurus, Virgo, Aries, Leo and Scorpio remained of the 12 gold saints, and more than half of the silver saints died. If it weren't for the unexpected rise of the 5 bronze saints, the holy war would have been lost. Then let's go to the sanctuary, defeat the Pope, and let everyone know the truth. At this time, Saya said with blood boiling. Before Li Chuan could stop her, Sharna over there had already spoken. Saya, you are too naive. With our strength, we can't defeat the sanctuary at all. There are many silver saints in the sanctuary who are stronger than me, and above them, there are gold saints who we can't defeat at all. What? Isn't there only one set of gold armor? At this time, everyone exclaimed in unison. They still thought that there was only one set of gold armor in the world, and this strongest set of gold armor had been given to the powerful Li Chuan by Athena. This was also the reason why they wanted to directly enter the Holy Land. Sarna shook her head. That's not the case. Saya, and you were always at the bottom when you were in the Holy Land. You didn't know that there were 12 golden palaces on the way to the Pope's palace, and each palace had a golden saint. How terrifying is the strength of the Gold Saint? Let me explain briefly. That is, to become a Gold Saint, the minimum standard is that the punch speed must reach the speed of light. What? The punch speed reaches the speed of light? Hearing Sharna's introduction, Saya and others were immediately frightened. Their current punching speed is at most about Mach 2, and the resurrected Iki is estimated to be Mach 4 or 5, and even the strongest Li Chuan can only show Mach 10. The speed of light is about 880,000 Mach. The difference is really like heaven and earth. Sharna's words make sense, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. At this time, Li Chuan came up. My suggestion is that everyone should not rush to the Holy Land, but first find a way to improve their own strength, and then tell the truth to trustworthy people, such as your master. In this way, our strength will become stronger and stronger. And the false pope will definitely not let it go, and will definitely send other saints over. We will just sit back and wait, and the strength of the Holy Land will become weaker and weaker. Wait until the time is right, then attack the sanctuary and defeat the false pope in one fell swoop. After saying that, he looked at Kido Saori, MS. Saori, what do you think? Kido Saori thought for a moment, and finally nodded. You make sense. We can't act rashly, just follow your method. At this time, Kido Saori had already exited the state when Athena awakened, but she herself inherited Athena's wisdom, so she was naturally not stupid, and knew that Li Chuan's approach was the safest now. Then let's set off quickly, and come back before the sanctuary sends out the second wave of saints to attack, Hyoga said. The sanctuary had just sent Sharna and others over. Before confirming Sharna and others' mission information, it was estimated that they would continue to send people to attack for a while, which gave them time to respond. So after a discussion, everyone decided on the next plan. Iki took Sharna and others to stay to protect Kido Saori's safety. Hyoga returned to Western Lia to find his master, the Crystal Saint. Shun returned to Fairy Island to find his master, Sifu's Albio, and Shiryu returned to Willow Peak to find his teacher, Doko. Saya and Li Chuan sneaked into the sanctuary to find Marin, and find out what was going on there to see if they could get any useful information. My spatial ability can only teleport to places I've been to and places I've marked. I take Saya to the sanctuary first, and when things are done there, I teleport to you through the marks and bring you back together. After confirming the plan, Shiryu, Hyoga, and Shun each took a plane back to the place of training to find their master, and Li Chuan took Saya and teleported directly to the mountains at the foot of the sanctuary. Saya, do you remember what Miho said, that after you were sent to the sanctuary, your sister Xinghua secretly escaped from the orphanage and disappeared, right? Yes, Ms. Saori told me that she has sent people to look for you all over the world, but there is no news yet. Saya's face darkened when he heard this. Li Chuan smiled and said, the world is too big, and it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone. It's not that easy. But we can reasonably speculate that your sister Xinghua escaped from the orphanage to find you, so her goal must be the sanctuary. It is not difficult to get to Athens from Countryar. You can take a plane, but the road from Athens to the sanctuary is full of mountains, and normal vehicles cannot enter or exit. So is it possible that your sister is in Athens, or in some small mountain villages nearby? Yes, why didn't I think of it? This narrows the scope at once. When I go back, I will ask Miss Saori to send people to Athens and nearby to help me find my sister. Saya's eyes lit up when he heard this. With the financial resources of the Kido family, if they only look for someone in one city or nearby, it will definitely not take long. Chapter 365. Everyone in the sanctuary probably thinks we are traitors now, so we can't go in like this. Near the stone house below the sanctuary, Li Chuan grabbed Saya, who wanted to sneak in. What should we do? Saya scratched his head. Stand still, I help you become invisible. Li Chuan stretched out his hand to Saya, and cast the illusion spell on him, and then cast the illusion spell on himself. You can only hide your body, so remember to shrink your microcosm as much as possible, otherwise it will be easy to be discovered by some sensitive saints. The principle of the illusion spell is to use the power of magic to reflect light. Ordinary people cannot detect it, but it certainly cannot be hidden from the saints with sharp mental power. Saya is a bit nervous, so it is necessary to remind him. Brother Chuan, to be honest, if you tell me you can fly, I will believe it now. Saya has become a little numb to the various abilities shown by Li Chuan. Li Chuan smiled and gave a thumbs up. I can indeed fly. I didn't expect that you would guess this new move before I used it. Awesome. Saya. Except for a few Saint Clothes with wings, most Saint Clothes do not have the ability to fly. Of course, if the Saint Saya runs, the speed is still very fast. He can jump very far like the Hulk, and can also stay in the air for a short time through some moves. However, the punching speed of the gold saint can reach the speed of light, which does not mean that their movement speed can also reach the speed of light. This is not as good as the combination of the two swords of thunder and lightning. The combination of the two swords of thunder and lightning can reach the speed of light, so it can beat the old demon Yu Quan, who already has the strength of a celestial being, without the ability to fight back. However, the combined power of the two Tianlai swords was extremely horrible, both in terms of the load on the body, and the consumption of the true essence, and could not be maintained for a long time. In this way, the two invisible people passed through the stone house, and soon came to the training ground above, and began to search for the figure of Mo Ling. The reserve, who was pressed by the boulder to do push-ups, could not hold on, and was directly crushed to death by the boulder. If they climbed out of the pit with a large iron block hanging on their body, they would be stabbed into meat skewers by the iron spikes below if they fell. Anyone who wanted to escape from the Holy Land would be thrown upside down, whipped continuously, and taken away in carts after being beaten to death. Bloody and cruel training scenes appeared in front of Li Chuan and Seiya. It didn't feel like they were training saints, but rather like raising poisonous insects. Those who survived probably had nothing to do with kindness and justice. Too cruel. Seiya looked at the training in the square and couldn't help but wanted to stop it, but was pulled back by Li Chuan. It's not the right time yet. To attack now would be courting death. Once you encounter a gold saint, it would be difficult to escape. Even if it was teleportation, it would not be as fast as the speed of light punch. As soon as the space fluctuated, the person would probably fall down, and several saints were also good at space abilities. If you fly, they will jump up to you and knock you down with a light speed punch. But them. Seiya looked around and saw many familiar faces. Although they were not friends and even had some conflicts, they had trained together for 6 years after all, so he didn't want to see them being beaten to death. Li Chuan touched his chin and pulled Seiya to a hidden place. Don't move, watch me. He hid his little universe to the lowest level, and then silently recited the weather spell in his heart. Suddenly, the originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Then lightning bolts fell from the sky, accurately striking those sanctuary soldiers holding whips, and loyal to the new pope and gigas, knocking them to the ground. These lightning bolts may not have any effect on the gold saints, but they are still no problem for ordinary sanctuary soldiers. If he attacks with all his strength, even the silver saints will definitely not be in a good situation. The key is that he used magic, not the Cosmo. No matter how powerful the gold saints are, they can't detect his position through this, and they are probably at a loss. Just like Seiya at this moment. There has never been a saint in this world who can control the clouds and rain, and control lightning to strike people from the sky. This ability seems to be something that only the gods in mythology can do. Brother Chuan, you are not going to tell me that you are also a reincarnation of God? Of course not. This is just a special skill, with little power, and can only be used to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers. Li Chuan smiled and shrugged. When the people in the training ground below saw this, they knelt on the ground one by one, and then shouted loudly to the top of the sanctuary, "This is a punishment from heaven, a punishment from heaven. It must be Athena who took pity on us and sent down the punishment." At the same time, Saga, who was lying on the huge balcony of the Pope's palace, drunk with wine and served by a dozen beautiful women, stood up suddenly when he saw the lightning falling. "Let the chief of staff come to see me." This lightning was obviously abnormal, but he did not feel that there was any powerful microcosm in the sanctuary except for those gold saints. Li Chuan and Seiya's microcosm is still bronze, a little short of silver, so naturally they will not be valued by Saga. A moment later, a bearded old man with a cane walked in a panic. "Report to the Pope, the lightning just now killed all the supervisors at the training ground. Now everyone here says it's a punishment from God, a punishment from Athena." Saga frowned after hearing this, then tapped his fingers, then stopped training for a while. "Is there any news from Sharna? The law does not punish everyone. Now it is obvious that everyone has aroused dissatisfaction with this bloody training. He can't kill all these people. Although the strength of these people is as insignificant as that of ants, they will still be needed when they rule the world in the future. The most important thing now is to kill Athena." The news that came before said that they have arrived at the place. "It is estimated that we will get the news that they have taken back the gold armor in the evening. Your Holiness, please rest assured that those bronze saints will not be the opponents of Sharna and others. If they fail, then you don't have to do your job as chief of staff. The gold armor cannot be lost. The mortal who stole the armor is unforgivable. The bronze saints who dared to betray the sanctuary also deserve death. After notifying Sharna and them to get the gold armor, they will directly execute those blasphemers." Saga crushed the glass in his hand, and Gigas was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was the Pope's confidant, so he knew how cold and ruthless the Pope was. If things didn't go well, even he would probably die. After Gigas retreated, Saga looked at the dark clouds outside and murmured, "Athena, this world doesn't need God, I am God." Chapter 366. Founded there. After walking around for a long time, Li Chuan and Saya finally found Marin in a very hidden corner. Marin. Just as Saya was about to greet him, Li Chuan covered his mouth. Li Chuan used his spiritual sense to transmit, "Don't talk, there is another person over there," and his microcosm seems to be very powerful. Saya turned his head, and saw that there was indeed another handsome man, with blonde hair leaning against a rock not far behind Marin. "Iolia, you'd better stay away from me. If you get involved with me now, you will be targeted by the Pope and his men," Marin said to Iolia behind her with her back to him. Originally, after sending Saya away from the sanctuary, she wanted to find a reason to temporarily leave the sanctuary. Who knew that the Pope suddenly passed away, and the Pope's brother Alex became the new Pope, and the sanctuary also underwent tremendous changes. And not long after Alex became the new Pope, he announced that Pegasus Saya, her disciple, had betrayed the sanctuary. In order to find out the truth, she decided to stay in the sanctuary for a while to get information. However, because she was Saya's master, and not a native of Greece, she was often suppressed by the Pope and his chief of staff. However, as a silver saint, she did not make any mistakes, so even the Pope could not do anything to her. The former Pope was a good person. The new Pope may have some misunderstandings about you. I will protect you. Iolos looked at Marin, and his tone was unusually gentle. Although he did not approve of the new Pope's actions, since he was the successor chosen by the previous Pope, he must have his reasons for doing so. As for Marin, it might just be because of Pegasus' betrayal that she had some misunderstandings. "Thank you, Iolia." Marin turned and looked at Iolia. Even though she was wearing a mask and her expression could not be seen, she could still feel the touch in her tone. "Fuck, is this so awkward? I actually ran into the Leo Gold Saint." When he heard Marin calling the man Iolia, Li Chuan immediately knew his identity. This guy is very stubborn, and it would be troublesome if he found out. So he immediately sent a message to Saya again, asking him to shrink his small universe as much as possible. Unfortunately, Li Chuan still underestimated the perception ability of the Gold Saint. Normal people only have 5 senses, and some can have a 6th sense, which is an extremely sharp intuition, while the Gold Saint has broken through the 6th sense and reached the 7th sense. It is basically extremely difficult to escape their perception. After all, Li Chuan is not a Gold Saint, and he has not awakened the 7th sense, so he does not know what the 7th sense is like. So even if he shrinks his small universe as much as possible, and is still in stealth mode, they still see Iolia suddenly turn around and look at the two people's direction, and say in a stern tone, "Who are you? What is your purpose in hiding there?" When Marin heard Iolia's words, she looked at the position where Li Chuan and Saya were in confusion. "Iolia, why are you talking to the air? There is no one there." "No, Malin, I sensed 2 small universes that were trying to hide there, but they used some special method to become invisible, so we couldn't see them." Iolia ignited the small universe in his body, and golden energy appeared on his body surface. "If you don't show up and answer, don't blame me for being rude. I'm Li Chuan, don't do it, we have no ill intentions, we just want to come here to see an acquaintance." Seeing that Iolia was about to take action if he didn't speak, Li Chuan directly lifted the illusion spell on the two people with a kind expression on his face. The sanctuary is a barrier set up by successive Athenas and successive popes. Unless the current pope allows it, no one can use space movement and flying abilities within the barrier, not even mechanized things like airplanes. In this way, all enemies who want to harm Athena must defeat the 12 zodiac signs guarding the sanctuary one by one from the foot of the mountain, and defeat the Pope before they can see Athena in the temple of Athena. It is precisely because of this that Li Chuan can neither fly nor teleport now. He must go under the stone house, and leave the sanctuary barrier to teleport Saya and Marin away. "Saya, how come you are here?" Marin saw Saya appear, her tone full of surprise. Saya saw Marin and said excitedly, "Marin, we came here specifically to find you, and take you out of the sanctuary." "What nonsense are you talking about, you traitor? Get out of the sanctuary, this is not the place you should be." Marin's tone changed when she heard the words, and she came to Saya in an instant, knocked him to the ground with a punch, and naturally used her body to separate Saya and Iolia. "Leave the sanctuary first, and wait for me in Athens." With her back to Iolia, Marin whispered. "Marin!" Saya stood up and looked at Li Chuan, who nodded and smiled. "Sorry, I won't bother you anymore." He pulled Seiya and was about to leave quickly. However, Iolia's figure flashed and blocked them. You have betrayed the sanctuary. I can't just let you go. Mr. Iolia, right? That was actually a misunderstanding. Li Chuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. If it is a misunderstanding, then please come with me to explain it to the Pope. I will plead for you, and I believe the Pope will forgive you. Iolia said seriously. Li Chuan paused for a second. How about this? You wait for a while, and then all of us who are called traitors by the Pope will come to the sanctuary to meet the Pope together. How about that? After a while, when everyone is together, Kidosauri can also fully master Athena's microcosm, and they will naturally come to the sanctuary. However, Iolia shook his head. No, as a saint, my principles do not allow me to let you go like this, sorry. After saying that, he raised his hand and was about to punch, but his body was suddenly hugged from behind. Seiya, you guys go. It turned out that Marin unexpectedly hugged Iolia from behind. Unfortunately, as a gold saint, he could not fail to notice the sneak attack of the Silver Saint Marin. He just didn't want to hide. Marin, I'm sorry, I can't let you do this, otherwise you will also be punished by the Pope. Iolia sighed in great distress, and the next second, Marin, who had been hugging him from behind, fainted in his arms. He was unwilling to attack Marin, whom he loved, but as a saint, he could never break his oath. What happened? Seiya wiped his eyes, not seeing clearly what had just happened. Iolia broke free from Marin's restraints and punched her out. Li Chuan's face was solemn. His body could not keep up with the light-speed punch of the Gold Saint, but the dynamic capture ability of the immortal art Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to clearly see the trajectory of Iolia's punch. Chapter 367. Seiya, do this again later. Seeing Iolia carefully put the stunned Marin on the stone next to him, Li Chuan also used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice to Seiya again and told him his plan. Fortunately, Iolia did not wear the gold armor, otherwise it would be really troublesome today. The gold armor may not improve the attack ability of the Gold Saints absolutely, but it can improve the defense ability of the Gold Saints greatly. For example, two Gold Saints with similar strength. The attack of the one without the Saint Cloth will not be much weaker than that of the one wearing the Saint Cloth, but if the one without the Saint Cloth is hit by the one wearing the Saint Cloth, it is estimated that he will die on the spot. On the contrary, if the one wearing the Saint Cloth is hit, it will not be a big problem. You are not my opponent, give up resistance. Follow me to explain to the Pope, and I will plead for you. Iolia ignited his own golden microcosm, and walked towards Li Chuan and the others. The oppressive feeling made it difficult for Seiya, the narrator, to just stand. It seems that I have to show some real skills. Li Chuan shouted, and his body entered the second form, instantly transforming into an Iron Tower man. Then his true essence and chakra merged, and he entered the Sage mode. The 8 gates of the body were fully opened, and the microcosm of the Silver Saint was burned to the limit. Ioria, who originally did not take Li Chuan seriously, could not help but stop and showed a solemn look on his face. Such a weak microcosm can actually have such a strong momentum, it's incredible. In his perception, Li Chuan's microcosm was very weak, not even at the level of a Silver Saint. Compared with his ultimate gold microcosm that had comprehended the 7th sense, it was far behind. However, his intuition told him that if he was not serious in the next battle, he might be in danger. Iolia, take my full-strength move Yi Kai. Li Chuan was wrapped in golden fairy chakra, transformed into a golden dragon, and kicked Iolia. Seeing this, Iolia showed an admiring look in his eyes. You can actually launch such an attack, Li Chuan, I recognize your strength. To show respect, I will use my strongest move to respond to you. Just the oncoming wind pressure has made Iolia know that the power of the opponent's kick is very close to the level of a gold saint. A bronze-level saint, without wearing a holy cloth, actually launched a move close to the power of a gold saint, which is indeed worthy of his respect. Presumably, the other party would be very happy to know that he was willing to use his ultimate move. Atomic light speed. Iolia raised his arm, and stared at Li Chuan, who was coming towards him. He was about to defeat him with the atomic light speed fist, but suddenly he felt the scene change, and he had come to a strange place. And his body was imprisoned on a cross by some kind of force. Go! Seeing that Iolia had fallen into the trap, and was sent into the Tsukuyomi space by his own magic Tsukuyomi, Li Chuan changed his feet, and turned to the side of Seiya, who had already joined Marin. He held one in each hand, and ran madly out of the sanctuary. Are you kidding? How could he really fight with Iolia in the sanctuary, not to mention that even in that state, he might not be able to beat Iolia's atomic light speed punch. Even if he could beat him, as long as he was not killed instantly, Aeolia's powerful microcosm would definitely attract the attention of Saga and other gold saints. If he attracted a few more gold saints, he would really be unable to escape. So the posture he just put on to use his ultimate move was not to really fight a bloody battle with Aeolia, but just to make Aeolia think so and relax his vigilance. In this way, he can activate the fairy art Tsukuyomi to temporarily put him into the Tsukuyomi world. With Aeolia's strength, even if he puts him into the Tsukuyomi world, he can't hurt him, but the Tsukuyomi world lasts for 3 days, and the outside world lasts for 1 second. Don't underestimate this second. With his current full power, 1 second is enough for him to rush out from here with Seiya and Marin to a place outside the sanctuary boundary. As long as there is no influence from the sanctuary boundary, there is still hope to interfere with Aeolia's teleportation and escape. After speeding all the way, finally at the end of 1 second, when Aeolia was about to be released from the Tsukuyomi world, Li Chuan rushed out of the coverage of the sanctuary boundary with Seiya and Marin, and came to the place where Sharna blocked Seiya before. Finally out, hey, this is the foot of the Holy Land Mountain. When Aeolia appeared again, he found that he was no longer in the training ground, but at the foot of the Holy Land Mountain. Li Chuan was standing in front of him with Seiya in one hand and Marin in the other. Only 1 second passed in the outside world, but he and Li Chuan had been fighting for 3 days in the Tsukuyomi world. But neither side was injured in these 3 days. No matter how powerful Aeolia's fists were in the Tsukuyomi world, they could not hurt Li Chuan's phantom, also because of Aeolia's powerful microcosm and light-speed fist. Li Chuan's mental suppression and magic weapon Flying Sword Wings also failed to hurt Aeolia. In addition, the Gold Saints have strong continuous fighting ability. When they encounter opponents of equal strength, they can even develop into the so-called 1,000 Days War, which is to fight for 1,000 consecutive days. So the current situation is that except for the change of location, the strength of both sides has not changed. Atomic Light Speed Fist. As soon as he came out, Aeolia launched his strongest trick to hit Li Chuan. At present, he still didn't know how he was hit by the opponent's magic-like move just now. In order not to be hit again, he decided not to show mercy and deal with Li Chuan first. However, Li Chuan had expected this and directly used Marin, who was still in a coma, as a shield to block him. Sure enough, seeing Marin in front, Aeolia immediately burst out his small universe and forcibly stopped his atomic light speed punch. And just because of this delay, Li Chuan had already launched Flying Thunder God and disappeared with Marin and Seiya. So he has spatial abilities, no wonder he escaped here. At this time, Aeolia realized that Li Chuan didn't want to fight him at all. Everything was for the purpose of escaping with Marin and Seiya. But when he thought of this, a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he naturally didn't want to hurt the 3 people, nor did he want to bring them to the Pope, but out of his duty as a Saint Seiya, he had to do so. At this time, the 3 people escaped from his hands with their strength, and he was actually happy in his heart. Marin, I hope you can live a happier life after leaving the sanctuary. Chapter 368. That was a close call. That was a close call. On the East Siberian Glacier, beside Binghe, who was carrying his holy clothes, Li Chuan suddenly appeared out of thin air with Marin and Seiya. What happened to you? Binghe looked at the unconscious Marin, the frightened Seiya, and the relieved Li Chuan, and couldn't help but look puzzled. Li Chuan calmed down and smiled. There was an accident. I met a gold saint. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been left in the sanctuary. Originally, he thought that sneaking in this time shouldn't be a big problem, but he didn't expect that his luck was so bad that he actually met Aeoli's. You know, according to Carrot's memory, he has been in the sanctuary for more than 10 years, and has never seen a gold saint. If he met him outside the sanctuary, he would not be afraid. With his strength, he might not be able to beat him, but he would definitely run away. But the sanctuary has a barrier, and there is more than one gold saint, so this operation is also a relatively dangerous one for him. However, he also witnessed the light-speed punch of the gold saint for the first time, and he had a general idea in his mind. He roughly told what happened in the sanctuary, saved Marin, and explained the whole story to Marin. The 4 of them walked towards the village on the glacier in front. It turned out that Li Chuan and Seiya went to the sanctuary directly by apparition, while Hyuga took the plane of the Keto family. So during the few hours that Li Chuan and Seiya were delayed in the sanctuary, Hyuga had just got off the plane not long ago. He had not yet returned to the village where he had lived and trained for these years to see his master, the Crystal Saint. Where are the people in the village? What on earth is going on? After arriving at the entrance of the village, Binghe's face suddenly changed. Because there was no one in the village at this time, and many doors were wide open, and the houses were filled with snow, as if no one had lived there for several days. Flying in the clouds. Li Chuan waved his hand, and a white cloud appeared under his feet. Come up, I take you to look around and see if you can find any traces. What is this? Seiya reached out and grabbed the white cloud under Li Chuan's feet, feeling like he was grabbing a ball of soft cotton. The white cloud can carry you flying, the newly developed flying technique you guessed before. Li Chuan smiled. Malin beside him silently stepped on the white cloud, and sure enough, the white cloud lifted her body up. Seeing this, Seiya and Hyoga immediately jumped onto the white cloud. Bang! Bang! The two of them instantly passed through the white cloud and fell to the ground with their buttocks. What's going on? Seiya and Hyoga touched their buttocks, looking confused. Why can Marin go up, but they are left behind? Oh, I forgot to say that only people with pure hearts can stand on this white cloud. Li Chuan explained with a serious face. Seiya and Hyoga were stunned on the spot. Are their hearts not pure? They are only 13 years old this year, and they are still virgins. They have been training all year round, and have never been exposed to messy things. They are saints who are determined to protect Athena. How can they be impure? Ha ha ha, the atmosphere seems a bit serious. Just kidding, come up quickly, let's go find the crystal saints and villagers. Satisfying his inner evil taste, Li Chuan smiled and waved his hand to let the white cloud directly cover the two of them, and then rode the cloud to scout around. And Seiya and Hyoga looked at each other helplessly. After spending a long time with Li Chuan, you will find that he is a very reliable and gentle big brother most of the time, but occasionally he likes to tease them. Before, Jinny always liked to order them and his attitude was very bad, but after being teased by Li Chuan a few times, he never dared to do it again. There. After flying in the sky for a while, they soon found the missing villagers. At this time, the villagers were like slaves, being whipped by some people holding guns with whips, cutting huge blocks of ice, and transporting them to a specific location, piling them up into a huge building similar to the base of a pyramid. Hurry up, you lowly people, it is your honor to build a pyramid for the Pope. If you are lazy again, you will all be hanged. Some elderly people and frail women, including children as young as 7 or 8 years old, would be whipped if they were a little lazy. If they fell, they would be beaten even harder until they died and were dragged away. Stop! Looking at the familiar faces below, Binghe was instantly enraged, and he jumped down from the cloud with his little universe burning. Binghe, it's Binghe, everyone is saved. The villagers below cheered loudly when they saw Binghe falling from the sky. The hope of their whole village finally came back. When the soldiers saw Hyoga appear, they opened fire one after another. However, how could ordinary thermal weapons cause harm to the saints? Even the bronze saints had supersonic fists, and were protected by the holy clothes. So it was almost a one-sided crushing. Not long after, all the soldiers fell to the ground. At this time, Li Chuan flew down with Seiya and Marin. Who are these people? Where are the master and others? Hyoga asked the villagers who gathered around. One of the children came forward and said, Hyoga, these are all people from the sanctuary. The crystal saint has also gone to the sanctuary. Yakov, tell me what's going on. Seeing the child in front of him, Hyoga quickly squatted down and asked in detail. So, with the help of Yakov and the villagers, they finally figured out the whole story. It turned out that the day after Hyoga left the village, the sanctuary sent a group of soldiers with the Pope's decree to forcibly recruit all the nearby villagers to build the pyramid. The crystal saint was very angry about this, but he could not disobey the Pope's order, so he went to the sanctuary in person, intending to ask the Pope for clarification. So far, he has not returned. Binghe, you are back, very good, then today I will clean up the door and deal with you traitors for the sanctuary. Just as Li Chuan and the other 4 were halfway back to the village with the villagers, a person blocked their way. It was the crystal saint who had just returned to Siberia from the sanctuary, Binghe's master. As soon as he appeared, he attacked Li Chuan and the other 4 without hesitation. Master, listen to me, it's not what you think. Binghe thought that his master had misunderstood him because he believed the fake Pope's words, so he just avoided explaining and didn't dare to fight back. Li Chuan, who had already known the situation, directly turned on the immortal mode and knocked down the crystal saint with a flash. Binghe, the crystal saint has been controlled by illusion and can't listen to your explanation now. Let me release him first. Chapter 369. The reason why Saga was able to rule the sanctuary for 13 years, as the Pope without being discovered. In addition to being one of the most trusted saints of the former Pope, and knowing all the affairs of the sanctuary, more importantly, he mastered a very scary boxing technique, the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist, unlike the Phoenix Phantom Demon Fist swung by Phoenix, which mainly destroys nerves and breaks down the opponent's psychological defense. Saga's Phantom Demon Emperor Fist can directly control the enemy's thoughts once it hits the enemy. The Crystal Saint was hit by this punch when he met Saga, and was controlled by Saga to return to Siberia to kill Hyuga. In the original plot, Saga also used this trick to sneak attack Iolia, who was fighting with Shaka, and briefly controlled Iolia for a period of time. Saga, let me try how powerful your Phantom Demon King Fist is. In an empty house in the village, Hyuga and others were dismissed. As soon as the Crystal Saint was awakened, Li Chuan's right eye's fairy kaleidoscope started to operate at full speed. Then his consciousness began to invade the mind of the Crystal Saint. At the same time, Saga, who was far away in the sanctuary, was standing on the Pope's palace overlooking the entire sanctuary. Suddenly, his body was startled. How dare you try to remove my control over the Crystal Saint? How stupid. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and used the mental power left in the mind of the Crystal Saint as a medium to launch a remote mental attack. Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist. What a strong mental control ability. Li Chuan, who was in the Siberian hut, was about to completely remove Saga's control over the Crystal Saint with the power of the Sharingan. Suddenly, he slowly raised his right hand, turned his hand into a knife, and firmly stabbed it towards his heart. At the same time, an evil voice sounded in his mind. Since you want to save him so much, then kill yourself first. As the voice fell, Li Chuan's right hand had completely penetrated his heart. The awakened Crystal Saints exclaimed at the sight, causing Saya and the other two who had been waiting outside to break in. When they saw Li Chuan's right hand piercing his heart, they panicked instantly. Brother Chuan, what's wrong with you? Even Binghe, who was usually the most arrogant, changed his expression at this time. If Li Chuan died because of saving his master, he would really feel guilty for the rest of his life. He was controlled by the Pope's long-range illusion attack. It's okay. This injury is nothing to me, and he is probably not doing well now. Seeing that Saya and the others looked like he was about to die, Li Chuan pulled out his bloody right hand from his heart and smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm-sized wound on his chest had completely healed, and everyone who looked at him was stunned and called him a pervert in their hearts. On the other side, Saga, who thought he had ended his life by remotely controlling Li Chuan with the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist, suddenly heard Li Chuan's voice in his ears. You also take my blow, illusion unknown fire. In an instant, he felt his body wrapped in flames, followed by a real burning pain. This kind of pain, even as a gold saint, cannot be avoided. It lasted for a long time before he completely eliminated it with his powerful mental power, but there was still a little burned scar on his arm. The illusion actually affected reality. Just now, Saga did use the Crystal Saint as a medium to effectively control Li Chuan's mind, but Li Chuan also used that mental power to launch the unique illusion attack of the Sharingan. The first fight between Li Chuan and Saga, neither of them suffered any substantial damage in the end. After a night of rest in Siberia, he helped the injured villagers to heal with magic. The next morning, Li Chuan took Saya, Marin, Hyuga, and the Crystal Saint and moved to the fairy island where Shun was with the Flying Thunder God technique. After the Crystal Saint woke up, he naturally understood that the Pope was not a good person. In addition, Hyuga told him all the truth, so he decided to protect Athena with Hyuga. Brother Chuan, you are finally here. Seeing Li Chuan and Saya appear, Shun, who had been waiting for a long time, also smiled. Li Chuan looked at Shun and the fairy island saints behind him, knowing that Shun's return should be smooth. In fact, this was also within his expectations. As a silver saint whose strength could rival that of a gold saint, Albio of Cepheus was entrusted with the important task of training saints by the former Pope Xian a long time ago. In addition to the best Andromeda cloth on his fairy island, there are more than 20 bronze cloths for Chameleon, Cassiopeia, Pisces, and Vulpecula, accounting for half of the 48 bronze cloths. Several years ago, he discovered that there was a problem with the sanctuary, and guessed that the Pope was no longer Xian, so he no longer obeyed any orders from the sanctuary. After Shun told him all the truth this time, he would most likely choose to believe it, and stand on Athena's side. The temperature here is really not low. Saya, who was standing next to him, felt the temperature suddenly rising around him, and couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was just in the extremely cold Siberia, and now he came to the fairy island with a temperature of 50 degrees. He must be a little uncomfortable. Although Fairy Island is not as cruel as the Queen of Death Island, and basically everyone has a harmonious relationship, it has the most harsh environment in the world, so it can train a large number of qualified saints. The temperature on Fairy Island is as high as 50 degrees during the day, and at night, the temperature drops sharply to a terrifying -50 degrees. If you can't awaken the microcosm, Ordinary people can't survive here for a long time. This is my master, Albio of Seafuse. Then, Li Chuan and his companions had a brief exchange with Albio. They had packed their luggage, and were waiting for Li Chuan to appear, and then they returned to the villa where Kido Saori was. Everyone stand close to me, I will use my power to teleport everyone away from here. Li Chuan took out the teleportation book that he had improved, and then explained it to everyone. There were nearly 30 people, and it was impossible to carry so many people at once using Phantom Shift and Flying Thunder God. It would be more appropriate to use a door key. However, just as Li Chuan was about to activate the door key and leave, a red rose carrying a powerful microcosm shot towards Li Chuan at an extremely terrifying speed. Be careful. Albio, the only one who noticed the abnormality, wanted to stop it, but in the end, because he was one step late, he had to warn Li Chuan loudly. Sword wheel turn. Before he could burst out with all his strength, Li Chuan pinched the Dao formula with his hands, and the flying sword wings behind him emerged and turned into a sword wheel to block in front of him. The red rose hit the sword wheel, and countless sparks emerged. The powerful force pushed Li Chuan's body back more than 10 meters, before he was knocked out by Albio next to him. Who dares to break into Fairy Island? Chapter 370. Pisces Aphrodite. Scorpio Milo. Two saints wearing gold armor, bursting with powerful golden microcosms, slowly walked over from a distance. This scene made Albio's eyes instantly solemn. Albio of Seafuse, you have been listed as a traitor because you have repeatedly refused to obey the Pope's call to go to the sanctuary, violated the Pope's orders, and colluded with the betrayer. Today, I, Scorpio Milo, follow the Pope's order and sentence you, and all the saints of Fairy Island to death. Scorpio Milo loudly pronounced judgment on Albio. My lords, we are not in cahoots with the traitor Albio. The information delivered to the sanctuary yesterday was sent by us. At this time, two bronze saints jumped out of the crowd, landed next to Milo, and knelt on one knee. Milo looked at the two and nodded expressionlessly. You should be Leda of Piscus Austrinus and Spiga of Cassiopeia. Good, step back, and when you return to the sanctuary, the Pope will naturally reward you. Traitor, you actually betrayed the master. Chameleon Jenny and others saw this, and immediately started to curse angrily. And Arubio raised his hand, and walked to Milo. Milo, the Pope was killed 13 years ago. You are now obeying the orders of the fake Pope. The real asshole, you actually slandered the Pope. Let me, Scorpio Milo, end your life for daring to betray the Holy Land. Scarlet Poison Needle. Arubio was interrupted by Milo's trick when he was halfway through his words. He knew that he could never convince Milo with just his mouth, so he had no choice but to burst out the small universe in his body with all his strength to meet it. Seeing that Albio withstood Milo's attack, Crystal Saint and Marin, two silver saints, led all the remaining bronze saints to fight against Pisces Aphrodite. However, before the two sides started fighting, they were stopped by Li Chuan. You go help Albio, I will deal with him. At present, without the blessing of Athena's Cosmo, it is almost impossible for Saya and his group to defeat the Gold Saints, even if Pisces is at the bottom of the Gold Saints. Li Chuan didn't want to lose these fighting forces that hadn't grown up yet, so he planned to do it himself. He might not be so confident in fighting Iorio, but he thought it would be no problem to fight Aphrodite of the aquatic duo. Brother Chuan, be careful. Seeing Li Chuan's firm attitude, everyone stopped insisting and turned to assist Arubio in the battle. Although Li Chuan's microcosm was not strong, he had many moves, and his hard power was indeed much stronger than them. He also had the Sagittarius gold cloth, so even if he couldn't beat Aphrodite, he should be able to hold on for a while. During this period, as long as they help Arubio defeat Milo, they can come and join forces to defeat Aphrodite. Aphrodite, who was biting a rose and looking flattering, obviously saw the plan here, but he did not stop it. Instead, he looked at Li Chuan with disdain and sneered. Humph, you dare to stop me, the most beautiful warrior in the Holy Land, Lord Aphrodite, just by yourself. You are simply overestimating your own abilities. Then try it. No longer holding back, Li Chuan began to stack the state to enter the strongest mode. Second form open, Sage mode open, 8 gates open, burn my little universe. In an instant, Li Chuan's momentum changed drastically. The originally calm Aphrodite finally became serious at this time, but he felt very strange like Iolia before. The little universe of the person in front of him was so weak, but it gave him a very dangerous feeling. In this world, strength is justice. Take my move, Piranha Rose. He waved his right hand, and countless black roses that he had infused with powerful cosmic power shot towards Li Chuan. Xianfa Yekai. Li Chuan did not dare to be careless, and directly transformed into a golden dragon and kicked Aphrodite. Bang! With a loud bang, the rose and the golden dragon dispersed at the same time, and Li Chuan fell to the ground and retreated 7 steps before he regained his balance. As expected of a gold saint, he is really powerful. It was the first time that he faced the ultimate move of a gold saint head-on, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This is still the last one in the strength of the 12 saints. If it were like Doko in Saga, it would probably be much stronger. You actually took my piranha rose, you have some strength." Seeing that his special move was blocked, Aphrodite lifted his long hair and began to look serious. However, Li Chuan's next words turned him from serious to furious. "I say, sissy, your move doesn't seem to be very good, it was broken by my kick." While Li Chuan angered Aphrodite, he also formed a seal of multiple shadow clones. "Can you beat 4,000 of us alone?" 4,000 Li Chuan surrounded Aphrodite, and at the same time, they pointed at Aphrodite. "Disarm you. Illusion attack? It's useless. I've seen through it. You only have one real body." Aphrodite's eyes turned and quickly locked onto Li Chuan's body. At first, he was surprised to see 4,000 Li Chuans appear around him, but then, he sensed that only one Li Chuan had a small universe, and the other Li Chuans did not have it. So he immediately concluded that the other Li Chuans were just illusions. "I am protected by the golden armor, your moves can't hurt me, let's end it, bloody rose." A white rose flew towards Li Chuan's body, and its speed completely surpassed the red and black roses in front. "This is my Aphrodite's strongest secret, no one has been able to dodge it so far. Once hit by it, it is certain death, because it will absorb all the blood in your body." However, facing the flying white rose, Li Chuan did not dodge, but smiled instead. Because just as his heart was pierced by the white rose, Aphrodite's body was also hit by 4,000 disarming spells. "Oh, what's going on, my holy clothes?" Being hit by 4,000 disarming spells at the same time, the golden holy clothes on Aphrodite's body seemed to be affected by some law and scattered. Li Chuan, who was well prepared, immediately teleported to the various positions of the holy clothes parts that were balanced by the disarming spell, took out the scroll, and sealed the parts of the holy clothes with the fastest speed, and threw them into the small cloth bag on his waist. During this period, Aphrodite reacted and wanted to stop it, but the 4,000 shadow clones simultaneously performed the fastest lightning escape to suppress it. Without the protection of the golden holy clothes, facing the 4,000 lightning spears that burst out, Aphrodite had to use the light speed punch to defend himself. Chapter 371. Go to hell. Aphrodite was furious because his armor was stolen. He used his full strength to punch at the speed of light, which not only smashed all the lightning spears formed by the lightning escape, but also smashed all 4,000 shadow clones. After a round of attacks, only Li Chuan and Aphrodite without the armor were left on the field. "You actually used such a despicable means to steal my armor, but you think you won like this? Look at your chest, my white rose is almost completely red. When you are drained of blood, you will die." "Oh, you mean this rose? It's okay. I don't care if I have too much blood." Li Chuan took the initiative to hammer at his hole, and instantly turned the white rose, which was already 80% red, into a red rose full of blood. Then he pulled it off, and threw it on the ground. With his body's blood-forming function, it can't be drained even if it sucks for 3 days and 3 nights. "What? This is impossible." Seeing this, Aphrodite was stunned. Blood is the foundation of the human body. Even if the blood of a gold saint is sucked dry, he will definitely die. The opponent was clearly hit by his secret technique, and the white rose was indeed fully absorbed and turned into a red rose. So why was the opponent not hurt at all? And even his skin did not look pale. "Even if you have lost your gold armor, you, a mere bronze, can never be my opponent." Aphrodite used the gold saint's kingly fighting method, the light speed punch gesture. Since his rose secret technique was targeted by the opponent's skills, he used the simplest and most unbreakable light speed punch to blast the opponent into pieces. He had discovered in the battle just now that the opponent's strength was indeed strong, but it was still a little short of the level of the light speed fist. "But I'm not bronze." Li Chuan waved his hand, and a golden box appeared in front of him. The gold armor is the most important physical protection for the gold saints, which can help them resist physical, energy, and mental damage. Without the gold armor, the overall strength of the gold saints will drop by at least 3 levels. With the blessing of the gold armor, Li Chuan's bronze level microcosm can instantly soar to the level of the top silver microcosm. With 1 minus and 1 plus, the gap in strength is naturally eliminated. "Come out, my Sagittarius gold cloth." With Li Chuan's loud shout, the Sagittarius gold cloth in the box immediately flew out and disintegrated, and was automatically worn on Li Chuan. As the most powerful level of holy clothes under normal circumstances, the gold holy clothes have the characteristics of magic weapons in some aspects, in addition to improving the user's microcosm and enhancing defense. It can also adapt to a certain extent according to the user's body size, and at the same time can summon it from a distance to the side through the microcosm. Of course, it cannot be stored in the body like a magic weapon. So Li Chuan currently puts it in a small cloth bag and takes it out at any time. Later, when he has time, he plans to refine the golden armor as a magic weapon, and then add some vibranium and URU metal, so that it can be placed in the Dantian to nourish it and make it stronger. What? How can you wear the Sagittarius golden armor? Looking at the Sagittarius golden armor on Li Chuan, Aphrodite's face suddenly changed. You can't wear the gold armor just because you want to. You need the approval of at least one of the previous gold saints, the Pope, and Athena before you can wear the gold armor. Because I am the new Sagittarius gold saint chosen by Athena. Wake up, Aphrodite. The real Athena is on our side. It's not too late to repent now. Li Chuan, wearing the Sagittarius gold armor, shouted at Aphrodite. Aphrodite suddenly laughed when he heard it. Power is justice. Only with power can we protect the peace of the earth. So it doesn't matter whether Athena is real or fake. What matters is that you are definitely not the opponent of the Pope. So, I still choose to stand on the side of the Pope. Take this move of mine, the Lightspeed Punch. He loves peace more than anyone else, but he does not believe in Athena or gods superstitiously. He only believes in power. Only a strong enough power can maintain justice and world peace. So far, he has not seen a power stronger than the Pope. So even if Athena is real, if she can't defeat the Pope, then it is better to let the Pope lead the sanctuary and lead the saints to defeat all other gods who destroy peace. If Athena defeated the Pope, then even if he died in the process, it would not be a big deal. Stubborn! Li Chuan shouted, and then attacked with all his strength under the powerful blessing of the Golden Saint Cloth. Lightspeed Evening Elephant. Evening Elephant is an ultimate physical skill after the 8 gates are fully opened, which attacks the enemy by punching out a powerful air cannon. The Lightspeed Evening Elephant is a move that Li Chuan combined after wearing the Golden Saint Cloth. His internal microcosm was upgraded to the top silver, and his original body, Sage Mode and 8 gates were superimposed, so that he could punch at the speed of light. Ah! With a scream, Aphrodite's Lightspeed Punch was no match for Li Chuan's Lightspeed Evening Elephant, and his body was blasted into the underground pit. If Aphrodite wore the gold armor, he might be able to take on Li Chuan's Lightspeed Evening Elephant, but unfortunately his armor was broken and sealed by Li Chuan's disarming spell before. You win, kill me! Lying in the pit with broken bones, Aphrodite looked at Li Chuan standing on top wearing the gold armor and smiled miserably. Li Chuan shook his head. Killing you is too easy, wait until everything is settled, and make up for the mistakes you made before. The kaleidoscope in his right eye rotated, and the red Susanoo enveloped Li Chuan. Then he raised the Ten-Fist Sword and stabbed Aphrodite with one sword, temporarily sealing him in the Ten-Fist Sword. Aphrodite's concept was not wrong, strength is justice, and Li Chuan also agreed with this point of view. It's just that his vision was too short, and he didn't see how powerful the power of God was, and thought that Saga's power could be compared with God. In fact, without Athena, one of the 12 main gods, the human beings in this world could not compete with any god, because the gap in the microcosm is not at the same level at all. But this is not the real reason why he didn't kill Aphrodite. The real reason is that he wants to preserve the strength of the sanctuary, and prepare for the next real holy war. Done! After sealing the seriously injured Aphrodite, Li Chuan immediately rushed to the second battlefield, which was the battle between Albio of Cepheus and Milo of Scorpio. At this time, a large number of saints had fallen here, and all the bronze saints were seriously injured, including Saya, Hyoga and Shun. Facing Scorpio, who is much stronger than Aphrodite, without the blessing of Athena's microcosm, even the 5 little strong men can basically not take a single move. Chapter 372. The reason they have been able to hold out until now without being defeated is mainly because Albio of the Cepheus is strong enough, and there are 2 silvers, Crystal and Skyhawk, who are assisting and interfering from the side. Even so, they are always at a disadvantage. Healed as before. After healing Saya and others one by one, Li Chuan brought them to Albio's side. Stop, Milo. Aphrodite has been defeated. Milo retreated a distance and looked at the golden saint cloth worn by Li Chuan with an expression of disbelief. Why are you wearing the Sagittarius cloth? Milo, don't you understand? This is the cloth given to me by Athena. We are the ones protecting the real Athena. The traitor is the Pope. Li Chuan shouted. Unlike Aphrodite, Milo is a saint who is truly loyal to Athena. He was just deceived by Saga and thought that Athena was always in the sanctuary. So as long as he can recognize the truth, he will most likely stand on the side of Athena. Milo was startled when he heard this, and then murmured, "This is impossible. How can the Pope be a traitor?" Just now, when he was fighting with Cepheus and others, he did hear the so-called truth, but he believed that these were all illusions fabricated by the betrayers, and Kido Saori could not be Athena. Compared with these betrayers, he still believed in the Pope more, although some of the Pope's actions made him feel a little cruel. But when Li Chuan appeared wearing the Sagittarius gold cloth, he was really confused. Iolaus had died a long time ago, and the Pope could not have given the cloth to the traitor, so the only one left was Athena. Or did Iolaus not die in 13 years? Milo, you should know that you can't win in this situation. If I wanted to kill you, I could have shot you with an arrow when you were fighting Albio after defeating Aphrodite. But I didn't do that because I knew you were just deceived by the Pope, and you are still an upright saint who protects Athena. Li Chuan advised again. If they could talk Milo into joining their side, it would be better than fighting. I'm sorry, I still can't believe you. Milo clenched his fists. His expression was very tangled. Li Chuan did not give up. Milo, if you don't believe it, then go with us to see the real Athena. If you still don't believe it by then, it's not too late for us to fight again. No, I won't verify it with you. If she is really Athena, then come to the sanctuary. Hearing Li Chuan's proposal, Milo hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head, turned around and left directly. If after verification, Athena is fake, that's fine. At most he will meet Iolaus who is not dead and fight him. Even if he dies in the battle, he can still take a few away. But if after verification, Athena is real, and the Pope is the traitor, that's bad. Because he must join Athena, the result is to fight with the Pope and other gold saints, and even if he wins, both sides will suffer. How can the holy war be fought later? The key is that if the Pope is fake, he still doesn't know how many of the gold saints were deceived and how many really betrayed. So he chose to return to the sanctuary first. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to question the Pope. That would be no different from giving him away for free. He would investigate secretly to confirm the answer in his heart. If the Pope really betrayed him, and Athena came to the sanctuary, at least he could figure out who were friends and who were enemies, and end the rebellion at the lowest cost with the help of both inside and outside forces. That's good, at least it should be leaning towards this side. Seeing Milo leave, Li Chuan felt a little regretful, but he did not stop him. It was a very difficult thing to make the gold saints choose to believe that a human girl in another country was Athena instead of the Pope. But since Milo did not fight with them again, it means that 60% to 70% of his heart was on their side. Otherwise, with the pride of the gold saints, even if he had to fight against all of them, even if he knew he would die, he would not retreat like this. Let's go, I take you back to the villa first, and then pick up Shiryu. After Milo left, Li Chuan took out the teleportation book again. The pages of the book fluttered, and except for the two fairy island traders lying on the ground, everyone followed Li Chuan to the villa of the Kido family. After arranging a Rubio and others, Li Chuan used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the location of Wolfing Shiryu. What a strong microcosm! As soon as he appeared, he immediately felt three powerful microcosms confronting each other. Chuan, you are here. Shiryu, who was supported by Chunli and Gui Gui, saw Li Chuan appear and his eyes lit up. Li Chuan raised his hand and cast a healing spell to heal Shilong's injuries and asked, "What happened?" The Pope sent the gold saints to assassinate the teacher. Shilong quickly told the whole story. It turned out that his teacher Tonghu himself was the Libra saint among the 12 gold saints. Because he had always disobeyed the orders of the Pope of the sanctuary, the Pope now sent another gold saint, Cancer Death Mask, to assassinate Tonghu. He tried to stop him, but was easily defeated by the other party with just one finger. Later, the appearance of Ares Gold Saint Mu, who helped him repair his armor, made Death Mask suspend his actions. After hearing what Shiryu said, Li Chuan roughly understood what was going on. Saga must have felt that Doko's seniority and prestige among the gold saints were too high, and he did not obey his orders, so he asked Death Mask to bring this confidant, who could teleport to Wulao Peak to kill him. Saga and Death Mask felt that Doko had lived for more than 200 years, his body had long been decayed, and his strength was only 1/10 of what it was. Fortunately, Mu arrived in time, so Death Mask dared not act rashly. It seems that we can only retreat temporarily today. Death Mask did not take Li Chuan's appearance seriously. A guy whose microcosm had just entered the silver level was not worth his attention. The reason why he retreated was that he felt that there was no chance of winning against two gold saints at the same time. Unlike other gold saints, they all have a sense of pride. They usually fight head-on. Even if the enemy is strong, they will not easily admit defeat or escape. Death Mask only fights against those who are weaker than him. Before fighting, he will secretly observe and analyze the opponent's strength and special moves. If he can't beat him, he will run away immediately. He has a great chance of winning against an old and weak Tonghu, but he will definitely lose against Mu, who is as strong as himself. So he decisively chose to retreat. You want to leave now, but you can't do that. Li Chuan took out the Nine Suns Heavenly Demon Xianin banner and instantly blocked the space of Wulao Peak, and then put on the Sagittarius gold cloth again. Chapter 373. Donghu cannot do strenuous exercise or attack easily because he has to maintain the art of fake death and reincarnation. If Mu and Death Mask fight alone, it is very likely to develop into a 1,000-day war. In addition, it is uncertain whether Death Mask is really loyal to the Pope or was deceived, so he let him go. But Li Chuan understands that Cancer Death Mask and Pisces Obuluo, this aquatic duo, have the same philosophy. Both believe that strength is justice, and are true henchmen of Saga. If this is put back, it will be an extra trouble when entering the sanctuary. So he used the magic weapon without hesitation to temporarily block the space and abolish Death Mask's space teleportation ability. It's the Sagittarius gold cloth. Seeing Li Chuan wearing the gold cloth, Death Mask immediately felt something was wrong and activated his teleportation ability immediately, wanting to escape back to the sanctuary first, but found that his teleportation ability was invalid. How could this happen? I have blocked the space in this area, Death Mask. You can't leave today. Li Chuan instantly stacked up his status. Don't think that you are a gold saint just because you put on the gold cloth. You are a waste without awakening the seventh sense. You are far from me. Death Mask's eyes turned and found that Li Chuan and Mu did not attack together, so he launched a sneak attack on Li Chuan at the first time. As long as he killed Li Chuan and broke the space blockade, he could leave here immediately. Corpse Chi Underworld Wave. The strong and evil death energy was condensed by Death Mask's microcosm, and then turned into a black line and shot towards Li Chuan. I've been prepared for this move of yours. Break it with 10,000 swords to kill demons. Facing the oncoming breath of death, Li Chuan pinched the sword formula with his hands, and tens of thousands of small flying swords flew out from his dantian, carrying the sharp sword intent of breaking demons, and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the powerful attack condensed by the energy of death was smashed by Li Chuan's flying sword. Death Mask, one of the saints with the worst basic strength among the gold saints, is on par with Aphrodite of Pisces. But he is the only saint who can enter the underworld in the flesh without comprehending the eighth sense. Because his special move, the underworld wave of corpse accumulation, can use the microcosm to gather the breath of death, and then directly send the enemy's soul into the underworld. Generally, saints will be in trouble when encountering a move like Death Mask that directly attacks the soul. But Li Chuan is different. His flying sword just restrains this negative energy. Shushen sword cultivators are known for breaking all methods with one sword, and it's not a joke. In addition, he already knew Death Mask's special move and temperament. I hit you back, Lightspeed Evening Elephant. After the flying sword broke the opponent's corpse gas underworld wave, Li Chuan used the move that defeated Aphrodite before. Seeing the dense and powerful air cannons attacking him, Death Mask did not dare to be careless, and also quickly took all the attacks with the speed of light punch. Because of the blessing and defense of the Gold Saint cloth, Death Mask was not defeated like Aphrodite, but just a little breath. He actually broke my corpse gas underworld wave and launched such a powerful attack. This guy is not inferior to me. Death Mask looked at Li Chuan over there, his face full of fear, and then looked at Mu and Tonghu. Fortunately, Mu and Tonghu respected their status, and did not besiege me together, otherwise I would have lost just now. We must deal with this new Sagittarius as soon as possible, and evacuate here to report to the Pope. Sir, don't you want to help? Takagi asked in a low voice standing next to Mu. Mu smiled and shook his head. Since he has been awarded the gold cloth by Athena, and has become the new Sagittarius Gold Saint, we must believe that he has this strength. Don't worry, I will help if there is a problem. In a fight between two gold saints, unless there are special circumstances, the intervention of a third gold saint is actually seen by everyone as a sign of disrespect for the strength of the two. Unless Li Chuan is clearly at a disadvantage or dies, he will not intervene in the fight, which is not in line with his principles. Okay. Takagi shrugged. Anyway, he didn't understand. He felt that now that the Master and Li Chuan joined forces, they would definitely be able to defeat the evil Cancer Saint soon. Telekinetic binding. Several times in a row, the corpse gas underworld waves were destroyed by the flying sword, and the Lightspeed Fist was suppressed by the Lightspeed Evening Elephant. Death Mask once again used his other ability, telekinesis. Although his telekinesis was not as strong as Mu, who had the strongest telekinesis, it was also very powerful. He didn't ask how long he could bind Lichuan. As long as 1 second, he could get close to him and force his soul to the underworld. What a strong binding ability. Sensing that his body was bound by a strong telekinesis, Lichuan did not panic, but turned his right eye and immediately activated the fairy art Tsukuyumi. Death Mask, who was rushing towards him, disappeared instantly, and the telekinetic restraint was released. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a clap of his hands, 4,000 shadow clones reappeared, and then aimed at the place where Death Mask just disappeared and cast a disarming spell. A second later, Death Mask, who had just fought with Lichuan's flying sword in the Tsukuyumi space for 3 days, suddenly found himself back at Willow Peak. Before he could be happy, he was hit by 4,000 disarming spells. Boom! The cancer cloth was immediately torn into pieces, and Lichuan repeated the previous operation and sealed the cancer gold cloth into the scroll. Only a confused Death Mask was left. Falling to the ground. The 4,000 shadow clones cast a binding spell to fix Death Max's body at the same time. Lichuan took the opportunity to cast the Lightspeed Evening Elephant again, and severely injured Death Max, and fell to the ground. Susanoo. After quickly opening Susanoo, and using the Tin Fist Sword to seal Death Max, Lichuan breathed a sigh of relief. One less person now. After sealing the aquatic duo, Ares and Libra stood on their side again. There were only 7 remaining Gold Saints plus Shaka, and most of them were suspicious of the Pope. As expected of the successor of the Sagittarius cloth, you are awesome. At this time, the praises of Tonghu and Mu also rang out. Lichuan put away the golden cloth and said modestly, I'm sorry to both of you. I used some tricks. My microcosm is just silver, and I'm still far from realizing the 7th sense and reaching the true gold level. It is because your microcosm is silver that it is even more awesome. Tonghu touched his beard with a look of relief. Although the microcosm of the new Sagittarius Saint is very weak, no matter his strong body, powerful moves, or his grasp of the rhythm of the battle, he can be called a master. When the microcosm becomes stronger in the future, the strength will be immeasurable. He will definitely become the mainstay of the Holy War in the near future. Chapter 374. I have sealed Aphrodite. Milo has also begun to doubt the Pope, Sifu's throne. After sealing Dick Musk, Lichuan sat with Mu, Tonghu and others, and told them everything that happened in the past 2 days. Since Athena has awakened, let's fight. After figuring out the whole story, Mu spoke directly. And Tonghu nodded. 13 years ago, the two knew that there was something wrong with the Pope, but at that time they were weak and didn't know where Iolaus had hidden Athena, so they had to endure it. Now that Athena has awakened and figured out what happened 13 years ago, only by dealing with the false Pope and recovering the sanctuary as soon as possible can we have more time to prepare for the Holy War. According to the signs of the current demon star, the Holy War will start in 1 or 2 years. Okay, let's fight. Lichuan hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Originally, he wanted Saga to send more saints to help, so that the power of the sanctuary could be weakened. But after thinking about it, the sanctuary has lost 2 gold saints, and even if Saga is stupid, he knows that it is useless to send silver saints. Rather than waiting for Saga to come up with something he didn't know about, it was better to take the initiative and start the decisive battle directly. In this way, things returned to the rhythm he could control. After discussing some details, Lichuan took Sherlong back to the Keto Villa and gathered everyone to talk about the plan for the decisive battle. Keto Saori did not object to this, and was very generous, and wrote a letter to visit the Pope in advance, and asked his men to send it to the sanctuary. As the real Athena, returning to her own sanctuary must be open and above board, how could she be sneaky? The next morning, Lichuan, the 5 strongest, the 5 weakest, Sharna and the others, the people of Fairy Island, the Crystal Saints and Marin, and all the saints who stood on Athena's side, took the Keto family's private plane and flew to the sanctuary. A few hours later, the plane landed at the foot of the sanctuary mountain, and everyone came to the huge training ground together. Unlike the last time Lichuan and Seiya came, the entire training ground was now silent, with only a saint wearing a mask and a robe waiting there early. Excuse me, is this Miss Keto Saori? Welcome to the Holy Land. The Pope has been waiting in the Pope's palace. Please follow me. The masked man came over to greet everyone politely when he saw them getting off the plane, and then led everyone up the stairs. During this time, the masked man briefly introduced the 12 golden palaces to everyone, and told them that if they wanted to see the Pope, they had to pass through the 12 golden palaces. Just when they were about to reach the first palace, Ares, a group of people suddenly jumped down from the mountain in front of them and blocked their way. Mesty the lizard, Moses the white whale, Adrian the hound, Babylon the centaur, Argaloo the Persis. If you want to get into the Golden 12 Palaces, you have to get past us first. A dozen silver saints, along with 400 or 500 sanctuary soldiers, roared and rushed towards Lichuan and his men. Murphy Tornado Fist, White Whale Super Twist Fist, Medusa Shield. The powerful silver microcosm, accompanied by a variety of unique skills, made everyone get up to speed and prepare for the battle. However, at this moment, the masked man who had led the way quietly retreated behind everyone and opened his robe. Let me, Trini of the Sagittarius, finish you off, the arrow of illusion. Countless illusory arrows were shot at everyone, and among these illusory arrows, there was a golden arrow that could kill gods. The arrow, controlled by the Sagittarius, took advantage of everyone's defense against various attacks from the front and back, and shot at Athena's chest, who was surrounded by everyone. Puff! The arrow hit accurately, and Athena fell to the ground. Miss Saori. When everyone saw Kido Saori fall to the ground, they all showed panic, and even the upcoming moves of the Silver Saints above were no longer in the mood to defend, as if they had given up all resistance. Ha ha, my mission is completed. This golden arrow will kill Kido Saori in just 12 hours, unless you can break through the 12 golden palaces in 12 hours, and find the Pope to come down and treat him personally. Seeing the golden arrow hit Kido Saori, the arrow seed burst into laughter. And the Silver Saints were even more arrogant. No need to go through the golden 12 palaces, I kill you right here. Seeing that Lichuan and others were about to be hit by the moves of the Silver Saints, they collectively put away their panic and showed a playful smile. I was just teasing you, but you took it seriously. As their voices fell, including Kido Saori, who had been hit by the arrow, everyone. Bang. With a cry, he turned into smoke and disappeared on the spot. All the moves of the Silver Saints failed, and then they looked confused. Look there, on the steps of Ares' palace. At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out, and all the Silver Saints and soldiers turned back, and then they were all stunned on the spot. What did they see? They saw thousands of identical Lichuans, neatly lined up above them, looking at them with ill intentions. In order to prevent you from making trouble, let you rest first. 500 Lichuans clapped their hands. Immortal technique, great waterfall technique. The surging water suddenly gushed out from the height, like 500 huge waterfalls rushing down, sweeping the silver and holy domain soldiers to the training ground at the foot of the mountain. Faced with this natural disaster-like force, the holy domain soldiers had no power to resist. And the silver relied on the burning microcosm and holy clothes to force their bodies to stay in the waterfall. Immortal technique, Earth Walk. Lichuan was not surprised to see this. The other 500 shadow clones simultaneously performed the enhanced version of the fairy method of Thunder Release and Earth Walk. The super strong electric current flowed into the bodies of those silvers, who were struggling to support themselves along the waterfall. A few seconds later, they rolled their eyes, and were washed away by the water. After finishing all this, Lichuan released the shadow clones, then took out a small box from his arms, and released Kido Saori and others inside. Lichuan knew that Saga would definitely attack Kido Saori, so how could he let this happen? You have to know that the golden arrow is a divine arrow that can kill gods, and was given to the Pope by Athena. If Kido Saori is hit, even his healing magic and medical ninjutsu probably can't save her. And he didn't want to lead everyone to fight one by one, and then he didn't know how many people would die before he could rush to Saga. So before getting off the plane, he temporarily put everyone into a small box that he had expanded with a traceless extension spell, and then used the shadow clone technique and transformation technique to temporarily replace everyone. Chapter 375. You are here, Ares. Mu meet Athena. When everyone came to the Ares palace, Mu also came out with Gui Gui. I will go to the next palace. Karuo Saori nodded, then took her golden scepter, and led the way to the second palace, Taurus Palace. I will not allow anyone to break into this palace, in the name of Taurus Alubadai. At the entrance of the Taurus Palace, Alubidaba, wearing the Taurus holy clothes, crossed his arms and blocked everyone. Mu stepped forward. Alubaba, I should have told you before, don't you still believe it? Mu, as the guardian of Taurus Palace, I can't let these people break through Taurus Palace just because you don't have any evidence. You should understand me. Alubaba looked at Mu and replied firmly. Although he and Mu are friends and he trusts Mu, there are some things that cannot be personal. He can't deny the Pope just because he trusts Mu. Before there is solid evidence, he still has to follow the Pope's orders. Aldebar, If you are a true saint, you should follow my footsteps and defeat Alex together. At this time, Kido Saori walked in front of Aldebar with a golden scepter. Aldebar looked at Kido Saori and hesitated for a moment. If you are the real Athena, then show me the evidence that you are Athena, otherwise, I can't get out of the way. Is this enough? Kido Saori's eyes condensed, and the huge microcosm in her body that she had just barely grasped was instantly released. Sensing Athena's astonishingly large microcosm, Aldebaran's eyes, which were as big as a bull's eye, suddenly widened, and he couldn't help but murmur, I have never felt such a large and warm microcosm. Could she really be Athena? Aldebaran, don't be stubborn anymore. Follow Athena's footsteps and defeat the false pope. This is your real responsibility as an Athena saint. At this time, Lichuan also put on the Sagittarius gold cloth. In response to Athena's microcosm, the shadows of the constellations behind each Saint Seiya also lit up. Sagittarius, Aries, Cepheus, Andromeda, Pegasus. Looking at the Saint Seiya standing behind Athena with a firm expression, and thinking about the Pope's actions in recent times and the chaos in the sanctuary, Aldebar already had the answer in his heart. Taurus Aldebar, follow Athena's footsteps. At the same time, the Pope's palace. Your Excellency the Pope, the rebels have broken through the Taurus palace. They, Lord Aldebaran and Lord Mu are heading towards the Gemini palace. A soldier from the Holy Land knelt on the ground and reported to Saga above. Saga was so angry that he threw the cup in his hand to the ground. Waste, a bunch of waste, Aries and Taurus palace dared to betray the Holy Land. I will not forgive them. He didn't expect that the golden arrow didn't hit Athena, and Athena led people to break into the 12 palaces, and took Mu and Aldebaran under her command one after another. We can't go on like this, otherwise Athena will only get stronger. He is confident in his own strength, but he is not so arrogant as to think that he can defeat all the other gold saints by himself. With Athena, those saints who were already somewhat hesitant will definitely turn against him in the end, so it must end in Gemini. Shaka, Shura, Hades' sister Pandora stole Athena's scepter and pretended to be Athena to deceive Mu, Aldebaran and other saints. Now, as the Pope, I order you to go to Gemini to put an end to Pandora and those traitors of the sanctuary. Saga conveyed his orders to Virgo Shaka and Scorpio Shura through telepathy. Scorpio Milo's attitude towards him obviously changed after returning from Fairy Island. There were loopholes in the content of his report, and he was no longer reliable. Camus of the Horizontal is a close friend of Milo, and he is also the master of the Crystal Saint and the master of the White Bird Saint. It is obvious that he will be easily persuaded by Athena when he is sent there. He didn't trust Leo Iolos even more. He was the younger brother of Sagittarius Iolos. He could easily turn him against him after seeing the Sagittarius cloth and knowing the truth. Only Virgo Shaka and Scorpio Shura trusted him the most. They were also strong enough. As long as they were well prepared, they could probably end it all. Even if they failed to kill Athena and her group, they should be able to at least make both sides lose. When the time came, he would personally kill Athena, and the sanctuary would still be his. Yes, your holiness. An emotionless voice and another arrogant voice sounded in Saga's mind at the same time. The Gemini Palace is ahead. For so many years, we have never seen the appearance of the Gemini Saint, but I can feel that there is a terrible small universe there. Taurus Aldebaran led everyone through the Taurus Palace and came to the Gemini Palace. And Mu also reminded, be careful of the Gemini Palace. Gemini Saga has not shown up for 13 years. Teacher Tonghu and I both guess that the current fake pope is very likely to be Gemini Saga. 13 years ago, Iolos rebelled, Cheyenne's Cosmo disappeared, and Gemini Saga also never showed up again, but his Cosmo has always been in Gemini. It's hard not to have doubts in their hearts. I don't know how Saga will deal with it. Will he do it himself? At this time, Lichuan, who was standing next to Athena, was also thinking silently in his heart. Of course, he knew that the fake pope was Saga. Now he was just thinking that after what he did now, Athena was not shot by the arrow, and she also led a group of people to subdue the Gold Saints one by one. Will Saga show up in person in Gemini? After all, if they really let them take all the way, then when they reach the Pope's palace, Saga will definitely lose. But the moment he stepped into Gemini, he knew how Saga would deal with it, because he saw Virgo Shaka, the man who is said to be the closest to God, and Scorpio Shura, who has the name of the Holy Sword. Mu Aldebaran, I didn't expect that you would be seduced by Pandora of the underworld and fall to the underworld. You really don't deserve to be a gold saint. Before Mu and Aldebaran could persuade them, they were shocked by Shura's words. Saga is really good at brainwashing. Lichuan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Saga to frame Athena as Pandora. Shaka, Shura, wake up and don't be deceived by Alex again. Kuroto Saori picked up the golden scepter and showed Athena's microcosm again. Chapter 376. Humph, as the Pope said, you stole Athena's scepter and wanted to use it to deceive the gold saints. Capricorns have always been the most loyal gold saints, and were given the holy sword by Athena. How could they be fooled by your tricks? Shura's eyes flashed with hesitation, and then he answered loudly and firmly. And Shaka, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and floating in the air, changed his expression slightly after feeling Athena's microcosm, and then quickly returned to calm. You say the Pope is an evil traitor, but I, Shaka, have the ability to see through the essence of the soul. From my observation of the eyes of my heart, there is no evil in the Pope's heart. So you are the real traitors, accept the trial, and surrender the devil. As he said this, the small universe in his body exploded instantly, and many illusions such as the Eastern Heaven, the Western Heaven Great Thunder Sound Temple, Amitabha Buddha preaching, the 24 gods of India, and Jehovah's Heaven instantly enveloped everyone. Then countless attacks came from all directions. With just this one move, everyone except Lichuan, Kido Saori, Albio, Mu and Aldaba were instantly knocked down. Shaka, if that's the case, let me, Ares Mu, be your opponent. Mu jumped forward and faced Shaka directly. Starlight extinction. Lichuan, take Athena and keep moving forward. After stopping Shaka, Mu spoke to Lichuan telepathically. When Shura saw Shaka being intercepted, he was about to come over to finish off Athena, but was stopped by Taurus Aldaba. Giant Horn. So Mu faced Shaka, Aldebaran faced Shura, and the Golden War began. Let's go! Seeing this, Lichuan did not stop to help, and he and Albio of the Cepheus protected Athena and continued to move forward. Aldebaran faced Shura, and the two were equally strong. It is estimated that they may not be able to determine the winner even if they fight for several days and nights. But Mu faced Shaka. To be honest, if Shaka is serious, Mu probably won't last long. Shaka is best at group attacks. In addition, he has been closing his eyes for many years to hone his small universe. After opening his eyes, his strength will only be stronger. Even if all of them go up to help, it is estimated that it will be very difficult. Instead of doing this, it is better to take Athena to the Golden Palace below, continue to subdue Iolia, Milo and Camus, and then come back together to deal with Shaka and Shura. Moreover, we have to pay attention to Saga. If Saga suddenly attacks them while they are fighting with Shaka, it will be even worse. When Lichuan and others disappeared, Mu, who was fighting with Shaka, said, Shaka, do you really think we are deceived? I think with your wisdom, it shouldn't be like this. Mu, I know you are not deceived, but I see that the Pope is indeed just and kind in his heart, so let's do this for now. Don't think about helping, and I won't hinder their progress anymore. Shaka put his hands together, resisted Mu's attack with the immovable Hades, and stopped fighting back. In fact, Lichuan knew here that the reason why Shaka saw that the Pope's heart was full of justice and kindness was because he saw Saga's true heart. But now it is not Saga who controls the body, but the evil spirit. As the man closest to God, in most cases, Shaka's divinity is more than his humanity, so he has always looked at the essence instead of the appearance, and he doesn't care no matter what the Pope does. As long as the Pope's essence is just and kind, he thinks the Pope is just. This is why he never doubted the Pope before, and stood firmly on the Pope's side. However, after seeing Shiroto Saori and others, he was a little confused, because the essence of these people's hearts is also just and kind, not evil. So he chose to leave Mu and himself to fight here, let Lichuan and others continue to move forward, and then make a judgment based on the situation later. The exit is in front. Albio of the Cepheus seat looked at the exit that was faintly visible in front of him, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. However, at this time, Lichuan suddenly stopped and protected Athena and said vigilantly, Be careful, there is murderous intent. Your perception is quite sharp. Since Shaka and Shura didn't kill you, I have to do it myself. A man wearing a mask and a papal robe walked out from a nearby pillar. Albio exclaimed when he saw this, Pope Alex. It would be more appropriate to call him Gemini Saga. Lichuan stood in front and sent a message to Albio with his spiritual sense. I will stop him in a while. You continue to move forward with Athena, and come to help after Athena subdues other gold saints. In fact, if Albio was stronger, he wanted Albio to stop Saga and take Athena to find other gold saints. After all, that would be much safer. Unfortunately, although Albio has awakened the seventh sense and has a level comparable to that of the gold saints, he is likely to be killed in one move against the peak black saint, and will not be able to play any blocking role. If he were to go all out now, he probably wouldn't be a match for Heisa, but he has many abilities, and strong ability to save his life. If he doesn't seek to defeat Heisa but just delay time, it won't be a big problem. It seems that you have guessed my identity. If so, there is no need to hide anything. I will send you to the underworld directly in my Gemini uterus. Hearing that Li Chuan suddenly revealed his identity, Saga was startled, and then he took off his mask, revealing the appearance that he had hidden for 13 years. He stretched out his hand to summon the Gemini gold cloth, and put it on, and his huge microcosm instantly increased to the limit. I heard from Milo that you two teamed up to defeat Aphrodite, and then used your space ability to escape when he was not paying attention. It seems that you have some strength. I wonder if you can take my move. Originally, he doubted Milo's report from Fairy Island, but after feeling the microcosm in the new Sagittarius, he believed it. A Sagittarius whose microcosm has just reached the silver level. Even if he is wearing a gold cloth, his strength cannot reach gold. With the awakened seventh sense of Cepheus Albio, it is estimated that it is difficult to defeat Aphrodite, and it is impossible to defeat Milo. With this strength, he can kill in one move. Galaxy Starburst. It seems that Milo did not tell Saga the truth after returning to the sanctuary. Hearing Saga's words, Li Chuan immediately knew what was going on, and the kaleidoscope in his right eye rotated at high speed. Senjutsu Tsukuyami. Saga disappeared instantly after the move was halfway through. Go! With Li Chuan's shout, Albio, who had a strength close to gold, disappeared from the Gemini uterus with Athena in the blink of an eye. Chapter 377. 1 second later, Saga appeared again. Li Chuan of Sagittarius, I will not forgive you. After being harassed in the Tsukuyami world for 3 days, Saga was furious when he saw Athena disappear again after appearing. Galaxy Starburst. Lightspeed Evening Elephant. Seeing Saga's explosive attack, Li Chuan was not to be outdone. Boom! With a loud bang, Li Chuan's body flew backwards and broke 3 palace stone pillars that were protected by the previous Athena's divine power barrier before stopping. At this moment, his bones were all broken and blood was gushing out. Hey, he actually has such strength that he can still breathe after taking my Galaxy Starburst head-on. Originally, he thought that a gold saint like Li Chuan could be killed without a special move, but who knew that the power of the opponent's move just now was not worse than that of an ordinary gold saint. But even so, he was only at the level of an ordinary gold saint, and he probably wouldn't survive after taking his Galaxy Starburst head-on. You're lucky, I'm going to chase Athena, and don't have time to care about you. After glancing at Li Chuan on the ground, he did not attack again, but turned around to chase Athena. For him, Li Chuan was just an insignificant minion, and it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. The most important thing was to kill Athena first. Unfortunately, when he just turned halfway, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and immediately turned around to defend. Lightspeed Evening Elephant. How is it possible? He took my Galaxy Star explosion without any injury. The explosive microcosm blocked all the attacks, and Saga showed a look of shock on his face when he saw Li Chuan standing up again, who didn't look injured at all. As expected of Gemini Saga, he is really strong. Aphrodite and Death Mask are not even on the same level as you. Li Chuan looked at Saga, and his tone was also full of amazement. He knew that Black Saga was strong, but he didn't expect that he was even stronger than he expected. He could defeat the moves of Pisces and Cancer, and even sneak attacks could not hurt Black Saga. In fact, under normal circumstances, he would have been seriously injured in a head-on confrontation just now. If other Gold Saints were injured so badly, they would probably have died. However, his body is too strong, with the Hulk gene and the perfect Extremis virus in his body. Even with such a serious injury, it only takes a few seconds for him to recover completely. If his entire body cannot be directly destroyed, similar injuries will not have much impact on him. This is the reason why he dared to stay and stop Heisa. It turns out that you also solved Death Mask. No wonder, I said that with the body of that old thing Tonghu, he should not be able to beat Death Mask. Saga snorted coldly, then raised his hand to Li Chuan. Without understanding the ultimate microcosm, you can only rely on some strange moves, and you can only deal with people like Death Mask. Let me make you understand how powerful the real Gold Saint is. He wanted to let Li Chuan feel his anger, and let Li Chuan pay the price for destroying and hindering his actions, and then chase Athena. Anyway, there was no one in the next palace, Cancer, and time was not so tight. 5 senses deprivation, the first sense, taste. A strange energy came, and before Li Chuan could react, he felt his sense of taste disappear. Touch, smell, vision, hearing. Then, Li Chuan found that his remaining 4 senses also disappeared. What a terrible trick. If a person loses the five senses, it is no different from the soul being imprisoned, and the body is just a walking corpse. After being stripped of the five senses by Saga, Li Chuan murmured, "Humph, you stay here like this, it's worse than death. This is the punishment for you daring to offend me." Putting away his right hand, Saga turned and walked out of the Gemini uterus. What? However, before he took a step, he had to turn around again, because he felt the fierce attack from behind again. "Your eyes, how come?" Saga looked at Li Chuan again, and found that Li Chuan was looking at him with a smile, and Li Chuan's left and right eyes showed strange patterns that were not like those of ordinary people. "Your stripping of the five senses has no effect on my speech," Li Chuan replied, while turning his Sharingan and Samsara eye. If his eyes were normal, they would have been stripped like the other four senses, but his eyes were one eternal Mangekyo and one Samsara eye, both of which were abnormal eyes. So Saga's five senses only stripped his four senses, and only had an effect on vision for 1 second before it returned to normal. The key point is that even if all five senses were stripped, there would actually be no effect. Because he is not only a Saint Seiya, but also a cultivator in the Jindan realm, he can completely discard the five senses of the flesh and observe the world only with his spiritual consciousness. "It seems that I really can't beat you if I continue like this." Finding that he couldn't hurt Saga with just the speed of light evening elephant, Li Chuan's kaleidoscope in his right eye spun at high speed. Immortal technique 3 heads and 6 arms. He was instantly surrounded by powerful energy, and a 300-meter-high 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma image broke through the temple of the Gemini Palace and appeared in front of Saga. "You mortal, do you also want to kill gods?" Jumping into the air, Li Chuan controlled the side of the 3-headed and 6-armed body, holding the bow and arrow, and aimed the strongest arrow at Saga, who was still in a state of horror below. At the same time, he, who was at the center of the 3-headed and 6-armed brow, also drew out the golden arrow that came with the Sagittarius gold cloth and shot it out. The moment he finished shooting, he raised his right arm and shot out the light-speed evening elephant. The energy golden arrow that could blast a big hole in the dark star, the Sagittarius golden arrow that could kill gods, and the strongest fist that combined the light-speed fist and the evening elephant, all three of them hit Saga straight away. "You are playing tricks. Even if you are a god, I will kill you anyway." Looking at the huge 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma image in the air, Saga roared, raised his powerful microcosm to the limit, and fired a galaxy starburst that was 10 times more powerful than the beginning. Go to hell! Countless star shadows soared into the sky, followed by a powerful explosion after the energy collided with each other. Boom! The deafening sound, the huge explosion directly destroyed the entire Gemini uterus. Even Shaka, Mu, Shura, and Aldebaran, who were still fighting at the entrance of the Gemini uterus, stopped fighting and focused their eyes here in horror. When the energy subsided, Li Chuan took the flying sword wings wrapped around his body back into his body. His 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma image had been directly destroyed in the explosion just now. In order to prevent the golden armor from failing, he added flying sword wings to the golden armor for protection. "I hope I can hurt him. This is the strongest attack he can do at present. He doesn't want to kill Saga, but it's good to hurt him." Chapter 378. I will banish you forever. Take this move, another dimension. Just as Li Chuan was searching for Saga, a roar suddenly sounded from behind, and then he found that his body was forcibly sucked into a space crack. Seeing Li Chuan's body disappear, Saga smiled and wiped the blood from his mouth. At this time, Saga's Gemini gold cloth had been partially broken, and it was obvious that he was also seriously injured in the previous attack. "You can hurt me to this extent. I admit that your strength is indeed worthy of the Sagittarius gold cloth. However, if you go against me, you will forever wander in another dimension trillions of light years away." Li Chuan's defense is too abnormal, and there is something wrong with his body. He doesn't feel like a normal human. So when he attacked just now, he didn't choose to use destructive moves like Galaxy Starburst. Instead, he chose to exile the opponent in the other dimension, so that the opponent could never return to Earth. But just as he finished speaking, a golden rope suddenly passed through the space crack that was about to close, and instantly tied him up tightly. Then the golden 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma image appeared again, holding the golden rope with 2 hands, and the other 4 hands forcibly opened the space crack and jumped out from it. Fortunately, my space ability is not bad, otherwise I would have to wait until the time is over to return to the main world. Li Chuan controlled the 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma image, secretly thanking himself in his heart. Saga's dimensional exile almost sent him hundreds of millions of light years away, but he left many spatial coordinates in this world. Before leaving the channel, He opened the 3 heads and 6 arms again. The 3 heads and 6 arms are an upgraded version of Susanoo that combines the Mangekyo with the fairy chakra. Even if it is completely destroyed, as long as his body and Sharingan are fine and the fairy chakra is not used up, it can be reopened instantly. Relying on the induction of spatial coordinates, he threw out the golden rope of the 3 heads and 6 arms, directly passed through the space and tied up Saga, and then he pulled himself back. His golden rope with 3 heads and 6 arms can be used as a whip to whip people, and the most powerful thing is that it can lock enemies and seal them. Once you are entangled by the golden rope, it will be extremely difficult to break free. It is somewhat similar to the legendary immortal binding rope, but it is definitely as small, which compared to the immortal binding rope. But it is not a big problem to use it to trap the seriously injured Saga for a moment. Since you want to exile me, then I will seal you. Controlling the rope and swinging it hard, Saga was thrown to the mountains outside the sanctuary. Li Chuan opened the pupil power of his left eye to the maximum, and then quickly condensed a small black ball and threw it out. Immortal technique, earth-shattering star. The black ball sucked Saga tightly, and then began to suck the dirt and rocks below to its side like a black hole, finally forming a huge rock ball floating in the air with a diameter of nearly a kilometer. It shouldn't be a problem to seal it for a while. After retracting the 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma image, his true energy was almost gone after such a short period of high-intensity fighting, and he had done his best. This was the first battle in all these years where he had used all his trump cards. But it was worth it. When the sanctuary returned to peace, he could stay in the Sagittarius Palace as a Sagittarius Gold Saint, and visit other palaces when he had nothing to do, to learn from each other and improve his Cosmo, and to learn the special moves of each Gold Saint. When he realized the 7th sense, he could punch at the speed of light with the energy of his Cosmo, and with other abilities, he could fight even the gods of this world. After landing, Shaka, Mu, Shura and Aldebaran soon surrounded him. Pope Alex is Gemini Saga in disguise, now you should believe it. Li Chuan said to Shaka and Shura, I have temporarily sealed Saga in the stone ball. If you still don't believe it, you can try to contact the Pope. Shaka and Shura looked at each other, then each used telepathy to contact the Pope, and then they all fell silent. Indeed, as Li Chuan said, the Pope did not respond. Shura, it seems that we have really been deceived. The little girl just now may not be Pandora, but the real Athena. After a moment, Shaka said something very rationally, and Shura covered his head with his hands, his face full of panic and self-blame. As the most loyal Gold Saint, I almost killed Athena with the holy sword in hand. I really deserve to die. Shura, don't blame yourself too much, you were just deceived. At this time, a gentle voice sounded, and the warm and powerful little universe appeared again. It was Kido Saori who returned here with the already conquered Leo, Scorpio and Aquarius. What a big ball! On the other side, Seiya and others, who had just been protected by Mu's crystal wall, gradually woke up. Shaka's attack was very measured. He just knocked them out, and didn't use any heavy blows. But when they woke up and saw the disappeared Gemini uterus, and the huge stone ball floating in the sky, they all stood there in shock. The most important thing now is not to hold people accountable, but how to deal with the fake Pope Saga. My sealing technique is about to break. After everyone gathered at the highest Athena temple, Li Chuan pointed to the stone ball in the sky and said, he could sense that after Saga was sealed, he had been exploding his microcosm to try to break through the stone ball, and as the powerful cosmic energy continued to pour in, the sealing power in the stone ball was gradually weakening. In the final analysis, there was still a big gap between his strength and that of the six-path sage. The diameter of the six-path sage's Chiyaku Tensei was nearly 3,500 kilometers, while his was only 1,000 meters. It was obviously impossible to permanently seal the powerful Black Saga. Unless he could eat the fruit of the sacred tree in the later stage, or achieve earth immortality, strengthen the immortal arts, and further strengthen the power of the samsara maybe he could create a Chiyaku Tensei as big as the moon. Athena, let me, Shura, go and kill the traitor Saga to make up for the sins I have committed. Shura was the first to come forward to petition. Shaka next to him said, I can sense the justice and kindness in Saga's heart. Maybe there are other factors. Shaka asks not to kill Gemini first, and make a judgment after finding out the reasons. Shaka, it has come to this point. Do you still think Saga has justice and kindness in his heart? He killed the former pope and almost killed Athena, and deceived us for 13 years. Upon hearing this, Shura immediately angrily rebuked. At this time, Li Chuan also stepped forward. Ms. Saori, I also noticed something strange in the battle with Saga just now, as if there were two souls living in Saga's body. Maybe, as Virgo Shaka said, we should figure it out before judging. Chapter 379. Saga is the top fighter among the 12 Gold Saints. It would be a pity to kill him. He will be a good fighter in the future Holy War. The key is that he also wants to learn Saga's unique skills such as Galaxy Starburst, Dimensional Exile, and 5 Senses Separation. Since he already has his own microcosm, it means that as long as he is willing to spend time and energy, he can learn all the moves developed by the saints in the world with microcosm as energy. And he happens to have plenty of time. What Li Chuan said makes sense. Let's work together to control Saga first, and see if there are other reasons for his betrayal of the sanctuary. Kairoto Saori raised the golden scepter, and nodded under the statue of Athena. At this moment, the huge stone ball in the sky shattered, and Saga fell from above, panting. Control him first, I have a way to find out the truth. Seeing this, Li Chuan shouted, and all the gold saints swarmed over. Saga saw that all the gold saints were standing beside Athena, and he knew that the matter had been completely exposed. Now that he was seriously injured, he was no match for them, so he turned around and fled without saying anything. The Buddha Kingdom in the palm. Shaka took the lead and used the space magic of a grain of sand is a world. A palm is a Buddha Kingdom to make Saga stand still. Then the various gold saints followed closely, raised their own small universe to the peak, and put pressure on Saga together. Saga, don't resist anymore. Finally, Kido Saori stepped forward with the golden scepter, and released her own small universe. With the suppression of Athena's Cosmo, and the cosmos of all the gold saints, even Saga, who was so powerful, was suppressed on the ground and could not move at all. You will regret letting such a little girl rule the sanctuary. When the holy war fails, mankind will surely perish. You are all sinners, all sinners. So much nonsense. Li Chuan came behind Saga, and his left eye released the power of the human world. Soul extraction. He pulled Saga's head with both hands, and 2 souls were slowly pulled out of Saga's body. During this process, Saga wanted to resist, but because his microcosm was suppressed, he could only tremble slightly. It seems that you are causing trouble. Among the 2 souls being extracted, one is Saga's original soul, and the other is a dark soul with evil spirit. Everyone knows what is wrong at a glance. After releasing Saga's original soul back into his body, Li Chuan activated his pupil power, and used all his strength to extract the black soul from Saga's body. Don't think you have one this way. Sooner or later, you will all be killed by Lord Hades. You will all die. This world belongs to Lord Hades. Seeing that he was completely pulled out of Saga's body, the evil spirit knew that the plan had failed, so he simply stopped hiding. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Chuan took out the great Shumishianing cauldron and took it in. This level of evil soul is the best supplement for the great Shumishianing cauldron. After refining, it can increase the power of the great Shumishianing cauldron, so it is naturally not to be missed. Saga is guilty, and is willing to accept any punishment. Without the control of the evil spirit, Saga's hair returned to its original blue color, and he knelt down in front of Kido Saori with tears in his eyes. However, Kido Saori did not blame Saga, but comforted him. I believe that when you saw the evil spirit controlling your body, and doing so many wrong things, you were more painful than anything else. The dust settled, the truth was revealed, and the entire sanctuary returned to Athena's hands. And because of Li Chuan, the strength of the sanctuary did not decrease much. Except for the death of some miscellaneous soldiers, the silver and bronze were basically fine. In the gold, Libra Tonghu continued to guard the seal at Wulao Peak. After Cancer and Pisces were released by Li Chuan, they also returned to Athena's camp, accepted punishment, and were confined in the palaces they guarded. So now the 12 gold saints, plus Li Chuan, the new Sagittarius, are not missing, and their strength has returned to the peak. 3 days later, in the Pope's Hall of the Holy Land, Kido Saori stood on top with a golden scepter, and below stood the 11 gold saints including Li Chuan, and all the silver and bronze saints. Sagittarius Li Chuan, in view of your performance in this civil war in the Holy Land, you are granted the position of the Holy Land Pope. I hope you can manage the Holy Land well, and prepare for the next Holy War. Saori Kido picked up the helmet and robes that symbolized the Pope's position, and placed them in Li Chuan's hands. Li Chuan took it solemnly, and gave a high-sounding speech. The former Pope Xian was killed by Haisa, and the Pope's brother Alex was also killed by Haisa. Sagittarius Iolos, who was supposed to take over the Pope's position, was also dead. Now even as Saga has regained consciousness, it is not appropriate for him to continue to serve as Pope. But the sanctuary cannot be without the Pope. In addition, Kido Saori has not yet fully awakened, and is unwilling to stay in the sanctuary. She wants to go back to manage the Quito family. So it is imperative to elect a new pope. Who is the most suitable pope? According to seniority, Doko is definitely the most senior. But Doko has to guard the seal at Willow Peak and cannot return to the sanctuary to take over as pope and handle sanctuary affairs. Most of the remaining gold saints basically played a negative role in this sanctuary civil war, had no merit, and almost became accomplices of the evil spirits, so they were not qualified to be popes. Others are unwilling and unsuitable to be the pope due to their own personality. After thinking about it, it seems that Li Chuan, the new Sagittarius, is the most suitable person to be the pope. In terms of strength, Li Chuan is also one of the 12 golden saints. He has defeated Pisces, Cancer, and the controlled Gemini. He is definitely not inferior in strength. In terms of contribution, no one has contributed more than Li Chuan in this sanctuary civil war. Without Li Chuan, even if the sanctuary civil war was won, half of the people would die and the strength would be greatly reduced. Li Chuan can be said to be a real hero. In addition, Li Chuan is the saint who has the closest relationship with Quito Saori, has spent the longest time with Quito Saori, is the most trusted saint among all the gold saints, and is also the successor of the original Pope Sagittarius. So in the end, Li Chuan became the only candidate for the new pope. Although this result was somewhat beyond Li Chuan's expectations, he also accepted it with pleasure. Because this is obviously a very good thing for him. Some of the chores that the pope should do can be directly thrown to the shadow clone to solve, and it will not waste his time. With the identity of the pope, he can better communicate with other gold saints, learn to improve his own microcosm, and learn their respective special moves. At the same time, under his command, whether it is dealing with the Asgard, the Sea King, or the Pluto, it will be much easier, and he can also better gain benefits from it. Chapter 380. 1 hour before the end of the year in the Saint Seiya world. Li Chuan is actively closing his 5 senses, and feeling the ultimate microcosmic 7th sense in the Pope's palace. This is what he must do every day after the end of the Sanctuary Civil War. After fighting with the 3 gold saints, especially Saga, in the Sanctuary Civil War, his microcosm has improved a lot, and has broken through to the silver level, and it is not weak among the silver. However, it is still a long way from realizing the 7th sense of the ultimate microcosm. So later, he would spend some time every day to actively shut down his 5 senses, and practice the microcosm to comprehend the 7th sense. Although he still hasn't fully comprehended the 7th sense, he has finally gained a lot, at least his microcosm has become much stronger. At the same time, during this period, he also harassed the gold saints, using the excuse of sparring to copy the special moves of each gold saint with the Mangekyo Sharingan many times. Because of the skill learning cheat of Shadow Clone, he had learned the special moves of all the gold saints except Doko a month ago, but his microcosm was not as powerful as the gold saints. However, by incorporating his own characteristics, his overall strength has improved a lot. He also took the time to transform his Sagittarius gold cloth to a certain extent. By learning Mu's cloth repair technique, he integrated vibranium and URU metal into his Sagittarius cloth, and also put a lot of his own blood in it. Finally, he used the Taoist refining technique to give the Sagittarius gold cloth some magical weapon abilities. For example, it can be stored in the Dantian to nourish the true essence, and it can stimulate some formations to improve defense capabilities, etc. Your Excellency the Pope, the mission is complete. We have captured the sea witch Scarlet in the North Sea Palace. At this moment, Saga's voice suddenly sounded in Li Chuan's mind. Lock him up and watch him. I will meet him later after I finish other official business. Stop practicing, think about it, and Li Chuan replied through voice transmission. Saga has a twin brother named Canon. 13 years ago, he was imprisoned in the rock prison in the Snaiwan Strait because he persuaded Saga to kill Athena and seize the position of Pope. But Canon accidentally discovered the soul of Poseidon, the Sea King, sealed by Athena in the rock prison. So he opened the seal and released Poseidon, the king of the sea. While Poseidon's soul was reincarnated into Julian Solo and fell asleep, he claimed to be one of the 7 generals of the king of the sea, summoned the sea warriors in the name of Poseidon, and took control of the command of the sea world. In order to consume Athena's microcosm and capture her, Garlon ordered the sea witch Scarlet to put the Nibelungen ring on Hilda, the agent of the Asgard, to control Hilda to summon the gods to fight against the sanctuary. Since Li Chuan became the pope of the sanctuary, he would naturally not let this happen. He first connected the Asgard and the sanctuary with the door key he made, and then borrowed the huge property of the Quito family to send rich supplies to the bitter cold land ruled by Hilda. He helped the Asgard territory to establish trade and improve the living standards of the people there, thus reaching a friendly and mutually supportive cooperative relationship with Hilda, the Asgard agent, and her god warriors. After that, he sent Shaka to secretly protect Hilda. If he met the Sea Witch who gave Hilda the Nibelung ring, he would directly defeat her and bring her back to the sanctuary. This will directly destroy Garland's conspiracy. Time is up. Let's deal with the Sea King and Pluto next time we enter. The countdown ended, and the scene in front of Li Chuan changed from the Holy Domain Pope's palace to Ego's star again. The scene turned back, and at this time, Mantis was still telling Ego's conspiracy at the door of the temple. Suddenly, a huge energy fluctuation came from the temple. Li Chuan felt it and smiled. It seems that Ego helped Star-Lord open the power of the gods. However, his face froze in the next second, and then he couldn't help but swear, "Damn, Star-Lord is really unreliable." Because he noticed that it was not one energy, but two energies colliding passionately, and soon one of the weaker energies was suppressed. Obviously, Star-Lord should have started fighting with Ego soon after opening the power of the gods, and was defeated. Mantis, you should know where Ego's core is. Take them there, Peter, and I will be there soon. Knowing that there was no way to delay time any longer, Li Chuan had to split a shadow clone, and let Mantis take the shadow clone and Gamora and others to find Ego's hidden core. What's going on? Our original plan was not. Hearing that Li Chuan suddenly changed the plan, everyone except Drax was also confused. Their original plan was to delay as much time as possible, wait until Star-Lord completely mastered the power of the gods, and then cooperate with Mantis' hypnosis and Li Chuan's powerful strength to kill Ego together. Now suddenly hitting Ego's core caught them off guard. After it's over, you should ask Peter. This guy is now fighting with Ego in the temple. I want to go and save him. Leaving the last words, Li Chuan activated Flying Thunder God and instantly arrived at the hall of Ego Temple where Star-Lord was. At this time, Star-Lord was being pierced through the chest by the energy controlled by Ego, absorbing the power of the gods in his body, and looked completely unable to resist. Since you are so immature and still have the same feelings as mortals, then you will always be a battery and become the source of my energy. Lighting Lightspeed Fist. After Li Chuan appeared, he immediately superimposed the state to the maximum, and then punched countless dense fists at the speed of light, directly blasting Ego's humanoid clone on the spot. Fortunately, my strength has improved a lot, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. If he had not gone to the world of Saint Seiya, it would be difficult for him to defeat Ego with his strength. But now, he has a small universe, and has learned all the tricks of the Gold Saints. His strength has improved a lot, and he has a chance of winning even if he fights Ego alone. Peter, what's wrong with you? Li Chuan asked unhappily, kicking Star-Lord, who had just climbed up from the ground. Star-Lord took out his elemental gun and cursed. This guy, he didn't feel the slightest guilt for killing my mother, and he still thought he made such a correct decision. He makes me feel sick. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. Don't use the elemental gun, that thing can't kill your father. Use the power of the gods that have just been activated. Li Chuan sighed. And Star-Lord was stunned for a moment. But I don't know how to use it, he hasn't taught me yet. You also know that he hasn't taught you. At least wait until he teaches you a little bit how to use it, then go and fight him. Li Chuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth after hearing this. It seems that he still has to rely on himself next. By the time Star-Lord masters the power of the gods, it will be too late. Chapter 381. Just as Li Chuan and Star-Lord were talking, the Ego clone that had been beaten into nothingness condensed again. As long as Ego's core was not destroyed, he was in existence that could not be killed and could revive his clones infinitely. What are you? Ego's clone looked at Li Chuan with a puzzled look in his eyes. He originally thought that Li Chuan was just an ordinary teammate of Star-Lord, but he didn't expect that he had such a strong power, and destroyed his clone with one blow. Li Chuan patted Star-Lord and winked at him. Introduce our team to him, and the purpose of coming here. We are the guardians of the galaxy to prevent the universe from being destroyed, to maintain the peace of the universe, and to implement love and justice. The purpose of coming here this time is to represent all the planets and life in the universe and destroy you. Star-Lord immediately began to introduce himself after understanding. Ego's clone gradually frowned as he listened to Star-Lord's introduction. Just when he was impatient and ready to interrupt, an angry look suddenly appeared on his face. You want to destroy my core? It turned out that when Li Chuan's real body teleported to Star-Lord, his shadow clone used the cloud riding technique to lead everyone to the cave closest to Ego's core according to Mantis' guidance. Li Chuan just let Star-Lord deliberately delay time, so that Ego would focus all his attention on them, and ignore the shadow clone. We've been discovered, let's go! Seeing that Ego had already noticed, Li Chuan and Star-Lord used Flying Thunder God to teleport away again. Inside Ego's star, in a large hole not far from Ego's core, countless energy whips rose from the ground, waving like an octopus and smashing Li Chuan's shadow clone, who was flying with everyone to the core. Crystal Wall. The shadow clone immediately used the cosmic energy in his body to cast Ares Mu's space crystal wall to block those energy whips. However, due to the excessive power of those energy whips and the extremely fast attack frequency, the crystal wall shattered in just a few seconds. Luckily, Li Chuan's real body had teleported here with Star-Lord. I will deal with Ego, Mantis. Try to use your ability to put Ego to sleep, and everyone else should pay attention to protecting Mantis's safety and find Ego's core as soon as possible. After giving the instructions, he created hundreds of shadow clones again, using magic, ninjutsu, Taoism and Saint Seiya techniques to block all the energy tentacles that wanted to attack Mantis and others. Li Chuan's main body faced the powerful clone that Ego had concentrated most of his power to form. I am Ego, the god who has lived for millions of years. How dare you, a mortal, stop me? Ego roared, and countless hard stones were created by him and attached to his own body. In an instant, he turned into a rock giant several hundred meters high in the hole, carrying the power of the gods and punching Li Chuan. Li Chuan was not to be outdone. He first put on the Sagittarius gold cloth, and then activated the three-headed, six-armed Dharma image Susanoo. If you are a god, then I am too. Operating the three-headed, six-armed Dharma image, Li Chuan and Ego's rock giant fought fiercely in midair. For close combat, use the golden rope to wrap around the body, attack with the spear, and then cooperate with the main body to occasionally hit the galaxy star burst and starlight extinction at the center of Susanoo's forehead. When the distance is pulled away, use the energy arrows and golden arrows on the Dharma image to cooperate with the main body to attack. After such an operation, the clone of Ego, who had already condensed most of the power of the gods, was suppressed. However, it was difficult for Li Chuan to destroy this clone of Ego, because no matter how big the wound he hit the rock giant incarnated by Ego, it could quickly recover through the power of the gods. So now, he could only suppress it first, so that he could not use the power of the gods to attack others. Mantis, use your power to make Ego fall asleep. Below, the first Li Chuan shadow clone said to the Mantis girl. Mantis is obviously not that confident in her ability. But he is so powerful. I can only make him fall asleep when he wants to. Drax, encourage her. Li Chuan's shadow clone turned his head to Drax, who was on guard with a dagger. He knew that Mantis trusted the most the straightforward Drax. Seeing this, Drax said to Mantis seriously, "You don't need to believe in yourself, because we believe in you." Mantis was stunned when she heard this. She pressed her hands to the ground, and the two tentacles on her forehead lit up. She used all her power to hypnotize Ego. Oh no! Ego's clone, who was fighting Li Chuan's original body, roared and disappeared with the energy tentacles in an instant. I don't know how long I can make him sleep. I can only try my best, Mantis said with difficulty, while activating her own power. Drax behind her murmured in disbelief. I didn't expect she could really do it. After all, she looked so thin. Fortunately, at this time, the voices of Star-Lord, Rocket and Groot were heard from a cave on the other side. Here, Ego's core is here, we found it. Finally, we did something. Li Chuan sighed, and instantly appeared next to Star-Lord. In front of him was a huge red, beating brain, which looked similar to a pig brain. However, Li Chuan could sense the terrifyingly huge energy and vitality from this brain, which was completely incomparable to that of an ordinary individual. It's a pity to destroy it directly. Let's try to see if we can clear the soul will. Ego's biggest weakness is his core, which is the brain in front of him. Because his core is very fragile, it can be easily destroyed even with a high explosive bomb. Once the core is destroyed, he will die. If Li Chuan wants to deal with Ego now, he can end it with just one punch. He can also complete the task and get 2 years of small world time. But now, he is a little hesitant. It's a pity to destroy it directly. Such a strong energy and vitality are wasted. Moreover, once Ego dies, Star-Lord's divine power will disappear. So he thought about whether he could try to remove Ego's soul and will, and only retain his vitality and energy, so that he could complete the mission and allow Star-Lord to continue to use his divine power. The most important thing is that in the future, when he brings the sacred tree back to the main world, he can directly plant the sacred tree on this brain flower, and obtain the fruit of the sacred tree. I believe that Ego's accumulation over millions of years will not be much worse than a normal planet with life. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late to kill him. Reincarnation I soul extraction. Li Chuan pressed his hands on the brain flower, and once again, use the ability of the human way of the reincarnation I. Chapter 382. Such a powerful soul. Unlike the previous easy extraction of the souls of Saga and the evil spirit, when extracting Ego's soul from the brain flower, Li Chuan clearly felt that the soul was too powerful, resulting in a very slow extraction speed. Come to think of it, as a god, Ego has lived for millions of years. It is not that easy to pull his soul out. Fortunately, the effect of the soul extraction of the samsara I still took effect, and Ego's soul was gradually separated from the main body of the brain flower. As long as we spend a little more time, we can definitely do it. No, he is struggling violently. He is about to wake up. I can't control it anymore. At this moment, a panicked voice came from the mantis woman who was hypnotizing Ego. It turned out that Li Chuan's action of extracting Ego's soul made Ego feel the crisis of death, and he began to struggle violently instinctively, trying to wake up from his sleep. Illusion Demon Emperor Fist. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Phoenix Illusion Demon Fist. Fainted. Avada Kedavra. Oblivion. The shadow clones that Li Chuan had created before heard this, and simultaneously moved around the brain flower, and began to use various attacks against the soul and spirit in turn to weaken Ego's soul. Li Chuan's original body even took out the mind scepter, and inserted it into the brain flower. At this time, Wanda, who had not taken any action, also took action. She was seen using both hands to output a large amount of red chaos energy to Ego's brain flower, and then she also used a coma spell. Wanda's own chaos magic has the ability to control the mind and move objects, so just like the moving spell, she also has a strong bonus to the coma spell. The coma spell cast by Wanda is dozens of times stronger than the coma spell cast by Li Chuan. To be honest, if he was not worried that black magic would affect Wanda's personality, he would have taught Wanda the Imperious Curse and the Killing Curse. Using Wanda's chaos magic to cast the Imperious Curse, I believe the effect must be very good. Li Chuan's various means of controlling and attacking the soul, plus the power of the Mind Stone, and finally with the help of Wanda, even the god Ego could not bear it. Sure enough, after a moment, Mantis's voice came again, but this time her tone was much more relaxed. I feel his resistance disappears all of a sudden. Come out! It took 3 minutes for Li Chuan to finally drag Ego's powerful soul out of the brain flower, and then force it into the magic weapon to Shimi Xianin Ding for refining. The great Shimi Xianin cauldron had been strengthened once after absorbing the evil spirit last time. If it can refine and absorb Ego's soul again this time, even if it is not its own life magic weapon, its power will be greatly improved. Mission completed. 2 years of small world time have been issued. After collecting Ego's soul, Li Chuan immediately checked the panel. After confirming that the 2 years of small world time were in hand, he showed a big smile on his face. Since there is no soul, can I just take this brain flower with me? After turning off the panel, Li Chuan looked at the brain flower filled with life energy and divine power, and touched his chin. He certainly couldn't leave Ego Star here. If someone found out that he had picked peaches one day, wouldn't it be too unfair? Ego Star's body is this brain flower. All the external things are extended by Ego to protect the brain flower. In fact, they are not important. So he just needs to take the brain flower away. Taking out the small box that expanded the space with the traceless extension spell, Li Chuan asked Wanda to control the brain flower with chaos magic and slowly move it into the small box. Without the divine power of the brain flower, the stones outside the Ego planet began to collapse rapidly. Let's go! Li Chuan pulled Wanda, and his shadow clone took Star-Lord and others to the spaceship, and then quickly started the spaceship and moved away from the collapsing Ego planet. Time flies, and 2 weeks have passed since the Battle of Ego Star in the main world time. It took half a year, and finally everything was done. Li Chuan, who opened his eyes again in the spaceship room, couldn't help but sigh. After dealing with Ego, his small world time reserve has been 3 years. At this time, he can choose to enter the small worlds that have just come out, including the Saint Seiya world, the previous Shushan Legend world, the Fantastic Beasts world, and the Naruto world. First, he spent half a year to enter the world of Fantastic Beasts, and with his current absolute strength, he overwhelmed the entire wizarding world. Whether it was Grindelwald or Dumbledore, or those corrupt wizarding world leaders. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are useless. He persuaded those who should be persuaded, killed those who should be killed, and controlled those who should be controlled mentally. In addition, he could teleport across the entire Earth with his apparition and thousands of shadow clones. In just 1 month, he controlled all the wizards in the entire wizarding world. Then he abolished the international statute of secrecy that countless wizards hated, and led all wizards to launch a war against Muggles. In fact, it can't be called a war. To be more precise, it is to use the Oblivion spell as the main means to brainwash and control Muggles all over the world. Because the timeline of Fantastic Beasts is after World War I, the technological level of human beings is not very advanced, and weapons, like nuclear bombs, have not been invented yet. So with Li Chuan, who is already a godlike existence, leading the world's wizards to fight together, in less than 2 months, he completed the feat of unifying the entire human race. In the next 3 months, Li Chuan ascended the throne and established a global unified wizard empire. Since then, the world is no longer allowed to continue researching technology, and instead all research is done on magic. Ordinary Muggles live normally, while wizards have a higher status and better treatment than ordinary Muggles. Encourage wizards and Muggles to combine, encourage wizards to have more children, encourage wizards to study magic, increase the number of magic schools around the world, and build various new wizard research institutes. Li Chuan wants to completely transform the entire world of Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them into a real magic world that focuses on studying magic. Gather the wisdom of the entire world to develop more powerful and useful magic for him. The strengthening of time, space, soul and wizard bloodline are all areas that can be strengthened in the future. Although the wizard world does not have any strong combat power, if it can develop well, it will definitely be of great help to the improvement of his strength. Take time magic for example. As long as you master the magic that can control time, it is an extremely powerful ability in any world. Chapter 383. After the Empire was stabilized, he handed over the subsequent development plan to the left Prime Minister Dumbledore and the right Prime Minister Grindelwald, let Credence govern the country, and then returned to the main world. But this time, he used the ability of the panel time flow, and did not anchor the time point of the wizard world. In other words, no matter how much time he spent in the main world and other small worlds, the time of the wizard world would flow normally. Why do this? Because he wants to develop the wizard empire, he must give it time. Otherwise, if he keeps anchoring the time, then when he comes back, the time of the wizard world will still not move, and the empire will still be the same as when it was just established. As for whether the wizard empire will collapse again after he leaves, this is not a big problem. Because now, he can control the time to enter the small world. He can take a day in 1 or 2 months to enter the wizard world for inspection. If there is a problem, solve it. After it is completely stable, he can take a day in 3 months, 5 months, or even a year and a half to inspect the situation. Even if he enters other small worlds, he is not afraid, because as long as he does not enter for too long at a time, he can set a time of several months, and then come out and enter again after it is used up, and there is no cooling time. As long as there is always enough time left in his small world, he can control it by controlling the time he enters. He is not worried that Dumbledore and Grindelwald will seize his rights as an emperor. First, his strength is enough to sweep the wizard world, and second, he does not care about power. As long as the wizard empire develops well and more good and powerful magic appears, his goal will be achieved. So what should we do next? After returning, Li Chuan fell into thinking again. At present, there are 3 ways for him to greatly improve his strength. One is to enter the Naruto world, plant the sacred tree, and get the sacred fruit. Eating the sacred fruit can make the body evolve. Not only the body will be immortal, but also the strength will be greatly improved. The second is to enter the Saint Seiya world again, to continue to comprehend the 7th sense. The microcosm will be greatly improved, and the overall strength will also be greatly improved. Moreover, he always feels that the kaleidoscope in his right eye can establish some kind of connection with the microcosm, and perhaps he can figure out what is going on after comprehending the 7th sense. The third is to enter the Shushan legend world, and work hard to improve his cultivation. He is currently only in the Jin stage. If he can break through the Yuanying stage, and then pass the tribulation to become a terrestrial immortal, then the degree of improvement in strength will not be much less. But the problem now is that it will take 3 years for the 3-tailed beast in the Naruto world to be resurrected. Even if he enters now, he cannot collect all the tailed beasts and synthesize them into 10 tails. And if the small universe comprehends the 7th sense, he can comprehend it even if he is not in the Saint Seiya world. Finally, improve the cultivation of the cultivator, which is not easy, but more difficult than the first 2, because the cultivator's cultivation is generally improved in units of dozens or hundreds of years. So after some consideration, he gradually came up with an answer in his heart. He decided not to go to any small world first, and first help Rocket kill his enemy's supreme evolution according to the original plan, complete the side mission, and then get 1 year of small world time. In this way, he will have 3.5 years of small world time in stock. Then he will control the AOG group developed by Supreme Evolution in the entire universe, which is equivalent to mastering the most advanced technology in the universe, together with his scientists on Earth. Let's make equipment that can convert energy into aura together. With the aura converter, he can improve his cultivation in any world, and he doesn't have to worry about going to the world of Shushanchuan and wasting time in this small world. If he enters the Naruto world again at this time, he will have enough time to plan to unify the ninja world, repeat the previous operation in the wizard world, wait for the three-tail to be resurrected, collect and synthesize the 10-tail, plant the sacred tree, and eat the fruit. In fact, he wanted to enter the Naruto world first to unify the ninja world, but the Naruto world is different from the wizard world. When he enters the wizard world, his strength is already invincible, and he can use thunder and lightning to force unification. But the world of Naruto is more complicated and not as simple as it seems. The three holy places, the Otsutsuki clan of the universe, the six-paths sage who died but can influence the world, the evil god believed by Haydn, the god of death that appeared after the seal of the Shiki, the Hades summoned by the Samsara Eye, etc. If he really pushes it without thinking and becomes the world's public enemy, then he might really fall over. At least he doesn't think that his current strength can beat the six-paths sage, who can create the moon to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Therefore, it is impossible to unify the ninja world within a few months. If it takes too long, it is better to focus on making the aura converter first, so that even in the ninja world, he can absorb a lot of aura for cultivation. Destination: the headquarters of the Universe AOG group has arrived. After about 2 days, when Li Chuan was playing a game similar to Earth Cards in the lounge of the spaceship with Wanda, Star-Lord and others, a mechanical prompt sound suddenly sounded in the spaceship. Everyone came to the cockpit and looked outside. A very strange planet appeared in front of them. Or it can't be called a planet, it's more like a large space base wrapped in a huge meatball. AOG Group is currently the most powerful biotechnology company in the Milky Way. Their genetic technology and related genetic products are popular on all planets in the Milky Way. Some backward planets even call the creator of AOG Group a supreme evolution god. In fact, they have been conducting biological experiments that violate the laws of the Milky Way. Those products are just accessories produced in their experiments. At the same time, the AOG Group also has a very close cooperative relationship with the powerful Sovereign Empire. So their power is very huge. If we want to kill the Supreme Evolution, it may not be that easy. Rocket Raccoon looked at the headquarters of the AOG Group in front of him, with a solemn look in his eyes. Although he has been wandering around the universe for many years, he has never forgotten his 3 dead friends, and has always paid attention to the news about the AOG Group. It was precisely because he knew the power of the AOG Group that he felt that revenge was hopeless. He was lucky not to be found and captured by the Supreme Evolution. The relationship between the Sovereign Empire and the AOG Group is not just cooperation. In fact, the Supreme Stars of Sovereign were created by the Supreme Evolution, so the Sovereign Empire is just a subordinate of the Supreme Evolution. Li Chuan recalled the plot he had seen in his previous life and laughed. And his words also surprised Rocket and others. Although the Sovereign Empire is not as good as the Nova Empire and the Kree Empire, it is also one of the most technological empires in the Milky Way, and its remote control spacecraft technology is very advanced. Chapter 384. What should we do now? Should we sneak into this base and find a chance to kill the Supreme Evolution? Star-Lord said excitedly. After half a month of adaptation, he has gradually mastered the use of the power of the gods in his body, and is looking for an opportunity to try his skills. No need to be sneaky, we can just go in head-on. Li Chuan waved his hand and smiled. If he remembered correctly, the Supreme Evolution would not be in the base of the AOG Group most of the time, but hidden in a place called the Anti-World. The Supreme Evolution seems to be in the 1930s, when a cosmic philosopher on Earth, who was obsessed with understanding the complexity of evolution, accidentally left Earth and entered the universe. Relying on the biological accelerator he invented, he created the AOG Group in the universe, absorbed the technology of various civilizations, and developed the AOG Group to its current scale. His ideal is to create a perfect world and perfect creatures. So he used the powerful technological power of the AOG Group to secretly transform a planet in the Milky Way, and completely transformed it into another Earth, named Anti-World. The cities inside are exactly the same as the cities on Earth, and the level of technology and cultural style remain at the level of the 1930s. And the life forms inside are all animal men that he evolved from animals. Most of the time, he stayed in the Anti-World to continue his experiments and observe the life forms he created, as if he were God. Li Chuan now wants to enter the AOG Group openly, and then let the people in the AOG Group send them directly to the Anti-World to see the supreme evolution. Come here, we do this and then this and then this. Warning, warning, AOG Group Headquarters Base. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Please stop moving immediately and leave here. When Li Chuan's spaceship approached the AOG Group base for a distance, two patrolling spaceships immediately stopped it and directly connected to the video to warn. At this time, Rocket Raccoon jumped in front of the screen and said loudly, "I am the number 89P13 you have been looking for. I want to see the supreme evolution." The security personnel of the AOG Group on the opposite spaceship immediately changed their expressions after seeing the rocket, and hurriedly called the highest person in charge of the AOG Group at that time. After a moment, he replied, "Please follow our spaceship into the base, and do not make any dangerous moves, otherwise we will attack your spaceship." Then, more than a dozen patrol spaceships of the AOG Group flew over. Under the escort of the AOG Group spaceship, the spaceship entered the huge biological research base of the AOG Group and landed on the corresponding platform. Then Rocket took the lead and walked down from the spacecraft with Li Chuan and others like a leader. Hundreds of AOG Group security personnel holding energy weapons and wearing biological armor greeted them. Under the escort of these security personnel, they soon met the current top leader of the base and the most capable assistant to help the Supreme Evolution biological experiment. A bald fat alien scientist. Number 89P13, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The Supreme Evolution has been looking for you since you left, and you are finally back today. Don't talk too much nonsense. Where is the Supreme Evolution? I want to see him. Rocket asked unhappily. The bald fat scientist smiled cruelly. He is not here, but don't worry, I will send you to him right away. He will be very happy to know that I found you. You heard it, he is not here. Rocket turned his head to look at Li Chuan. Li Chuan nodded and raised his hand to punch the bald fat scientist. Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist. Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist, one of the Gemini's special moves, the legendary Magic Fist. Use the light speed punch to directly attack the opponent's brain nerves, so as to completely control the opponent's brain. The person affected will be hypnotized and obey the orders of the person who casts the trick, just like a puppet. Master, what do you want? The bald fat scientist, who was hit by the illusionary devil fist, was stunned, and then bowed his head respectfully to Li Chuan. At this time, his mind has been controlled by Li Chuan. The Supreme Evolution usually concentrates on research, and the affairs of the group are basically handed over to two alien scientists, one man and one woman. The bald fat scientist is responsible for managing the headquarters base of the AOG Group, and the bald female scientist is responsible for managing the anti-world base. As long as these two people are controlled, it is basically equivalent to controlling the entire AOG Group. Where is the Supreme Evolution now? Li Chuan asked. The bald fat scientist bent over. He is now in the anti-world base. After I reported the news of capturing number 89P13 to him, he asked me to send someone to send number 89P13 to the anti-world immediately. Very good, continue to do what you should do on a daily basis, and then send someone to send us to the anti-world together. Li Chuan nodded upon hearing this. As long as the specific location of the Supreme Evolution can be determined, then the next thing will be easy. How can I describe the strength of the Supreme Evolution? If it was the Supreme Evolution in the comics, he would definitely not dare to just rush in like this, because the strength of the Supreme Evolution in the comics is at least at the level of a god. And now he can barely be considered a god. But this is the movie universe. The Supreme Evolution, who was disfigured by Rocket at the beginning and finally defeated by the Guardians of the Galaxy, to be honest, did not show much strength. It is estimated that even Ronan the Accuser may not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. So he does not need to worry about anything. The strength of the Supreme Evolution is not his individual strength, but his power, the AOG Group, and the sovereign empire he created. But how could Li Chuan be so stupid as to directly confront the huge power of the Supreme Evolution? He just needs to use rockets as bait, and find the Supreme Evolution and kill it directly. He left two shadow clones. One cooperated with the bald fat scientist to mobilize the power of the AOG Group to study the aura converter, and the other took the AOG Group spacecraft back to Earth to establish contact with his scientists. After his own body, Rocket and others, led by the security personnel of AOG Group, went to the anti-world. 3 days later, a blue planet exactly like the Earth appeared in Li Chuan's eyes. What a talent! If it weren't for the mission, I really wouldn't want to kill you. After a sigh, the spacecraft passed through the atmosphere, and soon arrived above a city. The layout of this city is exactly the same as New York in the 1930s. The only difference may be that the Statue of Liberty has become the Supreme Evolution holding a monkey. The citizens living below are dressed and behaved in the same way as humans, but their heads are not human heads, but various animals. There are all kinds of animal people, such as pig-headed people, minotaur people, dog-headed people, chicken-headed people, etc. Chapter 385. After passing through the city, they arrived in front of a huge building, and the spaceship slowly landed. This was the real base for the supreme evolution of the anti-world to conduct biological research and experiments. Guarding the building were a group of strong humanoid transformed creatures holding energy weapons, half mechanical and half animal. After getting off the spaceship, under the escort of the group of transformed creatures, Lichuan and the others of Rocket passed through laboratories and corridors, and finally arrived at a hall of this huge building. He also saw the supreme evolution in human skin. 89P13, you have been on the run for so many years. Why did you come to me this time? Do you think you can take revenge? The supreme evolution stood on a high platform above the hall, looking down at the Rocket below. Back then, he created Rocket with an IQ higher than his own, and his mind became twisted. He wanted to kill Rocket, and take away Rocket's brain for further research. But in the end, Rocket escaped. After chasing Rocket for so many years, he still hasn't caught him. This time, Rocket actually came to him on his own initiative. This is obviously abnormal. He didn't think that the most perfect creature he created was a moron who liked to die, or that he missed him as his father. Lila, Daya and Ban Ban, I'm here to avenge you. Rocket jumped onto the shoulders of Groot, the tree man, and took out a cosmic energy Gatling gun that was bigger than his body from the pocket that Lichuan had transformed with the traceless extension spell. Then he aimed at the supreme evolution above and started to attack crazily. Countless energy bullets were shot at the supreme evolution like raindrops, and it was bound to be beaten into a sieve. Unfortunately, the supreme evolution just raised his hand lightly, and an invisible mental wall blocked all the energy bullets in front of him. 89P13, do you think I can be hurt by you now? Do you think that if you bring some friends here, they can help you get revenge? He showed a contemptuous smile on his face. I want to let you know what the gap is, what despair is. Today, your friends will die in my hands just like the 3 friends before you, and I will recycle your brain. He waved his hand, and the metal doors on both sides of the hall were opened, and various creatures transformed into war machines came out with various advanced energy weapons. Then, behind them, 3 20-meter-tall octopus-like monsters, with mouths full of sharp spikes, crawled out with a roar. Finally, the top floor above the hall was opened, and the sky was already densely packed with remote-controlled spaceships of the Sovereign Empire, and the weapons of these spaceships were all aimed at Rocket and the others below. Rocket, are you sure he is the Supreme Evolution? Facing the heavy siege, Lichuan was not nervous at all, just turned his head to confirm with Rocket standing on Groot's shoulder. Rocket nodded angrily. No mistake, it's him. Even if he tears off that layer of skin, I won't admit it. That's good. Since it has been confirmed that it is the Supreme Evolution himself, everything will be easy. Peter, you accompany Rocket. Groot will deal with the Supreme Evolution. Mantis, use your hypnotic ability to appease the 3 monsters behind. Although they are a little ugly, they are not bad. Gamora and Nebula will deal with the other miscellaneous soldiers. Wanda, you watch them. If anyone is in danger, go and help. I will go upstairs to clean up those spaceships. Soon, Lichuan completed the distribution of combat tasks. The Supreme Evolutionary above saw that the people below still looked down upon him even now, and his anger instantly soared. Except for 89P13, kill all the others, leaving no one alive. With the Supreme Evolutionary's order, a fierce battle instantly began. Groot stretched his hands upward, grabbed the platform under the Supreme Evolutionary's feet and rushed up. The rocket weapon sprayed energy bombs again, and Star-Lord also flew up with the power of the gods. Star-Lord, Groot, Rocket, and the Supreme Evolution fought in a group. Mantis stepped forward carefully, and put his hands on the 3 monsters. Not long after, he successfully communicated with the 3 monsters and tamed them into his own mounts. He also helped Gamora and Nebula deal with those extremely ugly modified creatures. Wanda stood in the middle, looking left and right, and found that it seemed that no one needed her help. She looked up at the remote-controlled Sovereign spacecraft in the sky and found that they had all disappeared, and Lichuan returned to her side. It turned out that at the first moment of the battle, Lichuan flew into the sky and used a full-power galaxy starburst to instantly destroy all of Sovereign's spaceships. At Lichuan's level, this ordinary spaceship was no longer a threat to him, just like Ego's clone could easily destroy Sovereign's spaceship. This is impossible. Under the coordinated output of Star-Lord's divine power and Rocket and Groot, the Supreme Evolution, who had been resisting with difficulty, saw that the situation suddenly reversed in just a few seconds, and his face showed an unbelievable look. He ordered High Priest Aisha to dispatch 2/3 of the Empire's remote-controlled spacecraft, but they were destroyed by that man in just 1 second. It was so terrifying. Could it be the Dark Terminator? At this time, the Supreme Evolution suddenly remembered a very exaggerated legend that had been circulating in the Milky Way recently. It was said that a male Earth human named Li Chuan single-handedly killed the Dark Star fleet led by Ronan, and was nicknamed the Dark Terminator. When the man below spoke just now, as an Earthling, he could clearly hear that he was speaking the language of Earthlings. Get out of here! The Supreme Evolutionary used his full power to instantly repel the 3 people who were besieging him, and turned to flee to the inner passage. But when he turned around, he found that the human male, who had just stood below him, had now appeared in front of him. Holy Sword Slash. Li Chuan used the energy of the microcosm to gather energy in his right hand, and used Shura's Holy Sword skill. With a wave of his hand, he split the Supreme Evolutionary directly in half from the middle. Peter, you need to practice more on your divine power. It's far from enough now. Peter, who originally inherited the power of the gods, if he could fully exert his strength, even if he was not as powerful as Ego, he would definitely not be worse than the Supreme Evolution. Winning the duel should be easy. However, he had only mastered the power of the gods for half a month, and he was exploring it all by himself, and he did not practice very hard, which led to the fact that even with the cooperation of Groot and Rocket, he almost let the Supreme Evolution escape. Side quest completed. Small world time has been issued. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Li Chuan opened the panel, and sure enough, the small world time had increased to 3.5 years. Chapter 386. Let's keep it as it is. After the connection is made, we will focus on the research of aura converter and gene enhancement. After killing the Supreme Evolution and controlling the person in charge of the anti-world base with the illusionary demon Emperor Fist, Li Chuan gave a series of orders, and took Wanda to visit the anti-world for a few days, leaving a shadow clone to sit in the formation, and then took the spaceship to leave the planet. How could Li Chuan give up a planet that is almost exactly the same as the Earth and is completely under his control? He just changed the research direction of the entire AOG group. The ideal of the Supreme Evolution is to evolve animals into a life that is more perfect than humans, with super high intelligence and very noble character and thoughts. But Li Chuan doesn't care about that kind of thing at all. He only cares about how to make himself stronger. So under the condition that everything remains unchanged, what he wants is to complete the equipment that can convert any energy into spiritual energy, and the gene-strengthening potion that can continue to strengthen the body as soon as possible. Captain, where are we going next? Star-Lord asked while driving the spaceship after leaving the anti-world. Li Chuan thought for a moment. Go to Xander. Didn't they send a communication 2 days ago saying that the Dark Star had been transformed? We will have a ship-class spaceship soon. It's so cool. Star-Lord pulled the accelerator to the bottom with both hands. In 3 days, we can reach Xander. The spaceship turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the vast universe. After passing through 4 space wormholes in a row, with Star-Lord's superb driving skills, the spaceship really arrived outside Xander on the 3rd day. Unlike the last time when it entered quietly, this time Li Chuan's spaceship received a grand reception from the Nova Empire as soon as it entered Xander. Dozens of Nova Corps spaceships led the way and escorted the landing on the top platform of the Nova Corps headquarters. Nova Supreme personally waited for Li Chuan on the top platform, and shook hands with Li Chuan as soon as they met according to the Earth etiquette prepared in advance. Mr. Li Chuan, thank you for solving Ronan, our biggest worry, and avenging our dead Imperial garrison troops and innocent civilians on the planet. Save those who might be killed by him in the future. The Nova Supreme gave Li Chuan such a high treatment, not only because he solved Ronan, but more importantly because of the terrifying individual strength Li Chuan showed. She watched the TS-214 planetary garrison base, filmed the entire process of Li Chuan's battle with the Dark Star, and also retrieved the surveillance inside the Dark Star. Even the Nova Empire is unwilling to offend a powerful being like Li Chuan, not to mention that they have cooperated before and have the same core ideas, so they naturally maintain a good relationship. In this way, even if they go to war with the Kree Empire again in the future, there will be a powerful ally to help. So after meeting Li Chuan again, this time, the Nova Supreme was so polite and almost put Li Chuan on the same level. As it should be, the purpose of our Galaxy Guards is to deal with guys like Ronan, who are ambitious and destroy the peace of the universe. By the way, last time you said that the Dark Star had been remodeled. Can you take us to see it? Li Chuan was not interested in talking nonsense with Nova Supreme. After a polite greeting, he directly shifted the topic to the Dark Star, that he was most concerned about. And Nova Supreme was also a wise man. He immediately asked the chief designer, who was responsible for remodeling the Dark Star, to take Li Chuan and others to the spacecraft modification base, where the Dark Star was located. According to your requirements, we did not make any changes to the overall appearance and most of the functions, but only added an intelligent operating system, which can completely complete all operations on the spacecraft by the intelligent program. Of course, it can also be switched to human control mode, which is more efficient than intelligent program control in all aspects. For some of the interior design styles, we made modifications based on the aesthetic style of humans on Earth, expanded the area of rest and entertainment areas, and added the most advanced living facilities, which are enough for 50,000 people to maintain for 200 years. After the chief designer's endless explanation, Li Chuan had a general understanding of the new Dark Star. Overall, it was more in line with his requirements. In fact, he didn't care too much about the combat capability of the Dark Star. He just wanted a space base that was large enough to stay not far from the Earth. This would make it easier for his scientists on Earth to communicate and learn with his scientists in the universe, creating greater value for him. After staying on Xander for 3 days and having a good rest, Li Chuan led everyone to set off again. This time, he was ready to return to Earth. Wanda had a lot of fun traveling in the universe for several months, and he also did everything he needed to do. The side quest was completed, and he gained a lot of small world time and advanced technology in the universe. Now it is estimated that under the leadership of the Shadow Clone, the Aura Converter is on the way to accelerate research. He also prepared his own base in the universe, so that if something happens on Earth that he can't deal with in the future, he will have a way out. Athena, set sail, coordinate Earth. Standing in the newly renovated Captain's Hall, Li Chuan issued the first command to the intelligence system of the new Dark Star, Athena. Got it, Captain Li Chuan. A young and heroic female voice rang out in the hall. Then the huge new Dark Star with the Galaxy Guard logo slowly rose from Xander, broke through the atmosphere, and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Earth. Great, I'm finally home. Wanda, who was leaning next to Li Chuan, showed a happy look on her face. This interstellar trip was really fun. I saw many beautiful scenery that I could never imagine before, and saw all kinds of strange planets and aliens. I also made a lot of new friends. But in the end, their home is still on Earth, where they have many friends and many memories. After leaving for a while, they still want to go back home. It's like you have been traveling for several months, and the moment you finally lie on your bed at home is the best feeling. To be honest, I don't want to go back to Earth. That's where my mother died, and there are no relatives of mine anymore. On the contrary, Star-Lord, who was standing at the back, didn't feel very happy about going to Earth this time. After he grew up and had a certain ability to protect himself, Yongdu no longer restricted his freedom, but every time he thought of the Earth as the place where his mother died, he didn't have the courage to go back and take a look. Peter, you should go back and take a look. As far as I know, your grandfather doesn't seem to have died. He may have been waiting for you to go back and see him. Li Chuan turned around and smiled. 3 days later, when the real Earth appeared in front of Li Chuan again, he also heard the task prompt on the panel. There is a new main task. Please go to the panel to check. Chapter 387. Finally, there is a new main quest. Li Chuan immediately opened the task bar on the panel. Main quest. On May 4, 2012, follow Tony and others who came to New York on October 16, 2023, to collect the Infinity Stones and return to help them defeat the Thanos Legion. Extracted World, The Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. Primary completion. Ensure that all Avengers members who fight against the Thanos Legion in the final battle are alive, and defeat the Thanos Legion from 2014. Mission reward. Whiterun City Ordinary Resident Status, Random Race Bloodline. Intermediate completion. Ensure that all Avengers members fighting against Thanos' army in the final battle are not dead, and defeat Thanos' army from 2014 without using the power of the Infinity Stones. Mission reward. Winterhold School of Magic Mage Apprentice Status, Random Race Bloodline. Advanced completion. Ensure that all Avengers members fighting against Thanos' army in the final battle are not dead, and kill all members of Thanos' army from 2014 except Gamora without using the power of the Infinity Stones. Mission reward. Specific Breton Race Bloodline. Breton Race Bloodline has the talent of reducing a quarter of magic damage, and can use the innate Dragon Skin ability once a day. The Dragon Skin ability can absorb 50% of magic damage, and convert it into its own magic power within 1 minute. Given Dragon Bloodline, you can quickly learn various dragon roars by absorbing dragon souls. Time to enter the small world, 12 months. After reading the new main task, Li Chuan fell into deep thought. It turns out that the world he is in is not the world of Marvel's sacred timeline, but a parallel timeline world opened up because Tony and his friends in the sacred timeline are looking for the Infinity Stones and then travel through the quantum space. He actually guessed this before, but it has only been fully confirmed now. In other words, in 2023 of the sacred timeline, the moment Tony and his friends turned on the time machine and entered the 2012 timeline, the parallel world he is in began to take shape. And it developed from nothing to the moment when Tony and his team appeared on May 4, 2012. And in this development process, he appeared, and his soul was sent to this timeline in 2007, and then he survived in place of Li Chuan who had died. The gears of fate began to shift. Because of his butterfly effect, the development of this timeline was no longer the same as the sacred timeline. Now it is November 2011. According to the original plot, Tony and his team will appear on the streets of New York in half a year, and then they will take away the space gem, the mind gem, and the time gem after the New York War. No wonder the people from the Time Management Bureau haven't appeared yet. At this time, Li Chuan finally figured out another problem. His appearance has completely deviated from the previous script. Logically, the Time Management Bureau will definitely come to trouble him. But in fact, they didn't. Now it seems that it's not that there are no people, but they just haven't reacted yet. Because this world has developed from its appearance to 2012, it is actually the moment when Tony and his friends enter the quantum field and travel through time. As for the Time Management Bureau, they just found out that there was a problem, and the time of this parallel world has already come to 2012. The key is that this time it is not just Loki who is out of the script, but the entire branch timeline is out of the script. In addition, this branch timeline is connected to the sacred timeline, which inevitably has an impact. Even if they find out, they will probably have to discuss for a long time about how to deal with it. The person who controls the sacred timeline, that is, Kong, should also be very troubled after discovering it. Of course, these are not something that Li Chuan is afraid of now. Whether it is Conqueror Kong or the Time Management Bureau, they seem to be very powerful on the surface, able to go to different times, arrest time criminals, etc., to ensure the safety of the sacred timeline. In fact, they rely entirely on the power of technology, mastering the high technology of time travel, and their own strength is average. Most of their members are also humans, who have deviated from normal development in different timelines, that is, time criminals. As long as you pay attention and don't get hit by their time weapons, there is basically no threat. They just capture some people with average strength. If people like Ancient One and Odin deviate from normal development, do you think those people from the Time Management Bureau dare to capture them? So this issue is not too important. Marvel already has countless parallel universes and parallel timelines. There are Eternity, the Living Tribunal, and OA watching over them. There won't be any big problems. There won't be any disasters in this timeline. The most important thing. He also needs to improve his strength. Only when he is strong enough, he can solve any troubles in the future, instead of compromising. But now there is a problem, that is, the newly appeared small world The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. He has no idea what it is. Saint Seiya was watched when he was a child, Naruto, and The Legend of Shushan when he was in school, and Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them and Marvel series movies were watched when he went abroad to practice boxing and rest to kill time. As for this The Elder Scrolls Skyrim, he didn't remember when he had seen this movie. That is to say, this time, he had no advantage in the development of the plot of the small world. Fortunately, his strength is no longer the same as at the beginning. Even if it is a powerful world, he can protect himself with his current strength. Therefore, the focus is still on the difficulty of the 3 tasks. The difficulty of the primary completion task is the easiest. As long as he grabs the infinite gloves, he can complete it with a snap of his fingers. With his ability to teleport, it is basically not difficult. And with his physical strength and recovery ability, snapping his fingers won't have much of an impact. The difficulty of the intermediate completion task is much greater. You can't use the Infinity Gauntlet, so you can only rely on your own strength, protect the Avengers members, and defeat Thanos' army. Fortunately, it's just a defeat. As long as you repel it and make Thanos feel that victory is hopeless, and force Thanos to withdraw his people to 2014, it can be considered a completed task. The last advanced completion is the most difficult. You can't use the Infinity Gauntlet, you need to protect the Avengers members, and kill all members of Thanos' army except Gamora. This really requires real hard power. However, for Li Chuan, this kind of mainline task that relies purely on strength is actually his favorite task. Because as long as you do it, it's done, Unlike the previous task of developing the company's scale and finding people, which is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and difficult to achieve a high level of completion. Sometimes, for the sake of efficiency, you have to save time with a lower degree of completion. Chapter 388. This time, we must achieve high-level completion. Although he didn't know much about the new small world, he was sure that the rewards for high-level completion would be better than those for low-level and medium-level completion. And literally speaking, the brightened talents and dragon bloodline granted by high-level completion felt very good. Reducing magic damage by 1/4 means that as long as a magic attack hits him, the power will be reduced by 1/4. If he encounters a master who is good at magic in the future, he can reduce the opponent's magic damage by 1/4, which is definitely a great advantage in battle. He can use it once a day. He is born with the Dragon Skin ability. The Dragon Skin ability can absorb 50% of the magic damage and convert it into his own magic power within 1 minute. Not to mention, although his wizard bloodline can use magic power infinitely, the fundamental principle is that the wizard bloodline can continuously convert external energy into magic power to cast magic. But if the magic used once consumes too much magic power, it will take some time to convert the magic power. Dragon Skin can not only be regarded as an ability to reduce magic damage by half for 1 minute, but also can convert the opponent's magic into magic power, and store it in his body, and cooperate with his wizard bloodline to play a more powerful magic output. As for the last dragon bloodline, he didn't quite understand it, but it felt that it shouldn't be too bad. Captain, we have reached the designated coordinates. Do you want to enter the Earth? At this moment, the voice of the intelligent program Athena came into Li Chuan's ears, temporarily interrupting his thoughts. Just stop here. With such a large dark star, even if he had asked Athena to turn on the stealth and shielding mode in advance, once it entered the Earth, the impact caused by its flight would be difficult to be discovered. It would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble at that time. Anyway, with his ability of apparition, although he could not teleport across several galaxies, it was not a big problem to teleport from the new dark star to the Earth. Moreover, there are many ghost ships on the new dark star, so it is not too troublesome to enter and exit the Earth. There is a specific encrypted signal requesting a call. Do you want to connect? Athena asked again after a moment. Li Chuan nodded, and a virtual image appeared on the screen in the captain's hall. Boss, can we set off now? The person on the screen was none other than Jack, the nominal manager of the Li Group. When Li Chuan left the headquarters of the AOG Group, he left behind a shadow clone to be responsible for the docking project between the AOG Group and the Li Group on Earth. Therefore, during the time when his original body went to the anti-world in Xander, the shadow clone had already led the scientists of the AOG Group to Earth to communicate with the top scientists on Earth, such as Banner and Serial. Before the new dark star approached the Earth, the shadow clone was released, and Li Chuan had received the relevant memory. Now the communication is connected, and it is precisely to use the AOG Group's spacecraft to send Jack and other confidants of Li Chuan and the scientists of the Li Group to the new dark star. The new dark star has the most advanced laboratory in the universe installed by the Nova Empire, which can be used as a base for Earth scientists and AOG Group scientists to jointly study the aura converter. After he leaves the wizard world, the Wizard Empire's Research Institute will successfully develop a large-scale door key with a long distance, which can be placed on the new dark star and the Li Group headquarters, and the communication will become more convenient. Let's go. I wait for you on the new dark star. Peter, are you sure you don't want to go back to Earth with me to see your grandfather? After arranging Jack and others, Li Chuan, who was about to return to Earth, took Wanda and finally confirmed with Star-Lord. Star-Lord hesitated for a while and shook his head. Although it's embarrassing to say it, I'm really not ready to go back to see him. Whenever he saw the Earth, the scene of his mother losing her life would appear before his eyes, and he still couldn't get over it. Li Chuan didn't force it. As a friend who had known each other for a few months, he respected Star-Lord's choice. In that case, Peter, I will now officially pass the position of Captain of the Guardians of the Galaxy to you. You can choose to stay on the new dark star and rest. You can also drive the spaceship I sent you to continue your adventure, maintain the peace of the universe, and help those in need. Of course, if you encounter any problems that cannot be solved, you are welcome to come back to me, or if you need anything, you can also contact the AOG Group, and I will let them help you as much as possible. It is not very helpful to keep Star-Lord and his friends around, and they don't like to stay in one place for a long time. It is better to let them continue to adventure in the universe. Maybe one day, they will ask him for help when they encounter some big troubles, and they can also trigger some main and side quests. Anyway, he should stay on Earth for the next period of time before the main quest starts. Oh God, really? Chuan, you really want to give me the captain position? Star-Lord was immediately excited when he heard Li Chuan's decision. The Guardians of the Galaxy, under the leadership of Li Chuan, are now very famous in the universe. To be the next captain and lead the Guardians of the Galaxy to continue their adventures in the universe is definitely something worth bragging about for Star-Lord now. Chuan, I think you'd better be more cautious. I'm afraid that Peter will send us all to prison one day. Rocket shrugged his shoulders when he heard this. He never had a plan for Star-Lord's actions, and he was not at ease with his careless character, although sometimes he was not much better. Gamora and Nebula nodded together, obviously agreeing with this. As for Drax and Mantis, they didn't care who was the captain. Drax would listen to Li Chuan's orders as long as he was ordered. If Li Chuan said Star-Lord should be the captain, then he would be the captain. Mantis was happy as long as everyone was together. Groot was completely on Rocket's side, and whatever Rocket said was what he meant. Hey, you have to believe me, I have the power of God, I will definitely protect you. Star-Lord patted his chest and promised loudly. Looking at the people who were noisy there every day, Li Chuan and Wanda smiled at each other. We will go back first. You can come back to see us more often when you have time, and don't forget to pay attention to the movements of Sarnos. Leaving the last farewell words, the figures of the two gradually disappeared on the new dark star. After the two disappeared, Peter and the others were silent at the same time. They were all a group of lonely people without friends. They were gathered together by Li Chuan and Wanda, and became rare friends. Now that Li Chuan and his wife, the Backbone, have left, they are still a little sad in their hearts. However, they are also free and easy people. The time of sadness is not long. They quickly gathered their emotions, and then drove the spaceship to start a new adventure. Chapter 389. After returning to Earth, Li Chuan's life returned to its former tranquility. In addition to sending his shadow clones to do various side quests and accumulating small world time, he was fully comprehending the small universe and waiting for the completion of the aura converter. During this period, no special events occurred. Whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D., the government, or some remnants of Hydra that had not been completely eradicated, they did not provoke Li Chuan. On the one hand, it was because the strong individual strength shown by Li Chuan and the power of the Li group were no longer the kind of existence that could be provoked at will. On the other hand, it is also because many minor matters that are not particularly important are not Li Chuan's turn to deal with. His subordinates Xiao San, Xiao Lu, Xiao Wu and Jack can easily handle them. Jack is in the civil side, and Xiao San, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Wu are in the military side. In particular, these confidants of Li Chuan have been injected with various genetic drugs, and their strength is not much worse than that of the heroes of the Avengers. There is also the Ten Rings Gang, an ancient organization that has ruled for thousands of years. Even if there are some ignorant people who cause trouble, they have been solved before Li Chuan hears about it. He did return to the Wizarding Empire twice and executed several former Ministry of Magic officials, who had some evil intentions because of his absence, which shocked other magic officials in the Empire. He also gained some extra gains. For example, the ultra-long-distance door key he had asked the Wizarding Research Institute to study before, and some alchemical magic products with very good effects. There were also results in the improvement of the Killing Curse. Under the research of Grindelwald and a group of old wizards, the Killing Curse was finally improved from the previous single attack spell to a group attack spell. After the first target is attacked by the Killing Curse, the wizard can continue to attack the second, third, and even fourth and fifth targets under his will. The range and number of people attacked are determined by the wizard's mental strength, magic power and mastery of the spell. At present, Li Chuan named this new Killing Curse the Lightning Killing Curse. In this way, in the 5th month after Li Chuan returned to Earth, that is, April 2012, the originally peaceful days were finally broken again. It wasn't the main quest that was triggered, as there was still a month before the main quest began on May 4th. Rather, an old witch who coveted his and Wanda's powerful magic power came to the door. "Hello, dear, I'm Lisa, Madame Martha's sister. I just moved in with her today. You must be Wanda. I'm very happy to see you for the first time. This is my gift. I hope you like it." That morning, Wanda was operating a fruit knife to peel an apple when the doorbell rang suddenly. As soon as she ran over and opened the door, a middle-aged woman holding flowers squeezed in with a warm face. "Oh, thank you, I like it very much." Wanda was a little confused holding the flowers, and it took a moment for her to react and quickly expressed her gratitude. She did hear from Mrs. Martha that Mrs. Martha had a younger sister in Washington, who was a dozen years younger, named Lisa, but she had never seen her. "Hello, Mrs. Lisa. When I chatted with Mrs. Martha yesterday, she didn't say you would come to New York." Wanda put down the flowers and quickly poured a glass of water for Lisa. Lisa picked up the glass and laughed. Ha ha, because she didn't know I would move here yesterday, and she had a quarrel with my dead husband. So she decided to move here and live with my sister for a few days. You know, men are not good. Oh, sorry, I mean most of them, not including your husband. I heard from my sister that your husband is a good man. Is he not at home today? He is, sleeping in the house. Wanda made up a sentence casually. She couldn't tell the other party that Li Chuan was practicing in the bedroom cabinet space. Oh, it's so late. Are you feeling unwell or sick? I used to be a nurse, so I know something about this. How about I go in and take a look? Lisa immediately stood up and walked towards the bedroom, looking eager to help. But she took only a few steps before she was stopped by Wanda. No, I just worked a little late yesterday, so I got up late today. Work, okay, I get it. It seems that young people are energetic, like my age. Hey, actually I can do it, but my dead husband is too useless. Lisa looked like she understood, then sat down again and started complaining about her husband. Wanda blushed and smiled awkwardly. Lisa was right about this. She and Li Chuan did work until very late at night. But perhaps because of Lisa's straightforward and familiar personality, she immediately let down her guard against the stranger. Then she started gossiping with the other person with a smile. At this time, Li Chuan, who was using his spirit to comprehend the seven sense in the cabinet space, frowned and opened his eyes. Such a strong magic power, and it is a magic power with negative energy. The microcosm is a special system created in the spiritual sea of consciousness based on the principle of the Big Bang. Comprehending the seventh sense is to strive to improve one's spirit and constantly burn one's microcosm. In this process, his mental power will naturally cover a large area around him, and even extend outside the cabinet space. Just now, he faintly sensed a very secret and powerful dark magic, which appeared in his living room. Although the other party had hidden it very well, he still could not escape his perception. This dark magic was obviously different from the chaos magic used by Wanda, and it was also very different from the Vishanti magic used by Kamartaj on the side of Ancient One. Could it be her? At this time, Li Chuan couldn't help but think of someone. Agatha Harkness, a dark witch who had lived for more than 400 years. In this world, the Salem witch trial also occurred in 1692. But unlike the human hunting down of witches in the Fantastic Beasts world, this world was because a witch named Agatha Harkness secretly learned black magic without permission, and was tried by the Salem Witch Association headed by her mother, and sentenced to death. It's just that Agatha's black magic is too powerful, and she killed all the witches including her mother by herself. In the original plot, after the final battle, Agatha was killed by Wanda because she coveted Wanda's powerful chaos magic, and she took away the evil dark book that claimed to obtain all knowledge. It was because of the knowledge from the dark book of Scython that Wanda evolved into the real Scarlet Witch. So who else could have such a strong dark magic and appear in his living room except Agatha? This guy has another dark book. It's better to get it as soon as possible. Li Chuan thought about it, got up and walked out of the cabinet. Chapter 390. My dear, you are awake. This is Madame Martha's sister, Madame Lisa. She just moved in with Madame Martha today. As soon as Li Chuan walked out of the bedroom, Wanda smiled and pointed to Lisa, who was sitting next to her, and introduced her. When Lisa saw Li Chuan coming out, she immediately stood up and extended her right hand enthusiastically. Hello, I heard from my sister that you are the most qualified husband she has ever seen. Just now, Wanda and I chatted for 5 out of 10 sentences about you. It is true. Li Chuan also extended his right hand, but he ignored Lisa's praise. Instead, he turned his head and smiled at Wanda the moment he held her hand. Wanda, come to the farm in the suburbs. After that, he had already cast the apparition and forcibly took Lisa away from the room. Wanda was stunned for a moment, and also cast the apparition to follow. She didn't understand why Li Chuan cast magic to take Mrs. Lisa to the farm as soon as he appeared, but she knew that Li Chuan must have a reason for doing so. When she arrived at the farm, she saw Mrs. Lisa screaming in horror, as if she was frightened by the teleportation magic. Dear, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with her? Is she a spy? Wanda came to Li Chuan and told him her guess. Li Chuan shook his head. She is not a spy, but she has no good intentions either. She is a disguised witch. Agatha, who was able to destroy the entire witch group by herself, stole the dark book from the Kamartaj library and studied the dark book, and made Wanda, who was already able to suppress Thanos, suffer a loss. Her magic power is not low. Li Chuan didn't want to fight at home, as it would damage the house and hurt other people in the community. So the moment he met Agatha, he took Agatha to the remote farm, where he had helped Shockwave awaken his superpowers. This witch lady with powerful magic in her body stopped performing there. Tell me why you disguised yourself as Madame Martha's sister, and what is your purpose in approaching us? She is actually a witch? Wanda looked surprised when she saw Li Chuan turned his head to question Madame Lisa over there. She really didn't sense any magical fluctuations from Madame Lisa. Although Wanda had learned a lot of magic from Li Chuan at this time, she didn't really understand the principles of magic like Li Chuan, but learned most of it by relying on the characteristics of chaos magic. So when encountering an old witch like Agatha, who has studied magic knowledge for more than 400 years, it is difficult to detect the magic that the other party deliberately hides. Not to mention Wanda, even if Li Chuan didn't have the small universe to bless his mental power, it would probably be difficult to discover it. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it you would find out. I wanted to explore the secrets of you two in a gentler way, but now it seems that it's impossible. Agatha, whose identity was exposed by Li Chuan, no longer pretended, put away the fear on her face, and slowly floated in the air, restoring her youthful and beautiful appearance that she had maintained for 400 years with dark magic. Looking at Agatha in a black witch robe, Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. I think it's better for you to stay there honestly and don't move. While Li Chuan was talking, Wanda had already manifested thousands of vibranium flying knives, surrounding Agatha. But Agatha looked indifferent. Do you think I would come here unprepared after knowing your strength? Before she came, she had already studied the news videos about Li Chuan defeating the aliens, and Wanda using magic to subdue Sin Fan, and had a certain estimate of their strength. So before she came, she was ready to fight the two. Just when Wanda was about to control the flying knife to teach Agatha a lesson, Agatha's figure suddenly disappeared. She also knew space magic. When she appeared again, she was already above Li Chuan and Wanda's heads, and threw out a few stones engraved with special runes, surrounding the entire farm. With the appearance of those stones, Li Chuan immediately sensed a strange force field that isolated the nearby space. How could it be? My magic. At this time, Wanda also exclaimed, because she found that she suddenly couldn't use chaos magic, and those materialized vibranium flying knives disappeared. Magic Rune Array. In this magic array, except for the witch who set up the array, no one else can use magic. Agatha's arrogant laughter came from above. This rune array was a special magic array specifically for mages that she spent a lot of energy and time to make. In this magic array, except for her, the two people below cannot cast magic. To be honest, after watching the video of Li Chuan fighting with the aliens, even she was not sure that she could win. Unfortunately, before her arrogant laughter ended, a huge lightning spear shot straight at her. Cien Jutsu Pseudo Darkness. Sensing that magic power could not be used in this space, Li Chuan clapped his hands and released the Thunder Release Ninjutsu. Agatha's Rune Forbidden Magic Circle did have something that prevented him from performing magic in this space, but he was different from Wanda, and he knew more than just magic. The key magic should be the weakest link in his power system now. This is impossible. Seeing that Li Chuan could still perform magic attacks, Agatha's face suddenly changed, and she quickly put her hands forward to condense a magic shield composed of dark energy. However, Li Chuan's current ninjutsu power is much stronger than when he fought the Chittori, and the extremely strong and yang lightning can restrain dark energy. Therefore, Agatha's energy shield was directly blown up by the lightning spear, and the whole person was blown back dozens of meters in the air. Only then did she barely rely on the crazy dark energy in her body to forcibly dispel the lightning spear. Your rune array seems to be useless to me. Seeing that Agatha finally caught the lightning attack, Li Chuan smiled and spread his hands. Agatha, who was floating in the air, also looked uncertain. Wanda could no longer use magic, which meant that her rune array did work, but why could Li Chuan still use magic? Unless Agatha suddenly thought of something and looked down at Li Chuan. You didn't use magic just now. I didn't say I only know magic. Li Chuan smiled. Humph, don't be so arrogant. I show you how powerful I am. Agatha pulled her hands, and 5 black magic circles appeared in the air. Then, strange monsters holding axes, swords, and other weapons jumped out of the magic circle and rushed towards Li Chuan and Wanda. That's not all. After casting the dark magic circle, Agatha teleported behind Li Chuan, opened her 10 fingers, and 10 purple magic energy lines quietly wrapped around Li Chuan. Chapter 391. A petty trick. Li Chuan just snorted coldly at this, and with a strong struggle, the 10 magic energy lines that bound him were instantly broken by the powerful physical strength. Galaxy Starburst. Countless fists were thrown, and all the monsters summoned from the alien space were blown up. Even the magic circle that maintained the summoning was directly disintegrated by the powerful microcosmic energy of the galaxy starburst. It's time to end this farce. Li Chuan turned around and stretched out his left hand to grab Agatha's neck. Agatha wanted to teleport away. But Li Chuan was so fast that Agatha's neck was already caught by Li Chuan before she could even start to cast magic. The intense pain made Agatha's brain go blank, and she could no longer cast magic. Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist. Agatha's expression calmed down after she threw a punch with her right hand. Agatha, hand over the dark book. Seeing that Agatha had been controlled by his illusionary Demon Emperor Fist, Li Chuan let go of Agatha's neck and gave an order. Agatha nodded respectfully, then used dark magic to open the alternate dimension, and handed over the dark book that she had stolen from Kamartaj. After getting the dark book, Li Chuan did not open it, but threw it directly into the small cloth bag, and continued to issue the next order to Agatha: remove your rune array, and then transfer all the magic power in your body to Wanda. Where did the dark magic that Agatha secretly learned come from? In fact, it has the same origin as Wanda's chaos magic, both from the god of dark magic Scython. It's just that Agatha is just like the wizards in this normal world. She needs to study the magic knowledge of Sithorn step by step, and then slowly obtain Sithorn's magic to strengthen herself. Including her sneaking into Kamartaj to steal Sithorn's dark book, it is also to learn more dark magic. But Wanda is different. She was chosen by Sithorn to help him destroy and devour the world in the future. Scarlet Witch. So Wanda's chaos magic is innate. She doesn't need to learn any spells and knowledge. She can cast it directly by feeling, and the effect is surprisingly good. Agatha came to her because she guessed that Wanda might be the Scarlet Witch recorded in the dark book, and wanted to absorb all of Wanda's magic power and replace Wanda to become a powerful Scarlet Witch. Since Agatha can absorb Wanda's magic power, Wanda can naturally absorb Agatha's magic power. Anyway, the magic power of the two is the same. In the original plot, Wanda also absorbed Agatha's magic power, and then learned the dark magic of Scython through the dark book, and then she truly became a Scarlet Witch who can kill through the multiverse. But Li Chuan will not let Wanda open the dark book. The dark book exists in many universes, and there is more than one. On the surface, the book contains all of Sithon's knowledge, and is a priceless treasure. In fact, this book is a trap left by Sithon. While opening the dark book to obtain Sithon's knowledge, it will also seduce your mind and make you turn evil and go to destruction. Even Doctor Strange in many universes turned evil and went to destruction because of the dark book. This is also the reason why Ancient One put it aside. After the Westview Community incident, Wanda in the future had actually let go of Vision and the two children, but she suddenly became so extreme in the end, which was inseparable from reading the dark book. As long as she doesn't read the dark book, then Sithon can't influence Wanda. In fact, with the suppression of the Living Tribunal, Eternity, and Vishanti, Sithon is also a stray dog in the multiverse. Without the help of a medium, he can't directly affect reality. As long as Wanda doesn't read the dark book, theoretically Sithon can't do anything to interfere with Wanda except providing chaos magic to Wanda. Honey, what should I do? Wanda, who had regained control of chaos magic, stood opposite Agatha and turned to look at Li Chuan nervously. Li Chuan touched her head and comforted her. Just stand still, Agatha knows what to do. Turning her head to look at Agatha, Agatha immediately drew a magic circle with both hands and transferred the magic power in her body to Wanda without hesitation. Oh my god, this feeling? So fulfilling. Agatha's magic power entered her body, and Wanda's big eyes suddenly opened sharply, and then she floated up. After about a minute, the transmission magic circle disappeared, and Agatha collapsed on the ground. At this time, Agatha no longer had any magic power in her body, and basically became an ordinary person. Of course, if she was given a few hundred years to practice, she could still restore her current magic power. After all, the magic knowledge in her mind did not disappear. Agatha, from today on, you have to teach Wanda all the magic knowledge you have mastered. Do you hear me? It is definitely impossible to show the dark book to Wanda, but he can let Agatha teach Wanda all the magic knowledge she learned from the dark book. Although it is not as good as Wanda seeing it herself, at least she will not be affected by Scython's thoughts. When Wanda absorbs all of Agatha's knowledge, her strength will not be much worse than that of Wanda, who can kill through the multiverse. In fact, Agatha is a super gift package that provides Wanda with magic, experience, and knowledge. If Li Chuan were to find this gift package by himself, he might not be able to find it. Who would have thought that it would be delivered to his door today? Yes, master. Agatha stood up with difficulty, panting, and bowed respectfully to Li Chuan. If the magic power is not passed to Wanda, With Agatha's strength, even the Phantom Demon King Fist will not be able to control her for too long. But now she is an ordinary person. As long as Li Chuan does not release her, she will basically be controlled by Li Chuan for decades. Dear, I feel that the magic power in my body has suddenly increased several times. At this time, Wanda, who had completely absorbed Agatha's magic power, fell from the air, with an incredible look on her face. Agatha's magic power is definitely not as high as Wanda's overall, but in the process of absorbing it, it further developed Wanda's potential that has not been developed yet. That's why the magic power suddenly increased several times, and the strength skyrocketed. Wanda herself has multiverse-level potential, otherwise she would not be favored by Scython. Li Chuan's magic teaching induced a small part, and the mind gem induced another part. Now the injection of Agatha's magic power has once again further developed her hidden huge potential. Not bad, let Agatha teach you magic next. Her magic is more suitable for the magic in your body. After rubbing Wanda's head and praising her, Li Chuan took Wanda and Agatha back home. Chapter 392. Hey ha! 1 week after Agatha's attack, Li Chuan, who had just entered the cabinet space, looked at Wanda floating there and pulled her hands hard. The armor in front of her, which was made of vibranium and URU metal, was directly twisted into a muddle by the red chaos energy. He couldn't help but exclaim secretly, "If Thanos came to Earth now, I wouldn't even need to do anything. I guess Wanda would crush him directly." Since learning magic under Agatha's guidance, Wanda's use of chaos magic has become more and more powerful. To be honest, if he wasn't worried about bringing Wanda to 2023, there would be some uncontrollable impact. He felt that he might not have to do anything at that time, and Wanda, with her current strength, could help him achieve the high-level completion. Let's see how effective my aura converter is. Turning his eyes away from Wanda, Li Chuan took out a small square and threw it on the ground. "Get bigger quickly." As he raised his hand and pointed, the small square immediately enlarged into a small glass house with a side length of about 4 meters. This cubic glass house is nothing else but the aura converter developed by scientists from the AOG group and Earth scientists. He can convert the high-intensity energy batteries produced by the supreme stars of the Sovereign Empire into aura, and then concentrate them in the glass house to create a very rich aura environment. According to Banner's calculations, a high-intensity Sovereign energy battery can keep the glass house running at maximum power for 1 year. And Li Chuan emptied all the inventory of the Sovereign Empire at one time, taking away nearly 200 high-intensity energy batteries, which can keep the glass house running at full power for 200 years. The Sovereign Empire was a chess piece created by the Supreme Evolution. Since the Supreme Evolution was killed by Li Chuan, and the AOG group was also accepted by Li Chuan, the Sovereign Empire naturally belonged to him. He opened the door of the glass house and walked in, pressing the start button and adjusting the intensity to 1. After a while, the spiritual energy familiar to Li Chuan began to appear in the glass house. He sat cross-legged and practiced for a while. He found that the concentration of spiritual energy in the first gear was not much worse than that of the Shushan Legend world. Adjusting the intensity to 2, the concentration of spiritual energy in the glass house was stronger than that of Xiaoyu Mountain. When the intensity is adjusted to level 3, the concentration of spiritual energy in the glass house is slightly lower than that of Mountain. When the intensity is adjusted to level 4, the concentration of spiritual energy in the glass house is twice as strong as that of Mountain. When the intensity is adjusted to level 5, the spiritual energy in the glass house is surprisingly 5 times stronger, which means that practicing at level 5 at full power for 1 year is equivalent to practicing at Mountain for 5 years. This result immediately made Li Chuan smile. Scientific cultivation of immortality, boundless magic power. With this spiritual energy converter, the nascent soul can be expected. In 26 days, the main quest will begin. Since the aura converter has been completed, let's go to the Naruto world to get things done. After practicing for more than an hour and confirming that the effect of the aura converter was indeed gratifying, Li Chuan put it away, opened the panel, and entered the Naruto world. It takes 3 years for the three-tailed beast to reappear in the world. If he doesn't enter Naruto, he won't be able to get the fruit of the sacred tree. However, he didn't set it for 3 years at once, but set it for 3 months first. Because he will come back to the wizard world in 3 months to show up again to prevent any problems from happening in the wizard empire. He now has a total of 4 years in the small world. He will unify the entire ninja world as quickly as possible, and then build a ninja empire like the development of the wizard empire. The scene in front of him changed, and Li Chuan came to the Hokage office of Konoha village in the Naruto world again. Leaving a shadow clone to continue handling official business in the village, his original body disappeared with a phantom. When he appeared again, he was already on the high tower of Rain Village, which was covered by rain. Chief Nagato, whose body had fully recovered from the desperate virus, immediately greeted Li Chuan respectfully after discovering his appearance. Li Chuan nodded. How is the completion of 100,000 white zetsu going? It's almost done, Nagato replied. Li Chuan stepped forward and patted Nagato. Then let's prepare to start our plan to unify the ninja world. White zetsu is a creature created by Madara, using the vitality of the Outer Path demon statue and Madara's cells. Although it was cannon fodder during the Fourth Ninja World War, its strength was not strong. But they have more numbers, are proficient in perfect transformation techniques, and can use somewhat escape techniques. If it weren't for Naruto's ability to sense malice, it would have had a huge impact on the ninja coalition. Li Chuan wanted to use these 100,000 white zetsu to unify the ninja world. But he wouldn't be as stupid as Obito, who challenged the entire ninja world in the name of the Akatsuki organization, and made enemies with all ninjas, and finally failed. He wanted to start the Fourth Ninja World War under the name of the Rain Ninja, and lead the situation in the direction of the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, that is, a melee between the 5 major countries. In this way, they will not become the target of public criticism. In the original plot, during the Fourth Ninja World War, there were more than 80,000 allied ninjas, excluding Konoha, the big brother. In other words, the other ninja villages combined have at most 60,000 to 70,000 ninjas. At that time, these 60,000 to 70,000 ninjas will fight each other for the interests of different ninja villages. Nagato, who has fully recovered his health, led 100,000 white zetsu and Rain Village ninjas with Itachi and other masters of the Akatsuki organization who are also in good health. It is not a big problem to defeat them one by one, not to mention that there is a hidden him behind them. Now, as long as the Six Paths Sage is not resurrected and Kagaya Otsutsuki is not released, even if Madara and the first generation are resurrected and join forces, they cannot defeat him. He is only worried about the mysterious 3 holy places, and those gods, whose strength is unclear. However, he thinks that if it is just to unify the ninja world, and not to do things that destroy humanity such as the infinite Tsukuyomi, the problem is probably not big. After all, unifying the ninja world is supposed to benefit mankind. Nagato, remember, our goal is to unify the ninja world, so that there will be no more wars in this world, and hatred will no longer continue. So when we fight, we should try to capture them alive instead of killing them, even if it means sacrificing more white zetsu. Do you understand? Finally, Li Chuan reminded Nagato before leaving. He started the Fourth World War to allow ninjutsu to develop in a better direction in the future, not to kill people. If more people died and more hatred was created, it would definitely affect the development after unification. And if white zetsu died, it didn't matter. Yes, leader. Nagato watched Li Chuan leave, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, the leader's goal is to achieve permanent peace in the ninja world, not because of his own ambition. If it was for ambition, then Li Chuan would definitely not let them try to capture people alive instead of killing them, because capturing people alive is obviously much more difficult than killing them. Chapter 393. After returning from the Rain Village, Li Chuan did not do anything extra, but hid in the cabinet in the office, and began to devote himself to practice. With the aura converter, at the maximum power, if he persists for 5 or 6 years, he may be able to break through to the nascent soul stage. As for the Fourth Ninja World War, he basically gave it to Nagato, who was good at this kind of thing. If it was not necessary, he would not go to help. There are many strange ninjutsu in the ninja world. What if people find out that the real leader behind the Rain Country, and the culprit who planned the Fourth Ninja War is actually the 5th Hokage of Konoha? Then Konoha will be besieged by all the villages. So he only needs to go there occasionally to adjust the battle plan in the later stage, or solve some difficulties that Nagato and others cannot solve. Nagato, who got the Samsara Eye and Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan and the Desperate Virus at the same time, Conan with Paper Style, Itachi with Mangekyo Sharingan and Desperate Virus, Deidara, Sasori, Hashigaki Kisame, Zabuza, Haku, 100,000 White Zetsu, and the less important Rain Ninjas. This lineup is definitely worth fighting even if the 5 major ninja villages are picked out individually. So, I practiced quietly for a month. In the Hokage's office that day, Li Chuan looked at the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, Mitamonen, and Udaten Koharu with a smile on his face. What's so important that the 4 of you came together? 5 Hokage, I got the information that the Rain Village recently attacked the Grass Village and the Taki Village. Now all the ninjas of the 2 villages have disappeared, and the Rain Country is trying to devour the Grass Country and the Taki Country. Danzo asked first. The third Hokage, Vitamin N and Utatane Koharu all looked at Li Chuan. They all had their own confidants in the village. Even if Li Chuan didn't tell them, they already knew such important information. It was only because Li Chuan had not taken any action or called them to a meeting in the face of such an important matter that they came to Li Chuan together to see what Li Chuan, the fifth Hokage, thought. I know. I have sent people to warn the Rain Country. Li Chuan nodded. Just a warning. Danzo pounded his cane on the ground twice, obviously very dissatisfied with Li Chuan's answer. As a representative of the Hawk faction, the Rain Country successively occupied the Grass Country and Taki Country adjacent to Konoha, which obviously posed a great threat to Konoha. Danzo, what do you think should be done? I think you should all understand that the Akatsuki organization is a team formed by the Rain Country Ninja Nagato, and I think everyone has experienced their strength last time. If we Konoha take action to stop them now, even if we win, we will have to pay a heavy price, which will only allow other ninja villages to take advantage of the situation. Li Chuan explained righteously. What the fifth Hokage said does make sense. Mitamonen and Utatane Koharu looked at each other and nodded first. As the most determined of representatives, the last thing they wanted to see was Konoha falling into war again. If it weren't for Li Chuan's efforts to turn the tide last time, Konoha would have been completely destroyed by Akatsuki's surprise attack. So thinking about Li Chuan's consideration, it seems to make sense. Then let's just let go of the hatred of Akatsuki's invasion of our Konoha last time. This will damage our Konoha's prestige in the ninja world. Danzo raised objections again. He definitely wants to go to war. If he doesn't go to war and continues like this, he will have no hope of becoming Hokage. Only we know that Akatsuki belongs to the Rain Country. The outside world doesn't know it. Besides, the final result is that no one in Konoha was injured, and Akatsuki was beaten and fled in a panic, so it can't be considered to damage Konoha's prestige in the ninja world. Li Chuan waved his hand directly. Vitamin N and Utatane Koharu nodded in agreement. In their opinion, as long as there is no war, it doesn't matter if Konoha loses some prestige. When the peace treaty was signed with the Kumogakure tried to steal the newly born Hinata to obtain the Bikugan, but was killed in the end. In order to sign the peace treaty, Konoha had to sacrifice Niji's father, Hyuga Hizashi, to appease the anger of the Kumogakure, and that time they were humiliated. So in the eyes of the dovish senior management, as long as peace can be maintained, some reputation and sacrifice are acceptable. Kawa, I agree with you, but I'm worried that the current actions of the Rain Country may become the fuse of the Fourth Ninja World War, and Konoha will find it difficult to escape by then. At this time, the third generation showed a trace of worry on his face. As a dove, the third generation certainly did not want Konoha to be involved in the war, especially after a battle that almost destroyed the village. But if the Fourth Ninja World War begins, no one will be able to maintain peace, especially Konoha, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, will not be allowed to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Li Chuan smiled upon hearing this. Teacher, although we long for peace, we cannot be afraid of war. After the death of the first generation, other ninja villages believed that Konoha no longer had deterrent power, and the First Ninja World War began. After the end of the First World War, the economic development of various countries was unbalanced in the past 20 years, and they wanted to compete for more land resources, especially the richest land occupied by our Fire Country. So the Second Ninja World War began. After the end of the Second World War, just over 10 years later, the Third Kazekage disappeared, and the Wind Country fell into chaos. The Lightning Country took advantage of the situation, and started the Third Ninja World War. Now it has been almost 15 years since the Third Ninja World War. Even without the Rain Country, will the Fourth Ninja World War be far away? Hearing Li Chuan's words, Danzo's eyes turned and he agreed. The 5th generation is right about this. According to the information from my route, the Hidden Cloud Village is developing rapidly now, with a large number of ninjas and very strong strength. The Hidden Rock Village has not been honest in recent years. Under the leadership of the ambitious Anoki, it has launched many local wars against small countries to gain benefits. After the new Mizukage Mei Terumi took office, the Hidden Mist Village ended its previous cruel policies, but without the major bloodline families and those ninja swords, the overall strength has been greatly weakened. Not to mention the Sand Shadow, the 4th Kaze Shadow was killed by Orochimaru, and we lost a lot of ninjas in the last battle. In this case, I am afraid that without the Rain Ninja, the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja will not be able to sit still for long, and the Fourth Ninja World War is only a matter of time. The game between the top leaders is mainly about positions and interests. As long as it is in line with their own positions and interests, everything is not a problem. Danzo was just as satisfied with Li Chuan's decision, but now, he started to speak up for Li Chuan. Because what he wanted most was for Konoha to enter a state of war, so that he could make trouble and gain the position of Hokage. So as long as the point of view was beneficial to this aspect, no matter who proposed it, he would support it. Chapter 394. Seeing that Danzo had stood on his side, Li Chuan continued, "Since the Fourth Ninja World War will come sooner or later, it might not be a bad thing for the Rain country to start it. After the last battle, the Rain ninjas should have realized that they are no match for our Konoha, so they will continue to attack those small country ninjas to strengthen their own strength. This will inevitably attract the attention of other large ninja villages, especially the rock ninjas, as those small countries also border their earth country. In this way, there will inevitably be friction between the Rain ninja and the rock ninja. No matter who wins or loses in the end, it will be a good thing for us in Konoha. If the Rain country wins, its strength will be greatly reduced. If the earth country wins, it will eliminate the hidden danger of Akatsuki for us, and its own strength will also decrease a lot. Having the Rain country to attract firepower is actually a good thing for us. It is the most inappropriate to deal with the Rain ninja at this time." Hearing Li Chuan's explanation, Danzo, the third generation, Midaman In, and Udating Koharu all fell into deep thought. They felt that what Li Chuan said was indeed reasonable, but they felt that something was wrong. Of course, we must also keep a close eye on the movements of the Rain ninjas and prepare for war. If they have a tendency to attack our Konoha, we will strike with lightning speed to deal with them. Seeing that the four advisors no longer objected, Li Chuan also expressed his attitude. The Rain ninjas will definitely not attack Konoha. In his plan, Nagato and his team will first target the small countries sandwiched between the 5 major countries and annex them one by one. If all the other countries have not responded after annexing them, they will take the initiative to declare war on one of them. If any country blocks the annexation process, they will attack the country first, thereby triggering the Fourth Ninja World War and dealing with the opponents one by one. In that case, let's follow the 5th Hokage's wishes. The 3rd Hokage nodded and approved Li Chuan's decision. After all, the 4 of them were just consultants, with only the right to make suggestions but no decision-making power. The decision-making power still lay with Li Chuan, the Hokage. If Li Chuan insisted on doing it his own way, the 4 of them would have no way to stop him. All they could do was pretend to obey but secretly disobey him, so that the orders of Li Chuan, the Hokage, could not be fully executed. But for now, after this round of discussion, they actually approved of Li Chuan's point of view. After the 3 generations left, Li Chuan left a shadow clone and went to the drawer to continue absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. Another month later, the Bird Country and the Bear Country were successively conquered by the Rain Ninja. The Bird Country, the Bear Country, the Rain Country, the Grass Country, and the Taki Country, 5 countries connected together, half surrounded the Earth Country. After repeated warnings failed, the Rock Ninja directly declared war on the Rain Ninja. However, the day after the Rock Ninja declared war on the Rain Ninja, the Cloud Ninja could no longer bear it, and declared war on the Rock Ninja. In the 3rd Ninja World War, the 3rd Raikage of the Cloud Village was killed by a beating by 10,000 Rock Ninjas. How could the Cloud Village forget this hatred? The 3 sides fought for half a month. Everyone thought that the Rain Ninjas, who were originally thought to be unable to hold out against the Rock Ninjas for long, turned out to be extremely powerful, and completely defended the 5 national defense lines, causing the Rock Ninjas to lose a lot of ninjas. Coupled with the attack from the Cloud Ninjas, the Rock Ninjas were in a dilemma for a while. If this continues, the Cloud Ninjas and the Rain Ninjas will definitely be the final winners. For this reason, other ninja villages could not sit still. Without the 4th Kazekage, the Sand Ninja, under the temporary power of Chiyo, declared war on the Rain Country. The Bird Country and the Bear Country were originally a buffer zone between the Wind Country and the Earth Country. Now they were taken by the Rain Ninja. If the Rain Ninja grows stronger, the Wind Country will surely suffer next. At the same time, the Cloud Ninja suddenly slowed down the intensity of the attack on the Rock Ninja, and strangely declared war on Konoha. It turned out that the Cloud Ninja found that the powerful Konoha had been staying out of the matter, and they didn't want Konoha to benefit in the end. It just so happened that the Rain Country was strong enough to involve the Rock Ninja. So they took the initiative to drag Konoha into the war. When the Water Country Mist Village saw the Cloud Ninja attacking Konoha, they also declared war on Konoha with the idea of getting a piece of the pie. The Land of Earth fought against the Land of Rain and the Land of Thunder. The Land of Thunder fought against the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire fought against the Land of Thunder and the Land of Water. The Land of Rain fought against the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. In the third month after Li Chuan entered, the Fourth Ninja World War officially began. Later, because of the chaos among the 5 countries, all the countries and villages in the ninja world, big and small, were involved in this war. On the top of the Rain Village Tower, Li Chuan met with Nagato again. This is a space-time ninja tool that can transfer space in large quantities, to avoid too many casualties in the war. Next, you can go all out, and take over the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind as quickly as possible. I will also lead Konoha to take over the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Water. Li Chuan handed over some of the door keys he made to Nagato. Although the Land of Rain had annexed 4 small countries before, it actually did not exert its full strength, including the current battles with the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, and it was only maintaining an undefeated level. Because if 100,000 white Zetsu were released at once, there wouldn't be the current situation of chaos among the major countries. Now the Fourth Ninja World War has officially begun, and all peace treaties have automatically become invalid. As long as Nagato can deal with the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, and Li Chuan can deal with the Land of Thunder and the Land of Water, then in the end, only the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain will be left. Of course, this speed must be fast, otherwise the fight will take too long. Although the white Zetsu under Nagato were captured alive, the fights between ninjas from other countries are not so friendly. So Li Chuan specially sent Nagato the door key, so that he could resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Don't worry, leader. We will definitely take down the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind within 4 days. Nagato took the door key handed over by Li Chuan and issued a military order. After the 4th generation was killed, there were basically no outstanding masters in the Sand Village. The only ones who could be considered decent were Chiyo and the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara. There were quite a few masters in the Rock Village, especially the Tsuchikage Anoki, whose dust release was quite powerful. His disciples Huangtu and Kuratsuchi were also quite powerful. At the same time, they had 2 human pillars, Laozi and Han. But it is still much worse than the current strength of Akatsuki. Moreover, with the gate key, Akatsuki does not need to disperse its forces to fight. It can first concentrate on dealing with all the sand ninjas, and then use the gate key to transfer all the forces to deal with the rock ninjas. So 4 days is actually a relatively conservative estimate. Be careful of Anoki's dust release. After collecting those tailed beasts, use life number 1 potion to help the Jinchuriki recover their bodies as before. Lock them up first and deal with them after the war is over. After giving the last instructions, Li Chuan teleported back to Konoha. Since the war has already begun, the tailed beasts must have been collected first. Like when attacking Takigakure before, the 7 tails Jinchuriki was captured by the way. After extracting the 7 tails and sealing it in the outer path demon statue, the Jinchuriki was injected with life number 1 potion. Chapter 395. I disagree. How can you, as the Hokage, risk your life and go to the battlefield to fight in person? Besides, our battle with the Cloud and Mist ninjas has not started yet. In the combat meeting room of the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage was holding a big pipe with a serious face. As the highest leader of a village, the Kage usually stays in the rear to command the battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary. Because once the Kage has a problem, it will have a great impact on the morale of the entire village. At present, Konoha's combat troops have just come into contact with the invading troops of the Cloud and Mist ninjas. The battle has not officially started yet, and there have been no casualties. Li Chuan, the Hokage, actually said that he would go to the battlefield in person. How could the 3rd generation agree to this? Even if Li Chuan's strength is indeed strong, the battlefield changes rapidly, and who knows what unpredictable situations will occur. His master, the 2nd generation Hokage, Shinja Tobarama, is also very powerful. He was the fastest in the ninja world back then, and developed various powerful forbidden techniques, and his water escape technique was used as sea escape technique. Even so, he was still killed on the battlefield. And the Raikage of the 3rd Ninja World War, known as the strongest spear and strongest shield, was also killed by 10,000 ninjas. Similarly, senior ninjas such as Udatane Koharu, Midaman In, and Shikaku obviously did not agree with Li Chuan taking this risk. Only Danzo and the small families he had won over stood on Li Chuan's side. I agree with the 5th generation's proposal. According to the intelligence, just yesterday, the Rain Ninja's troops suddenly defeated all the Sand Ninja's troops, and have now occupied the Sand Ninja village and controlled the Wind Country. Maybe their next target is us. If we can't forcefully repel the Mist Ninja now, then we may have to face a siege from the Rain Ninja, the Cloud Ninja, and the Mist Ninja, and the Cloud Ninja has 2 Jinchuriki. One of them can perfectly control the powerful Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. Danzo's goal is very simple. It would be best if Li Chuan could perish together with the Miss Ninja, which would not only reduce the pressure on Konoha, but also vacate the position of Hokage. Otherwise, if Li Chuan keeps sitting in the position of Hokage at his age, he may not be able to take over until he dies of old age. In fact, he still hated Li Chuan very much, because after Li Chuan took the position of Hokage, he did not pass the position of Hokage to him, as he had said before, and then compete for the daimyo. He even secretly warned him several times. Shimura, now is not the time to play tricks. Hearing Danzo's words, the third generation couldn't help but slap the table. How could he not know what Danzo was thinking? At this time, Li Chuan, who was sitting on the table wearing the robe of the fifth generation Hokage, smiled and waved his hand. Teacher, I know you are worried about my safety, but there is one thing I forgot to tell you, that is, from the last time Akatsuki attacked our village to now, my strength has made great progress again. A big improvement again. The third generation and all the Konoha high-ranking officials were stunned. The strength Li Chuan showed when he defeated the Akatsuki members last time was already ridiculously strong, and now he has become even stronger. Are you kidding me? In fact, you may not believe it, but my current strength may have reached the level of the first generation, although I don't have wood release. Li Chuan dropped another bomb. This is impossible. The third generation, Danzo, Mitamonen, and Udaten Koharu, the four Konoha advisors all stood up. Maybe in the eyes of others, the first generation seems to have been mythical. Many people know that the first generation is very strong, but they don't have any specific concept. As disciples of the second generation, the four people have truly witnessed the strength of the first generation. That kind of strength can really be described as godly, even Nagato when attacking Konoha, and Li Chuan who defeated Nagato. In their eyes, compared with the strength of the first generation, it is still far behind. So when Li Chuan said that his strength was comparable to the first generation, even Danzo couldn't agree with his conscience. I know you don't believe me, so let me show you. Li Chuan didn't waste any words. He stood up immediately, and then deliberately shouted, Second form open, Sage mode open, 8 gates of ninjutsu, open, rest, life, injury, stop, view, shock, death, open. The powerful momentum of Sage mode and 8 gates of ninjutsu burst out, directly suppressing all the Konoha high-level hearts to almost stop. It's the 8 gates of ninjutsu of the Might family. Everyone exclaimed at the same time. The 8 gates of ninja is a forbidden technique. It is said that when all 8 gates are fully opened, the user can instantly have more than 10 times the power of a Kage-level warrior, but he will die after using it. Back then, the Genin Might Dai relied on the full opening of the 8 gates to turn the most powerful 7 ninja swordsmen of the Land of Water into the 3 lucky treasures. 4 of them were killed instantly, and 3 escaped with serious injuries. How could the top leaders of Konoha not know this information? Just imagine, if Genin Might Dai can defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen with the full opening of the 8 gates, how terrible will the power be when Li Chuan, who possesses the immortal technique and has already surpassed the Kage-level warrior, uses it. Oh no, 5th Hokage, why did you open all 8 gates? Thinking of the information about the 8 gates, the 3rd Hokage's face suddenly changed. The outcome after opening all 8 gates is death. Li Chuan actually opened the death gate directly to demonstrate that he had learned the 8 gates. If the 5th Hokage of Konoha died in the backlash of ninjutsu because of showing his strength, it would become the biggest joke in the entire ninja world. Teacher, don't worry, I have done a test. With my body and the blessing of the Sage mode, even if the 8 gates are fully opened, the backlash afterwards can be resisted and I will not die. Li Chuan raised his leg and appeared next to the 3rd Hokage and Danzo in the next second. The scary thing is that no one in the audience, including the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, could see Li Chuan speak clearly. Even Kakashi, who had the Sharingan, was no exception. By the way, if I'm in this state, I can only maintain it for a day at most. After a day, I have to rest for a while before I can use it again, but I think a day is enough to solve the problem. One day. Everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips. According to the introduction of the 8 gates, if the 8 gates can be opened normally for more than 10 to 20 seconds, it is already very scary. Not only did Li Chuan not have any sequelae after opening all 8 gates, and would not die, but he could also maintain this state for a day, which was simply abnormal. At this moment, everyone present felt that perhaps Li Chuan's strength could really be on par with the first generation, and it should be no problem for him to deal with the Miss Ninja alone. You know, in addition to being a master of individual skills, Li Chuan is also proficient in many ninjutsu, especially time-space ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Chapter 396. Be sure to pay attention to safety. The next day, At the gate of Konoha, the third Hokage led the whole village to stand at the gate and warned Li Chuan, who was wearing the robe of the fifth Hokage. Since Li Chuan, the Hokage, has decided to rush to the eastern front to deal with the invading Kirigakure ninjas, how can such a morale-boosting thing be done secretly? It is necessary to let all Konoha ninjas know in a big way that the newly appointed fifth Hokage is working for them and protecting the entire village. This was a farewell scene specially proposed by the third Hokage to stabilize Li Chuan's regime. Although Li Chuan was not his first choice for Hokage, Li Chuan was his nominal apprentice after all, and he saved the entire Konoha and had been working for Konoha. So in his heart, he still recognized Li Chuan as the fifth Hokage. The key point is that after Li Chuan took over as Hokage, everything was still implemented according to his previous policies, and he did not collude with Danzo. He really handled various official duties diligently. They also attached great importance to the opinions of their advisors. Don't worry, old man Sandai, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will protect brother Chuan. Before Li Chuan could reply, Naruto patted his chest and boasted. When Akatsuki attacked Konoha, Naruto followed Jiraiya to find Tsunade. At that time, Tsunade decisively refused to come back to take over the fifth Hokage because Li Chuan had paid off her gambling debts, and the third Hokage was not killed by Orochimaru. Then the two returned to Konoha, and at this time Li Chuan had become the fifth Hokage. This time, Jiraiya led a large number of senior ninjas to the northeastern front to intercept the powerful invasion of the Cloud Ninjas, and Naruto returned to Team 7 led by Kakashi. Most of the masters of Konoha went to the northeastern front, and many ninjas were sent to the northwest to guard against the Rain Ninjas, who had already taken down the Sand Ninjas, so the village is currently in a relatively empty state. The third Hokage and a group of senior officials wanted to prevent someone from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, during Li Chuan's absence. Under the pretext of protecting the fifth Hokage, they sent Team 7 to follow Li Chuan to the east to deal with the invading Mist Ninjas. In fact, Li Chuan was going to deal with the Mist Ninja while protecting Naruto. Naruto, you should call the fifth Hokage. At this time, Sakura next to him slapped Naruto on the back of his head. Now Li Chuan is the fifth Hokage, and in such a public place, there must be rules. Teacher, the village will be handed over to you temporarily. Li Chuan smiled and didn't care. After handing over the temporary management of Konoha to the third Hokage, he said to Kakashi and the other four, "Grab my clothes, we are going to teleport directly." The four figures disappeared at the entrance of the village. In the forest area of the easternmost coastal area of the Land of Fire, in the temporary base of the third unit of Konoha. With the items engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique sent in advance, Li Chuan and the four members of the seventh team appeared in the tent in an instant. Konoha now has a total of 3 units. The first unit has the largest number of people and the strongest strength, led by the 3 ninjas Jiraiya, and is dealing with the most powerful Cloud Ninjas. The second unit has the second largest number of people, led by the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, who is best at reconnaissance, and is mainly to prevent the Rain Ninjas from launching surprise attacks on Konoha. The third team has the smallest number of people, led by Might Guy, the most powerful ninja of the Kirigakure. Most of them are physical ninjas, including Guy's 3 disciples, Niji, Lee, and Tenten. Godame-sama. Guy, who had been guarding the tent for a long time, immediately showed his big white teeth and a sunny smile when he saw Li Chuan appear. And my eternal rival Kakashi, it seems that we can fight side by side again today. Let's see who can defeat more enemies, Kakashi. We may not have a chance to attack this time. Kakashi replied with his dead fish eyes. As one of the Jonin who saw Li Chuan's 8 gates fully opened, he felt that this time he followed mainly to go through the motions and clean up the mess. Kai, there are no casualties on our side, right? Li Chuan asked. Kai immediately stood up straight. Report to the 5th generation, there are no casualties. We have been following the combat strategy passed down by Shikaku, fighting and retreating, just delaying time. Most of their troops are physical ninjas, with very good physical strength. If they can't win, they can run fast. They also arranged some medical ninjas, so even though the number of people is very different from that of the Kirigakure troops, there are basically no casualties. When the enemy advances, they harass them, and when the enemy surrounds them, they flee. It is a guerrilla war. Li Chuan nodded. Very good, then follow me to counterattack with all your strength. This time our goal is not only to repel them, but also to attack the Hidden Mist Village. Attack the Hidden Mist Village. Not only Kai, but also Kakashi who followed them were stunned. The original combat strategy was to repel the Hidden Mist troops, so that they would not dare to take advantage of the situation to attack Konoha again, but it did not say to attack the hidden mist village. You should know that the Land of Water is an island country, and it is separated from here by a sea. In the previous ninja wars, it was always the Kirigakure ninjas who went ashore to attack the major ninja villages, and basically no major ninja villages would send large troops directly to the islands of the Land of Water to fight. In Li Chuan's view, this is like the relationship between the ancient China and the Chicken Country. The Chicken Country has always sent troops to harass the coastal cities and villages of China, but China usually beat them back and hurt them. But it will not lead a large army to directly attack the island country where the Chicken Country is. Yes, in order to prevent the Mist Ninja from causing trouble again, when we fight the Cloud Ninja and Rain Ninja in a later stage, this time we not only have to repel them, but also go to the Hidden Mist village to tie up their Mizukage back to the village. Li Chuan smiled with ease. Kakashi and Kai looked at each other, and didn't know how to answer for a while. The tone of Li Chuan's words just now made it feel that going to the Hidden Mist village to tie up the Mizukage back was easier than going to the vegetable market to buy a chicken. Teacher, the Hidden Mist troops are surrounding us again. We have to change places again. At this moment, Ningxi, who had detected the Kirigakure army with his Byakugan, rushed into the tent. These guys are really fast. Kai sighed, and then explained, the commander of the Kirigakure ninja army this time is the ninja on our village's golden wanted list, Qin, known as the Baiyan Killer. He had participated in the Third World War, and transplanted a Byakugan from the corpse of a ninja from the Hyuga family. So he can also use the Byakugan to detect our position, which is very troublesome. You came just in time, we don't need to look for them anymore, and we can also take back the Byakugan that doesn't belong to him. Li Chuan sneered at the words, and walked out of the tent in big strides. Godame-sama. The ninjas of the third unit outside saw Li Chuan appear, and their faces immediately showed admiration and respect. Many of them had participated in the defense of Konoha, were saved by Li Chuan, and had seen how powerful Li Chuan was. Chapter 397. Hey, they didn't run away this time. Qin Guan rolled his eyes, a puzzled look on his face. Under normal circumstances, they were so close, the other party should have started to run away long ago. Did I finish you off? He had not ordered a fierce attack on Konoha. In fact, he was waiting for the Cloud Ninja and Konoha to fight first, in case Konoha could send people to support this side. Because of the previous Blood Mist policy, too many excellent ninjas died in Kirigakure, and many powerful bloodline families were almost wiped out. Even now that Terumi May has worked hard to develop after taking office, the strength is much worse than before. This time, Konoha only gathered 3,000 ninjas for the attack. According to the 5th Mizukage May Terumi's instructions, if they are sure, they should attack. If they are not sure, they can withdraw everything. The most important thing is to preserve their strength. According to the latest intelligence, Konoha has already put a large number of troops on the battlefield with the Cloud Ninja, and it is basically impossible to transfer them here in a short time. So now we can do our best to encircle and suppress the group of Konoha ninjas responsible for harassment, and then attack Konoha fiercely. This is the 5th Hokage. Since the other party did not escape, Qin quickly surrounded the tent with the 3,000 ninjas of Kirigakure. What he did not expect was that he actually saw the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Yuan Chuan, who had just taken office for half a year. Ha ha ha, no wonder you did not escape. It turns out that your 5th Hokage is here. This is not bad. Wait until I capture your Hokage alive, and see how Konoha can win this time. Then, Qin's face showed ecstasy. The 5th Hokage did not stay in the rear, but came to the front line, which was the front line with the least number of troops. He actually ran into such a great opportunity. If the 5th Hokage could be killed here, Konoha's morale would definitely drop sharply. This war would be able to overthrow Konoha, and finally divide up huge benefits to help the village recover quickly. If he could be captured alive, it would be even better. There would be no need to fight anymore. With the 5th Hokage in hand, we can directly negotiate in exchange for a lot of benefits. How dare you be so rude to our Hokage? Hearing Qin's bold words, and wanting to capture Li Chuan alive, the Konoha ninjas present were immediately furious. Faced with the anger of the Konoha ninjas, Qin didn't care. Now it was 3,000 to 300, and they were completely surrounded, with a tenfold gap in ninjas, and the Kirigakure ninjas were all elites, who had crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Of course, according to the information in his hands, the newly appointed Hokage also had good strength, but he seemed to be more proficient in medical ninjutsu, and there was no record of any outstanding achievements. It seems that being able to become Hokage is also related to his status as the Prince of the Land of Fire. Anyway, his strength is at most at the level of a Jonin, not like the legendary ninjas like Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Kakashi standing next to Li Chuan should be especially careful, as the strength of Konoha's copy ninjas is still very famous. In fact, after Li Chuan officially took over the position of the 5th Hokage, the major ninja villages began to send people to collect information about him. After all, as the nominally most powerful ninja village, how could they not pay attention to the new leader? However, the information they could gather about Li Chuan's strength only reached the time when Orochimaru invaded. At that time, Li Chuan showed his strength as a Jonin and possessed very powerful medical ninjutsu. As for the Battle of Akatsuki invasion, where Li Chuan really showed his strength, the 3rd generation issued a gag order to the whole village after it ended, and the outside world did not know about the incident. Especially afterward, Li Chuan used a large-scale repair spell to restore Konoha to its original state, and it was impossible to see that it had been invaded. So now in the intelligence system of the other 4 major ninja villages, Li Chuan is a powerful Jonin, good at medical ninjutsu and physical skills, who once learned ninjutsu in the Fire Temple, and a puppet Hokage, who was supported because of the interests. Ah, my eyes! Just when Qing raised his hand to give the order to attack, the 5th generation Hokage Li Chuan standing in front of all the Konoha ninjas suddenly disappeared. He was about to activate the Byakugan of his right eye for reconnaissance, but felt a pain in his right eye, and then couldn't help but let out a scream. Sorry, this eye doesn't belong to you, I take it back first. Li Chuan's figure appeared again, and there was an eyeball in his hand. It turned out that just at that moment, Li Chuan came to Qing and stretched out his hand to take off the eye in his right eye. How is this possible? The speed is so fast. Qing covered his right eye and looked at Li Chuan standing in front of the Konoha ninja with a look of shock. He was a full 100 meters away from Li Chuan. In just a moment, the other party crossed the distance of 100 meters, took his right eye, and returned to the original place. It's time-space ninjutsu. At this time, Qing suddenly thought that in the reports about Li Chuan, there seemed to be an unconfirmed speculation that he knew time-space ninjutsu. But even if the other party knew time-space ninjutsu and appeared in front of him in an instant, as a master with elite Jonin strength and white-eye detection, he couldn't be unable to react at all. Unless the other party's strength was seriously inconsistent with the intelligence. But now it has reached the point where the arrow has to be shot. Even if the other party's strength is far beyond the average Jonin, it is impossible to just let it go. So he immediately shouted, "Go, don't leave any alive." He no longer wanted to capture the enemy alive, but wanted to rely on the number of ninjas to kill the enemy. Seeing the densely packed 3,000 bloodthirsty mist ninjas, holding ninja tools, and making seals to kill them, even the most nervous Naruto began to get nervous. Although the blood mist policy greatly reduced the number of ninjas in the mist village, those who survived were basically tough guys. So the murderous aura exuded by these 3,000 mist ninjas was really scary. Don't be nervous, just stand here and don't move, I take care of them. Seeing this, Li Chuan shouted to stop the Konoha ninja, who was about to go forward to kill the enemy. Then he put his hands together, and the Sage Mode plus the 8 gates of ninja were fully activated, and the small universe in his body burst out. The devil is subdued. In an instant, the surrounding environment changed drastically, and the immortals in the eastern heaven, the Amitabha Buddha preaching in the western Thunder Sound Temple, the 24 gods of India, and the heaven of Jehovah appeared one after another. The 3,000 Kirigakure ninjas, who were originally rushing over, were suddenly trapped in it, and unable to break free. The next second, 3,000 Kirigakure ninjas vomited blood and flew up into the sky, then fell to the ground with serious injuries. Li Chuan, who burst out with all his strength, used Shaka's move of Heavenly Demon Subjugation to instantly kill 3,000 Kirigakure ninjas. This scene also made the only remaining Kirigakure ninjas, including Qing and Kakashi, Kai and other Konoha ninjas, all drop their jaws on the spot. This is too strong. Chapter 398. Shaka's magic of subduing demons is actually a large-scale mental attack using illusions of various sects. Let all those who are shrouded in this illusion get lost in it, and can't extricate themselves, and then punch these enemies, who have no ability to resist at all. Li Chuan just pulled the spirits of 3,000 mist ninjas into those illusions, and then punched those ninjas who had no defense at all one by one at the speed of light. However, he did not kill them. The 3,000 mist ninjas were at most seriously injured and lost their ability to resist. They can still recover after a period of rest. Okay, Kai, take them to tie up all the seriously injured Kirigakure ninjas, and send them back to the village for custody. Kakashi, take Shangqing, let's go to Kirigakure to see the Mizukage. After dealing with the 3,000 Kirigakure ninjas, Li Chuan waved his hand, and a white cloud slowly appeared under his feet. The technique of flying clouds and mist. Yes, Lord Godame. The Konoha ninjas who had recovered from their shock immediately got busy with excitement under the leadership of the passionate Kai. Kakashi also quickly brought Ching over. Without the blessing of the Byakugan, and frightened by Li Chuan's ability to defeat 3,000 mist ninjas with one blow, Ching had lost all his fighting spirit and only wanted to escape back to the mist village to report the news. He was no match for Kakashi. Seeing Naruto and the other two following Kakashi to jump onto the white cloud where Li Chuan was, Ningxi and the other two did not say anything, but they also showed envy. Tian wanted to sit on the big cotton candy-like white cloud, while Ningxi and Xiaoli wanted to follow to the mist village to watch the battle between Li Chuan and the Mizukage. If you want to go, come along. Li Chuan glanced at Tian and the other two, and waved at them with a smile. The three turned their heads to look at Kai, and when Kai nodded, they immediately trotted happily onto Li Chuan's white cloud. Kai, the next step is up to you. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Chuan made a Taoist gesture with his hands, and the white cloud immediately carried everyone up into the air, and soon turned into a black dot and disappeared. After Li Chuan and the others completely disappeared, Kai sighed with tears in his eyes. The 5th generation of Hokage versus the 5th generation of Mizukage, it must be a battle full of blood, but it's a pity that I can't go, my disciples, you have to learn well. In fact, as the most passionate ninja in Konoha, he also wanted to go and see the battle behind. On the other side, 3 of Kai's disciples, Ningxi, Xiaoli and Tian, as well as Naruto, Shao Sakura and Sasuke from Team 7, all curiously poked their heads out of the white cloud and looked at the sea flying by below. Brother Chuan, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It can actually take so many of us to fly. Is it wind escape? Naruto asked carelessly. Although Li Chuan is already the 5th generation, he is still the big brother who treats him very well to Naruto, so his attitude has not changed like others. The only thing they had was envy, because he was determined to become a Hokage in the future. When Naruto asked the question, everyone, including Kakashi, pricked up their ears, because they also wanted to know. Well, how should I put it? Not really. You can think of it as a kind of blood limit, a combination of water and wind, or perhaps it can be called cloud escape. Li Chuan thought for a while, and explained with a smile. His Taoism and ninjutsu are not in the same system, so it is difficult to explain, but clouds are composed of water vapor, and with the help of wind, they can fly quickly. Using blood limit to explain it can make people in this world understand it better. It turns out to be a bloodline limit. Everyone suddenly understood. The nature of chakra changes is divided into 7 types: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yang, and yin. When 2 chakra nature changes merge, a new escape technique will be produced, which is called bloodline limit. For example, earth plus water equals wood escape, fire plus wind equals burning escape, fire plus water equals boiling escape, etc. Usually only a very small number of ninjas can develop this new escape technique by themselves. Once successful, this new escape technique will be recorded in the ninja's genes and passed on to the next generation through blood relations. Some ninjas have organs that are different from those of ordinary people, and they also belong to bloodline limits, such as the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the Shikatsu. There are also 3 types of chakra fusion called bloodline elimination, such as Onoki's dust release. In general, the power of chakra ninjutsu after attribute fusion is much stronger than that of a single chakra attribute. The most terrifying is the bloodline net that combines 7 attributes, and the Samsara Eye is a product of the bloodline net. The power of its extended moves is also extremely abnormal. For example, the infinite moon reading that can instantly make all creatures in the world fall into illusions, the creation of the spherical space and the 5 spaces of Tiannong, the advent of the God Tree world, the seeking of the Wei Jade, the Yomi Birasaka, and the joint killing of the Grey Bone. These powerful ninjutsu are all blood-related net moves that combine 7 kinds of chakra. Blood-related net is actually Li Chuan's ultimate goal for this world. He created a unified ninja empire, and used the power of the entire Naruto world to study ninjutsu, just to avoid transplanting the Sharingan and Samsara Eye in the future. Through his understanding of chakra and attributes, he freely combines the chakra of the 7 attributes, and performs various blood-related net moves at will. In Li Chuan's view, the reason why the 6-path sage can seal Kage Otsutsuki is not only because he inherited Kage Otsutsuki's bloodline, but more importantly, he understands the principles of the technique more thoroughly than Kage Otsutsuki. You should know that although the 6-path sage has the Samsara Eye, Kage Otsutsuki has the Byakugan and the Samsara Sharingan, and has eaten the fruit of the sacred tree. However, Kage Otsutsuki's strength is entirely based on the blood talent of the Otsutsuki clan, and the power given by the fruit of the sacred tree. Her use of the technique is entirely based on instinct. Whether it is ninjutsu, magic, Taoism, science, or abilities extended from different worlds, only by studying their most fundamental principles can we truly master them. Why do some people who are just ordinary mortals become immortals? Because they realize the truth? It is because he has realized the essence. The creator gods of various worlds, the legendary Taoist ancestors, Buddhas and gods, must have understood the most fundamental principles of energy to be so powerful. Now Li Chuan is also moving in this direction, building a wizard empire in the wizard world, and a ninja empire in this world, all for the same reason. If one day he really does this, even if he doesn't have the panel and all the blood talents given by the panel, he can still use all the abilities of various worlds at will. Because he has mastered the essence. Almost there. As the white clouds flew at high speed, a huge island soon appeared in front of them. That was where the Water Kingdom was. Chapter 399. Is this the Hidden Mist Village? Flying to the center of the island, they soon found a village hidden in the mist among the mountains. The architectural style of the Hidden Mist Village is very different from that of Konoha. Most of the buildings are cylindrical, and various flowers, plants and trees are planted on the top of the buildings. Godame Hokage, are you going to destroy our entire Hidden Mist Village? Qing asked nervously, looking at the slowly descending white clouds. After seeing Li Chuan's strength in killing 3,000 Hidden Mist ninjas in 1 second, Qing did not have much hope that the Hidden Mist Village could stop this ninja, who was as powerful as the first Hokage of Konoha. Even though he knew that the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, possessed 2 rare and powerful bloodline limits, lava release and boiling release. Of course not. As a former monk of the Fire Temple, I don't like killing people. You saw that I only injured the 3,000 Kirigakure ninjas just now, and sent them back to Konoha for imprisonment. Li Chuan smiled gently. So, if you can persuade your Mizukage to surrender directly, I won't do anything. If we surrender and sign a peace agreement, will you let our ninjas come back? Qing was silent for a while and asked. Li Chuan shook his head. Before the end of the war, your Mizukage and all the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village will be imprisoned in Konoha. I will release you after the war ends and a peace treaty is signed. Otherwise, if you regret and attack us halfway through the fight, I will be shooting myself in the foot. This is impossible. We can't accept such a condition. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Qing's eyes widened in anger. This is equivalent to handing the fate of the Hidden Mist Village to Konoha. It is not only a matter of shame, but if Konoha regrets, their Hidden Mist Village may be completely destroyed. However, in the face of Qing's anger, Li Chuan just glanced at him. If you don't accept it, then I'm sorry, I can only beat you until you accept it. As his voice fell, the white cloud officially landed at the gate of the Hidden Mist Village. Li Chuan did not make a sneak attack, and signaled to Naruto and Shaoli, go tell them that the 5th Hokage of Konoha is visiting, be polite. Shaoli and Naruto immediately ran forward, and repeated what Li Chuan said to the 2 Chunin guarding the door. The 2 mist ninjas were obviously shocked by the Konoha ninjas who fell from the sky, but when they saw Qing covering his eyes and bleeding, their faces suddenly changed. Lord Qing, what's wrong with you? Don't worry about me, hurry up and report to the Mizukage, tell her that our 3,000 mist hidden army was wiped out by the 5th Hokage alone, and then report the situation here clearly. Qing shouted sternly. He didn't know what to do now, so he could only pass the information he knew to Mei Terumi, and let Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, and the top leaders of Kirigakure, make the decision. The pupils of the 2 Chunin shrank sharply when they heard Qing's words. However, they were also elite Chunins, who survived the blood mist policy. They looked at each other, one of them drew out a kunai to guard the gate, and the other disappeared instantly, and went to the Mizukage building to report the news. Li Chuan did not stop him, but just smiled and stood there. What he needed was to defeat the Kirigakure with conviction, so he did not launch any sneak attacks, but chose to destroy the Kirigakure village openly. He wanted everyone in the Kirigakure village to understand one thing, that is, if he, Li Chuan, wanted to, he could easily destroy the entire Kirigakure village and make it disappear in history. Because only in this way, when the ninja world is unified in the future, they will not dare to resist. Waited for about 10 minutes. The door of the Kirigakure village opened again, and a very beautiful and mature female ninja came out first. She has green eyes, pink lips, long curly red-brown hair, fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and wears a blue tube dress. It is the 5th generation Kirigakure Terumi Mei. And behind her are all the Jonin and Chunin currently staying in Kirigakure. Oh, is this the 5th generation Hokage Master Madoka? He is really handsome. It is said that Konoha village produces handsome men. It seems that the reputation is well deserved. After appearing, Terumi-Mei looked up and down at Li Chuan, who was wearing a Hokage robe, and giggled with her hands covering her mouth. The fifth Hokage came to visit in person without even saying hello in advance. And Ao, why did you come back without permission after being sent on a mission? Come over here and explain. When Mei Terumi learned that the fifth Hokage came to her house at this time, she was also surprised. What was even more surprising was that Ao was also captured, and it was said that the fifth Hokage defeated the entire Kirigakure army by himself. To be honest, she and the higher-ups did not believe the information that Ao passed on. Those 3,000 people were the most elite ninjas in the Hidden Mist village, and they were eliminated by one person alone. This situation is impossible except for the legendary resurrection of the first generation of Hokage. So either Qing betrayed, or Qing is fake, or Qing was controlled. Based on Mei Terumi's understanding of Qing, the possibility of betrayal is extremely low. When she saw Qing for the first time, she knew that Qing was the real person. Therefore, there is only the last possibility, Qing was controlled. It just so happens that Konoha village has many ninjutsu that can control people. For example, the very famous Yamanaka family's hard-turning technique, and the Uchiha clan Sharingan illusion, and Kakashi with the Sharingan stood next to Qing. It was indeed a bit presumptuous not to inform the fifth Mizukage in advance, but the current situation in the ninja world is not optimistic, and there is not much time to pay attention to etiquette. I hope the fifth Mizukage will forgive me. As for why you are so anxious to come here, Qing just knows, so let him tell you. Li Chuan smiled, and turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi let go of Qing and let Qing, who was sweating, walk back to the Kirigakure camp. After Qing returned, he quickly told Terumi-Mei everything in detail. Terumi-Mei asked several Kirigakure ninjas to check Qing, and confirmed that he was not controlled by other ninjutsu. She couldn't help but frown. If things were really as Qing said, Kirigakure would be in big trouble this time. Since the fifth Hokage is so confident, let me learn his ninjutsu. After a moment, Terumi-Mei looked relieved and made a decision in her heart. Whether what Qing said was true or not, it actually didn't matter now, because if it was true, they would not agree to Li Chuan's conditions, and they would have to fight. If it was false, they would have to fight even more. As long as the fifth Hokage was taken down, all the conspiracies and tricks of Konoha would naturally be ineffective. So let's fight first. I'm happy to accompany you. Li Chuan nodded and took 2 steps forward. Chapter 400. 5th-generation Hokage, let me give you a kiss that will melt you. Seeing Li Chuan approach, Terumi-Mei formed seals with both hands and slightly opened her red lips, melting style, dissolving monsters. Suddenly, liquid like magma gushed towards Li Chuan. Although her reason told her that it was impossible, she had already believed it emotionally because of her trust in Qing. So she used her ultimate move right away, using her own molten-style blood limit, intending to defeat Li Chuan in one fell swoop. Goddess of Mizukage, you are very beautiful, but unfortunately I already have someone I like, and I cannot accept your passionate kiss. Li Chuan looked at the highly corrosive red acid that covered all of them, and could even melt Susanoo, and raised his mouth slightly, then put his hands together, and aimed at the red liquid. Forgiveness of the Dawn Goddess. Extremely cold air flew out of Li Chuan's hands, and met the red liquid, instantly turning all the liquid into ice cubes, and fixing it in place. This is the ultimate trick of Aquarius St. Camus, the absolute zero freezing air that can freeze everything. It's just that Li Chuan hasn't realized the 7th sense, and can't reach absolute zero, but it's not a big problem to freeze the lava escape in front of Terumi-Mei. Although lava escape is red, it is not hot magma, but a kind of viscous and highly corrosive acid. However, even if it is hot magma, with the freezing air continuously emitted by Li Chuan's microcosm, it can definitely freeze it. It's actually the ice escape blood limit, and it's such a powerful ice escape. Seeing that her full-strength lava release was instantly frozen, Mei Terumi's eyes were full of solemnity. The first ninja with ice release Kekii Genkai came from the Hidden Mist village, but later became extinct due to the blood mist policy. I didn't expect that the 5th-generation Hokage of Konoha could actually use ice release. Boiling release. Skillful mist technique. She formed a seal with her hands again, and exhaled fiercely. Countless smoke blew out of her mouth, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was covered. These mists can be controlled by her, and the temperature and acidity can be adjusted freely. Once covered by the mist, as long as she wants, she can make the enemies evaporate in just a few seconds. However, as soon as she exhaled the mist, before she had time to adjust the concentrated corrosion and melting of Li Chuan also attacked. Wind Whirlwind. He snapped his fingers, and the powerful magic in his body was instantly output, and an enhanced whirlwind spell was released. Suddenly, with him as the center, a small tornado immediately formed, and the violent wind swept all the mist into the sky and disappeared. Before Mei Terumi could cast the third ninjutsu to continue the attack, she found that Li Chuan had actually come in front of her, and before she could react at all, he put his index finger on her forehead. In fact, if I wanted to, I would have killed you before you used your first ninjutsu. For the sake of the Hidden Mist Village, surrender. At the same time, Li Chuan's voice also rang in her ears. The chakra in her body burst out crazily. Terumi Mei was unwilling to give up and wanted to use the instant body technique to get rid of Li Chuan, but she found that no matter how far she moved, she seemed to be standing still. A grain of sand is a world, a palm is a Buddha's kingdom. Without my consent, you can't move an inch even if you want. Li Chuan's voice sounded again. At this time, he was using Shaka's space skill, Buddha Kingdom in the palm. Lord Mizukage. Seeing that Mei Terumi was pressed on the forehead by Li Chuan's index finger, her eyes were dull, and she stayed there motionless. The other ninjas of Kirigakure could no longer sit still and attack Li Chuan's position, wanting to rescue their Mizukage. At this point, there was definitely no need to care about a fair one-on-one fight. And Li Chuan just raised his other hand indifferently. Lightning light speed punch. In an instant, all the Kirigakure ninjas vomited blood and fell to the ground. Mei Terumi, who had come to her senses, also collapsed when she saw this. She was now certain that what Qin said was true, and that Li Chuan did have the terrifying power to defeat their 3,000 elites alone. And Kirigakure might really be finished this time. The children and the elderly in the village are innocent, and they have no fighting power. I hope you can let them go. Don't worry, I'm not such a cruel person. As long as you are all honest and obedient, I will let you go after the war is over, including the 3,000 Kirigakure ninjas who are being escorted back to Konoha. Li Chuan smiled, then formed a seal and released a human clone to tell Kakashi, I will take the 5th generation Mizukage back to the village to discuss the relevant matters of imprisoning the Kirigakure ninjas. And your task is to gather all the remaining Kirigakure ninjas together, and then my shadow clone will take you back together. After that, he took Mei Terumi and Apparat directly back to the Hokage's office in Konoha. Moonlight Gale, come in. After returning to the Hokage's office, Li Chuan shouted to the tree outside the window, and an Umbu wearing a cat-faced mask instantly appeared in front of the office and knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama, what do you want? Go and call the teachers to come to the meeting. Li Chuan ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama. Although Moonlight Gale didn't understand why Li Chuan, who had just left Konoha to support the Eastern Front, came back with a time-space ninjutsu and brought back a female ninja. But he also knew that it must be a very important matter, so he disappeared immediately and went to inform the 4 senior executives. Mizukage-sama, don't worry, have a cup of tea first. Li Chuan took out a cup, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Terumi Mei, who had a bitter face. In less than 5 minutes, the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, Mitamonen, and Udaten Koharu arrived at the Hokage's office. But when they saw the 5th Hokage, Mei Terumi, they were stunned. How come they brought back the Mizukage, the highest leader of the Hidden Mist Village, less than an hour after leaving? 5 Hokage, what's this? Oh, I have defeated all the 3,000 ninjas who invaded the Hidden Mist Village, and they are now being escorted back to the village by the 3rd unit led by Kai. The Hidden Mist Village is also the same. I went there in person. Now Kakashi and Team 7 are gathering the Hidden Mist ninjas who were injured by me. My shadow clone will send them back in a while. I called the 4 of you here to discuss the future detention of the 5th Mizukage and all the Kirigakure ninjas. Li Chuan sat in his seat and casually told the story of how he had handled the entire Kirigakure village by himself. The 4 Konoha high-ranking officials were shocked and had no words to describe it. They knew that Li Chuan was very strong. How could he not be strong after using the magic to open the 8 gates for a long time? But he defeated the entire Kirigakure village in just 1 hour, and even tied up the Kirigakure Mizukage. This was really beyond their expectations. Chapter 401. My suggestion is to kill them all. In the current situation, it is not wise to keep so many Kirigakure ninjas in the village. Kill them, and completely make Kirigakure disappear in history. In the future, the island of Water Country can be incorporated into the scope of our Fire Country. In the Hokage's office, Danzo made a proposal that almost made Mei Terumi go berserk. But his proposal was quickly rejected by the 3rd Hokage. Kirigakure is now a prisoner of war. Killing prisoners of war is too bad. Once it gets out, our Konoha will become the public enemy of the entire ninja world. I suggest that we form an alliance like we did with the Sand Village before, and let the Kirigakure ninja help us in the 4th Ninja World War, and restore peace to the ninja world. Second, Mitamono In and Utatane Kohara nodded. Although the two like to fight for power in the village, in general, they are more inclined to the peaceful views of the 3rd generation. In fact, Konoha occupies the most fertile land in the world, and it is much better than other ninja villages in all aspects. They think that only by maintaining peace can they develop and grow better. War is not only very risky, but also causes many deaths and breaks up many families. The key is that the small amount of money obtained in the end is nothing to Konoha. The large desert of Sand Village, the remote island of Kirigakure, the bare rock wall of Iwagakure, and the stone mountain of Kumogakure, even if they are conquered, they are not as good as Konoha. Before, the Sand Ninja joined forces with Orochimaru to attack Konoha, and afterwards Konoha did not start a war while the Sand Ninja did not have the Kazekage, but also formed an alliance. You are short-sighted. Danzo stood up from his chair when he saw that the 3 of them were against him. Since the 5th generation has such a strong power, he should take advantage of this chaotic time to expand the territory, and solve all the other big ninja villages once and for all. Otherwise, it will be the same as the 1st generation. When the 1st generation was alive, no one dared to do anything. As soon as the 1st generation died, they immediately began to stir. If the 1st generation and Uchiha Madara did not stop the tailed beasts after establishing Konoha, but continued to expand the territory of the Land of Fire. Although many people will die, the problem of war can be solved once and for all, and there will be no 2nd, 3rd, and 4th wars, and no more people will die. So in his heart, Danzo did not approve of the 1st generation's approach. Okay, stop arguing. Seeing Danzo and the 3rd generation arguing, Li Chuan patted the table and made a decision as a Hokage. First of all, we will not kill prisoners of war. All the Kirigakure ninjas must be properly resettled. The medical team will give them some simple treatment, and the sealing team will temporarily seal their chakra. Please take care of the follow-up placement work, teacher. Secondly, I will leave a shadow clone in the village, so there is no need to worry about any problems with the Miss Ninja. I think the Mizukage should also manage her subordinates well, and will not give me a reason to kill them. Are you right, the 5th Mizukage? Li Chuan turned his head and looked at Mei Terumi next to him. Mei Terumi shook her eyebrows and showed a very charming smile on her face. Of course, I will definitely manage them well. She knew clearly how terrifying Li Chuan's strength was. Now Konoha is obviously in the upper hand of the peace faction. If there is really a problem, it will give Danzo, who is in favor of killing them, an excuse. Maybe Li Chuan will really kill all of them. The gap in strength is too big, they can't afford to play tricks. Li Chuan nodded and continued, finally, I will go to the northeastern front and deal with the Cloud Ninja as quickly as possible, so there is no need to form an alliance with Kirigakure and let them help us fight. Regarding the disposal of Kirigakure Ninja, and whether to occupy the Land of Water, we will discuss it after the war is completely over. Don't forget that there is also a Rain Ninja village that has annexed the Sand Ninja. It was impossible to kill all the Mist Shadow Ninjas. They were all his people in the future. It was also out of the question to form an alliance, and return to the previous situation of 5 countries coexisting. Next, he would deal with the Cloud Ninjas, and Nagato would deal with the Rock Ninjas. Then, he would put on another show, and the whole ninja world would be unified. After the meeting, the Shadow Clone also took Kakashi, and the tied-up Mist Shadow Ninjas, and teleported back to the village. Only then did the villagers know that their Hokage had been out for more than an hour, and had completely defeated the invading Mist Shadow Ninjas, and captured all the ninjas of the Mist Village and their Mizukage. Teacher, this is a special ninja tool I made using the space-time ninjutsu. The space inside is enough to accommodate all the Kirigakure ninjas. The rest is up to you. After handing a small box with a larger space by the infinite extension spell to the 3rd generation, and teaching him how to use it, Li Chuan used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush to the northeastern front line at the junction of the Fire Country and the Hot Spring Country. There are several small countries between the Fire Country and the Lightning Country, the largest and most famous of which is the Hot Spring Country. The Hot Spring Country is known as the country that forgets war. After the 3rd Ninja World War, there was originally a fighting ninja village. The Ninja village began to desire peace, no longer developing ninjutsu, and taking on missions to make money. They lived a peaceful life by developing beautiful natural environment and tourist resources to obtain rich funds. But unfortunately, the village had a cult believer named Haydn, who massacred all the villagers. So now there is no ninja village in U country, and it has become the place where Konoha and Kumo ninja fought in the 4th Ninja World War. A weak country has no diplomacy. You country has no ninja village and armed forces of its own, so naturally it has no ability to refuse to be the place where the two major countries fight. You know Kuni, the main camp of Konoha's first army. The current situation is not optimistic. Since the Iwagakure has been almost completely contained by the Rain Ninja, the Cloud Ninja has mobilized all ninjas here. They have more people than us, and there are many masters. The 4th Raikage personally brought the 8 tails, and the 2 tails to the battlefield. It seems that they are determined to defeat our Konoha, this time, and become the largest ninja village in the ninja world. Jiraiya reported all the intelligence that happened during the battle with the Cloud Ninja in the past 2 days to Li Chuan, who came to support him. Originally, with Jiraiya's personality, he was unwilling to participate in the war again. He traveled around the ninja world in order to find the Child of Destiny that the Toad Sage said could end the war. But as one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, he couldn't just watch Konoha being invaded by the Cloud Ninjas. So under the persuasion of the 3rd generation, he still served as the commander of the most important first unit and blocked the powerful Cloud Ninjas. However, in the 2 days of fighting, they were still at a disadvantage overall. Not only did the number of Cloud Ninjas exceed theirs by half, but the tacit cooperation of the 4th generation Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was so strong that he couldn't suppress them. Chapter 402. The Rain Village is very different from the other 4 ninja villages. The whole village is martial, and they always respect the supremacy of force and the supremacy of the strong. They dislike all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues, and their personalities are relatively straightforward. So they rarely fight for power like other villages. There are not many families in the village, only one Yayue family, which is completely the only one that dominates the whole village. And every Raikage is called Ai, and every 8 Tails Jinchuriki is called Bai. Ai and Bai are always the best brothers. This village, where fighting is supreme, has not had a single rebel ninja since its founding, except for Kinkaku and Ginkaku during World War I. Strictly speaking, Kinkaku and Ginkaku are not rebel ninjas. As heroes with the title of 2 lights in the clouds and respected by thousands of people in the Hidden Cloud Village, they just couldn't accept that the 2nd Raikage took the initiative to launch a war against Konoha, but ended up surrendering and signing a peace treaty. After all, by this point, so many ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village had died at the hands of Konoha ninjas, and hatred had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. They never betrayed the village, but wanted to continue fighting, avenge the dead ninjas, and bring the Hidden Cloud Village to a higher place. Look at the other 4 villages. Even in Konoha, which has the best living environment, there are many ninjas who defected, and they are all high-quality defectors. Most of the masters in the village did not die at the hands of outsiders, but at the hands of their own people. Konoha, which started with a bad start, ended up in a mess. In comparison, the Hidden Thunder Village has developed very well in recent years. Even though they do not have the excellent environment and resources of Konoha, their overall strength has already surpassed Konoha. Even the Jinchuriki, who was hated and abandoned by people in other villages, was highly respected in the Rain Village. Don't worry, you guard here. I will go to the Cloud Ninja camp to talk to their Raikage. After listening to Jiraiya's report, Li Chuan nodded. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. The 5th generation, their Raikage has a bad temper. If you want to talk, I'd better go with you. After the Cloud Ninja declared war on Konoha, Jiraiya led the ninja to the northeastern front. He was not aware of what happened in the village in the past few days, and Li Chuan's solution to the Mist Village. His understanding of Li Chuan's strength still remained at the information he learned from the 3rd generation after he failed to invite Tsunade back to the village. So although he felt that Li Chuan was very strong, it was still too risky for him to go to the Cloud Ninja camp alone where many masters gathered to negotiate. If the 2 village shadows really wanted to talk, they could arrange a time, choose a place, and send masters from both sides to escort them to the negotiation, which would ensure safety. Don't worry, I am best at convincing people with virtue. I believe that after I go over and have a good chat with their Raikage, they will give up this invasion. Li Chuan smiled slightly, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Only Jiraiya was left with a confused look on his face and muttered, "Conquer people with virtue?" But he soon reacted and shouted to the outside of the tent, "Gather all and prepare for battle." He believed that with Li Chuan's strength, even if the negotiation failed, he would not be killed instantly, and a fight would definitely cause a big commotion. At that time, he would immediately lead all the ninjas of the first unit to support. On the other side, Li Chuan had already teleported to the sky above the Cloud Ninja camp, and then landed directly without any disguise. Where is the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village? The 5th Hokage of Konoha, Madoka, is here to visit. 5th generation Hokage Madoka, You dared to show up here alone. You are really brave. The fourth Raikage AI and his younger brother Killer Bee looked at Li Chuan, who was surrounded by the Cloud Ninjas, but was not afraid at all, and walked up to him, and said in an admiring tone. He was naturally very surprised that the fifth Hokage suddenly appeared in the Cloud Ninjas' base camp, and even suspected that the other party had some conspiracy. Therefore, he did not attack immediately, but planned to understand the situation first. Li Chuan ignored the group of Cloud Ninjas around him, walked up to the strong and tall fourth Raikage, and said with a smile, I came here this time to talk to the four great Raikages to see if they can stop the invasion and continue to maintain the previous peace. Impossible, although I don't want to start a war, but the ninja world has always been the law of the jungle. I'm sorry I can't agree to your proposal at this moment. AI crossed his arms, and rejected Li Chuan's proposal without thinking. In fact, he didn't like war, because he lost his father and relatives one after another in the previous war. But as a Raikage, some things cannot be decided according to his will, and the interests of the entire Cloud Village must be considered. The Rain Ninja opened the prelude to this war, and the Rock Village joined later, and then the Sand Village was involved. If they, the Cloud Village, did nothing, and the village that won in the end gained benefits and grew stronger, then they would not be spared either. Being dragged into the war is a matter of time. It is better to be proactive than passive. For the benefit of the village, this must be done. Now even his most reluctant and most feared lost relative, Killer Bee, has been brought to the battlefield. How can Li Chuan, the fifth Hokage, end it with a few words? Even if he agrees, the Cloud Ninjas behind him, who want to avenge their lost relatives and want to make Kumogakure the strongest hidden village, will definitely not agree. Fourth Raikage, are you sure you agree? Li Chuan asked again. The fourth Raikage nodded. Absolutely impossible. Then there is no other way. Today, I, the fifth Hokage, Li Chuan, can only end all of you here. Li Chuan shook his head, looking helpless. The fourth Raikage laughed when he heard this. You alone want to end our 15,000 ninja army of the Cloud Ninja? Even his father, the third Raikage, who had the strongest spear and the strongest shield, could only resist the attack of 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas, and finally died of exhaustion after 3 days and 3 nights of fighting. That was because there was no real master like Anoki among the 10,000 Iwagakure. Just relying on this unknown 5th generation Hokage in front of him, he wanted to end the 15,000 Cloud Ninjas including him, Killer Bee, and Yuzuki alone. How could he not laugh? Stupid guy, bastard guy, the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha is too good at bragging, yo-yo, in a while. Kirami next to the 4th generation Raikage followed with an impromptu rap. Yes, just me. Li Chuan suddenly raised his head and pinched the lotus seal. The 6 paths are impermanent. Reincarnation goes back and forth, heaven and earth, only I am supreme. In the eyes of all the Cloud Ninjas, the 5th generation Hokage disappeared, replaced by a majestic golden Buddha. Chapter 403. What is this? Is it an illusion? Everyone, quickly make a seal to break the illusion. Seeing Li Chuan transformed into a Buddha, the Raikage frowned and immediately shouted loudly. Brother, this is not an illusion. If it is an illusion, it can't fool me. At this time, Kibara next to the Raikage stopped singing and showed a solemn look on his face. As a perfect 8-person Jinchuriki, no illusion can work on him, because the Jinchuriki can break almost all illusion interference through the tail beast. At the same time, after using the method to dispel the illusion, the Raikage also realized this. Tien Mubaluan. As a majestic voice sounded, Buddhas appeared one after another, and the space of the whole world also changed. All the Cloud Ninjas were pulled into a perfect world containing the truth of the universe. This is the greatest secret of Ergo Shaka, using the small universe to temporarily create a special space, in which the enemy can neither attack nor escape. Fourth Raikage AI, if you are willing to surrender now, I can still let you go. Li Chuan sat cross-legged in the air, his hands in a meditation seal, his eyes closed. Thunder Chakra Mode. When the Raikage saw Li Chuan's figure appear, the powerful chakra in his body instantly turned into lightning and wrapped his body. It is you who want to surrender, the 5th Hokage, the thunder axe of wrath. The Raikage turned into lightning, jumped up, and chopped at Li Chuan floating in the air with his thigh like a battle axe. The ninjas of the Cloud Ninja basically practice ninjutsu, which is to greatly strengthen the body through ninjutsu to fight, especially the Raikage. The strongest shield and the strongest spear of the 3rd Raikage refer to the fact that his body was strengthened to the point where it could not be broken by any ninjutsu in the lightning chakra mode. The reason why he was killed was that he exhausted his chakra after being besieged by 10,000 rock ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights, and could no longer maintain the lightning chakra mode. Although the fourth Reikage was not as exaggerated as the third Reikage, under the blessing of the lightning chakra mode, his speed in a short distance was comparable to that of the fourth Hokage, who could teleport with Flying Thunder God. 5 senses deprivation. Li Chuan opened his eyes and glared at the fourth Reikage. Instantly, the fourth Reikage's lightning chakra mode was released, and the whole person fell from the air in a free fall. How could this happen? I can't feel anything in my body at all. Lord Reikage. Brother. Seeing this, the Cloud Ninjas also exclaimed. Fortunately, Kibra reacted quickly, and an octopus leg stretched out from his body, catching the fourth Reikage, who was about to fall to the ground and pulling him to his side. How dare you treat Lord Reikage like this? Storm release. Encouragement lock. The Reikage's personal guard Darui directly activated his blood limit, and the other Cloud Ninjas followed suit, ready to perform various ninjutsu or prepare to attack Li Chuan in close combat. Humph, you overestimate your abilities. 5 sense deprivation. Li Chuan changed from the meditation seal to the fearless seal, and in an instant, all the 5 senses of the Cloud Ninjas who were ready to attack disappeared. Unlike the 5 sense deprivation of the Twin Saga, which deprives one of the 5 senses of a target with one punch, the greatest secret of Virgo Shaka, the heavenly dance wheel, can deprive all the 5 senses of the enemies covered by space at once. This is why it is said that in the space created by Tianwu Baoluan, the enemy cannot escape or attack. All 5 senses are stripped away, so naturally they cannot attack or escape. Of course, Li Chuan has not yet comprehended the 7th sense, and cannot do the level of Shaka, who can strip away the 5 senses of hundreds of millions of people at once, but he can still do it for the 15,000 Cloud Ninjas. How can this be? My body? I can't feel my body. One by one, voices full of fear came out from the Cloud Ninjas. Anyone who loses all 5 senses at once, as if dead, would not be able to maintain peace of mind. Tail Beast Ball. However, at this moment, 2 huge black energy balls flew towards Li Chuan. Sure enough, you two can still move. Looking at the 8-tailed and 2-tailed beasts that have completely transformed, Li Chuan's face is not too surprised. In the 5 senses deprivation just now, he did deprive all the 5 senses of the Kumo ninja, including the 8-tailed Jinchuriki Kibra and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki Uzuki. It's just that the 5 senses of these two people have been deprived, and the tail beasts in their bodies, as complete chakra-based creatures, will not be deprived of the 5 senses. So the two can completely transform into tail beasts to resist the deprivation of the 5 senses, and continue to fight with Li Chuan. The key is that these two people have a good relationship with the tail beasts in their bodies, and can completely transform into tail beasts, and will not go on a killing spree because of losing control. Another dimension. Facing 2 super large black tail beast jades, Li Chuan stretched out his hand and swiped forward, and a space crack appeared, directly sucking in the tail beast jade that attacked him. Gemini Saga's special skill can open a rift in the other dimension, and banish the enemy to the depths of the universe. Similarly, it can also be used as a defensive move to transfer the Tail Beast Ball to the depths of the universe as it is now. Tail Beast Ball is the most powerful long-range attack move of the Tail Beast. It compresses the yin-yang chakra into a ball at a ratio of 2 to 8, and launches it, which can easily flatten a small mountain. Even with Li Chuan's current body, he doesn't want to take 2 Tail Beast Balls head-on, especially one of which is shot by the 8 tails, whose strength is second only to the 9 tails. Seeing that the Tail Beast Ball was ineffective against Li Chuan, the 50-meter-long 2 tails, and the 100-meter-long 8 tails looked at each other, and rushed towards Li Chuan. Since the Tail Beast Ball's energy attack was useless, they used their huge bodies to fight each other directly. Oh, you want to fight melee because of your big body, right? Then I'd play with you. Li Chuan smiled and immediately turned on the Sage mode, fusing his true essence and chakra, and then used the Akimichi family's ninjutsu. Sage technique. Super multiplication technique. Li Chuan's body began to expand rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he became a giant 600 meters tall. In comparison, the 2 tails and 8 tails, which were originally as huge as giant beasts, now seemed to be normal kittens and small octopuses in the eyes of humans. Come on, little darlings, let's cultivate our relationship. With a big hand, Li Chuan grabbed the stunned 2 tails and 8 tails in his hand. Because Li Chuan himself was strong, and he used the super multiplication technique of fairy art, the effect was naturally much stronger than that of the normal Qiu Dao family. Not only is it much bigger, but the key strength and speed are also completely different. Holding the cat tail of the 2 tail, and the octopus leg of the 8 tail, Li Chuan squatted on the ground and began to beat the ground continuously. At the same time, Jiraiya hurried over with the Konoha ninja, because he found that there was a huge chakra fluctuation on the side of the Cloud Ninja, and was worried that Li Chuan was in danger. Looking at the huge Li Chuan in front of him, and the 2-tail and 8-tail like toys in his hands, he was also stunned on the spot. Chapter 404. 8-Trigram Seal. After pulling the 2 tails and 8 tails back from the tail beast form to the Jinchuriki form, Li Chuan also returned to normal, and used the 8-Trigram Seal to temporarily seal the connection between the 2 and the tail beasts in their bodies, causing them to faint. At this time, Jiraiya also rushed over with all the Konoha ninjas from the first unit. Godai, what's going on? Oh, brother Jiraiya, you came just in time. You have temporarily stripped away the 5 senses of all the Kumo ninjas, making them lose their combat effectiveness. Please arrange for everyone to tie them up, and then take them back to Konoha together. Li Chuan saw Jiraiya and said with a smile, stripping the 5 senses. Jiraiya and a group of ninjas looked at the densely packed army of Cloud ninjas lying on the ground, and their eyes widened. Although they didn't know what kind of ninjutsu this was, they were sure that it was definitely very, very powerful, otherwise it would be impossible to annihilate the entire Cloud ninja army in such a short time. Hey, I wanted to persuade the 4th Raikage to withdraw his troops, and then our 2 villages would maintain peace and not invade each other. Who knew that this guy had to tell me about the law of the jungle? There was no way, so I could only let them experience what the real law of the jungle is. Li Chuan patted the dust on his hands, but I think it's better not to continue hatred, so I didn't kill them. I keep them in Konoha first, and see what to do after it's over. Of course this is the best. Jiraiya nodded, agreeing with Li Chuan's philosophy. He hated war in the first place, and it would be best if it could end without anyone dying. It's just that he didn't understand until now that Li Chuan's so-called convincing people with virtue actually worked like this. The next day, under the leadership of Li Chuan, the first Konoha team escorted all the Cloud ninjas, including the Raikage, through the gate of Konoha village and returned to Konoha village. They were greeted by all the Konoha high-level officials and all the Konoha villagers, who cheered enthusiastically. They were not only happy that they defeated the Cloud ninjas, but more importantly, their parents, brothers and sisters all returned alive and safe. In fact, Li Chuan could have teleported back immediately after he dealt with the Cloud ninjas yesterday. But he didn't, because he wanted to extract some of the chakra of the 2 tails and the 8 tails to send to Nagato, and delay a little time to wait for the result from Nagato. On the day he defeated the Kumo ninja, Nagato also led the remaining 80,000 white Zetsu to launch a general attack on Iwagakure. In order to defeat the Iwagakure ninja more smoothly, and prepare for the final decisive battle later, the resurrection of the 10 tails is definitely necessary. Otherwise, even if Nagato and the members of Akatsuki are very strong now, the 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki and those Iwagakure ninja are not vegetarians. It will be difficult to win without fighting for 10 days or half a month, and many white Zetsu will be sacrificed. To fully resurrect the 10 tails, you need to use the Outer Path Demon Statue, which is the shell of the 9 tails, to absorb the 9-tailed beasts, and finally merge them to become the Divine Tree. But if you just want to use the power of the 10 tails to fight, you don't need to absorb all the tail beasts. You only need to collect some of the tail beasts and their chakra. When Obito was fighting the 4th Shinobi World War, he was in the incomplete first form of the 10 tails, so he only absorbed the 1st to 7 tails, and then integrated some of the chakra of the 8 and 9 tails. When Gaara, the 1-tails Jinchuriki, defeated the Sand Ninja, the tail beast had been extracted from his body by Nagato. The 2 tails Li Chuan sent most of the extracted chakra. The 3-tail will take more than 2 years to revive, but it can be replaced by extracting some of Samahata's chakra. After all, Samahata absorbed the chakra of the 3-tail, and then changed. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki Laosher fled the hidden rock village and wandered around. He was captured and the tail beast was extracted before the 4th Shinobi World War. The 5-tailed Jinchuriki Han was the Jonin, who was responsible for leading the Iwagakure attacking the Rain Ninja. He was defeated by Nagato and Itachi, and the tail beast was extracted. The 6th Jinchuriki Bubble defected from the Kirigakage village during the Blood Mist policy period, and was also captured by members of Nagato's Akatsuki before the 4th World War. The 7-tailed Jinchuriki Kid is a ninja from Takigakure, and the kingdom of Takigakure is the small country that the Rain Ninja first occupied. The 8-tailed Li Chuan sent most of the chakra he extracted. The 9-tailed Li Chuan has the 9-tailed chakra extracted from Sora in his body. In this way, the chakra of the 9-tailed beast is complete, and Nagato can temporarily revive the 10-tailed to fight against Iwagakure. In the evening, the meeting hall of the Konoha building. After properly arranging the Raikage, 2 Cloud Ninja Jinchuriki and 15,000 Cloud Ninja prisoners. All the top leaders of Konoha gathered here to start the meeting. Sitting at the top is the 5th Hokage, Lichuan. And to his left and below sit the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, Yutane Koharu, Mitaman In, and other Konoha high-ranking officials. To his right and below sit Jiraiya, Shikaku, Kakashi, and other Konoha elite jonin and heads of major families. Now that Kirigakure and Kumogakure are basically all held as prisoners, we don't have to worry about their threats anymore. Next, we have to discuss our attitude towards the war between the Rain Country and the Earth Country. During the time I was dealing with the Kumogakure teacher, how far has the war between the Raingakure and the Rockgakure been fought? Do you have any important information? Lichuan first briefly talked about the theme of this combat meeting, and then looked at the 3rd generation pretending to be ignorant. The 3rd generation replied with some worry. 5 generations, although Konoha relied on your strength to solve the 2 big troubles of Mist Shadow and Cloud Hidden, I still have to say that the next situation is probably not very optimistic for our Konoha. Teacher, what do you mean by this? Before Lichuan asked, Jiraiya spoke first, and those senior ninjas, who had just returned from the battlefield, were also full of confusion. The 5th generation was so powerful that he alone wiped out the Kirigakure and Kumogakure, and defeated 2 of the 5 major ninja villages. Now there are only the Rain Village that initiated the 4th war, and the Rock Village whose strength is at most similar to the Kumogakure, and the 2 sides are still fighting. Why is the situation not optimistic? Even if both sides come together to fight Konoha, with the 5th generation here, they can't lose. The 3rd generation looked at everyone and then explained, in the battle between the Rain Village and the Rock Village, we have been undercover monitoring and transmitting intelligence back. Originally, the strength of the 2 sides was about the same. The number of ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village is limited. After conquering the Hidden Sand Village, there are less than 5,000 ninjas left, far less than the more than 10,000 ninjas in the Hidden Rock Village. They can barely fight the Hidden Rock Village because they have members of Akatsuki and many masters. But just yesterday, the number of ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village suddenly increased to 95,000, and they dispatched a very powerful monster, which directly defeated and occupied the Hidden Rock Village in less than an hour. And the worst news is that this morning, Nagato, the common leader of the Hidden Rain and Akatsuki, has officially declared war on Konoha. Chapter 405. Nagato, that child, something must have happened. When Jiraiya heard the 3rd Hokage mention Nagato, a complicated look appeared on his face. After fighting with the leader of the Rain Ninja, the demigod-like salamander Hanzo, on his way back to Konoha, he accepted 3 orphans from the Land of Rain as his disciples. They were Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. In his eyes, these 3 children were all very kind children. Their dreams were the same as his, hoping to end the war and make the world no longer filled with hatred. Especially Nagato, who also possessed the eyes of the legendary 6-Path Sage. So he always thought that the child of prophecy predicted by the Toad Sage, who could change the world and end the war in the future, might be Nagato. But he didn't expect that Nagato would become what he is now. Not only did he almost destroy the entire Konoha, but he also started the 4th Ninja World War, and destroyed so many countries and villages. This was completely contrary to their previous dreams. What? 95,000 ninjas? Impossible. Rain Ninja is such a small country. Even if they recruited all the ninjas in the occupied country, there would not be so many ninjas. And that monster? What kind of monster is so powerful that it can defeat the defensive Iwagakure so quickly? The other Jonins also began to discuss in disbelief. 95,000 ninjas, what a joke. The total number of ninjas in the entire ninja world is probably only that many. It seems that the start of this ninja war in the Hidden Rain Village was premeditated. It would have been great if I could have killed him that day, but unfortunately his body is indeed very powerful. Even I only got one of his eyes. Lichuan pretended to sigh when he heard this. In fact, the strength of the 100,000 White Zetsu is not strong. Without the enhancement of the original plot by Kabuto Yakushi, the hard power is not as good as that of the average Chunin. But White Zetsu is proficient in disguise and transformation, and unlike ordinary transformation, it is a transformation that can even imitate chakra. This is also the reason why the Rain Ninja can quickly deal with other villages. White Zetsu becomes a ninja from the same village, and when the opponent has no defense at all, he sneaks up and takes him down, then becomes the captured ninja, and continues to replace all the ninjas in the village one by one. So when they first appeared, they were not the original appearance of White Zetsu, but the appearance of other ninjas. Godashi, don't blame yourself. If you hadn't snatched one of his eyes, Konoha would have been dead in name only. The 3rd Dai hurriedly comforted him upon hearing this. Nagato, who possessed the eyes of the six-paths sage, was indeed powerful. Without his real body, he almost destroyed Konoha by controlling a few puppets. Li Chuan was able to defeat those puppets, and was able to repel Nagato and snatch an eye of the six-paths sage from him. He was already very powerful. Now Li Chuan's strength has been greatly improved. Originally, this four-way battle should be stable, but he didn't expect the opponent to make such a big battle. It is unknown whether Li Chuan can defeat Nagato, who controls the terrible monster with his current strength. Teacher, the monster controlled by Nagato has amazing destructive power. Do you have any information about it? Li Chuan turned his head and looked at the third generation again. The third generation took out a scroll in preparation. This is what the monster looks like, but unfortunately, we haven't found out what it is yet. Why does this thing look a bit like a tailed beast? A group of Konoha Jonin looked at the monster on the scroll, and their faces showed puzzled expressions. Although they didn't know this monster, such a strange and huge body, plus the 10 tails flying behind it, it was very consistent with the characteristics of a tailed beast. It's just that everyone knows that there are only 9-tailed beasts in total, and the one with the most tails is the 9-tailed one. I have never heard of a tailed beast with 10 tails. This is indeed a tailed beast, and it is the legendary 10-tailed beast. At this time, Li Chuan spoke with a serious look. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he continued, "In fact, after taking one of Nagato's eyes, I have been sending people to check the relevant information about this eye belonging to the six-paths sage. Later, I found relevant records in an ancient book privately collected by a noble in the capital. It is said that thousands of years ago, the six-paths sage subdued a powerful monster called the 10 Tails and sealed it in his body. Before he died, he was afraid that the monster's power was too strong and would bring disaster to the world. So he extracted the chakra of the 10 Tails and divided it into 9 parts, and then hid its body on the moon. And those 9 parts of chakra are the 9-tailed beasts today. I originally thought it was just a legend, but now it seems to be true. Nagato used the eyes of the six-paths sage to summon the body of the 10 Tails back from the moon, and then put several tailed beasts back into the body of the 10 Tails to revive it. No wonder Akatsuki had been trying to collect the tailed beasts before. It turned out to be to revive the 10 Tails. At this time, Jiraiya suddenly realized. He had discovered that Akatsuki was collecting information about the tailed beasts when he was chasing Orochimaru, but he just couldn't figure out why Akatsuki was so obsessed with catching the tailed beasts. Danzo's face showed an unnatural expression. It was he who induced Hanzo to kill Akatsuki, who was enthusiastic about peace at the time, in order to get Nagato's pair of eyes belonging to the six-paths sage, and was finally killed by a monster summoned by him. Now I know that the monster is the shell of the 10 Tails. It is said that the 10 Tails has the power to destroy the world, plus the 95,000 rain ninjas who appeared out of nowhere, and the members of Akatsuki. It will be a tough battle for us in Konoha. Li Chuan stood up slowly, his face full of solemnity. But even if it is a tough battle, we have to fight. Otherwise, if the rain ninjas win, the entire ninja world may be devastated. Then let's go all out and fight them. A group of Konoha's Jonins stood up indignantly. Even the 5th generation, who could easily destroy the mist and cloud ninjas, found it difficult to deal with, which shows that the enemy is really very powerful. But no matter how powerful the enemy is, Konoha will not surrender. Very good, then let's start the battle plan against the rain ninjas, notify the entire village to prepare for the battle, gather all the ninjas tomorrow, and we will fight the rain ninjas to the death. Finally, Li Chuan slammed the table and encouraged loudly. In fact, at this point, basically all the ninjas in the ninja world are his people, and it is not a problem to force unification, but if that happens, problems will inevitably arise later because the hearts will definitely not be united. So he wanted to put on a show with Nagato, a good show for all the ninjas in the ninja world to see. Not only did he want to show that he and Nagato were so powerful that they were invincible, and could not be resisted, but he also wanted all the ninjas to sincerely participate in the unification of the ninja world after the end, rather than being succumbed to force, and being unified unwillingly. Chapter 406. Godashi, I think in the current situation, maybe we can bring the Cloud Ninja and Mist Ninja together to fight the enemy together. Just when the combat meeting was about to end, the 3rd generation suddenly made a suggestion. After the 3rd generation suggestion was made, it immediately aroused discussion among the crowd. Some opposed it, and some agreed. But most of them agreed. After all, compared with the powerful Rain Ninja, the Cloud Ninja and Mist Ninja villages that Li Chuan could take care of alone seemed less dangerous. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Now their Hokage Li Chuan may be able to resist Nagato and the 10 Tails, but the number of their soldiers is far from that of 95,000 ninjas. If they can pull the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja over, then the power comparison will be similar. Okay, I will talk to the two Kages in person tonight. Li Chuan did not object to the 5th generation's proposal, because he felt that the final big show would be more effective if all ninjas saw it. At night, in the Hokage's office. Lord Raikage, Lord Mizukage, this is what happened. If you are willing to help Konoha fight the Rain Ninja, then I can forgive you for invading Konoha and maintain the peace we had before. Li Chuan smiled kindly at the 4th Raikage AI and the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. After AI and Terumi Mei looked at each other, they nodded without hesitation. First of all, they were the fish on the chopping board. If they disagreed, Konoha might get rid of them first in order to avoid trouble in the battle with the Rain Ninja. Secondly, if they disagreed, if the Rain Ninja won in the end, they would obviously not have a good ending. Helping Konoha could at least protect their village. If Konoha lost, they would end up like the destroyed Sand and Rock Ninja. So after listening to Li Chuan's explanation of the current strength of the Rain Ninja, they quickly agreed to Li Chuan's invitation. And so, the next morning, in addition to the old, weak, sick and disabled who stayed in the village, Konoha, Mist and Cloud Ninja had a total of about 30,000 ninjas. Under the leadership of Hokage Li Chuan, Mizukage Terumi Mei and Raikage AI, the troops began to be initially assigned for combat, with Shikaku as the general commander, preparing to set off for the final battle agreed with Rain Ninja. However, just before departure, an accident happened. Hokage-sama, it's bad, Naruto is missing. Raikage-sama, it's bad, Kabira-sama and Yuzuki-sama are also missing. It turned out that after Li Chuan, Raikage and Mizukage reached an agreement last night, all the Thunder Ninja and Mist Ninja were released, and set up a temporary camp outside Konoha village. But when they were preparing to set off in the morning, Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha, Kabira, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki of the Kumogakure camp, and Yuzuki, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, all disappeared. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. We were careless. It must be the Rain Ninja who made a move. The 10-tailed needs to evolve into a complete form, which requires all the power of the 9-tailed beasts. The 2-tailed, 8-tailed, and 9-tailed are exactly what they need. Li Chuan immediately showed a very annoyed expression. Yes, just to highlight his strength in the later battle, he sneaked into the temporary camp of the Thunder Ninja in the early morning, knocked out Kabira and Yuzuki, and took away Naruto, who was sleeping at home, and teleported them to Nagato. Nagato, if you dare to hurt my brother, I will tear you into pieces. The 4th Raikage was furious when he heard this. The border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. When Li Chuan, AI and Mei Terumi appeared here with 30,000 joint troops, Nagato had been waiting for a long time with the members of Akatsuki and 95,000 White Zetsu. What are they? When everyone saw the 95,000 identical White Zetsu bodies on the opposite side, except for Li Chuan, they were stunned. Before they could react, the 95,000 White Zetsu instantly changed their appearance, and the terrifying thing was that the appearance they transformed into was exactly the appearance of every ninja in the 30,000 ninja coalition here. Transformation technique, what's the point of doing this? Raikage frowned immediately. Transformation technique is occasionally used when lurking, and it is okay to deceive those genin who are not good at perception. For large-scale operations like this, the strength of ninjas is basically not bad, and they have special perception troops. This kind of transformation is just like taking off pants to fart, a superfluous act. In my opinion, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The 3rd generation next to Li Chuan also frowned. Because although he is not a specialized perception-type ninja, he is also proficient in perception-type ninjutsu, and he couldn't tell the real and fake of those transformed White Zetsu for a while. As soon as the 3rd generation finished speaking, the captain of the coalition perception unit, the Raikage guard, she rushed over. My lords, the situation is not good. All the perception-skilled ninjas in our 3 villages can't identify the real and fake of the transformed ninjas in front. Even their chakra is exactly the same as our ninjas. Upon hearing this news, the faces of the Raikage and others suddenly changed. What does this mean? This means that when the fight breaks out, as long as the Rain Ninjas on the opposite side rush into the coalition, they will no longer be able to distinguish who is the enemy and who is the teammate, and it is easy to be attacked and injured by mistake. Godage Hokage, I want to talk to you. Just when everyone was confused by the transformation technique that White Zetsu could not distinguish, Nagato, who was standing in the front, actually flew directly towards this side. Before Li Chuan stepped forward to reply, Jiraiya walked to the front first. Nagato, stop it, don't make any more mistakes. Yahiko, Konan, And you, don't you hate war the most? Why do you want to start a war? What is the reason? Teacher Jiraiya, Yahiko is dead. I want to start a war for Yahiko, and for peace. Only by making the ninjas of these big countries feel what pain is, and make them afraid, will they dare not start a war again. Nagato saw Jiraiya below, and then stopped in the air, and replied expressionlessly. When Jiraiya heard what Nagato said, his body was also startled. Yahiko is dead? Yes, Yahiko has been following your teachings, leading us and some like-minded people to lobby everywhere, working hard to make the world no longer have wars, and for all countries to coexist peacefully. However, in order to seize my eyes, the Danzo from your village teamed up with the salamander Hanzo to kill Yahiko and our like-minded friends. Since then, I understand that your peace, Jiraiya, is too naive and idealistic, because as long as there are interests, the wars between the major countries will not stop, and the hatred will not be cut off. So only by making you feel pain can we create real peace. Nagato repeated the theory he had before he met Lichuan. Chapter 407. Danzo. Hearing Nagato's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but turn around and glared at Danzo. It turned out that the cause of the matter was Danzo. This time, the decisive battle of the entire ninja world was related. Except for some old, weak and disabled people who really had no strength, Lichuan pulled out all the ninjas, including Danzo and all his root members. You are worthy of being the root of Konoha. You are really famous for your unyielding means. Other ninjas also looked at Danzo, and the upright Raikage even sneered. The interests of the village are above all else. I did this for the village. When you stole the Byakugan, were you any better than me? Danzo was not a pushover. He left the Raikage speechless with one sentence. Although he wanted the eyes to strengthen himself and seize the position of Hokage, as long as he said it was for the interests of the village, no one could say anything to him. This was his best excuse. Okay, let's talk about these things after the war is over. Lichuan raised his hand, and then flew up to the opposite side of Nagato. What do you want to talk about? God Hokage, to tell you the truth, those things below are called white Zetsu. They are not real people, but they have transformation techniques that you cannot recognize. But their weakness is also very simple, that is, their individual strength is not strong. Once the fight breaks out, the result will definitely be your coalition victory, but at least more than 80% of the people will die. Don't expect to save them by yourself. You are indeed strong, but I have the 10 tails of the 6-path sage. It is hard to say who will win between us. Nagato explained calmly. Lichuan nodded. You are right, but this concerns the fate of the entire ninja world. Unless you stop the war, even if there is only one person left after we sacrifice, we must stop you. I understand, so I have a suggestion. Nagato waved his hand, and big trees instantly grew behind the white Zetsu army. Those big trees were not hung with fruits, but ninjas with the forehead logos of various villages. And in the front row, it is obvious that the third-generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Anoki's son Huangtu, and granddaughter Kuratsuchi can be seen. There are also Gaara of the Sand Shadow, Chio Granny, and other high-ranking officials of various villages that were conquered by the Rain Ninja, as well as Naruto, Kabira, and Yuzuki, who disappeared this morning. They are obviously still alive, and they all have their eyes open, and can see this duel, and hear the conversation between the two, but their bodies are restricted by some kind of ninjutsu and cannot move. Your coalition forces, and my white Zetsu army, the members of Akatsuki will not move, and I will fight you alone. What if I don't agree? Lichuan raised his eyebrows and asked. Nagato's tone was still calm. If you don't agree, then all the ninjas from the villages behind that I captured will be killed before the war, and even if your coalition wins, there will probably be only a few left. My plan to make the world feel pain is completed. If you agree, you win. With your strength, it won't be a problem to deal with these white Zetsu and Akatsuki members. You, Konoha, will be the biggest winner in this war. If you lose, it won't be a problem to deal with your coalition with my strength. I have completed my plan with all the members of Akatsuki, and there will be no more wars in the future. Wait a minute, I need some time to think about it. After listening, Lichuan flew back to the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Raikage, Mizukage, and others and asked, What do you think? 5 Hokage, are you confident that you can beat Nagato? The third Hokage asked first. The others also looked at Lichuan. If Lichuan was confident that he could win, he would definitely agree with Nagato's proposal. Lichuan pretended to hesitate for a moment, but still shook his head. To be honest, I'm not sure. My intuition tells me that the current Nagato is much stronger than the Nagato who attacked Konoha last time. If that's the case, then I can't agree to it. At this time, Danzo also came over. If we start a war now, it's true as Nagato said, 80% of the ninjas in the coalition may die, but the remaining 20% will definitely be the strongest ninjas in the 3 villages. Nagato must know that it will be difficult to determine the winner in a short time, and he is worried that the remaining 20% of us will help you defeat him, so he made this proposal. Don't fall into their trap. He didn't care about the lives of the people from other villages, who were captured by the Rain Ninja, nor was he afraid of sacrificing 80% of the ninjas of the coalition. Those people died, and in the end, as long as Li Chuan could kill Nagato, or it would be best if they both died together, he would have a better chance to realize his ambition. Anyway, Nagato must not win. If Nagato wins, he will definitely die, regardless of the others. You are talking nonsense. If you disagree, Kibara and Yuzuki will be killed immediately, and your little Jinchuriki of the Ninetails will also be killed. Hearing Danzo's words, the Rakich's body was full of lightning, and he was obviously very angry. Kibara was his last relative. How could he watch Kibara die in front of him? And the Mizukage Terumi obviously did not agree with Danzo's words. With the current strength of the Kirigakage, the last 20% left, there might be only a dozen Kirigakure ninjas, and the Kirigakure village would be finished. 5 generations, if you are not sure, just follow Danzo's suggestion. Rarely, the 3 generations agreed with Danzo's words. Even though he couldn't bear to see so many people die, Danzo was right in the big picture, because this would give them the best chance of winning. And according to their strength, Konoha would definitely have the most surviving ninjas. As long as Li Chuan won, with Li Chuan around, they could slowly develop and become the most prosperous first ninja village again in a few hundred years. Jiraiya on the side remained silent, because with his personality, he couldn't be as ruthless as the 3rd generation in Danzo, but he knew rationally that the 3rd generation and Danzo's decision would give them the best chance of winning. Therefore, he had no choice but to remain silent and let Li Chuan make the decision. At this time, Li Chuan looked at the crowd whose atmosphere was gradually becoming tense, and knew that the time was almost right, so he raised his hand and pressed, "Stop arguing, otherwise, before the decisive battle begins, our own people will fight first, which will just satisfy the enemy's wishes." As he said this, the quarrels between the 3rd generation, Danzo, Rakichi, and Mizukage also stopped, and they all looked at Li Chuan. Indeed, it was useless for them to say anything, and the final decision was still in Li Chuan's hands, depending on what Li Chuan thought. Li Chuan closed his eyes, and pretended to hesitate and think, and finally slowly opened his eyes. I decided to agree with Nagato's proposal. These words that Nagato said were originally what he asked Nagato to say, so how could he not agree? Chapter 408. The 5th generation. Hearing Li Chuan's words, the 3rd generation and Danzo immediately tried to persuade him again, but were stopped by Li Chuan. No need to persuade me, I have made up my mind. Think about why the 1st generation established Konoha. It was for world peace, to end the fateful war between families. Even though he had such a strong power, he did not attack other ninja villages, and distributed the tail beasts to them to balance the power of the major villages, hoping to maintain world peace for a long time. If I really reject Nagato's proposal now, too many people will die today. And I believe that after this time, everyone should be alert, and will not start a war easily again. Don't worry, even if I can't guarantee to defeat Nagato, I am still somewhat sure to die with him. Li Chuan's tone was extremely firm, and a smile that made people feel warm appeared on his face. 5 generations of Hokage. Hearing Li Chuan's words, whether it was the ninjas of Konoha, Kumogakure, or Mist Village, their eyes revealed respect. Obviously, the 5th Hokage has made up his mind to save everyone even if it means sacrificing himself. It was the same when Akatsuki attacked Konoha and caused countless deaths. The 5th Hokage used his own life to resurrect everyone. If it weren't for luck, they would have been buried in the cemetery. But now the 5th Hokage wants to save not only Konoha, but all the ninjas in the entire ninja world. So even the Rakichi and the Mizukage had already respected Li Chuan from the bottom of their hearts after he made the decision. Before, they were impressed by Li Chuan's terrifying strength, but now they are impressed by his noble spirit. The effect is good. After taking a glance, he found that except for the old man Danzo, everyone else had been dealt with. Li Chuan stopped talking nonsense and flew to Nagato again and shouted, "Okay, Nagato, I agree to your conditions." On the other side, the ninjas and shadows from various villages, who were sealed on the tree branches, all breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Li Chuan's answer. You know, if Li Chuan refused, they would all be killed by Nagato in the next second. So Li Chuan's yes also saved all their lives. In that case, let's get started. Nagato flew to the open space between the two armies, and clapped his hands directly, and the huge Ten Tails was summoned by him. Then he landed on the head of the Ten Tails, and a thin wooden vine flew out from the top of the Ten Tails' head and connected to the back of his head. After Li Chuan killed Obito, he didn't stop caring about it. Afterwards, he transplanted part of Hashirama's cells from Obito's half-body into Nagato's body, and resurrected Obito with the 6 pads Ten Tails coffin seal, which can make him the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. So now Nagato's body has both the Extremis virus and Hashirama's cells, and he can also become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. There is no other way. If you want all ninjas to feel the desperate gap in strength, you must improve Nagato's strength, otherwise this drama will end up being a joke. As for whether Nagato would betray after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Li Chuan was not worried about this at all. It was not that he was confident in Nagato's character, but people's hearts were unpredictable, especially in the world of Naruto, which produced many mental illnesses. He was not worried because even if Nagato became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would not be his opponent. Now Nagato has one Samsara Eye, one Mangekyo of Obito, and Hashirama's cells. After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he is actually on the same level as 6 pads Obito. Adding the Desperate Virus, he is at most about the same level as the One-Eyed 6 pads Madara. The One-Eyed 6 pads Madara was kicked off half of his body by Kai with the 8 gates fully opened, although Madara was transferred away by the 4th generation because of the Seeking Truth Jade, and he was also deliberately holding a posture of taking the lead and did not dodge. But at least there is such a conclusion, that is, if Kai can maintain the 8 gates fully opened, he can definitely reach the 6 pads level. Li Chuan's basic physical fitness is not a little bit stronger than Kai, so his second form of 8 gates fully opened is definitely much stronger than Kai's 8 gates fully opened. It is definitely not worse than 6 pads Nagato. However, on this basis, he also has the bonus of the Sage mode that combines Chakra and Jin Danjin Yuan, the bonus of the Small Universe, the special moves of the Major Gold Saints, the Flying Sword magic weapon, and the strongest 3-headed 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya that defeated Saga. So let alone 6 pads Nagato, even the 3-eyed 6 pads Madara, can't be his opponent. Even if Kagaya Otsutsuki broke out of the seal, he didn't think he would lose. The main reason is that Kagaya Otsutsuki is strong. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, and having eaten the fruit of the sacred tree, and absorbing the chakra of most ninjas in the ninja world, the energy in his body is absolutely powerful and terrifying. But this woman doesn't know how to fight at all, and she only exerted 10% of her full strength. Come to think of it, Kagaya Otsutsuki was originally a love-brained person, and later, she ate the fruit of the sacred tree and became very powerful. She could kill ordinary humans with just a glance, and she didn't need to fight at all. The only combat experience she had was probably fighting with her 2 sons, and then she was sealed on the moon. So her original overwhelming strength was sealed again by Naruto and Sasuke. The key is that Kagaya Otsutsuki will not be resurrected. There are 2 conditions for Kagaya Otsutsuki to be resurrected. One is the container, which is the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, who has opened the Moon Eye, and the other is the key, which is Black Zetsu. Now Black Zetsu has been killed by him directly. Without the key, it is impossible to be resurrected with only the container. Besides, Li Chuan will not let Nagato plant the sacred tree to absorb the chakra of all ninjas in the ninja world and open the infinite moon reading. If we say that in this world, apart from those invisible gods, the only one he is not sure he can defeat may be the 6-pad sage. The 6-pad sage's strength is definitely not as good as Kagaya Otsutsuki's, but his combat awareness and methods are very terrifying. Until now, he is not sure whether he can dodge and break through the Chibaku Tensei that is as big as the moon. After all, Kagaya Otsutsuki has Yomi Hirasaka, which is also sealed. Moreover, the 6-pad sage has been dead for so many years, and he can still appear in the final battle to add back to Naruto and Sasuke, so that they can all be upgraded to the 6 pads level, which is very scary. So unless he comprehends the 7th sense, or the golden elixir can further break through the Yuaning, he can have absolute confidence to defeat the 6-pad sage. Is this the 10 Tails? It's simply a monster among monsters. Can the 5th Hokage really beat it? On the side of the Ninja Alliance, when all the ninjas really saw the 10 Tails that was summoned, facing the pressure that was simply not a life level, they all had such an idea in their hearts at the same time. Chapter 409. If the 1 to 9 tails are already the existences that most ninjas fear, then the 10 tails, in terms of size and momentum, gives people a feeling that is completely incomparable to any other single-tailed beast. Most tailed beasts are about 50 to 60 meters tall, and the tallest 8 and 9 tails are only 100 meters tall. However, even in its first form, the 10 tails is estimated to be at least 700 to 800 meters tall, which is far from the mark. And even if you are not a perception-type ninja, you can clearly sense the huge amount of chakra in the 10 tails, which is dozens of times stronger than the strongest 9 tails. Godage Hokage, I used this move to finish you off. After the two stood still, Nagato shouted loudly, and directly controlled the mouth of the 10 tails to open, gathering a large amount of chakra, and shooting a tail beast ball over 100 meters long at Lichuan. And Lichuan also spread his flying sword wings behind him, and dodged at super fast speed. Boom, 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 boom! As Lichuan dodged at high speed, countless hills hundreds of meters high behind him were directly smashed by the powerful tail beast ball, turning into large pits. The shocking and terrifying scene frightened the ninjas of the Ninja Coalition, and they quickly retreated to keep a distance to prevent being accidentally injured. To be honest, if this tail beast ball was to be shot at the Ninja Coalition, it would probably take only a few shots to kill more than 90% of the ninjas in the coalition. It's powerful enough, but not fast enough. Dodging the continuous attacks of the laser-tailed beast cannon, Lichuan accelerated to get above the 10 tails, and punched Nagato on top of the 10 tails. But just when he was about to hit, a hurricane had already hit him. It turned out that Nagato was controlling the 10 tails, and punched Lichuan. Faced with a fist as big as a small mountain, Lichuan gave up the attack and dodged and retreated. Let me show you the human tail beast ball. Lichuan came to the sky above the 10 tails, put his hands down, and soon, various energy balls of the same size as the tail beast ball shot down. Senjutsu Wind Style Super Large Rasengan Shuriken. Senjutsu Fire Style Super Large Rasengan Shuriken. Senjutsu Lightning Style Super Large Rasengan Shuriken. Senjutsu Earth Style Super Large Rasengan Shuriken. The Rasengan was originally a non-attribute chakra ball created by the 4th Hokage based on the principle of the tail beast ball. Later, Naruto added the wind style attribute and further developed it. After becoming the Hokage, Lichuan naturally learned this move, but because of his comprehensive attributes, he not only added the wind style when using it, but also added other attributes. In this way, the tail beasts fought back and forth, and for a while they were evenly matched. The Ninja Coalition and the captives hanging on the tree branches were also very frightened, fearing that Lichuan would lose in the end. Senjutsu, Super Multiplication Technique. Teleporting to avoid the 10 tails tail beast ball bombs, Lichuan suddenly turned into a giant 600 meters tall in midair, and punched the 10 tails from top to bottom. This powerful blow directly smashed the 10 tails and Nagato into the ground. Did we win? Seeing that the 10 tails seemed to have no movement, the people of the Ninja Coalition immediately showed an expectant expression. However, things were obviously not that simple. The 10 tails that Lichuan smashed into the deep pit actually split in the middle, and then a new 10 tails crawled out. The appearance of this 10 tails changed significantly, from the initial animal crawling state to a human-shaped upright state, with a height of 1,000 meters, and the 10 tails also changed into the shape of claws. It was the 10 tails that evolved from the initial first form to the stronger second form. So a new round of battle began again. This time, the destructive power caused by both sides was obviously more severe than before. However, in the end, Lichuan was better, using some of the Saint Seiya tricks he had used against the Mist and Cloud ninjas before to defeat the second form of the 10 tails again. Just when everyone was igniting hope, reality knocked them down again. Because the 10 tails actually evolved from the second form to the third form. The 10 tails, which was originally 1,000 meter tall but bamboo-like, has now become 1,000 meter tall muscular 10 tails. The power of the third form of the 10 tails is much stronger than that of the second form, and it spits out the tail beast ball faster and more powerful. Under the suppression of the third form of the 10 tails, Lichuan began to fall into a disadvantage, which made the hearts of the spectators rise to their throats many times. Fortunately, Lichuan finally opened the 8 gates of Duanjia and opened it to the 7th gate, and his strength was equal again. I didn't expect that you would be so powerful that even the 10 tails that destroyed the world could not defeat you, so I have to use this last trick. After a fierce fight, Nagato saw that the time was almost up and shouted loudly, then formed 6 10 tails coffin seals with his hands, and took all the huge 10 tails into his body. At this time, his appearance also changed a lot. His skin turned into a green color like plants. He was wearing the robe of the 6-path sage. 8 seeking jades were floating behind him. In his right hand, he held a 6-path staff transformed from the seeking jades. I have absorbed the 10 tails into my body, and became the 10 tails Jinchuriki. I have activated the 6 paths mode. Now I am the reincarnated 6-path sage, with the same powerful power as the 6-path sage. Godame Hokage, you can die in peace. What? Six-Path Sage. After hearing what Nagato said, all the ninjas present changed their faces and sank to the lowest point in their hearts. It's over. It seems that it's all over now. No matter how strong the fifth Hokage is, how can he be stronger than the Six-Path Sage? Some knowledgeable old ninjas have found that the form shown by Nagato at this time is indeed very similar to the Six-Path Sage, who founded the ninja sect in the legend. In other words, Nagato did not lie to them. Is it really because we ninjas have been waging wars that the Six-Path Sage reincarnates to punish us? For ninjas, the status of the Six-Path Sage is unmatched, because he is the sage who created chakra and ninjutsu in legend, and is the ancestor of all ninjas. Hashirama Senju is already very strong and is recognized as the god of ninjas. But in the hearts of all ninjas, Hashirama Senju, the god of ninjas, is still incomparable to the Six-Path Sage. This gap is like the difference between people's attitude towards gods like Mazu, 8 immortals, and city gods, who are cultivated by humans, and those gods like Niwa and Fushi who were born when the world was created. Not on the same level. The fifth Hokage is indeed strong, but they think he is only as strong as the legendary ninja god Senju Hashirama. He is no match for the Six-Path Sage. The result of the battle soon seemed to confirm this point, because the fifth Hokage, who is just as strong as the third form of the Ten Tails, was actually knocked away by a 10 staff of the Six Paths Nagato. Chapter 410. At this point, I can only go all out. Pretending to be beaten by Nagato, Li Chuan also opened the 8th gate of the 8 gates, and his momentum suddenly increased. Li Chuan, who was in sage mode and fully opened the 8 gates, could actually easily crush Nagato at this time. But of course he couldn't do that, so he started the last round of a tie. The people who had originally been desperate, hope rose again in their hearts. I didn't expect that the fifth Hokage had surpassed the god of ninja and reached the realm of the Six-Path Sage. The fourth Raikage AI stood in front of everyone, looking at the Six-Path Madara and Li Chuan fighting in the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, even if he was famous for his speed and strength, he couldn't see the two fighting figures clearly now. If he faced one of them, he would probably die in an instant without even having time to react. Yes, if it weren't for the fifth Hokage, I'm afraid our Kirigakure and Kumogakure would have perished now. The fifth Mizukage Mei Terumi also nodded involuntarily. Obviously, with the strength shown by Nagato, after destroying Iwagakure, it would be no problem for him to destroy their Kirigakure and Kumogakure. If it weren't for the fifth Hokage, I'm afraid the fourth war would have started with the destruction of Konoha. The third Hokage and other Konoha high-level officials didn't say this, but they all thought so in their hearts at this time. You must know that the first ninja village attacked by Akatsuki was Konoha, and at that time it didn't have the current strength. With the 6 paths and Akatsuki cadres, Konoha was almost destroyed. Among them, Danzo reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was very fortunate now, not fortunate that Konoha had a master like Li Chuan. Instead, he was thankful that when Li Chuan was chosen as the 5th generation, he wanted to assassinate him for a while, but finally stopped the idea. Otherwise, he might have been a corpse long ago. Nagato, stop it. What you want is world peace, but there is no need to use such drastic means. I believe everyone has been warned. At least there will be no more wars in the short term in the future. Half an hour later, Li Chuan pretended to be out of breath and advised. And Nagato just shook his head. I don't want a short time, I want eternal peace. Since you are stubborn, I can only do this. Li Chuan retreated a distance after hearing this, and a black energy ball began to appear in his hand quickly, and then the ball expanded rapidly, and was held above his head. When Nagato saw this, he actually did the same action as Li Chuan, and also gathered a ball of the same size, and said very calmly, I know what to do. You have to learn from the 6-path sage, and use the Chibaku Tensei to make a moon to seal me in the sky, but don't forget, I can do it too. I know you can do it too. Li Chuan's face also calmed down. Nagato's expression suddenly changed. So this is your plan. You want to be sealed with me. Is it really worth sacrificing your life for those people who think about war every day? The ninjas below heard the conversation between the two and immediately understood what they meant. The moon in the sky is a container created by the 6-path sage using the strongest sealing technique to seal monsters. Now Li Chuan obviously cannot defeat Nagato, so he wants to use this sealing method to seal Nagato. In order to protect himself, Nagato can also use this sealing method to seal Li Chuan. So if the two of them take action now, Nagato and Li Chuan will be sealed in the sky at the same time, and there will be 2 more moons in the sky from now on. At this time, they also understood what Li Chuan meant by dying together, and at the same time, they also expressed their infinite gratitude and respect for Li Chuan in their hearts. It's worth it. People are good by nature. I always think that it is the acquired environment that has caused the current situation in the ninja world. Everyone is kind by nature. Although I sacrificed myself this time, it would be worth it if my sacrifice could save all of them. I believe they will definitely change after this. There is nothing wrong with your battle strategy, but I may not do it as you say. What if I don't use Chibaku Tensei to seal you, but create a meteorite as big as the moon to smash it down below? Nagato was silent for a moment, then pointed at the ninja coalition below. By then, everyone below will die, not only them, but the entire continent will be devastated. I guess in the end, only you will survive. So if you choose to seal me, I will indeed be sealed, but everyone except you will be buried with me. What? Hearing Nagato's words, everyone panicked. Many of them came today, actually ready to die. Of course, it would be best if they could survive. But they hope that their death will be exchanged for their families in the village to continue to live well. If everyone on this continent will die by then, what is the meaning of their fight? I think you won't do this. You hope for world peace. If everyone on the continent dies, your dream will also be shattered. Li Chuan's face also showed an extremely solemn expression, as if what Nagato said was true. In fact, let alone Nagato, he himself could not create a Chibaku Tensei as big as the moon. He was just trying to scare the ninjas in all the villages below, and it seemed that he really scared them. Whether I will do it depends on your next decision? Nagato's face became unusually serious. Li Chuan frowned. What do you mean? I can't let you destroy our remaining 3 villages. No, that's not what I mean. After fighting with you until now, I suddenly changed my mind after hearing what you said just now. Man is good at birth. Maybe it's really not necessary to destroy all ninjas. We just need to build a unified country, a unified empire, no longer divided into so many villages, and all resources are concentrated together for distribution. There is no need to fight for interests and resources. There is no Konoha, no Amigakure, no Sand Village, Rock Village and Cloud Village. There is only a ninja empire. The daimyo are the civil representatives of the empire, and the shadows of the major ninja villages are the military representatives of the empire. If everyone works together to build this empire, then everyone will live happily. The cycle of hatred will naturally be solved. Nagato said all the lines that Li Chuan had prepared in advance with a serious face. And Li Chuan also showed a hesitant look. If you agree to my conditions, everyone can live. If you refuse my conditions, everyone will die except you. Nagato said coldly, which made all the ninjas below terrified. Chapter 411. Li Chuan pretended to think about it. If that's the case, I can agree to your terms on behalf of Konoha, but I can't represent other ninja villages. If possible, please release the leaders of each village first. I hope to discuss with them before making this decision. Okay. Nagato waved his hand, and the seals on the leaders of each village were unlocked one by one, and they were sent to the ninja coalition by White Zetsu. The 2 of them also temporarily put away the terrifying black energy ball condensed by Chibaku Tensei and fell from the sky. What do you think of the conditions? Nagato said. Li Chuan asked the Kages of each village, of course mainly the Kages, and the acting Kages of the other 4 major ninja villages. The 4th Reikage Ai, the 5th Mizukage Meiterumi, the 3rd Suchikage Anoki, and the temporary acting Kage Chio Granny of Sand Village. The 4 looked at each other and nodded at the same time. We agree. Just kidding, they wanted to refuse, but the key result of refusing was that everyone would die together, and there was no possibility of refusing. Now they could only comfort themselves in their hearts. At least they were not destroyed by a certain village, but everyone merged together to build a better home together. At least none of their relatives and friends died in this war. At least in the future they will no longer have to fight or kill people. Although this is not the best choice. But think about it carefully, Sand Village and Rock Village have already been defeated by Rain Ninja. If it weren't for Nagato saving their lives, the 2 villages would have disappeared in history. Kumogakure and Mist Village also declared war on Konoha, and have long since become Konoha's captives. They had no say in this matter. The say was in the hands of Nagato and the 5th Hokage. Being able to occupy a place in the newly established ninja empire is already the best result. In this case, Nagato, we agree with your proposal. After seeing the 4 major ninja villages speak, the shadows of other small ninja villages also echoed their agreement, and no one raised any objections. Li Chuan turned to Nagato and told them their choice. After listening, Nagato nodded and said to everyone, since the ninja empire has been established, there must be an emperor to lead us. I think. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by several Kages. It can't be you. They can accept the establishment of a unified empire, but they cannot accept Nagato, the one who started the 4 wars, as the leader of all of them, because it is equivalent to Nagato defeating all of them and unifying them all. I think this position should be taken by the 5th Hokage, Master Yuan Chuan. Rikage first put forward his candidate. He has always believed that the strong are respected. Li Chuan is not only strong, but also has the status of a Kage who is equal to them. He also has the noble status of the Prince of the Fire Country. More importantly, his character is impeccable. He would rather sacrifice himself to save everyone. Li Chuan has the same broad mind as the first generation of Konoha's ninja god. He believes that after Li Chuan becomes the emperor, even if they are not Konoha's ninjas, they will not have a bad life. Except for Li Chuan, he does not accept anyone else. I also think that the 5th generation Hokage is more suitable. Mizukage, Tsuchikage, acting Kazekage, and some Kages from small ninja villages also gave the same answer at the same time. In fact, the reason is the same. After experiencing all these things before, they also believe that only Li Chuan's character and strength can sit in that position. Nagato was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. If it is Yuan Chuan, I can give up the position of emperor. I recognize his strength and believe that he can implement the concept of peace and make the world no longer have war. But I have another condition. What condition? Li Chuan asked. Nagato pointed at Danzo, who had a complicated expression at this time. This Danzo once killed many of my friends in order to seize the Samsara Eye. I don't ask to kill him for revenge. He doesn't have many years left to live. I want to seal his chakra and let him continue to live as an ordinary civilian. What did you say, old man? Danzo was so angry that he wanted to argue. Just now, he wanted to compete for the throne, but he didn't speak because he knew it was impossible. Now he was thinking about which important position he should ask Li Chuan to take if the empire was established, how to seize power step by step in the future, what means to use, etc. He didn't expect Nagato to do this. If his chakra was sealed, he could no longer perform ninjutsu, and could not participate in the establishment of the empire. As a civilian, it would be better for him to die now than to live. However, at this moment, his shoulder was suddenly held down by the sand eye next to him. Shimura, the overall situation is important. This is for the peace of the entire ninja world, and for all the ninjas in Konoha, and the families in the village. We are all old, I will accompany you, Xiaochun and Minyan, we will live together in peace, and the future will be handed over to these young people. The Sand Eye thought very openly. Since Li Chuan, the 5th Hokage, became the emperor, it seemed that there was not much difference between unifying the entire ninja world with Konoha. In the future, when the ninja world is at peace and there is no war, it seems that this department that deals with the darkness of the village will no longer be necessary. Hiruzen. You? Hearing the words of the 3rd generation, Danzo wanted to refute, but after looking at everyone's eyes, he knew that the matter had been settled, and finally he could only grit his teeth and nod. In the past, he would always say that he did it for the benefit of the village, but he didn't expect that today he would be asked by others to give up everything he had worked hard for all these years for the benefit of the village. He was extremely unwilling in his heart, but he was powerless to resist at this moment. In an instant, his body was like a deflated balloon, and he looked much older. Li Chuan did not say anything when he saw this. If Danzo could live a peaceful life, he could live a few more years. If he made any small moves again, he would die when the ninja empire was on the right track. It seems that this is the only way to deal with the current situation. Li Chuan nodded solemnly, and agreed to serve as the first emperor of the ninja empire. Everyone has chosen him, so if he continues to be polite, it will seem fake. However, this result was already within his expectations. He spent several months to put on such a good show, just for today. Since then, the ninja empire was officially established. It was not that he conquered it by force, but that everyone was willing and sincerely elected him to be the leader of everyone. In the future, there is basically no need to worry that everyone will rebel because of his military oppression. On the contrary, he will leave his name in the history of this world. The hero who saved the destroyed ninja world, and the great emperor who unified the world and ended the war. Although this is not his main purpose. Chapter 412. Maybe he didn't intend to kill us from the beginning. After everything was settled, several Kage looked at Nagato standing there, and controlling the ninjutsu to release all the captured ninjas, and suddenly they understood something. From launching the 4 wars to occupying those ninja villages, they were all captured alive instead of killed, which was not normal. And after seeing the battle between Nagato and Li Chuan, they realized that even if they didn't agree with Nagato's conditions at the beginning, they would have 20% of their people left after the battle with White Zetsu, and it seemed that they couldn't help at all. because a casual attack from Nagato and Lichuan could kill the 20% of people who survived. Nagato did that, perhaps just to avoid internal friction. Perhaps Nagato's original purpose was to make everyone give up the boundaries between countries and villages, and then build a peaceful and unified world. Of course, if they don't agree to the final condition, they may destroy the world by the way. It seems that you have also discovered that he is not a bad person. At this time, Lichuan also walked in front of several Kages. I plan to appoint Nagato as the regent of the empire, to monitor me and everyone else. I hope we can work together to create a truly peaceful and beautiful world. We agree. The Kages thought about it for a while, and nodded in agreement. Although they all believed in Lichuan's character, he was once the Hokage of Konoha, so it was inevitable that he would be biased. It might not be a bad decision to have Nagato supervise him. Lichuan's mouth slightly raised when he heard this. The so-called supervision of himself is of course nonsense. Nagato is his man, how can he supervise him? He just used this as an excuse to pass the affairs of the empire to Nagato, and they only heard the first sentence, but forgot that the second sentence was to supervise them. If these shadows have any small moves after the successful establishment of the empire, Nagato will not show mercy. Once the empire is stable, the major villages will be integrated, and the concept of the village will be completely abandoned. This is not a simple matter. There will be many conflicts in the future. Sometimes he can't be ruthless and let Nagato solve them. He wants to make the ninja empire enter a stable development stage as quickly as possible, so that he can leave with peace of mind, just like the wizard empire, occasionally come in every few months to show up and collect newly developed ninjutsu. Speaking of developing ninjutsu, he suddenly thought of someone. Orochimaru, it seems that we have to find a time to take this guy in. The ninjas of all the villages combined, about 100,000, plus the nearly 100,000 white Zetsu, the basic 200,000 team of the ninja empire is complete. The next step is to deal with the daimyo of each country, determine the location of the imperial capital, and various matters. The daimyo is not a big problem. Like the major Kages, they have no choice before unification and destruction, and they can't disagree if the Kage agrees. So, in this way, after a busy month, Lichuan ascended the throne in the new imperial capital, which is the most prosperous and rich capital of the Fire Nation. The ninja empire was officially established. The time was changed to the first year of the empire. Because Lichuan was the Hokage before, and Kage is the honorific title for the world leader, so at the suggestion of a group of ceremonial officials, Lichuan was honored as the movie emperor. Lichuan was speechless about this, but he did not object. It was just a title, not important. Moreover, as the protagonist of this big drama, it seems not too much to say that he is the movie emperor. The first thing he did after ascending the throne was to establish the first library of the empire, and collect all the ninjutsu that had ever existed in the ninja world. This was one of the most important reasons for him to establish the ninja empire. Through the cheating of multiple shadow clones, he could easily learn all kinds of ninjutsu from various ninja villages in the future. The second thing is to build a large number of ninja schools. If you want to develop, education is the foundation. Only by cultivating more excellent ninjas can you create better ninjutsu. The third thing is that Lichuan sent Nagato to capture Orochimaru. In fact, with Orochimaru's strength, sending Nagato is a bit of a waste of talent, but who can blame Orochimaru for being proficient in the impure world reincarnation? When the time comes, bring out those dead Kages and masters from various periods, and ordinary people really can't handle it. Although Orochimaru at this time should not be so powerful, his appearance and influence have produced many butterfly effects. Who knows what Orochimaru is like now? Sure enough, he was right. Because of him, the third Hokage did not use the Shiki seal to seal Orochimaru's hands, and Orochimaru did not succeed in tricking Sasuke away. So in the past 2 years, he worked hard to study the impure world reincarnation, and went to the Ryuchi cave to learn the sage mode, which greatly increased his strength and took the same path as Kabuto in the original plot. Jiraiya, who went with Nagato, was unable to deal with so many masters reborn by Orochimaru. It was only when Nagato opened the 6 paths mode that he was able to capture Orochimaru. It was also because of this overwhelming force that Orochimaru realized that his path was wrong, and thus changed his mind and took the initiative to agree to join the empire, and became the chief researcher of the empire with Kabuto Yakushi. After completing the 3 tasks, Lichuan threw a shadow clone to handle various government affairs every day. In fact, it was Nagato, who was good at management, who handled it. His shadow clone was just a facade and didn't really manage it. In addition, other shadow clones immersed themselves in the Imperial Library day and night to learn various ninjutsu. However, His true self used the aura converter to practice and comprehend the seven sense every day. In the meantime, he also returned to the main world twice, both times to show up in the Wizard Empire, and then came back immediately, after spending nearly a year in the small world in his hands. That day, he walked invisibly on the streets of the new imperial capital that had been expanded 4 or 5 times larger. Looking at the dazzling array of shops and people with smiling faces, he couldn't help but feel a little more accomplished in his heart. Although his main purpose of doing this was to improve his own strength, it seemed good to allow friends and civilians in this world to live a peaceful and happy life. Along the way, he saw Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru who were drinking tea and chatting together again, Itachi and Sasuke, who had reconciled, Neji and Tenten who were walking together, Naruto and Hinata, etc. Ninjas who would have died in the original plot are now alive, and will get married and have children in the future, living happily. It's almost time to go back and complete the main quest. After touring the imperial capital, Li Chuan found Nagato and asked him to use white Zetsu to disguise himself and continue to attend court every day. Then he released the time anchor of this world and returned to the main world. Nagato has always been in charge of the government affairs of the empire. Before, he used his shadow clone to go to court, and now he uses white Zetsu in disguise. After a year as Hokage, he feels that he is not far from comprehending the seventh sense or breaking through from Jindan to Yuaning. He believes that the seventh sense needs a hearty battle to assist, and there is a high probability of comprehending it. The microcosm of the Saint Seiya usually seeks breakthroughs in battle. This is exactly what the main quest can do. As for the breakthrough of Jindan to Yuaning, to be honest, the true essence has been accumulated enough, and the only thing missing is a little understanding. If it is fast, it may take a few days, and if it is slow, it may take several years. And the matter of the fruit of the last sacred tree, we have to wait for another 2 years. The three-tail can be resurrected in 2 years. Only when the ten-tail completely absorbs the three-tail can it be considered a truly complete ten-tail, and such a ten-tail can be transformed into a sacred tree that can bear fruit by eating an Otsutsuki. Similarly, he also needs to send people to secretly find the location of Otsutsuki Ashiki, who feeds the sacred tree. After 2 years, the three tails will be resurrected, and Otsutsuki Ashiki will be transformed into a sacred tree for the 10 tails, and then he will absorb the energy of ego and eat the fruit, and his strength will be greatly improved. 2 years is not a long time. He has closed the time anchor of this world. Whether he goes to the main world or other small worlds, the time of this world will flow synchronously. After returning to the main world, Li Chuan practiced and lived as usual, because there are still 20 days before the start of the main task. Chapter 413. On May 3, 2012, Li Chuan sped 2 small worlds to go back to the Wizard world and the Naruto world to check. After finding no abnormalities, he began to wait for the arrival of the Avengers in 2023. On May 4, 2012, at 4 p.m., in the alley between 2 buildings near the Stark building, 4 figures wearing nano-quantum battle suits suddenly appeared. The battle suit helmets were opened, and it was Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers, Ant-Man Scott Lang and Hulk Bruce Banner, who had traveled back from 2023. We will split up and move. One of the 2 gyms is in the upper city, and the other is in the lower city. Keep a low profile and pay attention to the time. Steve made the action plan as soon as he appeared. But at this time, Tony found something unusual. He looked at the leisurely passers-by walking through the alley and turned to Dr. Banner and asked, "Banner, did you set the wrong time or the wrong location?" After Tony's reminder, everyone also found something wrong and hurried out of the alley. There was no Chitauri invasion outside the alley, nor was there any Avengers. Everything seemed very peaceful. Impossible. How could I make a mistake in such an important matter? Banner also showed an unbelievable look on his face. Tony looked around, and then quickly connected the network with his device to check. The location is correct, and the time is indeed May 4, 2012. It's just that there may be something wrong with the world we came to. In this world, the Chitauri invasion actually happened 2 years ago. And the main force that defeated the Chitauri army was not us, but a superhero called Dark Wizard? Dark Wizard? Steve and the other 2 all looked confused. They had never heard of this name. Tony flipped through it for a while, and found that many things reported in the news were different from what happened in their world. How could this be? According to the previous experiment, we returned to a different timeline, not to a different universe. This kind of problem should not occur. At this time, Banner really couldn't figure out what went wrong. The PIM particles we carry are only enough for this time, so the focus now is not why this world is different from what we expected, but how we can get the 3 stones of space, time and mind. Steve interrupted Banner's entanglement, because now the matter is done, and there is no point in entanglement. Tony frowned and replied, "The time stone is no problem. Go directly to the sanctuary to find Stephen. The mind stone should be with S.H.I.E.L.D., and the most troublesome thing is the space stone, which must have been taken back to Asgard. It is almost impossible for us to get the time stone." Tony, did you remember it wrong? If the Chitauri had already launched an attack on the Earth 2 years ago in this world, the mind stone should have been sent to Sokovia by Hydra now. Steve reminded Tony, and corrected his mistake. However, Tony shook his head when he heard it. The Fury in this world seems to be more treacherous. He had already discovered the invasion of Hydra before that. There are reports in the news that Hydra has been eliminated again by S.H.I.E.L.D. At the same time, the base in Sokovia was bombed for unknown reasons before the Chitauri invasion, so the Mind Scepter is most likely in Fury's hands now. That's really troublesome now. Even if the Mind Scepter is in S.H.I.E.L.D., with Fury's suspicious personality, it's probably impossible to get him to trust us. Banner frowned. They all know what kind of character Nick Fury is, especially the current Nick Fury. You have to say that you are from 2023 to collect gems to save the Earth. Then he will probably capture you immediately, collect all your equipment for research, and then lock you up to slowly distinguish the truth from the false. It will take a long time for him to fully believe it. Leave this to me. You find the location, and I will go in and steal it. I am best at this. Ant-Man Scott raised his hand. Thinking back then, Okay, we know, let's continue to discuss the space gems. If we can't collect all the gems, those who died can't be resurrected. We must overcome all difficulties to complete the mission. Steve hurriedly stopped Ant-Man from talking. He knew that once Ant-Man started talking, half an hour might pass. Now was a tight schedule and a heavy task, so it was not the time to chat. Banner's fist as big as a palm leaf fan hit the wall of the alley, making a crack on it. It's very troublesome. The Rainbow Bridge should be broken at this time, and we can't go to Asgard. Even if this world is not broken, we must first convince Thor in this world to take us to Asgard, and then convince Odin to give us the Space Stone. The premise is that Thor is still on Earth now. Tony, who was frowning and thinking, suddenly spoke, "Maybe, we don't have to do that. As long as we take a few more steps on the path of memory, we can get both the Cosmic Cube and the Pym Particles." Military base in New Jersey, 1970. If I remember correctly, at a certain time in that year, both things seem to be in that base. Seems to be there? Steve looked at Tony. Tony said quickly, "I'm sure they're all there. Captain, you have to understand that the current Pym Particles are only enough for us to go back. If we go back to 1970, and don't get the Pym Particles, we will never be able to go back." Ant-Man on the side heard Tony's proposal, and his face was full of disbelief. Tony looked at Steve. "Do you believe me?" "I do." Steve nodded firmly. Tony took a deep breath. "Then I follow your arrangement. Banner, you go to the sanctuary to find Slanchy to get the time stone. We take Scott to S.H.I.E.L.D. to steal the Mind Scepter. Then you go back first. Tony and I will go back to New Jersey in 1970 to get the Space Stone and replenish the Pym Particles. Remember, we must get the stone no matter what. Only in this way can they all come back." Steve quickly arranged the tasks for everyone. "It seems that this is the only way." Banner jumped and easily jumped onto the roof, and quickly jumped along the roof towards the sanctuary. Steve and the other two also set off, preparing to leave the alley and go to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base to steal the Mind Scepter. Just as the three turned around, a strange voice suddenly came from the alley. "Hey, Tony, why are you here? And Steve, aren't you helping Nick Fury in Washington?" The three looked up and saw a handsome man in a black suit with an extraordinary temperament walking in from the alley. Chapter 414. The man who happened to pass by was none other than Li Chuan, who had been waiting nearby. In fact, Li Chuan had already noticed Tony and the other three in the sky when they first appeared in this world. However, in order to prevent being detected by Tony's advanced nano-suit, he did not come down until he saw Banner leaving for the sanctuary, and then he pretended to be passing by. Steve and Scott looked at Li Chuan, who suddenly walked in, and were obviously stunned for a moment, because they did not know who Li Chuan was at all. Tony tapped his glasses lightly, letting them quickly scan Li Chuan's appearance, and then hacked into the network of this world to search for some information about Li Chuan, namely Chuan, the boss behind the largest biological group on Earth, the Li Group, a world-renowned philanthropist. The drugs he produces not only cure a variety of terminal illnesses, but also are cheap, making the Earth's medical industry progress by at least 100 years. It is said that he is a close friend of Tony Stark, the Iron Man of the Stark Group, and there is an advertisement for the drugs of the Li Group on the back of each of Tony Stark's battle suits. It's unbelievable that the me in this world actually agreed to have those advertising slogans engraved on my back. Looking at the promotional ads on his Iron Man suit in the photo, Tony couldn't help but twitch his lips, but he quickly adjusted his mood, waved to Li Chuan and smiled naturally. Oh, it's Chuan. What a coincidence. Fury asked the captain to find me to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. for something. This Li Chuan is a good friend of myself in this world. He knows Steve and Fury, so he must know S.H.I.E.L.D. In order to prevent trouble, he can disguise himself as himself in this world, and fool the other party away. Yes, that's right. Steve raised his hand, and immediately cooperated. He is no longer the stubborn man who just came out of the ice. The cruel experience has taught him a lot of flexible means. It's no big deal to lie. What about this one? Li Chuan looked at Scott, who was a little confused next to him. Oh, he is Agent Scott of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony smiled. Scott immediately straightened his chest and showed the appearance of a smart and capable agent, but he looked a little funny. So Tony had to add, rookie agent. Is that so? Is it serious? Do you need my help? Li Chuan hurriedly showed concern. Tony waved his hand. Oh no, it's about repairing the system and machine. You know, I help them with many of their programs and systems. I'm their security consultant. Security consultant? Didn't you say you rejected Fury's request last time? Li Chuan showed a puzzled expression. Tony's face froze for a moment, then laughed to cover up his embarrassment. He came to ask me several times. I had no choice. I have always been kind-hearted, and I saw that he was quite pitiful, so I agreed, and I didn't have time to tell you. Just when Tony was thinking about how to reasonably get rid of Li Chuan, this acquaintance, Captain America quietly moved his feet and appeared behind Li Chuan. Time was tight, and he planned to use a slightly more efficient way to solve this unexpected trouble. While Li Chuan was attracted by Tony's attention, he quickly raised his right hand and accurately hit the vagus nerve behind Li Chuan's ear. Pa! After the hit, something unexpected happened to Steve, and Li Chuan was not hurt at all. How is that possible? As a veteran fighter with full combat skills, it was too easy for him to knock someone out. There was no way he could make a mistake. Pa! 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 He immediately hit Li Chuan 3 more times in a row, but Li Chuan remained motionless. He just looked a little surprised. Steve, is this your new way of greeting? It's quite unique. But don't use it on ordinary people. They don't have a strong body like mine, and will be knocked out by you. Yes, that's my new way of greeting, haha. Haha. Steve had to laugh awkwardly when he heard that. Unexpectedly, this Li Chuan was not an ordinary person, and his body had such a strong ability to withstand blows. At this time, Tony hurriedly said, Chuan, by the way, Fury is still waiting for me to help him fix something, so I won't chat with you for now. Okay, then go quickly. Li Chuan smiled and nodded. But just as the 3 of them turned around, he suddenly said, Wait! The 3 of them were stunned when they heard this, and looked at each other. Then Tony turned around and asked Chuan, Is there anything else? Tony, I know you and Pepper have a good relationship, but you should be more restrained. If you do it every day, your body will not be able to bear it. I haven't seen you for only a few months, and you look like you have aged 10 years. In the future, remember to take the special 3-color pills I gave you beforehand. Not only can it help you regain your virility, but it can also replenish your lost energy afterwards, making you younger. Li Chuan explained it seriously. Steve and Scott couldn't help but smile, while Tony replied awkwardly, Chuan, I know, I must remember to eat. After saying that, he immediately winked, signaling the 3 to hurry up. But when they walked to the entrance of the alley, Li Chuan's voice came from behind again. Tony, wait! Helplessly, Tony took a deep breath, turned back again and forced a smile. Chuan, this is it. Now Fury asked me to help with this matter is really important. After I'm done with it, can you contact me if you have anything? Of course. No problem. Actually, I just want to remind you not to forget that we agreed to study the Mind Scepter brought by the 2 aliens. Li Chuan took out the Mind Scepter with the Mind Gem from the small cloth bag on his waist. Tony's eyes widened when he saw this. Ah, I don't think Fury's matter is that important. Chuan, why don't you give me the Mind Scepter and let's study it first? As they said that, the 3 of them quickly came to Li Chuan. Li Chuan pretended to be puzzled, but still reached out and handed over the Mind Scepter. That's fine, but is this really okay? Didn't Fury say that he was very anxious? Tony and the other 2 were delighted when they saw this. They didn't expect Li Chuan to hand over the Mind Scepter so easily. It was simply a case of looking for something without any effort. Unfortunately, God always seemed to like to play jokes on them. Just as Tony was about to take the scepter, Li Chuan's phone suddenly rang. The name of the caller on the phone was none other than Tony Stark. So, A very awkward atmosphere spread throughout the alley. Chapter 415. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Tony spoke first to end the awkward atmosphere. I forgot to bring my phone when I went out, and I didn't tell Pepper. Maybe she thought I was at your place, so she used my phone to call you. A very reluctant explanation. Really? Li Chuan's face flashed with suspicion, and then he raised his thumb to press the answer button. Tony knew that he couldn't fool people anymore, so he looked at Steve and Scott, and then quickly pressed twice on his chest, and his whole body was immediately covered with advanced nano-steel battle suits. You won't believe me, but we have no ill intentions. Let us borrow the Mind Staff for a while, and we return it soon. Tony, wearing an iron suit, snatched the Mind Staff from Li Chuan's hand. However, Li Chuan smiled and raised his left hand, revealing the Mind Stone he had just taken off when the staff was taken away. I think you don't want the staff, but the stone? Tell me, who are you and why are you pretending to be Tony and Steve? We are Tony and Steve. Steve exerted force with his legs and rushed towards Li Chuan, intending to knock him to the ground and take the Mind Stone. Unfortunately, before he could touch Li Chuan's body, he was grabbed by the neck and pressed against the wall next to him. The action is quite similar. Old Popsicle. Seeing this, Tony's hands immediately turned into two super electric shockers and pressed hard on Li Chuan's chest. Strong electric current instantly covered Li Chuan's whole body. He didn't want to hurt Li Chuan, so he didn't use high-powered weapons, just wanted to shock him. It's strange, your suit is more advanced than the real Tony's, but this little current can't do any harm to me. Li Chuan looked at the two super shockers printed on his chest as if nothing had happened, and then instantly turned on the lightning chakra mode, raised his hand, and hit Tony's forehead with a bang, and Tony was immediately thrown out as if he was hit by a truck. Watch me. Scott pressed the button of the Ant-Man's suit, and instantly turned into the size of an ant, jumping to Li Chuan's feet, trying to sneak attack with his adult strength, but an ant-sized body. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was electrocuted by Li Chuan's lightning chakra, and was forced back to his original size. Just when Steve, Tony and Scott were defeated by Li Chuan, a figure fell from the sky and punched Li Chuan. It turned out that Dr. Banner had successfully borrowed the Time Stone after a discussion with the Supreme Sorcerer. But when he came back, he saw Tony and the other two being knocked down by a stranger, so he naturally attacked the stranger. Partial multiplication technique. Li Chuan's right arm expanded rapidly, and then he raised his hand to firmly grasp Banner's punch, and then took his fist and slammed it to the ground. Is this impossible? Seeing that Banner, who was known for his strength, was easily thrown around by Li Chuan like a rag doll, Tony and the other two who stood up again immediately opened their mouths into an O shape. It's really strange. Hulk is not Hulk. Banner is not Banner. Who are you? Li Chuan looked at Dr. Banner, who got up from the ground with his head shaking, and once again showed his best acting skills. Then a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Hey, how come the Supreme Sorcerer's Time Stone is in your hands? There are definitely many bigwigs watching the Avengers time travel, so he must pretend that he doesn't know. So if he wants to follow the Avengers to 2023 to complete the main mission, he must make everything reasonable. It was given to me by the Ancient One. We are not bad people. Seeing that Li Chuan stopped attacking, Banner immediately raised the Time Stone in his hand. Li Chuan looked hesitant. The Supreme Mage gave it to you on her own initiative? But that's true. With the Supreme Mage's strength, if she didn't give it to you on her own initiative, you wouldn't be able to get it. Seeing this, Tony next to him hurriedly explained, Chuan, we are from the universe 11 years later. Let's leave here and go somewhere else first. Looking at the onlookers attracted by their fight, Li Chuan took out the teleportation book and opened it. Countless pages flew, instantly rolling him, Tony, and the other four into the book and teleporting them to the small manor outside New York. Okay, now explain what happened. Looking at Tony and the others who were a little surprised by being teleported, Li Chuan asked with a serious face. So next, Tony quickly told them all about their situation. I didn't expect this to happen. After listening, Li Chuan also showed a very surprised look on his face. After thinking for 2 minutes, in the eyes of the four people full of expectation, he slowly said, I can give you the Mind Stone, but there is a condition. What conditions? Tony frowned slightly. What has happened now has long deviated from the original plan. He is worried that Li Chuan will come up with something that will embarrass them. Li Chuan smiled. Don't worry, to be honest, I just have some doubts and can't completely believe you. After all, what you said is very different from what is happening in my world now. So I hope you can take me with you when you return to 2023. If it is really as you said, after rescuing the missing half of the population, you will return here to return the gems anyway, and I will come back with Dr. Banner. If not, don't blame me for being rude. But our PIM particles are only enough for one person, and you don't have a quantum battle suit. At this time, Ant-Man Scott interrupted and reminded. Taking Li Chuan to their 2023 is naturally not a big deal. Anyway, this separated timeline has already changed a lot from their time, so there is no fear of causing any special impact. The key is that traveling through time is not that easy. The quantum battle suits they wear are specially made, and the PIM particles are also very tense. Oh, that's not a problem. You can carry me like the Infinity Stones, because I can turn into other things. Li Chuan clapped his hands, and used the transformation technique to turn into a box, and the box contained the Mind Stone. Oh god, this is such a special ability. Looking at the transformed Li Chuan. Bang. It turned into a box with a sound, and Tony and the other four were also shocked. But they nodded quickly. If that's the case, then of course there's no problem. So, Tony and Steve adjusted the time scale on the battle suit, and went to the US military base in New Jersey in 1970. Banner and Ant-Man took the Mind Stone and the Time Stone, as well as Li Chuan, who turned into a box with the transformation technique, and returned to the Avengers base in 2023. Chapter 416. Is this time travel in the quantum realm? It's really something. At this time, Li Chuan, who was traveling through time in the quantum realm with Dr. Banner, magnified his consciousness to sense the wonderful quantum world outside, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. Time, no matter in which world system, is one of the top laws. It's just that the settings of the law of time in different worlds will also have some differences. He thinks this may be related to the different understandings of the law of time by the creator of the world itself. For example, in some worlds, if you go back to the past and change something, the future will also change, just like the story in the movie Back to the Future. In some worlds, if you go back to the past and change something, it is actually something that has already happened, just like in the Harry Potter world, Hermione took Harry and used the time converter to go back to the past to save Sirius. In addition, in the Marvel world, if you travel to different timelines at once, a branch will be opened in the long river of time, which will not affect the main timeline. Of course, there are many ways to travel through time, including through wormholes, through the quantum field, through reversing time beyond the speed of light, and magic, Taoism, supernatural powers, various magic weapons, etc. Li Chuan himself has actually been spending time doing research in this area, such as the time converter he has studied before. However, the time converter uses the hour reversal spell, combined with a special substance discovered by accident, the time sand, to make a magic prop. If you only rely on the hour reversal spell, although you can reverse time, the effect is very unstable, and you may get lost in the long river of time. Therefore, he has handed over the research on time to the Research Institute of the Wizard Empire. Although he used scientific means to travel through time in the quantum space this time, he also gained some insights into the laws of time. Out. After traveling through the strange quantum space, the Avengers appeared on the platform of the quantum shuttle one by one. Did you get all the raw stones? As the quantum suit automatically retreated, Tony, who was carrying the box, asked hurriedly. He and Steve returned to 1970, and had successfully obtained the cosmic cube and replenished the PIM particles from the US military base. By the way, they also met their father and girlfriend. I didn't expect that we actually succeeded. War Machine Rhodes showed his cosmic spirit ball, his face full of surprise. He, Nebula, Black Widow and Hawkeye went to 2014 together. Black Widow and Hawkeye drove a spaceship to Vormir to get the Soul Stone. He and Nebula were a group. The two of them knocked out Star-Lord on Morag, and got the cosmic spirit ball containing the Power Stone. The obese Thor and Rocket Raccoon also showed the Reality Stones in their hands at this time. They returned to Asgard in 2013, extracted the Reality Stone from Jane's body, and took away the Thor's hammer of that timeline. Hulk took out 2 stones. One was the Time Stone from Ancient One, and the other was the Mind Stone in a box that Li Chuan transformed into with his transformation technique. Finally, when everyone looked at the group of Black Widow and Hawkeye, they found that Black Widow did not come back, and only Hawkeye came back. Although Hawkeye held the Soul Stone in his hand, his eyes were full of sadness, and he knelt on the ground with weakness. Everyone immediately realized that something was wrong. Clint, where is Natasha? Banner, who has always loved Natasha, asked nervously. Clint choked for a long time before slowly replying. She sacrificed her soul to get the Soul Stone. Everyone's face was immediately filled with sadness, especially Banner and Steve. Banner has always loved Black Widow, and Steve has been fighting side by side with Black Widow all these years. Don't you know that to get the soul gem, you must sacrifice the soul of a loved one? At this moment, Li Chuan released his transformation and appeared in front of everyone. Who is it? Seeing that the box containing the soul gem suddenly turned into a living person, except for Tony and the other four who already knew about it, the others were also shocked and showed a vigilant look. That Thor instantly summoned the thunder axe and Thor's hammer and held them in his hands. Don't be nervous, he's a friend. Tony quickly recounted what happened when they went to 2012. Everyone was quite surprised after hearing it, but perhaps because they were still immersed in the news of Black Widow's death, they didn't go into it too much. Don't worry, we have Infinity Stones. You're acting as if she can't come back. Cheer up. At this time, Fat Thor spoke. However, Hawkeye shook his head. She can't be resurrected. Well, you are just an ordinary person on Earth. You may not know this. This belongs to the category of cosmic magic. You may not understand it. Fat Thor tried to explain, but was interrupted by Hawkeye. That floating red guy said that it cannot be reversed, even with the Infinity Stones. Clint is right. The Infinity Stones can only revive those who have disappeared, but cannot revive others, especially the Soul Stone, which has its own thoughts. Because Natasha's soul has been sucked into its body, it is impossible to use its power to let it release Natasha's soul. However, nothing is absolute. If we can use other powers to forcibly extract Natasha's soul, we may be able to revive her. At this time, Li Chuan came over. If you can still go back and bring Natasha's body back, then maybe I can try to help you extract Natasha's soul from the soul gem and revive her. His main task is, on May 4th, 2012, he will follow Tony and others who came to New York on October 16th, 2023 to collect the Infinity Stones and return to help them defeat Thanos' army. One of the conditions for achieving advanced completion is to ensure that all the Avengers members who fight against Thanos' army in the final battle are not dead. Does all the Avengers members who fight against Thanos include Black Widow? According to the literal meaning, it should not be included. But I am afraid that the panel will count Black Widow's task of finding the Soul Stone as part of the process of fighting against Thanos' army. If he is not given an advanced completion reward at that time, it will be a headache. So he thought it would be better to try to revive Black Widow for safety. Even though he was not sure that he could retrieve Black Widow's soul from the soul gem and revive her. But it was related to the reward of his main quest, so it was better to be safe. It would be best if she could be resurrected, but if she could not be resurrected, and thus could not get the high-level completion reward, then he would accept it. Chapter 417. I took 4 bottles of PIM particles from the base in 1970. Tony and I used 2 bottles when we came back. Now we have 2 bottles left, just enough to go to 2014 again. Steve immediately took out 2 bottles of PIM particles from his pocket. The 4 people besieged Li Chuan before, but he easily crushed them. Coupled with the magical abilities he showed, Steve immediately had hope in his heart. And Hawkeye Barton saw that the most calm Captain America Steve actually trusted Li Chuan so much, and he also said, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, "Let me go back, I know where her body is, and I will definitely bring her back. I can't guarantee that I can be resurrected, I can only say give it a try." At this time, Li Chuan saw that everyone's faces were full of hope, so he gave a shot in advance. Tony and Banner had already gone to the control table and started to restart the quantum shuttle. Even if there is only a 1,000th or 1/10,000 chance, it is worth a try. Anyway, now there are 2 more bottles of PIM particles, which is just the right condition to try. As for the PIM particles needed to return these Infinity Stones later, they can naturally be produced in large quantities after Dr. Pym returns, so there is no need to worry about these 2 bottles. So, Hawkeye, who put down the soul gem, pressed the button on his wrist, put on the quantum suit again, and stood back on the machine. Start. Dr. Banner turned on the quantum shuttle machine, and Hawkeye's figure disappeared instantly. A second later, his figure appeared again, but this time, there was Black Widow in the quantum suit in his arms. Then let's get ready. Seeing that Black Widow's body was brought back, Li Chuan asked Hawkeye to put it on the table next to the quantum shuttle, and then took the orange soul gem from Tony. Sage mode. Combining the true essence and chakra to form the Sage chakra, he input it into the left eye's Samsara eye, and his Samsara eye immediately turned into a golden yin-yang Samsara eye. After burning the microcosm in his body, and injecting the huge spiritual energy into the yin-yang Samsara eye, he immediately activated the Samsara eye's ability to absorb souls. Instantly, a terrifying suction force specifically targeting the soul was transmitted into the soul gem. The soul gem was affected, and it immediately shone brightly, actively emitting soul energy to hinder the infiltration of Li Chuan's ability. However, although the soul gem has certain thoughts, it cannot completely control all of its soul energy. It only lasted for less than a minute before it was forcibly broken through by the power of Lichuan Samsara, and penetrated into the interior. I see. As the power of the Yin-Yang Samsara penetrated, densely packed souls soon appeared in Lichuan's eyes. These are the souls that have been sacrificed and absorbed in order to obtain the soul gem over the years, and the souls that have been enslaved by the soul gem to become guardians. After finding Natasha's soul, Lichuan opened his eyes, and the power of the Yin-Yang reincarnation was instantly maximized, and he pulled it out of the soul gem in one go. The Infinity Gems are 6 gems that condense the fundamental laws of the Marvel Universe during the Big Bang, so each of them contains powerful power. But at the same time, whether they can exert their power depends on the strength of the user. If they are just by themselves, except for the power gem that represents the fundamental power, the other gems can't actually exert such terrifying power. The soul gem is the most special. It is the only gem that has been born with intelligence. But even so, it can't control itself at will. All it can do is make itself invisible, and can't be found, and then make a rule of sacrificing souls for fun, and then appear again, but it can't go around the universe and do whatever it wants. So when Lichuan took it in his hand, and forcibly used the ability to absorb souls to rescue Natasha, it couldn't mobilize much power to stop it. The main reason is that Lichuan's own Samsara is very powerful, and after evolving into the Yin-Yang Samsara it has been greatly strengthened, because the Yin-Yang is aimed at the soul. There is also the spiritual power of the microcosm to help, and there is still enough stamina. The body is still warm, there is still time. Touching the Black Widow's body, it was still warm. Lichuan immediately put her soul into it, and then activated the power of the Samsara natural art to merge the body and soul again. Done! After a while, the Black Widow who was lying down slowly opened her eyes. Natasha! Dr. Banner immediately went forward and hugged her excitedly, followed by Hawkeye and Captain America. After confirming that Natasha was really resurrected, everyone thanked Lichuan. Thank you, Mr. Lichuan. Tony and the other 4 were even more fortunate to bring Lichuan back here, otherwise Natasha would really die. Although it's not the same world, you are all my friends in my world, and it was just a matter of convenience. Lichuan smiled and shrugged, showing an expression of trivial matters. After this incident, everyone's trust in Lichuan soared instantly. The world where Lichuan was originally and was not right, and Lichuan's strength was so strong. How could they not be wary of Lichuan in just less than half an hour? Now they have collected 6 infinite gems, which is very tempting for normal people. What if Lichuan followed them not to confirm the authenticity of their words? But for these 6 infinite gems, it would be a big trouble. So it's always better to be cautious. After rescuing Natasha, the next thing to do is to take out the 5 gems, combine them into the Infinity Gauntlet designed by Iron Man, and snap his fingers to save half of the people who were wiped out by Thanos 5 years ago. But this is not an easy task, especially the Cosmic Spirit Orb containing the power gem. If it goes wrong, the whole base will be blown up. Fortunately, Tony, who has now integrated the universe and Wakanda technology, has already designed the corresponding disassembly and installation machine. So everyone took the 6 Infinity Stones and went to the special laboratory that Tony had prepared in advance. Lichuan naturally followed him. He also wanted to see with his own eyes how powerful the 6 Infinity Stones would be when they snapped their fingers together. On the way to the special laboratory at the base, Nebula walked at the end and quietly left the team. Because everyone was concerned about the synthesis of the Infinity Stones, no one paid special attention to Nebula. Nebula was originally quite withdrawn and didn't talk much. Only Lichuan noticed it, but he didn't say anything. He knew that this Nebula was no longer the Nebula of 2023, but the Nebula who was still loyal to Thanos in 2014. Since half of the bodies of the nebulas in the 2 different times were mechanically modified, the memories in the Nebula of 2023 accidentally entered the Nebula of 2014 and were known by the Thanos of 2014. The Thanos of 2014 took advantage of the situation and captured the Nebula of 2023, took away her PIM particles on the way back, and used Titan's technology to replicate them in large quantities, and sent all of his Templar 2 spaceships and legions into the quantum space. The one who followed road back was actually the 2014 Nebula, who had been replaced. Now she secretly left the team, and while everyone was assembling the Infinity Gauntlet, she secretly activated the machine to teleport the 2014 Thanos and his army, who had entered the quantum space. Lichuan did not stop her because he had to complete the main task, and he had to let things take their own course in this matter. Chapter 418. inside the special laboratory of the Avengers base. With Tony's operation, the 6 Infinity Stones were embedded into the gold and red nano-vibranium glove at the same time. Taking out the Infinity Glove and placing it on the table, Rocket Raccoon raised the next very important question. Who will do the fatal snap? It doesn't mean that with the Infinity Glove and 6 Infinity Stones, you can use them at will. Even Thanos, who is so strong, became extremely weak after snapping his fingers twice, and was easily killed by the Avengers. Ordinary people can't bear the powerful force of the Infinity Glove at all. I do it! The fat Thor with his hair down walked towards the Infinity Gauntlet without hesitation. Having lost his parents and brother, Asgard, his brothers who had been together for thousands of years, and breaking up with Jane, Thor has been living in extreme self-blame in the past few years, paralyzing himself with alcohol and food. He needs such an opportunity to alleviate his inner self-blame, even if it may cost a heavy price. But it is obvious that everyone does not think Thor is suitable, and Steve and Tony hurried forward to stop Thor, and then began to persuade him. Yes, as Thor has awakened the true power of thunder, his body can definitely withstand the side effects of the Infinity Gauntlet. At least he will definitely not die. But if you want to snap your fingers to save those who have disappeared for 5 years, you need not only a strong body, but also a clear mind. Because if the brain is not clear, you can't clearly express your wish when snapping your fingers, or you express a bad wish, then the result is definitely not what everyone wants. Is Thor's brain clear now? That must be unconscious. He has been decadent for 5 years. Now he even falls asleep during a combat meeting. His speech is not focused and logical. He will easily get lost in memories, and lose control of his emotions. If he loses control of his emotions again, when he snaps his fingers, he will not be able to save the people who disappeared for 5 years, and destroy the rest. Let me do it, please, let me do something right, brothers. Fat Thor hugged Tony's arm, and it was obvious that his emotions were about to lose control again. Tony quickly comforted him. Thor, listen to me, this glove will gather earth-shattering power. You are not in a good condition now. Sit down and take a rest. We will discuss it later. Don't be so anxious. What do you think is flowing in my blood? Thor excitedly put his hands on Tony's shoulders, still trying to persuade him. And Rod next to him accurately complained, is it cheese or beer? Li Chuan, who was standing there, couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Seeing Thor looking at him, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Thor, because I didn't expect you to become so fat. When I go back, I must remind the Thor in my world to drink less beer and eat more cheese. But I believe Jane will watch him. Jane? My Jane also left me, we broke up. Brother, you must tell him when you go back to cherish Jane and protect his brother and mother. Thor was attracted by Li Chuan's words, and finally stopped worrying about wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. Li Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, I will tell him, but my side is different from here. You are about to marry Jane on my side. By the way, I just remembered something, give it to you. As if thinking of something, he took out a box of medicine from the small cloth bag and threw it to Sol. Sol took the medicine and looked at it, his face full of confusion. What is this? This is a medicine produced by our group to cure cancer. Jane has cancer, and may not live for a few years. You can give her an injection next time you go. Li Chuan explained. Sol's eyes widened when he heard this. Jane has cancer? Why, you don't know? Li Chuan pretended to show a hint of surprise on his face. Thor nodded quickly. When Li Chuan attracted Thor over, Dr. Banner had already stepped forward and picked up the Infinity Gauntlet. Let me do it. You have also seen the end of Thanos. These stones almost killed him. You can't bear it. Although I am not sure, the main gamma rays released by these stones are like, this is the meaning of my existence and my mission. Everyone agreed that Dr. Banner should snap his fingers. Because Banner now has the body of Hulk and the smart brain of Banner, he is the most suitable candidate among all the Avengers. Come on! As Banner slowly put his hand into the Infinity Gauntlet, everyone entered a state of alert, and Tony ordered the smart butler, Friday, to activate the laboratory's strongest defense mode. Li Chuan also stared at Banner, sensing the energy fluctuations in the Infinity Gauntlet. Ah! When Banner put on the gauntlet completely, the laws of the 6 Infinity Stones began to interact with each other, and a powerful force that made Li Chuan feel terrified emanated from the gauntlet. Then Banner also screamed in pain. Obviously, even with his body, it was very difficult to withstand such a powerful energy. Pull it out quickly. Seeing this, Thor hurriedly said nervously. But Banner gritted his teeth and shook his head. I'm fine. After the painful roar, Banner did his best to snap his fingers. In an instant, an invisible energy wave emanated from the glove, and then quickly swept across the entire Earth and even the entire universe. Is this the power of the Infinity Stones? It's really terrifying. As Hulk fell, Li Chuan also fell into deep thought. He knew that the power of the 6 Infinity Stones together was absolutely powerful. After all, it could instantly wipe out half of the life in the universe. But when he experienced it himself, he was still shocked. The amazing energy that the Infinity Gauntlet burst out after the snap, and the various laws that were so profound that he couldn't understand them yet, were indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. He was thinking, if someone used the Infinity Stones to wish for his life, could he resist? No, absolutely not. At least with his current strength, he could not resist the power of 6 Infinity Stones. It seems that we must not let the enemy gather 6 Infinity Stones. At this time, Li Chuan also made up his mind secretly. In the past, he did not pay much attention to the Infinity Stones, because although the power of the Infinity Stones was strong, it took time to study them if he wanted to use them well. The key is that you spend time studying and learning how to use it. Once it leaves the Marvel world, it will become useless. You might as well spend that time improving yourself. External power is external after all, and being strong is the most important thing. Now he still thinks so, but there is one more thing, that is, even if he does not study the Infinity Stones, he must not let others have the possibility of obtaining the 6 Infinity Stones. Chapter 419. Perhaps, it would be a good idea to leave this Mind Stone in this universe. At this time, Li Chuan suddenly had a new idea in his mind. Anyway, the Mind Stone is actually of no use to him. At the beginning, he took the Mind Scepter to help Wanda further open the power of chaos and control people's hearts. Now Wanda's power of chaos has been opened, and he has too many means to control people's hearts. Magic-type soul-stealing curse, forgetting curse, false memory curse, microcosm-type illusion demon emperor fist, ninjutsu-type tongue trouble root curse seal, illusion, and subconscious sand control, etc. So now the Mind Stone is basically useless to him. Instead of taking it back to 2012, it is better to leave it in 2023. In this way, there will only be 5 Infinity Stones in the universe of 2012, and it will no longer be possible to snap fingers. And it is unknown when a new Mind Stone will be born in the universe of 2012. The main reason is that he himself does not want to collect too many Infinity Stones, otherwise he would just get all 6 Infinity Stones. As for the reason, it is also very simple. That is, he is afraid of attracting the attention of the real big guys in the Marvel world, which will lead to some troubles that he cannot afford at present. Holding 1 or 2 Infinity Stones in your hand is nothing, it is very normal. The 6 Infinity Stones have been handled by too many people since the birth of the universe. If every big guy pays attention to it, it would be too idle. But if you hold all 6 Infinity Stones in your hand, the nature is different. This is also the reason why he did not go to Morag to get the power gem when he traveled in the universe before. Banner, are you okay? While Li Chuan was sighing at the powerful power of the Infinity Gauntlet, Tony also used the freezing technology on the nanosuit to temporarily freeze Banner's right arm that was backfired by snapping his fingers. Did it work? Banner asked weakly. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye's phone on the table suddenly vibrated, and the caller ID was Hawkeye's wife Laura, who disappeared for 5 years because of Thanos' snap. Hawkeye picked up the phone with trembling hands and answered the call. A long-lost familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Clint? It's me, dear. We succeeded. After confirming that it was Laura who called, everyone's faces immediately showed excitement, because this meant that Banner's finger snap was successful. But before they could be happy for a few seconds, their faces suddenly changed. Because through the glass above the laboratory, they found that they didn't know when a terrifyingly huge space battleship had enveloped them like a dark cloud. What was even more terrifying was that the battleship was firing in their direction, and dense space missiles were everywhere. Be careful. Tony wanted to activate the base's defense system, but it was obviously too late now. Seeing that the missiles were about to destroy the entire base, they found a familiar figure suddenly appeared above the glass. It was Li Chuan, who was brought back from 2012. The main mission officially begins. Li Chuan looked at the Temple 2 battleship in the sky, which was at least dozens of times larger than the Dark Star. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the chakra and true essence in his body merged, entering the Sage mode. 3-headed, 6-armed Susanoo. He put his hands together, and a 600-meter-high golden Susanoo instantly enveloped him, blocking the main building of the entire Avengers base behind him. Because of the increase in true energy and chakra, his 3-headed, 6-armed Susanoo has grown from the initial 300 meters to the current 600 meters. What is this? Seeing Li Chuan's huge 3-headed, six-armed Dharma image. Not only the Avengers in the building, but also Thanos and others on Temple 2 were stunned. Boom, 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 boom. Countless explosions sounded, but not a single missile hit Li Chuan's three-headed, six-armed Susanoo. Because before the missiles got close, they were accurately picked up and sent flying by the side of the three-headed, six-armed monster holding the golden spear. Why is Thanos' mothership here? When they found that the huge golden three-headed, six-armed giant was transformed by Li Chuan and temporarily blocked the missile attack for them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw clearly that the warship that launched the attack was Thanos' Temple 2, they all fell into confusion. The Temple 2, which carried Thanos' 3 armies and countless war weapons, had been completely disbanded after Thanos snapped his fingers and went into seclusion. Why did it appear on Earth now and attack them at this time? Fortunately, Li Chuan, who came from 2012, helped to withstand the attack, otherwise their entire base and the quantum shuttle would have been blown up with just this wave. If you play with time, time will play with you. It seems that someone secretly used the quantum shuttle to send Thanos from other timelines, while we were not paying attention. After Tony reacted, he quickly looked around. When he found that Nebula was gone, he immediately had a guess in his mind. When Thor heard this, his eyes were filled with thunder, and he stretched out his hand to summon the Thunder Axe and Thor's hammer. Then chop off his head again. Hide the Infinity Gauntlet. Let's help Li Chuan resist the attack together, and we can't let Thanos get it again. Steve immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. If the Infinity Gauntlet is taken by Thanos again, not only will all their efforts be in vain, but more people may die. Where is it hidden? However, they soon realized another problem. Facing Thanos' army, where is it safe to hide the Infinity Gauntlet? It seems that no matter where it is hidden, it is not safe. Send them all back. Relying on the powerful self-healing ability in his genes, Dr. Banner, who has recovered most of his strength, stood up. But just as he finished speaking, a violent explosion suddenly sounded in the hall next door, where the quantum shuttle was located. It turned out that Nebula in 2014 saw that the attack of Temple 2 was blocked and directly blew up the quantum shuttle. At the same time, on Temple 2, wearing Titan armor and holding the Tyrant double blade made of URU metal by the Dwarf King, Thanos frowned as he looked at the strange golden giant below who resisted the first wave of missile attacks. He had no idea who this guy was, and he had never appeared in Nebula's memory in 2023. Launch the orbital energy cannon attack. Different from the ordinary missile attack just now, this time, he was going to activate the most powerful orbital energy cannon of Temple number 2, an energy cannon that could directly smash the huge Leviathan giant Kun with one shot. He wanted to see how the guy below could handle this pure energy attack. Humph, do you think you are the only one who can attack? Seeing that Temple number 2 above stopped the missile attack and activated the orbital energy cannon, Li Chuan also turned the three-headed and six-armed golden Susanoo around, revealing the side holding the bow and arrow. Chapter 420. Try this. The bowstring was pulled to full strength in an instant, and the 100-meter-long golden arrow turned into a golden light and shot up into the sky. Boom! The dozen or so energy gun muzzles under the huge Temple 2 in the air were directly shot out by the golden arrows, leaving a large pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Fire! Seeing the amazing power of the golden arrows shot by Li Chuan below, Thanos in the battleship also issued an attack order without hesitation. One after another, the energy cannons with huge destructive power covered Li Chuan. Li Chuan was not panicked by this, but his right hand turned into a residual image, and he repeatedly drew the bow and shot out golden long arrows to block all the energy cannons. He actually blocked all the energy cannon attacks of Temple number 2 by himself. I think it may not be safer to hide it anywhere else than with him. Ant-Man Scott raised his hand and pointed at Li Chuan, who was wrapped in the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo golden body outside the glass. He felt that no matter how powerful Thanos was, he might not be a match for Li Chuan outside. Steve thought for a moment, turned his head and said to Tony, Li Chuan seems to have the ability to hide things and move in space. Maybe what Scott said makes sense. Recalling the situation when Li Chuan suddenly took out the Mind Scepter and teleported them from the vicinity of Stark Tower to the suburbs, as well as the powerful strength he showed, Steve instantly recognized what Ant-Man Scott said. Even if Li Chuan couldn't beat Thanos in the end, he at least had the ability to take the Infinity Gauntlet away. I agree, but before that, we have to catch Nebula first. She must have had an accident when she returned to 2014 and was replaced. Tony nodded after thinking for a while, agreeing with Steve's solution and also making a suggestion. Just now he asked Friday to check the hall surveillance, And it was Nebula who activated the quantum shuttle and released Temple 2, and then blew up the quantum shuttle. It's not a good thing to have such a traitor stabbing you in the back. Oh, Nebula in 2014? She was really bad back then. Rocket couldn't help but sigh after hearing what Tony said. In 2014, he and Groot met Star-Lord, Gamora and Drax, and their enemies were Ronan and Nebula. I go first. Sorko couldn't wait any longer. With Stormbreaker in one hand and Thor's hammer in the other, he broke through the glass above his head and flew into the air. Then his eyes flashed with thunder, controlling the dark clouds in the sky to strike lightning at Temple 2. Although Thor has been decadent for 5 years, he has gained weight and is emotionally unstable. But it is undeniable that he has fully awakened the power of Thor, and is much stronger than at the beginning. When Thor first appeared, most of his strength depended on Thor's hammer. Without Thor's hammer, he was just an Asgardian with a strong body and rich combat experience. He is more of a hammer god than a thunder god. But now, even without Thor's hammer and Stormbreaker, he can still emit the power of Thunder God and has awakened to become a real Thunder God. Given time, they will be able to reach Odin sooner or later, or even surpass Odin. My lord, if this continues, the mothership may suffer considerable damage. In the main control room of Temple 2, Ebony Maw reported to Thanos. The size of Thanos' mothership Temple 2 is dozens of times larger than the normal ship-class spacecraft in the universe, because it has to carry the 3 major legions and various spacecraft. The Q-type spacecraft inside alone is comparable in size to some small ship-class spacecraft. So this has led to it having to weaken some other functions, such as the weapon system carried by the entire mothership. Except for the previous missiles, there is only the energy cannon. Now the energy cannon was intercepted by Li Chuan's 3-headed and 6-armed Susano Dharmakaya. The mothership was too big to dodge, and could only take the massive lightning attack summoned by Thor. However, for Thanos' army, their strength was not the so-called mothership, but Thanos himself and his powerful army. Send 3 armies, find all the raw stones, I will personally kill these stubborn ants. Thanos picked up the helmet and put it on, and drew out the tyrant double blade that he forced the Dwarf King to make for him, with a cold look on his face. I thought that as long as I destroyed half of the lives, the other half would live happily. It seems that I was wrong. As long as someone misses the past, they will inevitably rebel. In this case, let this universe turn into dust, and then use the original stone to create a brand new universe. At least the lives there will not have resentment for the loss, but only gratitude. Yes, sir. Ebony Maw flew up and began to quickly convey Thanos' instructions. Ceasefire. Seeing that Temple 2 stopped the energy cannon attack and opened a layer of protective shield instead, Li Chuan knew that Thanos was about to launch a general attack. So he also released the 3-headed, 6-armed Susano Dharmakaya form. Just now, he blocked all the energy cannon attacks of Temple number 2 with one strike. It seemed easy, but in fact, the high-intensity and high-density long-range golden arrow attack consumed a lot of fairy chakra. If he continued, when his true energy for synthesizing fairy chakra was almost used up, he planned to fly up and rush directly to the interior of Temple number 2 to destroy it. As the protective shield of Temple number 2 was opened, the 2-body metal spacecraft separated from Temple number 2 and pierced into the mud around the base like nails. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and a dense crowd of alien warriors walked out. There were Zeta soldiers transformed from cyber machines, Leviathan giants that could be used for attack and transport, genetically modified armored violent giant apes, insect-type hermaphroditic saccharine mercenaries, and mass-produced vanguards with 6 arms, etc. In addition to the overwhelming advantage in numbers, there were also various advanced weapons and chariots. With this scale, let alone attacking the backward planet Earth, even attacking the most powerful Kree Empire's capital, Hara, might not be impossible. At this time, Li Chuan suddenly understood why Thanos was so confident that he could defeat the Avengers and get the Infinity Stones. Think about it carefully. If Captain Marvel hadn't come to the rescue and destroyed Temple 2, if Wanda hadn't exploded and almost killed Thanos alone, if Tony hadn't snapped his fingers for everyone at the end with his life. To be honest, Thanos and his army really couldn't lose. Crazy Sarnos, with his army in the Milky Way over the years, defeated various powerful planets, if not 10,000, at least 8,000, and was truly invincible, and no one dared to provoke him. After all the warriors of Thanos' army lined up, a burst of white light shot out from Temple 2. Thanos, holding the tyrant's double blade, appeared in front of the entire army with Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, General Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight.